Welcome to the fourth dimensional world. Your sole objective: survive in a world constructed of perilous cubes. Asterisk, kindly heed the following reminders. Asterisk. 1. The fourth dimension cube, as its name suggests, is vast beyond comprehension. Do not foolishly attempt to apply the mathematical principles of the original world to discern patterns. 2. Each primitive chamber measures 5 cubic meters. Safeguard your space well, as it can be upgraded infinitely. 3. The cube shifts its location automatically every hour. Each individual is granted 10 opportunities daily to recharge their access cards, replenished the following day. 4. It is exceedingly difficult to return to your original chamber, so choose your exploratory direction with caution. 5. You may opt to remain stationary, awaiting the hourly relocations of adjacent rooms. However, in the end, it may still be you who meets death. 6. The current trial world encompasses deserts, grasslands, oceans, ice fields, planets, the cosmos, exoplanets, and exostructures, among others. 7. Should you encounter another human, you may act as you wish, for this world is devoid of laws. 8. Your chamber is bound to you. Remember to take your home when you leave. 9. If you come across a past or future version of yourself in a chamber, strive to avoid direct eye contact to prevent the collapse of your timeline and erasure by time itself. 10. Warning: a high-level adventurer from the fourth dimension resides in this world. If encountered, it is advisable to evade or engage in combat. 11. At midnight each day, a special event will occur, a universal science quiz with a reward of special gift box. Within the cold, blinding expanse of a colossal cube, Jiang Zhe squinted as he absorbed the message. On a pale blue panel, lines of system prompts flickered. Jiang Zhe, a 24-year-old physics prodigy from the prestigious Huaqing University in Kyoto, had been en route to a research institute when, suddenly, people and objects morphed into data and vanished. Upon awakening, he found himself in this extraordinary realm. The environment radiated a futuristic quality, illuminated by translucent lights within the geometrically perfect cube. Fourth dimensional world? Global survival? Jiang Zhe rose and surveyed his surroundings. 6 steel doors, shimmering with green dots, encircled him. On the ground lay a worn, small pale blue cube and a metallic wristband. Memory wristband. Currently has 10 charges. You may choose to open the door and embark on an adventure. Small cube. This is your residence, subject to infinite upgrades. 2 prompts emerged. The memory wristband felt cool to the touch, while the cube appeared distinctly high-tech. With a focused thought, he accessed the communication channels: chat channel, world channel, manufacturing interface, After scanning through them, he grasped their functions. He opened the world channel, revealing players' names and photographs on the left. Am I dreaming? This place is so surreal. Where am I? How did I suddenly end up here? Just now, I saw a prompt about a high-dimensional adventurer. How does one defeat it? I'm a physics professor. We are 3-dimensional beings living in a 4-dimensional space. Creatures of the 4th dimension exist in a 5th-dimensional realm. The system just referred to the 4th-dimensional adventurer as a deity. The system instructs us to find and slay the god. But I'm so hungry right now. The world channel buzzed with activity. He chose not to delve deeper. Another option appeared on the world channel, which he clicked. The channel subdivided into a regional chat. After glancing through, he noted discussions about resources and 4-dimensional players, topics of no interest to him. His immediate concern was survival. He then concealed his chat avatar for privacy and opened his personal information list to assess his situation. Name: Jiang Zhe. Age: 24. Strength: 10. Constitution: 10. Agility: 10. Mentality: 10. Health: you are currently in good condition, with no injuries. Possessions: memory metal wristband, 5 cubic meters of cube. Combat power: initial combat power 100. This was the standard personal information sheet shared by all. He clicked on the world leaderboard. Current rank: 5.8 billion in XXX. He opened the regional leaderboard, Chinese leaderboard. Current rank: 1.3 billion in XXX. The rankings were arranged in order of arrival. The top player was a blonde named Arthur Allen, boasting a combat power of 270 and having opened 7 doors. Clearly, navigating through 7 challenges in this perilous 4th-dimensional world was no small feat. He must possess extensive scientific knowledge or be a formidable combatant. As Jiang Zhe pondered, a faint mechanical grinding sound reverberated around him. The room seemed to be shifting. It was the top of the hour. I must quickly open a door to seek resources. Jiang Zhe narrowed his eyes, contemplating the steel door. He recalled the system's sixth prompt, indicating that behind the door lay resources and dangers. To refrain from opening the door would only result in waiting in place until death. The system had also warned that mathematics was entirely inapplicable in this world. Thus, deciding whether to open the door was a matter of pure probability. Surely, he could not entrust his life to chance. My life is mine to govern. With determination in his gaze, Jiang Zhe approached the front door and inspected it closely. As he concentrated, the world before him suddenly blurred. Current future prediction. 10 seconds, a prompt emerged, only to vanish swiftly. Predict? 10 seconds? Jiang Zhe thought he was hallucinating. He quickly turned his attention downward. Below room contains a four-dimensional killing array. Entering will leave no trace of your existence. The prompt faded gradually. Once the 10 seconds elapsed, the message disappeared. Jiang Zhe's eyes widened. He seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. He raised his gaze and tried again. Upper room contains materials to synthesize a handgun, but you have no means to ascend. Once more, the message faded after 10 seconds. He turned to survey another direction, for shadows emerged from his very being. The figures proceeded to open doors. Upon closing the doors, feedback ensued. Left room, a bloodied madman. Caution, he was once a game player. Asterisk right room, go ahead. This place is absolutely safe, with resources sufficient for a day's sustenance. Asterisk forward room, completely vacant. Backward room, an abyss devoid of resources. In total, 6 figures vanished after the predictive prompts. Resources and dangers were readily apparent. His predictive ability was still nascent, limited to foreseeing only the contents within the rooms, and could not extend beyond 10 seconds, exceeding that caused dizziness. The shadows must represent 6 different choices made by myself within that 10-second window, all simultaneously relayed back to my core. Jiang Zhe blinked. I believe I can enhance the duration, allowing for longer predictions. He was uncertain whether he was the sole individual capable of predicting the future. What if other players possessed the same ability? Driven by curiosity, he promptly accessed the world channel. Oh my, this world is terrifying. It has everything. I was so scared. I just opened a door and saw myself. Thankfully, I left in time. Honey, are you there? I'm right here. Wah, I haven't eaten all day. As he scrolled through, he found no one discussing the ability to predict the future. It seems others cannot predict. Only I possess this gift. Jiang Zhe arrived at this conclusion. As for its veracity, only time would tell the last. He turned and approached the door on the right. He chose to open it. Chapter 2. The first door opening, placing the chip on his left wrist against the square keypad of the door, it swung open, granting him entry. Notice, you have consumed 1 charge. 9 remain for today. Before him lay a modest cube of 30 cubic meters, devoid of any furnishings save for a solitary wooden treasure chest directly in front of him. Approaching the chest, he sensed no imminent danger. It seemed the prompts were not designed to jeopardize his life. Wooden treasure chest, the most basic type, containing minimal resources. This was a universally visible notification. In the next instant, a golden prompt materialized. The chest contains what you currently require, with no associated peril. Remaining still for 10 seconds, the prompt faded away. Fortunately, it had not vanished completely. He now realized he possessed the ability to predict specific occurrences for a duration of 10 seconds. If utilized wisely, this foresight could avert countless crises. He opted to open the chest. Beach blue crane robe, set X1. 400 milliliters bottled purified water X2. 100g packaged compressed biscuits X5. A summer outfit and 2 supplies. Rather satisfactory. He donned the set. System notification. Blue short-sleeved crane robe. Strength 1. Spirit 1. System notification. Blue shorts. Constitution 1. System notification. Black flip-flops. Agility 1. He stored the black cotton jacket back into the cube. After changing into the summer attire, he felt considerably refreshed. The lingering fatigue had dissipated entirely, replaced by a subtle surge of strength and speed coursing through his body. System notification. Do not waste. The wooden chest can be decomposed into 10 pieces of wood. Would you like to decompose it? Decompose. With a thought, Jiang Zhe watched as the wooden chest transformed into data and dispersed into the air. System notification. 10 wooden blocks. His mind delved into the small cube, where all items existed. Particularly, the compressed biscuits caught his attention. Conservatively consumed, they could last him 2 days. With the limited supplies he had gathered under the guidance of the prompts, he pondered the plight of others who might still be struggling to find food. Rising, he circled the room, encountering no further prompts. In the center, he focused his attention on the 4 directions. He had abandoned any hope of observing the upper and lower areas. Even if treasures lay there, they were unattainable. Forward room, danger, an endless void that will plunge you to your demise. Left room, contains a recently deceased physicist. Unexpected discoveries may await. Right room, an ultra-high pressure chamber that could cause immediate explosion upon entry. Rear room, a time acceleration chamber, housing a pair of entwined skeleton lovers. The cascade of notifications sent a shiver down Jiang Zhe's spine. Entering this world felt akin to a flamboyant dance with death. Without the prompts, he likely would have met the same fate as most, perishing within. He chose the left chamber, hastening towards it, aiming his wristband at the steel door to the left. It swung open. What greeted him was a 20 cubic meter room. Directly ahead stood a blonde scholar, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, his head bowed in contemplation. This is a recently deceased mad physicist, harboring significant secrets. Scattered around are various items, seemingly equipment that emerged post-mortem. Swallowing nervously, Jiang Zhe cautiously approached to collect them. System notification, acquired a high-quality crowbar. Even in the face of danger, one possesses the strength to fight back. System notification, 400 milliliters bottled purified water X2. System notification, 100 g compressed biscuits X2. Note: not every room's future prediction requires a detailed process. Excessive elaboration leads to redundancy. I shall omit unnecessary predictions and present them as notifications. Only in perilous rooms will I detail the process. Chapter 3. The Deceased Scientist and His Profound Secrets. System notification. Both bottled mineral water and crowbar can be disassembled, yielding 2 plastic bottles and 9 iron blocks. Proceed with disassembly? Declining the disassembly, Jiang Zhe focused his thoughts. He established a rule. Valuable resources shall not be dismantled. With a flick of his right hand, the crowbar materialized in his grasp. Its cool touch and balanced weight were reassuring. He immediately struck the smooth cubicle wall with force. Sparks flying in a dazzling display. Observing the tip of the crowbar, it merely grazed the surface. Jiang Zhe nodded in satisfaction, even amidst danger. He possessed the means to defend himself. System notification, crowbar, view detailed functions? Yes. A light blue frame appeared. Item, crowbar quality, high attack, attack power 5, attributes, strength 2, 20 combat power, special. Critical hit capability, combat power, 50 points above the crowbar, a small question mark beckoned. Out of curiosity, he tapped the question mark. 3 light blue notification boxes appeared before him. Item quality help introduction, quality, common, good, high, perfect, excellent, epic, legendary, mythical, godlike. Color, white, green, blue, purple, yellow, orange, gold, gray, black. In Jiang Zhe's eyes, the crowbar he held clearly represented a high-quality tool, glowing with a blue hue. According to the description, while high-quality crowbars could appear, it was impossible for them to reach the levels of perfect or excellent. In simple terms, the upper limit of an item is determined by the quality of its design blueprint. Out of curiosity, Jiang Zhe accessed the combat power ranking and the equipment ranking. World combat power, 75th place, combat power 200. Regional combat power, 9th place, combat power 200. He was quite pleased with the improvements across the board. Sheathing his weapon, Jiang Zhe decided to check on the progress of others. First, he opened the world channel. Upon doing so, he discovered a throng of individuals speaking in hushed tones, discussing him. Due to his rapid rise in combat power, special notifications had been triggered. Who exactly is this Jiang Zhe? How could he ascend from billions to the 75th position in merely 10 minutes? How is that possible? I reviewed his records. He traversed 2 doors in 5 minutes. Terrifying. I remain rooted in place, too afraid to venture out. If this momentum continues, will this Xia individual catch up to Arthur? He then moved to the regional channel. Behold, everyone, the formidable figure who has secured the 9th position in our region. Goodness gracious. Who exactly is Jiang Zhe? Does anyone know him? He is astonishing. His combat prowess seems to double in just 5 minutes. Unbelievable. Jiang Zhe? I have had the privilege of hearing his name. He is a genius postgraduate from the physics department of Huaqing University, boasting an IQ of 156. My word, what a remarkable individual. Alas, one often realizes the scarcity of knowledge only when it is needed. Surely there must be a secret to success, right? Oh dear, the esteemed individual is parched. I am willing to pay any price for a sip of water. After scanning the comments, Jiang Zhe disregarded everyone. The majority of individuals appeared stuck in their thoughts, grappling with indecision. A few could not even muster the courage to take the first step. He chose to ignore them and prepared to advance to the next chamber. Just as he turned to observe the steel door, a series of golden prompts emerged above the blonde physicist's head. A formula related to quantum mechanics, which you might comprehend, a quantum mechanics formula. Upon reading the prompt, Jiang Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment. He had overlooked this matter. Now that there were cookies and water, how had this golden-haired scholar met his demise? Something was amiss. Jiang Zhe approached, unbuttoning the scholar's coat and retrieving a white sheet of paper from his inner pocket. The paper was densely filled with equations. He scanned the contents: the Schrödinger equation, wave function collapse, quantum entanglement, and the multiverse. At the end, he found a note in English. I have located a player from the fourth dimension. The note abruptly ceased there, with the date inscribed, August 17th, 2021. The date sent a shiver down Jiang Zhe's spine. It was only March 8th, 2021. This individual was evidently from the future. Judging by the urgency in the handwriting, it appeared that the author had been in peril while writing this message. The reason for the note's presence remained a mystery. In light of the crowbar, encountering Professor Roger Porter upon entering the hypercube might persuade him to refrain from seeking players from the fourth dimension. Chapter 4. The World's Best. A sensation gazing at the door confronting the professor. He read, "You would not wish to open this door. The nightmares beyond could instill a fear that leads to death. Do not even think about it. The previous room no longer exists. Do you wish to experience a sonic assault? This door conceals 10 handguns. Yet 45 players are trapped within. Death awaits them. Or rather, now only 35 remain. Could it be that the faster one's combat power escalates? Or the higher it is, the greater the danger? The sufficiency of oxygen is of little consequence. They are now faced with mutual slaughter." Fortunately, he could foresee the prompts through prediction, making the door opening considerably safer. Only the right and downward pathways remained. By opening the right door, you will encounter your future self 3 months from now. Do you truly wish for your future self to perish? In the lower chamber lies a copper chest containing what you seek. Fear not the height, for this room is equipped with a gravity device. Without a doubt, the only option was to descend. This was a persistent concern for Jiang Zhe. The absence of a gravity device suggested that the height below could be as perilous as 30 or even 100 meters, resulting in certain death. However, with a gravity device in place, the situation would be significantly improved. Approaching the center, he crouched down at the door, positioning his feet against its edge. Due to the anti-gravity effects, a direct leap could lead to a sudden gravitational shift, causing him to crash against the wall. It is crucial to understand that sustaining injuries within the hypercube would undoubtedly result in more harm than good. He placed his wristband against the access panel. With a series of clicks, the steel door swung inward, and Jiang Zhe stepped inside with ease. Glancing back, it seemed as though a living being was traversing the walls of a towering edifice. Gravity is indeed a wondrous phenomenon. Drawing closer to the treasure chest, he noted, "Copper chest. The treasures within may exceed your expectations." After a thorough inspection, he confirmed there was no danger and proceeded to open the chest. System notification, Phosphorus 1, System notification, Sulfur 1, System notification, White Towel 1, System notification, Design blueprint for Water Purifier 1, System notification, Decomposed copper chest. Obtained 10 copper blocks. This was an automatic setting established by Jiang Zhe. Once the items were retrieved, the chest would decompose on its own. A design blueprint for a water purifier? This was undeniably the most valuable find of the day. The blueprint resembled a highly futuristic schematic. He opened the design to examine it further. Water purifier. Perfectly creates soft water beneficial to the body. An essential device for players navigating the cubic world. Operation. Automatically absorbs hydrogen and oxygen from the cubic air, generating soft water through combustion. Time. 100 milliliters of water is produced every 6 hours of absorption. 1 bottle lasts a day. Note. Requires combustion and sufficient cubic air. If inadequate during human respiration, the machine will shut down automatically. Phosphorus and sulfur were auxiliary materials associated with the water purifier. It's noteworthy that early humans utilized these flammable chemical substances, akin to match heads. It seems the issue of water sources has been resolved. Would you like to learn? A prompt appeared. He reached out to click yes. The blueprint transformed into white data, which ultimately flowed into Jiang Zhe's mind, imparting the knowledge of its construction. He opened the system interface and located the synthesis list. Water purifier. 6 copper blocks, 6 iron blocks, 5 magnets, 1 intelligent crystal block, 1 four-dimensional fragment. What, pray tell, is an intelligent crystal block? Jiang Zhe clicked on the annotation. Intelligent crystal block automatically regulates all operations within the water purifier. Four-dimensional fragment. Due to the large size of the purifier, utilizing a four-dimensional fragment, spatial material, allows the device to remain compact, the size of a fist, rendering it portable. Kind reminder, four-dimensional fragments can also be used to upgrade the space of your bound cube. The materials for the water purifier were insufficient. He had no choice but to continue opening doors. Over the next hour, Jiang Zhe successfully navigated through 6 rooms. It must be said, the dangers within these chambers were truly bizarre and varied. Moreover, Not every room contained a treasure chest. Some were scattered with items. It was only during the sixth encounter that he discovered another copper chest. Acquired items: 5 biscuits, 3 bottles of water, 10 copper, 6 iron, and 5 wood. After 9 attempts to open the door, I obtained 7 bottles of water, 13 compressed biscuits, 1 crowbar, 20 copper ingots, 6 iron ingots, 1 unit of 500G phosphorus, 1 unit of 500G sulfur, 5 pieces of wood, and 1 white towel. This was my final opportunity. I hoped to acquire crystal shards. Jiang Zhe lay on the floor, resting for a moment while consuming 2 compressed biscuits and 400 milliliters of water. System notification: compressed biscuits X2. System notification: water X1. Rising to my feet, I continued my predictions as 6 figures dashed out, returning with feedback. The left room's floor was covered in crystal shards, if one wished to transform into a human shard. The choice lay there. The right room was a 2-dimensional space, where 3 individuals had already become 2-dimensional beings, quietly awaiting their demise. The room below was a childhood nightmare, a realm of the microscopic and macroscopic, cells, and the universe, wherein one would perish in insignificance. The room behind was filled with extreme illusions, guaranteed to drive one insane, transforming them into a bloodthirsty madman. Moving forward, I encountered a butcher wielding a chainsaw, who had once been a player until betrayal led him to derive pleasure from consuming humans. Each of the 6 rooms was fraught with peril. At this moment, I realized that danger was indeed correlated with a rapid increase in battle strength or high levels. My only choice was to confront the butcher in the room ahead with my crowbar. Sitting in a corner, I pondered my strategy. The 4-dimensional cube possessed a unique rule. When a player reached their 10th attempt at opening the door, the 6 rooms would cease to change until the player's energy was fully expended. In essence, I had found myself in a dead end. However, the rewards were undeniably substantial. Even without the system's prompt, I understood this well. To survive, one must hone their skills through practice. Rising once more, I wielded the crowbar and engaged in urgent training. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat, I paused to rest and opened the chat channel. Most players were in search of food and water. Some, observing my swift progress, mistakenly believed the door ahead posed no danger and attempted to follow my lead, only to meet their demise. Over time, many players experienced a decline in their speed. The most active discussions in the World Channel revolved around the 3rd level. Only the elite could pass the 4th level. At that moment, my completion count matched that of the top-ranked player, Arthur Allen. Players in the channel speculated on how I achieved this feat. Chapter 5. Selling water resources. Facing the chainsaw man. What a perilous situation. Since the 3rd door, 95 of players had come to a standstill. Even if Jesus himself arrived, he would not be able to open the subsequent doors. It was dire. Jesus? Have you not seen the leaderboard? Who is currently in 1st place? Let me check. Arthur Allen, no. There is also a player from Xia country, Jiang Zhe. Is that for real? How long has it been? So fast. Perhaps Jiang Zhe could lead us out of this wretched world. I have some doubts that Jiang Zhe is a player from the 4th dimension. Should we consider eliminating him? Has he wronged you? Besides, do you think you can defeat a top-ranked player? Many, upon realizing the truth, began to place their hopes on Jiang Zhe. Many individuals instinctively adhere to the system's rules, targeting 4-dimensional players. Jiang Zhe shakes his head with a smile, choosing not to dwell on it. He opens the regional channel to observe. Most are in pursuit of food and water, which have become highly sought-after commodities. Moreover, he possesses a water generator. Though he is temporarily lacking the necessary materials, it is likely that in the coming days, an increasing number of people will acquire the blueprint for the water generator. When that occurs, the prices of its materials will soar exponentially. Thus, fragments and crystal blocks, currently in abundance but lacking buyers, must be procured without delay. He glances at his inventory, water X6, X11. He accesses the trading channel to edit his listing. Seller, Jiang Zhe. For sale, 400 milliliters water X1. Trade, smart crystal block. Request, 1. The dark trading list momentarily illuminates, revealing a bottle of bottled water. At this moment, many from both domestic and international circles are eagerly awaiting the appearance of water and food in the trading post. In this world, water that costs 3 yuan a bottle outside has become a coveted treasure. The trading channel's message board is instantly inundated. Is this truly water? Am I so parched that I'm hallucinating? Indeed, it is true. Someone is selling water. Could it be? Water is so vital. Who would be foolish enough to sell it? Is he Jiang Zhe from Summer Nation? The one who conquered level 9? He must be insane, absolutely mad. Many are astonished to realize that this is the Jiang Zhe who achieved 1st place in the game. At this moment, Jiang Zhe is the most enigmatic figure in the world, having completed 9 levels in a record time of 3 hours, a feat unmatched by anyone else. Countless individuals begin to privately message Jiang Zhe while seeking to purchase water, simultaneously probing for information. Jiang Zhe, I'm on the brink of dehydration. Could you spare me 100 milliliters of water? I can offer something in return. Great one. I have no crystal blocks, but I possess plenty of iron. Would you trade for water? Jiang, Are you the distinguished graduate from Hucking in Kyoto? I'm a leader at your school. Could you share your secrets for overcoming the levels? The private message list rapidly fills up, with water being in high demand. Prominent figures from various industries, influential leaders, and top celebrities in the entertainment sector all promise benefits that would be hard for an ordinary person to refuse, all in exchange for a mere bottle of water. Of course, some, in their desperation, resort to threatening Jiang Zhe, but he pays them no mind. What do their past glories on Earth matter now, when their circumstances have drastically changed? Scanning the list again, he still finds no crystal blocks. He decides not to engage further with the trading channel and exits the private messages. A flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Could it be that someone has already grasped the significance of crystal blocks? Nevertheless, Jiang Zhe declines to raise his asking price. The odds of that are simply too slim. After 5 hours of grueling training, drenched in sweat, he finally finishes. He takes out a white towel to wipe his brow, quickly downs a bottle of water, and consumes a piece of compressed biscuit. At this moment, Jiang Zhe is fully prepared to engage in battle with the chainsaw demon. He checks once more, and the water remains unsold. To simplify matters, he lists the compressed biscuits as well. There is no rush. He will wait patiently. Seller, Jiang Zhe. Item, 100G compressed biscuit X1. Transaction, 4-dimensional fragment. Demand, 1 piece. At 8 in the evening, the number of individuals in the trading channel had significantly dwindled. Many could not afford Jiang Zhe's water. Reluctantly, he ventured out in search of sustenance. What the hell? Again? Compressed biscuits. I'm so famished that my stomach is against my back. And you dare to list 100 grams? How could he possess such abundant supplies? Does anyone truly understand what a 4-dimensional fragment is? Why are the materials sought by the gods so extraordinarily unique? Is it genuinely the case that an abundance of resources allows one to act with impunity? Apologies. Indeed, an abundance of resources does grant one the freedom to act as they please. Countless individuals are envious. On one hand, they admire Jiang Zhe's fortune. On the other, they lament their own lack of the materials required by the gods. As night fell, threats towards Jiang Zhe multiplied, accompanied by various snide players. Jiang Zhe promptly activated the profanity filter. One must understand that extreme hunger can lead one to commit the most desperate acts. He chose to ignore them. Sitting quietly on the cold floor, resting for nearly an hour to replenish his strength and prepare for a fierce battle, he approached to check in. System notification, your auctioned 400 milliliters bottled water has been sold. System notification, intelligent crystal block 1. Jiang Zhe felt a thought cross his mind. The intelligent crystal. A pale blue, palm-sized object, felt cool to the touch. System notification, intelligent crystal block, an essential for automated devices with a wide range of applications. Now, only one 4-dimensional fragment remained. He hoped to find it in the upcoming challenges. He continued his predictions. A shadow of the future surged from Jiang Zhe's essence. Inside, the chainsaw man was well fed, resting on a throne of bones. The prediction concluded. It was time. Jiang Zhe opened the door. Chapter 6. Language is the most lethal weapon. The first perfect blueprint. Upon entering the room, it was brilliantly illuminated. The blood on the floor had congealed, and human bones were piled like a small mountain in the corner. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged foreign man drenched in blood, lazily seated on a throne of bones, wielding a damaged chainsaw. Shifting his gaze, Jiang Zhe noticed a copper treasure chest beside the chainsaw man, smeared with human blood. Copper treasure chest, a level above the wooden chest, with higher rewards. A golden prompt appeared. This chest is filled with treasures. But can you deal with the chainsaw man beside it? Of course. Gripping the sword of physics, he charged towards the chainsaw man, hearing the commotion. The chainsaw man suddenly rose, pulling the trigger. The roar of the chainsaw echoed like a motorcycle's thunder. Food, food, food. The chainsaw man lunged at Jiang Zhe with the rapidly spinning, razor-toothed chainsaw. Jiang Zhe had rehearsed this scene thousands of times in his mind, envisioning nearly 10,000 combat drills. Indeed, it was my illusory battle, a scene from 85-17 encounters. There were no surprises. The movements unfolded precisely as Jiang Zhe had imagined during those 8,517 simulated confrontations. When the two were just 5 meters apart, Jiang Zhe utilized inertia, pushing off with his left foot and sliding to the right. The chainsaw man reacted swiftly, and at that moment, the crowbar's sharp end pierced the back of the chainsaw man's right hand. A hit. Yet, contrary to expectations, there was no anguished roar. The chainsaw man merely licked the putrid flesh and blood from his hand, grinning maliciously at Jiang Zhe. Sensing the impending danger, Jiang Zhe rose to his feet and distanced himself. The man emitted a chilling laugh, growing increasingly deranged as he approached Jiang Zhe with a leisurely gait. Oh, my dear, weren't you fond of red shirts? Each step accompanied by his taunts. Now that your shirt is stained crimson, do you still not fancy it? Fear not, my darling. I shall make you appreciate it. Jiang Zhe narrowed his eyes, slowly retreating. This lunatic was evidently the infamous serial killer clad in red, Robin Martin. Reported on by the media some time ago. After discovering his wife with a handsome man, he had resorted to using a chainsaw to divide them, ultimately descending into madness. He advanced relentlessly. The chainsaw man was ensnared in a web of delusion, conversing with an imaginary figure beside him, and Jiang Zhe was the embodiment of his perceived adversary. A golden prompt appeared above the chainsaw man's head, piquing his interest. His right arm draped over the air beside him, as if it were his imagined wife. Jiang Zhe halted, addressing the invisible presence. "Leave it to me, dear. He is a madman." He winked at the air. Indeed, the chainsaw man's expression shifted upon witnessing this. The chainsaw man's unstable mindset, seeking to induce another breakdown, allows for verbal manipulation. A golden prompt descended once more, its authority unquestioned. Jiang Zhe positioned the crowbar behind him and approached the chainsaw man step by step, akin to a confidant. "Robin, I know you possess a good heart. Born in Pennsylvania in 1968, you were once promising, yet the good times faded, leading to midlife bankruptcy and a shattered family. I am aware of your regrets. You lament every decision made in your life. You regret leaving the house without an umbrella, wasting 5 minutes, which led to poor stock choices. You regret stopping on the road to assist the blind elderly woman. Perhaps had you not intervened, you would not have made the wrong investments. You regret feeding the tabby cat on your way, which cost you another 5 minutes. All these misfortunes, intertwined with your regrets, culminated in the disastrous stock choices that led to your family's ruin." Jiang Zhe advanced, articulating each word deliberately. Upon hearing this, the chainsaw man's actions noticeably slowed. "Are you familiar with the term fate?" He shook his head and chuckled. "Let me clarify. You do not truly control your life. It is merely a jest. You need not regret your actions. They are dictated by your inherent nature. If your essence were malevolent, would you have rescued the old lady? Would you have fed the cat? Clearly, you would not. Thus, the ultimate outcome would not have been familial disintegration, would it?" As these words settled, the chainsaw man's expression began to shift. Jiang Zhe exerted one final push. "In our land, there is a saying, good men do not live long, while calamities endure for a millennium. Considering your 50-plus years of life, with a virtuous first half and a wicked latter half, I must simply ask, amidst all those white bones on the ground, are you a good man or a bad man?" Jiang Zhe pointed to the ground, stained with blood and scattered bones. As his words lingered in the air, a moment of stillness enveloped the surroundings. The chainsaw man stood frozen, grappling with a profound dilemma. Am I a good person or a bad one? Having performed countless good deeds, I ought to be deemed virtuous. Yet, having taken so many lives, should I not be regarded as malevolent? The turmoil within him deepened. As they stood 10 meters apart, a golden prompt appeared once more, a prime opportunity for a lethal strike. Without a hint of mercy, Jiang Zhe swiftly raised his crowbar and charged at the chainsaw man, the tip aimed directly at his skull. A decisive blow was imperative. Failure could lead to dire consequences. Just as the chainsaw man began to react, the crowbar pierced deeply into his brain. The chainsaw clattered to the ground as he convulsed momentarily before succumbing to death. Jiang Zhe gazed at the fallen figure, shaking his head. There are no true good people, only varying degrees of wickedness. The lifeless body of a madman. A severely damaged chainsaw. Even if repaired, the cost would be exorbitant. Repair is not recommended. Decompose. It was a pity to lose a fine weapon. Yet there was no alternative. Decompose. System prompt. Iron block 10. System prompt. 1 kilogram of oil 5. The iron blocks and oil vanished into data. Turning, he approached the remnants of the chainsaw man's bone table, discovering a dilapidated homemade charger. He decided to decompose it. System prompt. Magnet 5. Unfortunately, the wires had disintegrated into dust. However, he was fortunate that the magnets for the water maker were intact. Finally, he approached the treasure chest and lifted its lid. System prompt. Copper block 2. Iron block 3. System prompt. Water 2. Compressed biscuits 3. System prompt. Constitution potion 1. System prompt. Dimensional fragment 1. System prompt. Perfect design blueprint for battle boots 1. A surge of joy filled Jiang Zhe's heart. He now had sufficient materials for the water maker. Grabbing the potion, he noticed, this is a bottle of primary constitution potion, Constitution 5. Would you like to consume it? A constitution potion? With heightened constitution, one could endure cold and withstand blows, while also gaining strength. It was undoubtedly a valuable item. He grasped the bottle of crimson liquid, uncapped it, and downed it in one gulp. It was as sweet as spring water. A sensation of tension coursed through his body, followed by a surge of warmth spreading through his limbs. The weariness that had burdened him vanished entirely, and even his strength felt renewed. System prompt. Constitution 5, Chapter 7. Materials complete. First day of questions. The materials for the water maker were now fully assembled. The compressed biscuits from yesterday's sale remained in the trading post. With everything gathered, he retrieved them and proceeded to decompose the copper treasure chest. Nonchalantly, he opened his personal information list. Name, Jiang Zhe. Age, 24, Strength, 11, Constitution, 16, Agility, 11 mentality. 11 health. Your current condition is good. You have no injuries. Inventory. Memory metal wristband. 5 cubic meters of cube. Crowbar. Water. Biscuits. Combat power. 250. He clicked on the combat power leaderboard. World combat power. Rank 35th. Power 250. Regional combat power. Ranked 1st. Power 250. Domestically, it has already secured the top position. As for the formidable Arthur Allen, his combat prowess has surpassed 300. Once the combat boots are completed, it is anticipated that he will immediately ascend to the pinnacle of the world rankings. The pressing matter at hand is to produce the water purifier. Open the list. Insert the materials. Click on Manufacture. Water purifier. 6 copper blocks, 6 iron blocks. 1 smart crystal, 1 4-dimensional fragment. System notification. Water purifier manufactured successfully. A water purifier, the size of a fist, materialized before Jiang Zhe's eyes, gleaming silver. This is the water purifier, equipped with an outlet that automatically decomposes hydrogen and oxygen based on the room size. System notification. The water purifier has activated automatically, producing 400 milliliters of water daily. It will cease operation if hydrogen and oxygen materials are insufficient. System notification. Phosphorus 1, sulfur 1. Inventory of remaining items. Water X6. Compressed biscuits X13. Crowbar X1. Copper blocks X21. Iron blocks X13. Wood X15. White towel X1. Oil X1, perfect grade combat boots design X1. The 2 plastic bottles previously consumed have not been accounted for. Instead, they are bound to the water purifier for the purpose of water production within the cube. After a thorough search of the room, no remaining materials were found. The more resources one possesses, the smaller the available space becomes. Let us examine the materials required for upgrades. Open manufacturing. Select the small cube. Cube upgrade. System notification. Current cube size 5 cubic meters. System notification. Iron 1320. Copper blocks 2120. Oil 55. 4-dimensional fragments 02. System notification. Each upgrade increases size by 10 cubic meters. 4 types of materials are needed. The only items I possess in abundance are copper blocks and oil. I am short by 2 4-dimensional fragments and 7 iron blocks. Study the blueprints. The design manifests as white data, flooding into Jiang Zhe's mind. Various styles of combat boots appear before him. There are combat leather boots and combat steel boots. The attributes fluctuate. Considering comfort, steel boots and leather boots can be quite abrasive. Wearing combat boots necessitates the use of socks. Lacking socks severely hampers mobility. Thus, Jiang Zhe opts for flip-flops. Flip-flops were not an invention of Sakura Nation. They were designed over 3,500 years ago during the spring and autumn warring states period in the homeland. Perfect grade flip-flops. Leather 05, pigment 01, power fragment 02, agility fragment 02. None of the required materials are available. It seems I must wait for tomorrow's refresh. At the perfect level, there is a dual attribute bonus. At this moment, it is 11 at night. I quietly await midnight. With time to spare, I open the world channel. Upon entering, I find many others waiting. When the system announced earlier, it merely stated that rewards could unlock anything, without specifying what valuable items might be obtained. For the average person, rewards of water and biscuits would be a cause for gratitude. In an hour, it will be midnight, and the time for answering questions will arrive. Do you truly wish to answer the questions? Do you have water and biscuits? Oh no. I do not. I suggest you take a look at the leaderboard, particularly that of Jiang Zhe. What has happened to Jiang Zhe? Is he deceased? Has he cleared the 10th level? How could he have achieved this in such a short span? Has he surpassed Arthur? Have you not seen Jiang Zhe's power? 250, ranking 39th in the world. He arrived among the last cohort. How has he ascended so rapidly? A single stone has stirred 1,000 waves. Players from around the globe have concluded that Jiang Zhe must possess the secret to clearing levels. It is nearing midnight, and private messages to Jiang Zhe have exceeded 1 million. If they could extract even a morsel of useful information from him, it would undoubtedly propel them to great heights. Jiang Zhe, however, has chosen to ignore the private messages. He opened the regional channel. The world channel was abuzz. Our country's top rank has changed hands. No longer held by the esteemed Su Cheng. Su Cheng, originally with a power of 240, had cleared 7 levels, but then Jiang Zhe appeared, boasting a power of 250. How has he accomplished this so swiftly? I long for a drink. Oh dear. The rapid enhancement of power has become the topic of nocturnal discussions among players. He closed the interface and opened the time display. It read 11:58. Just 2 minutes until the questions would commence. Chapter 8. 2 questions first. Report cheating March 8th, 23:59, 50 seconds. Players worldwide received simultaneous notifications. After a grueling day of clearing levels, a total of 3.55 million lives were lost. We finally welcome a new day. Let us observe a moment of silence for those who have perished. First, let us congratulate Arthur Allen from the Understanding Nation for achieving the world's highest power, 350. Current time, March 9th, 2021-0000. Reward level. The question answering segment officially begins. All answers are unrestricted, merely relevant. Answering does not deduct from your horns. The top 10 players will receive rewards, and the top 3 will be awarded varying grand prizes. The first question will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. The rewards sparked discontent among billions of players. This realm is not devoid of highbrow individuals and intellectuals. It is evidently unfair. To be in the top 10? How unjust. After waiting an entire day, this is all we receive? A mere 10 spots? A probability of mere tens of millions to 1? I shall not answer. It is better to focus on clearing levels. On the other hand, could Jiang Zhe once again seize the first position? Answering questions is not akin to clearing levels. It requires intellect. Our nation's Arthur Allen is exceptionally versatile. Arthur Allen promised that if he secures first place, he would lend a hand to others encountered within the cubic realm. Since I cannot attain first place, I stand with Arthur. Count me in. Arthur Allen is a reclusive figure, yet his intentions are clear. He intends to utilize the efforts of millions, even billions of players, to claim the top rank, promising future benefits in return for assistance. How intriguing. Simultaneously, numerous elite players began to privately message Jiang Zhe, inquiring if he needed help to seize first place, with the condition of collaborating to conquer this world and, in the process, to humiliate the understanding nation. Jiang Zhe did not respond. Can one predict, receive hints, and still require assistance from others? At precisely 2400 hours, the time was up. A surge of electricity awakened all the slumbering players. This was the world's mechanism for those who had not participated in the challenge. The global announcement reappeared. The questions, ranging from simple to complex, total 3. Everyone has the opportunity to answer any question. First question, if 7 billion people simultaneously directed a 1-watt green laser pointer at the moon in its crescent phase, would it change color? Please state your answer along with your reasoning. Time, 60 seconds. Unchanged. Variable. The prompts appeared sequentially. Jiang Zhe refrained from using the hints. Having conceived a superior answer, he preferred time to slow down. He understood that the most formidable lasers in his country were the constrained beams from national defense ignition facilities. Their ultraviolet lasers could reach a staggering power of 5 by 1014 watts. However, they were emitted in pulse forms, with each pulse lasting merely a few nanoseconds, generating an energy equivalent to about a quarter cup of gasoline. Naturally, continuous pulsing was not feasible. Hypothetically, if sustained emission were possible, over 7 billion individuals wielding such lasers directed at the moon would result in atmospheric ionization, igniting the Earth's surface, leading to total annihilation. Excluding all unscientific factors, the moon could be dislodged from its orbit, or worse, be propelled into the sun, vanishing entirely. Humanity would face extinction. Arthur Allen, unchanged, variable. Our country's million-watt iodine chemical lasers can illuminate the moon when held by 70 individuals. Su Cheng, unchanged, variable. If million-watt lasers were deployed per square meter of ground, Earth's oil reserves would be depleted in 2 minutes, illuminating the nighttime moon to the brightness of sunlight. Jiang Zhe, unchanged. But the variable could mean the moon is displaced from its orbit, or worse, it could disappear. Numerous experts emerged as soon as the question was posed. Unchanged. By the time the rays reached the moon, the beam would disperse. Damn, is this what they call fairness? Is this torture for the underperformers? How could Jiang Zhe answer so many? What was the point? Arthur and Su Cheng's responses seemed more pertinent. Jiang Zhe had strayed off topic. His hopes for the top 10 were dashed. An overwhelming number of participants recognized the unchanged answer. In their desperation to secure a place in the top 10, many ceased to provide reasoning. Observing the global channel, Jiang Zhe chuckled softly. The hints had provided him with 2 options. Thus, the answer to this question must pertain to more than just the dichotomy of change or no change. Otherwise, 2 hints would not have been issued. Moreover, at the commencement of the challenge, the system had indicated that there was no definitive answer. Time elapsed swiftly. The 60 seconds concluded. Ranking is being tallied. Countless individuals awaited in anticipation. Many players from his country hoped for Arthur to claim the top spot. First place, Jiang Zhe. Time, 241 seconds. Second place, Arthur Allen, 152 seconds. Third place, Roger Port, 157 seconds. Fourth place, Su Cheng. Time, 202 seconds. Fifth place, Song Ying. Time, 204 seconds. The ranking list materialized. Players in the channel from his country were thrown into disarray. What is happening? How could 241 seconds secure first place? Jiang Zhe must have cheated. He surely cheated. Where's the report button? I want to report. What gives you the right to claim it is not ours, Arthur Allen's? Do you truly comprehend the relentless efforts our Arthur exerts behind the scenes? The global regional channels are in a frenzy, questioning Jiang Zhe's duration and imploring for an explanation from the system. Except for the summer region, astonishment reigns everywhere. Who would have anticipated that the great Jiang Zhe could secure first place with just 241 seconds? Ha ha ha. Arthur Allen must be utterly bewildered. Suda and Goddess Song Ing are commendable in their own right. Upon verification, it has been confirmed that Jiang Zhe from the summer region did not cheat. The system has filtered for the most pertinent answers. Countless individuals shake their heads in dismay. The astute have already etched this hidden rule into their minds. The issues presented may be far more intricate than they appear. Many experts have swallowed hard, and the final cohort arriving from the summer region, represented by Jiang Zhe, seems astonishingly formidable across all fronts. Most players remain oblivious to the clues, yet he discerns and resolves them within mere 3 seconds. In essence, while the majority are answering questions, Jiang Zhe is dissecting them. System notification: Fabric 5, Copper Block 5, Iron Block 5. Water 3. Question 2. This query originates from a mythological tale of the summer region and does not affect responses from various countries. How did Ho-E, the archer, make the sun disappear if we scientifically hypothesize that the sun he shot at is akin to the current star? What was required? Please provide reasoning. Time limit: 45 seconds. Chapter 9. Achieving First Place, Fragment Gift Package. Upon the emergence of this question, experts were left dumbfounded. In conjunction with the previous question, even if they knew the answer, they were too intimidated to respond. Is there another layer of secrecy to Jiang Zhe's answer? The 45-second limit proved to be too daunting for ordinary players, prompting many to forfeit. This is a battlefield of deities, far beyond the reach of mere mortals. Ordinary players lament how the second question is so challenging. The world channel erupts in a torrent of complaints, cursing the system. This pathetic system is unfair. It is utterly unjust. Curse you, system. I am at my wit's end. In reality, it offers no respite for the common man. I am nearly starving. And yet you offer no way out. Descendants, divine bow, atmosphere, Earth-Sun Lagrange point, black hole. Surely you cannot be ignorant of this. As a top scholar, Jiang Zhe instantly synthesizes the hints in his mind. Ignoring the sun's gravitational acceleration, a black hole must persist. With the divine bow in hand, Ho-E leaps beyond the atmosphere to reach the Lagrange point and simultaneously hurls an object towards Earth, achieving relative stasis in the cosmos. Ultimately, he fires a black hole weighing at least 40,000 tons. Once shot, Ho-E is irretrievably lost to Earth. This is merely the result of Jiang Zhe's mental calculations within a second. He promptly inputs his answer into the world channel. Within the channel, numerous scientists emerge, suggesting that Ho-E piloted an interstellar battleship, using a star-shattering cannon to bombard the sun. Others propose that Ho-E shot forth a stellar energy device to extract energy from the sun's surface for its annihilation. Some even naively assert that Ho-E unleashed 9 by 10 to the countless power of water to extinguish the sun. In any case, the answers are as diverse as they are peculiar. In pursuit of rewards, everyone is giving their all. Jiang Zhe, the descendant, wields a divine bow, capable of shooting a black hole weighing 40,056 tons, which could render the sun invisible in 2 months. Were it not for the absence of hints, would this answer be deemed a result? It is something Jiang Zhe would never utter in his lifetime. Indeed, the world channel fell into a near silence for almost a second, only to erupt thereafter. Ha! Those titans from both domestic and international realms have at least some affiliation with technology, yet you propose shooting a black hole? This is utterly hilarious. My goodness. Jiang Zhe from Xian Nation truly possesses a sense of humor. Can a black hole be controlled by mere mortals? In contrast, on the regional channel, Su Cheng remarked, Ahem. I too had considered this answer, but dared not voice it. Song Ying added, even with an IQ of 150, I wouldn't dare propose such an answer. Jiang Zhe truly is a genius. I bow down to the brilliance of Jiang Zhe. Such intellect is beyond our mundane comprehension. I am so hungry. I long for a meal. Regarding these comments, Jiang Zhe chose not to respond to anyone. The truth would eventually reveal itself. As the 30-second timer elapsed, the system began its calculations. Statistics in progress. First place, Jiang Zhe. Answer: shoot 40,056 tons black hole. The descendant perishes. Time taken: 480 seconds. Second place, Arthur Allen. Answer: shoot 5-dimensional time fabric. The sun is erased by time. Time taken: 521 seconds. Third place, Su Cheng. Answer: the descendant shoots light particles. The sun disappears. Time taken: 785 seconds. Fourth place, Roger Port. Answer: the descendant shoots 10 kilograms of antimatter mud, which is utterly ineffective. Time taken: 950 seconds. The grand prize for the top 3 has been distributed. Please check your rewards. A plethora of bizarre answers emerged. Ordinary viewers were left bewildered, realizing even Jiang Zhe's response defied scientific reasoning. This implies that the question was a mere formality? Billions regrettably abstained from answering. The world channel erupted in chaos. Fuck. This was a freebie question. Fuck. I've realized that neglecting my studies could lead to dire consequences. This is a question of imagination. How does Jiang Zhe consistently secure first place across 3 questions? I suddenly suspect he is indeed the high-dimensional player the system refers to. Only Jiang Zhe being a high-dimensional player could explain his trifecta of victories. With over 7 billion people, not a single one could surpass Jiang Zhe. Think tanks from various nations are undoubtedly skeptical. Across both the world and regional channels, countless players lamented their missed opportunities. They engaged in fervent discussions about what the grand prize for first place might yield. System notification: meat blocks X5, iron blocks X5, compressed biscuits X5. System notification: you have secured first place in the quiz stage. Reward: golden gift pack. A golden gift pack appeared before him. Would you like to open the gift pack? Open. System notification: agility fragment X1. System notification: 4-dimensional fragment X2. System notification: basic coagulation capsule manufacturing blueprint X1. System notification: would you like to learn the basic coagulation capsule manufacturing blueprint? 5 notifications, none of which are trivial. It turns out to be a fragment gift pack. With this, only 1 more paint and 1 agility fragment are needed, and the battle boots can nearly be produced. P.S. The first question was deleted on the first day of its release and has disappeared. Chapter 10: Acquisition of Materials. Unexpected gains, system notification, learning successful, open manufacturing. View materials. Primary coagulation capsule, red flower grass X2, bloodwind vine X2, starch X2, saccharin X2. Water 4,000 milliliters x 100 ml. Proceed to the trading channel and take a look. Indeed, red flower grass, starch, and saccharin are available for sale. At this moment, they are not considered precious commodities. The trading list reveals no trace of water or biscuits. After confirming the keywords and searching thoroughly, nothing was discovered. It is time to attempt a trade. System notification: insufficient cubic space. Please select items to discard or they will be automatically destroyed. The cubic icon before me has turned red. With a thought, I open the cube. As expected, it is packed to the brim. I access the manufacturing upgrade interface. System notification: iron 2320, copper block 2620, engine oil 55, dimensional fragments 22, add materials. Select upgrade. A flash of golden light. And the once crammed cube has now tripled in size, the red weight alert vanishing. System notification: iron 20, copper 20, engine oil 5. Dimensional fragments 2, Jiang Zhe steps inside. A door without a frame, windows without glass. The walls are bare. Life must go on. I shall first craft a bed. I open manufacturing. Wooden bed, wooden blocks 146, bed sheet, fabric 102, insert materials, and select manufacture. A bed measuring 6 feet in length. Adorned with a white sheet on top. It will suffice for a night. Before sleeping, I access the trading hall to purchase the available capsule materials. System notification: starch X4, saccharin X4, red flower grass X4. System notification: 25 milliliters water X4, compressed biscuit X2. The grass is relatively expensive, while the others are exchanged by players for 20 milliliters water. Summary of items. I am only 2 bloodwind vines short of synthesizing 2 primary capsules. The grass type can be acquired again. I still have 10 chances to access the gates today. If I cannot find bloodwind vines, I will gather them later. I am also missing a piece of agile fragment to craft a pair of battle boots. It is imperative to produce the boots, as they will provide an additional means of survival. Seller: Jiang Zhe. Selling: 400 milliliters water X1. Trade: agile fragment. Requirement: 1 piece. Once the water is listed, players who were preparing to sleep are suddenly stirred. Jiang Zhe has once again put water on sale. Hurry! Who has the means to trade for life-saving water? I am so thirsty, I feel faint. Please, water. Great Jiang, could you spare me 25 milliliters? Just a sip will suffice. I am at my limit. He must have some strategy to clear the game. I would gladly exchange all my possessions for Jiang Zhe's guide. 1. The conversation shifts to water. As someone suggests that Jiang Zhe must possess a strategy, the players in the channel grow restless. They are all clamoring for water and biscuits. Yet none can produce a rune. The private message list is already overflowing, with countless inquiries directed at Jiang Zhe regarding his strategies and the nature of the fragments. Ignoring the multitude of trivial messages, I sift through the useful ones, taking note of each. Jiang Dada, I see you have purchased safflower. I possess safflower as well. Do you desire some? Great one, great one. I have an abundance of starch and saccharin. Would you like some? I also possess phosphorus and sulfuric chemical substances. Do you require them? They are useful, and I am willing to part with everything. System notification: safflower 6. System notification: 2 kilograms phosphorus 1. 2 kilograms sulfur 1. System notification: starch 6, saccharin 6. I have gathered 3 sets of materials needed to create coagulation capsules, in addition to the 2 sets I purchased. Once the bloodwind vine appears, I shall be able to directly synthesize 5 capsules. Just as Jiang Zhe was preparing to retire for the night, a special notification popped up. Robert Lin, Jiang Zhe, I have opened a treasure chest and obtained a perfect level design blueprint for a tang knife. It requires 2 strength shards, but I possess only 1 and lack the resources to exchange for another. Would you be interested? Jiang Zhe's eyes brightened at this enticing offer. Excellent goods. Jiang Zhe, I will take all. I can offer you 400 milliliters of water and 2 compressed biscuits. Robert Lin, thank you, Jiang Zhe. I am immensely grateful. For one on the brink of death, resources hold paramount importance. The need for survival outweighs the possession of weapons. Jiang Zhe did not delist the water from the trading post. He designated the auction of 400 milliliters of water and 2 compressed biscuits to Robert. The designated auction is a secure method of direct online transaction agreed upon offline. System notification, perfect level tang knife blueprint 1, strength shard 1, system notification, water 1. Compressed biscuit 2, a flurry of data materialized before him. A golden sheet appeared, with all 4 shards shimmering in gold, each adorned with a different pattern. Would you like to learn? Yes. The design blueprint transformed into data and surged into his mind. Chapter 11. Encountering and Capturing Pets. He opened the manufacturing section to examine the materials needed for the newly learned tang knife. Perfect level tang knife. Wood 91, leather 51, iron block 310, copper block 610. Pigment 01, strength shard 22, agility shard 02, tang knife preview. Item, tang knife, level, good, excellent, perfect, attack. Attack power 1520 attributes, strength 36. Agility 36, affix, bleeding, combat power, 100,150 points. He was short by 7 iron blocks, 4 copper blocks, and 1 pigment. If manufactured, it would immediately enhance his combat power by 1 or 200. The previous crowbar was of excellent quality, possessing only 1 attribute, whereas the perfect attributes had 2, making it a commendable choice. Before sleeping, he took a stroll through the trading post. There were players selling iron and copper blocks, but the materials they sought in exchange were water and biscuits. No fool would trade water and biscuits for iron blocks. He glanced through the world channel. Good heavens. There is a madman with a gun in this room, torturing me. Who can save me? I am willing to. What is wrong with you? Speak up. What is happening with the man holding the gun? No need to inquire. He is dead. This world is like that. Yesterday, he witnessed too much life and death. Before one possesses strength, it is wise to be a little cautious and to humbly beseech the great ones for a modicum of resources. Encountering human madness is one thing. But yesterday, a fellow encountered a nightmare that terrified him to death. Only the titans of the leaderboard might have the capability to transcend this peril. I have a friend, a special forces king, who is quite versatile, currently ranked 68th in the world. He could likely stand his ground against armed foes. However, that is a fanciful notion, for even the top 3 on the leaderboard would prove insurmountable. The channel buzzed with fervent discussions. Jiang Zhe remained silent, opening the World Combat Power leaderboard. Chosen 1. Arthur Allen, Combat Power, 350, unparalleled. Jiang Zhe, Combat Power, 250, Peerless Warrior. Elizabeth Qin, Combat Power, 249, incomparable. Su Cheng, Combat Power, 240. Aside from Arthur Allen's formidable 350, which surpasses Jiang Zhe by 100, the ranks from 2nd to 10th hover closely around 240 to 249. Being in 2nd place feels somewhat awkward. Today shall be the day to surpass the first, to widen the gap between us. Curiously, a gray hue enveloped the titles above, indicating that attributes should have been present but were not yet accessible. Before sleeping, Jiang Zhe scanned the leaderboard once more. The pet ranking, weapon ranking, and equipment ranking all appeared shrouded in gray, prompting him to disregard them. After completing his tasks, he retired for the night. Time flowed, and the following morning dawned. He rose, consumed a biscuit, and drank a bottle of water. System notification, water 1, compressed biscuit 1. He stowed away the 15 square meter cube and retrieved a crowbar. Today he still had 10 opportunities to open doors. He hoped for better luck and not to encounter emptiness. He surveyed all 4 directions. 4 figures rushed into the room. With feedback from the encounter, 2 rooms were deemed hazardous. In one room lay the corpse of a player, but the notification indicated no materials, thus he refrained from entering. Only the right door signaled the presence of resources. Note: the notifications are a shorthand for Jiang Zhe's foresight into future events. Given the scarcity of resources, there was no need for the future specters to venture into the rooms to inspect supplies or treasure chests. In the right room, there is a copper chest containing the resources you lack. He approached and opened the door. It was a small room of 20 cubic meters, devoid of danger. He walked to the chest and lifted the lid. System notification: copper blocks 2, iron blocks 5, water 2, wooden blocks 3, biscuit 1, cloth 2, stones 5. System notification: chest decomposed, copper blocks 6. Still, there was no bloodwind vine. Jiang Zhe opted to continue opening doors, predicting the surroundings. In the front room, there is a row of machine guns. Do you believe your body can withstand such firepower? The left room contains a high-intensity magnetic array. Upon entry, The ions in your body would flee, leading to instant demise. The right room has a laser net. It is terrifying. If you wish to be minced into pieces, feel free to give it a try. The back room houses a human infected with a zombie virus. On the table lie only 2 iron rods and 3 human bones. Gazing at the 4 ominous notifications, Jiang Zhe felt a chill of apprehension. If other players were to enter this room, they would be met with certain death. Fortunately, he possessed the means to resolve these challenges. He could only choose to descend. Hoping the chamber below would not be too high, he made his way to the center of the cube. Your fortune is indeed remarkable. You find yourself in a modest chamber of merely 5 cubic meters, within which resides a genetically modified hamster, potentially possessing extraordinary abilities. This notion piqued Jiang Zhe's curiosity. There were no indications of altered gravity, thus the room must adhere to normal gravitational conditions. He aligned his wristband with the door and activated it. At a height of 5 meters, by merely clinging to the doorframe, he could reduce his height by 18 meters, resulting in a mere 32 centimeters. He leapt down, executing a forward roll. A typical individual could descend from 3 meters with just a forward roll to absorb the impact, incurring no harm. The space was quite cramped. In one corner, a diminutive yellow hamster with large, dark eyes stared back at him. It was no larger than the size of a palm. This creature was a modified rodent, its origins a mystery to all. It appeared quite famished, ready to follow anyone offering it a morsel of meat. A system notification emerged. In this world, creatures will typically bond with the first player to provide them food, exhibiting unwavering loyalty. As the golden message faded, Jiang Zhe crouched down, observing the tiny rodent with growing intrigue. The more he looked, the more it resembled the electric mouse, Pikachu. If other players were to encounter this small hamster, they would likely take a cursory glance before moving on, as they were preoccupied with securing their own food and water, leaving little room for concern over a tiny rodent. However, with a water purifier at his disposal and a sufficient supply of food, Jiang Zhe found himself in a position to care for this hamster. In this realm, having a companion could only yield benefits for a player, provided they possessed the means to nurture it. It appeared he had stumbled upon a treasure, as raising it could enhance his combat prowess. He retrieved a piece of meat and tore it into 5 smaller portions. The system identified it as pork, and Jiang Zhe understood that hamsters were omnivorous creatures. Nevertheless, adult hamsters should not be solely fed meat. He approached cautiously. Are you hungry? Would you like to have this piece of meat? Jiang Zhe offered a small chunk to the little rodent. Without hesitation, it extended its tiny yellow paw to accept the morsel, slowly beginning to gnaw on it. Jiang Zhe then poured a small capful of water and placed it on the ground, nudging it towards the hamster. Another notification appeared. This rodent has bonded with you, recognizing you as its master. Modified rodent, juvenile. Name, none. Status, near death. Abilities, none. Growth, capable of growth. Diet, omnivorous, observing the near-death status. Jiang Zhe realized the creature might perish from hunger if he delayed any longer. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of anticipation regarding the potential abilities this little hamster might develop as it matured. After finishing a piece of meat, the hamster quickly devoured another piece from the ground, regaining its vitality, bounding joyfully to Jiang Zhe's feet. He smiled and gently stroked the hamster's head with his fingertip. Now, it was time to bestow a name upon it. The first image that came to mind was that of Pikachu, the electric mouse, a steadfast companion of Ash, traveling together through countless adventures. How about the name Pitayang? Jiang Zhe jested. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little Pi took a few steps back, clearly displeased with its name. It seemed to comprehend Jiang Zhe's intention. Then I shall call you Little Pi, Jiang Zhe remarked with a subtle smile. Upon hearing this name, the creature leaped up in excitement, as if it had an innate fondness for it. However, this little fellow was still too small and weary, ill-suited for battle. It would be best to nurture it in a small house for the time being. I'll place you in the house and leave some food for you. Once you grow a bit more, you can come out, all right? Chirped Little Pi eagerly, nodding vigorously. Jiang Zhe cradled Little Pi in his hands and, with a thought, placed it into a 15 square meter cube. After observing it collapse onto the bed and fall asleep, he proceeded onward. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the dangers present. 2 locations contained resources. Ahead were 2 copper treasure chests, one a trap and the other genuine, while the left room housed 2 wooden chests. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to explore the room with the trapped treasure chest, as the wooden chests offered meager supplies. He opened the door and approached the copper chest, hesitating before opening it. The left treasure chest is a trap, yet it contains abundant resources. Inside, a stone will spring forth upon opening, potentially crushing your skull. The right treasure chest has pitifully scant supplies. An astute observer would naturally choose the right chest immediately, setting aside the left for later. He opened the right chest. System notification, Copper Block 1, Iron Block 1. Had another player arrived, they might have opened the correct chest, but attempting the second chest would surely lead to demise. At this moment, the crowbar's utility became apparent. He retrieved the crowbar and positioned himself beside the chest, using its tip to pry open the chest lid. A mechanism was triggered. Whoosh! A stone the size of a head shot out, smashing against the wall and instantly turning to powder. Now the chest poses no danger. With this assurance, Jiang Zhe approached confidently. System notification: copper block 8, iron block 7, stone 10, wooden block 10, fabric 5, oil 4. Dye 3. System notification: meat block 6. System notification: Coca-Cola 2. System notification: agility fragment 2. System notification: intelligent chip 1. System notification: decomposed 2 copper treasure chests, yielding 12 copper blocks. The intelligent chip was particularly remarkable. It could be implanted into Little Pie's body, enabling it to speak. However, it was prudent to wait until Little Pie matured a bit more. Overall, the hall was quite satisfactory. He continued to open doors, glancing around. 3 rooms contained resources, 2 posed dangers, and 1 had scant supplies, which he promptly disregarded. Only the right room appeared unusual. Right room: bad news. A ferocious wild tiger resides within, accompanied by the skeletons of 15 humans. Good news: there lies an iron treasure chest, brimming with abundant resources. He looked down at the crowbar in his hand. Do you intend to confront a ferocious tiger with a blunt instrument? The prompt descends. This chamber is fraught with peril, yet abundant in resources. A crowbar proves to be of little utility. It appears a bold endeavor is required. Having gathered sufficient materials to forge a perfect grade Tang Dao, the time has come to create one. Chapter 13. Crafting weapons and preparing for the slide. I access the crafting interface and select weapon creation. Perfect grade Tang Dao: 221 wooden blocks, 51 pieces of leather, 11 tin iron blocks, 11 tin copper blocks, 31 pigments, 22 strength fragments, 22 agility fragments. I select the Tang Dao and proceed with the crafting. System notification: 1 wooden block, 1 piece of leather, 11 iron blocks, 10 copper blocks, 1 pigment, 2 strength fragments, 2 agility fragments. System notification: perfect grade Tang Dao successfully forged. Before me lies a Tang Dao with a black handle and a silver blade. Jiang Zhe grips the sword. The blade measures 1.5 meters, ideally suited for practical combat. After a few practice swings, I become increasingly familiar with it. Particularly, the enhancements to strength and agility have significantly improved my overall prowess. Were I on Earth, wielding this blade would enable me to contend with masters of the craft. Though I am no expert in weaponry, my experience with wielding a crowbar over 10,000 times has provided a solid foundation. Thus, handling the Tang Dao feels remarkably intuitive. I examine its attributes, focusing my thoughts. Item: Tang Dao grade. Perfect attack. Attack power 20 attributes. Strength 6, agility 6, affixes, critical hit. Bleeding, combat power, 150 points. System notification: critical hit, a chance to inflict double damage. System notification: bleeding. Wounds inflicted by this blade will result in gradual death unless treated with a healing potion. Fortuitously, I possess a Tang Dao with full attributes, along with 2 affixes. Originally boasting a total attack power of 250, the addition of 290 elevates my combat power to a formidable 540. I access the combat power leaderboard. Chosen 1, Jiang Zhe. Combat power, 540, unrivaled hero, Arthur Allen. Combat power, 400, peerless powerhouse, Elizabeth Chin. Combat power, 285, matchless in the realm, Su Cheng. Combat power, 275. I surpassed the previous world leader by a striking 140 combat power. At this moment, my private messages are inundated with inquiries. Novices express astonishment at how my combat power has surged by over 200 points. I pay them no mind. Approaching the next door, I glance at the world and regional channels. Goodness, the combat power of the great Jiang Zhe has skyrocketed from 250 to 540. You must see this. Oh no. Oh no. The first place Arthur has been overtaken by Jiang. Jiang arrived later than all of us, yet possesses greater combat power. How is this possible? I can barely afford a drink, while he is the unrivaled champion. It seems unfair. The great Arthur stated in the Understanding Nation channel that this is merely a stroke of luck. He will reclaim first place soon. Our nation was originally the world's best. We should not settle for second here. Indeed, Jiang Zhe's ascendance to first place incites discontent among some. However, he remains indifferent to the laments of the weak. Regional channel. Congratulations to Jiang Zhe, who has triumphed over players worldwide. Haha. Heartfelt congratulations to Jiang Zhe for becoming the best in the world. Messages of congratulations, threats, intimidation, and invitations to collaborate abound. It is often said that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Yet, Jiang Zhe pays no heed to those who clamor. Blocking all private messages, he prepares to open the next door. The ferocious tiger is one that ordinary individuals would surely avoid. Even a seasoned special forces soldier would flee in the presence of a common tiger, let alone this brutal beast, which has left a dozen players' bones strewn across the ground. To claim that one is not anxious would be disingenuous. Jiang Zhe opens his personal information. Name, Jiang Zhe. Age, 24. Strength, 17. Constitution, 16. Agility, 17. Spirit, 11. Health. You are currently in good condition with no injuries. Combat power, 540. Agility and strength are at their peak. If utilized effectively, these attributes should suffice to evade the tiger's lethal strike. As long as he seizes the opportunity to wound the tiger, even if he cannot prevail, he can buy time and let it bleed to death. Having prepared everything, he places his wristband on the access panel. With a click, the door opens. Jiang Zhe swiftly surveys his surroundings. This is a room of 100 cubic meters. A blood-soaked tiger lies sleeping at the center, next to an iron treasure chest. This tiger is currently extremely hungry. It may be possible to kill it with great effort, though you might sustain injuries. The prompt appears. Scanning the area, he notices the iron chest, stained with blood. Iron chest, a level above wooden and copper chests, offering more substantial rewards. But did you notice the human blood on its lid? Jiang Zhe is aware that tigers feign sleep to hunt. Undoubtedly, this tiger has already detected him. Testing the waters, he crouches and gently pushes a bloody bone toward the ground. The sound of friction is almost imperceptible. The tiger erupts, dashing forward without a single roar. Its speed is astonishing, covering 50 meters in an instant, lunging at Jiang Zhe with bared fangs. Jiang Zhe's pupils constrict, such speed. Chapter 14. The slide tactic works, the second perfect design diagram. Fortunately, Jiang Zhe is well prepared. Gripping his knife, he kicks off the door and leaps 5 meters away from the tiger. The tiger collides with the door, turns, shakes its head, and roars. A sound that reverberates through the soul. Blood pours from its back. Just as the secondary attribute of the Tang knife suggests, the bleeding state is no trifling matter. Were it not for his agility reaching 17, Jiang Zhe would not dare confront the tiger head-on. The tiger's back has been afflicted with bleeding. You need only run with all your might, and in 30 minutes, it will bleed to death. The prompt appears. Jiang Zhe, however, will not wait for 30 minutes. Uncertain of whether he might be caught and injured, the tiger, exceedingly fierce, pays no heed to its own bleeding back, charging straight at Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe firmly grips the Tang knife, taking a battle stance as he locks eyes with the beast. As long as it inflicts 2 more wounds upon itself, it can then quietly await its demise. A roar echoed from 10 meters away. The tiger leaped, its right paw slicing through the air, claws glinting menacingly. One claw aimed directly at Jiang Zhe's throat. Should Jiang Zhe be struck by this attack, his fate would be sealed. In that fleeting moment of proximity, with a clang, the Tang knife met the assault, and Jiang Zhe rolled aside, narrowly evading the lethal claw. He swiftly regained his footing, pivoting to swing his blade at the tiger. Regardless of where the strike landed, it would be worthwhile. As anticipated, a sharp sound resonated as the Tang knife carved a half-meter-long gash into the tiger's flank. You have inflicted a second bleeding status upon the tiger. It requires just one more strike to ensure its natural demise within 5 minutes. A fierce roar erupted from the tiger. After 2 failed attempts, the tiger had learned its lesson. This human appeared different from those it had previously devoured. This time, it opted to retreat a few paces, awaiting Jiang Zhe's advance. Is it waiting for me to attack? Jiang Zhe thought, somewhat astonished. He positioned himself near a corner, deliberately creating the illusion of an opening for the tiger. Upon noticing Jiang Zhe inadvertently cornered, the tiger's eyes gleamed with anticipation, sensing an opportunity to strike. With his right hand gripping the knife, Jiang Zhe wasted no time and chose to attack. The tiger surged forward with astonishing speed, propelling itself off the wall. It leaped 5 meters high, claws poised to strike at Jiang Zhe's throat. What a chance! Jiang Zhe quickened his pace, and in the critical moment, he bent low, knelt, lifted his knife, and executed a sliding attack. Without fail, a sharp sound echoed as the tiger's abdomen was sliced open, creating a 1-meter-long wound, blood gushing forth. The tiger lay dead. Regrettably, Jiang Zhe's arm bore 5 shallow gashes from the encounter. He turned away. A tiger, once ferocious in life, now lies lifeless. Disassembling the tiger's carcass. System notification, tiger skin X4. System notification, tiger bones X10. As for the tiger meat and blood, not a trace remained. Initially, he had intended to trade the meat and blood at the marketplace, but now it was all lost. It was a pity to waste such a quantity of tiger blood. Even if sold at a lower price to other players as a drink, it would have sufficed. However, he realized that disassembling the corpse would yield only the most useful items, while the useless materials would simply dissolve into data, vanishing into thin air. He accessed the game interface to check. Tiger skin, a material for crafting clothing and hats. Due to its ferocity, garments made from it may possess unique enhancements. Tiger bones can be used in medicine to enhance physical constitution. Let me see what treasures lie within the iron chest. Sheathing his Tang knife, he approached the chest and lifted its lid. System notification, copper ingots X4, iron ingots X4, stones X5, pigments X5, bloodwind vine X1. System notification, Basic Strength Potion, X1. Do you wish to consume the Basic Strength Potion? System Notification, Strength Shard X2. System Notification, Constitution Shard X1. System Notification, Barbecue Grill Blueprint X1. Do you wish to learn? System Notification, Perfect Clothing Design Diagram 1. Have you mastered the perfect garment design? 3 fragments, 1 strength potion, and 1 perfect clothing design diagram. Another perfect design diagram. Fortune smiles upon me. Subsequently, Jiang Zhe picked up the red potion before him. He had previously consumed a bottle of primary physique potion, which had resulted in an increase of 5 points in his physique. Primary strength potion. Attributes increase relative to their level. Subsequent use will not enhance attribute points, but will restore energy. After reading the description, Jiang Zhe pondered whether it was yet another one-time use. He did not dwell on it for long. After all, it was a valuable item, and a single effect was satisfactory. With that thought, he uncorked the bottle and gulped it down. The strength potion coursed through his limbs, and before he knew it, he felt an increase in strength, his muscles tightening considerably. System Notification, Strength 5. He then picked up the clothing design diagram. Perfect level clothing design diagram. Capable of producing various styles of clothing. Adding 2 fragments will randomly enhance attributes according to the fragments. Clothing styles, robes, armor, leather jackets. Garments of any style could be created. This meant that if Jiang Zhe wished to continue crafting the crane robe short sleeves, it would only augment the attributes of the crane robe without altering its style. I shall learn them all. The design diagram transformed into data and surged into his mind, imparting knowledge of garment design and barbecue grill crafting. He opened the manufacturing list and selected the style, short sleeve crane robe. Perfect level short sleeve crane robe. Fabric 102, dye 72. Strength fragment 12, physique fragment 12, addable, tiger skin 41. System Notification, when producing clothing, adding tiger skin may yield unexpected effects. Just 1 physique fragment and 1 strength fragment were needed to manufacture the garment. What effect might it produce? Jiang Zhe mused softly. Chapter 15, Coagulation Capsule. Crafting battle boots, facing the bull of evil. At this moment, a dull ache throbbed from the wound on his left arm. However, he could endure it. Transitioning to the coagulation capsule crafting interface. Primary coagulation capsule, red flower grass 102, blood wind vine 12, starch 102, saccharin 102, water 4000 milliliters 100 milliliters. Only 1 blood wine vine remained needed to synthesize a primary capsule. He opened the trading channel and searched for blood wind vine. Yet no one was selling this plant. Glancing at his wristband, he noted that he still had 6 chances to enter rooms today. Since he was merely lacking 1 blood wind vine, perhaps the next room would have it. He surveyed his surroundings. The room ahead is a nightmare chamber filled with countless player corpses. When survival is impossible, one may choose to enter. The room behind is completely empty. The room to the left contains a clown feasting on a deceased player, devoid of any treasures. The room to the right houses a modified bull. Its meat rich, yet one must beware of its horns, which induce paralysis. 4 directions, 2 choices. Upon seeing the bull prompt, Jiang Zhe felt a pang of hunger. Beef, he thought, as he felt saliva involuntarily trickle from the corner of his mouth. Never mind. Let us focus on crafting the capsule first. Otherwise, if I cannot even defeat the bull, I shall have no hope of tasting its meat. Jiang Zhe took out a bottle of cola and drank it in one go. As the thoughts delved into the trading channel, it became evident that the atmosphere was rather nefarious. Someone had mentioned on the global channel that Jiang Zhe had previously purchased items such as red flower grass and saccharin. Consequently, the prices of these items in the trading channel skyrocketed. Essentially, only the top-tier players on the leaderboard would indulge in such purchases. Did they consider me a fool? Witnessing this, Jiang Zhe's lips twitched in irritation. A cursory glance at his current inventory revealed a crowbar, a tang knife, 10 units of water, 10 pieces of meat, 11 compressed biscuits, a can of Coca-Cola, 10 units of starch, 10 units of saccharin, 10 units of red flower grass, 1 bloodwind vine, 23 copper blocks, 2 kilograms of phosphorus, 1 kilogram of sulfur, 5 iron blocks, 21 wooden blocks, 15 pieces of cloth, 5 leather pieces, 20 stones, 7 pigments, 1 white towel, 4 tiger skins, and 10 tiger bones. Additionally, he possessed 1 intelligent chip, 2 strength fragments, 1 constitution fragment, and 1 agility fragment. He was merely 1 agility fragment short of crafting battle boots, and 1 constitution fragment short of creating clothing. Everything was ready for sale. He clicked to edit the information. Seller, Jiang Zhe, for sale, 400 milliliters of water. Trade, bloodwind vine. Demand, 9. Seller, Jiang Zhe, for sale, 100 g of compressed biscuits x2. Trade, agility fragment. Demand, 1. Seller, Jiang Zhe, for sale, meat x2. Trade, constitution fragment. Demand, 1. The meat, the compressed biscuits, and the water were sequentially deducted and listed. The fragments remained a mystery known only to those within the top 1,000 on the world leaderboard. Even though a handful of players possessed fragments in their backpacks, they would refrain from trading them unless absolutely necessary. Almost immediately after listing, the 400 milliliters of water was claimed by 3 players in succession. System notification, Bloodwind Vine 9. System notification, 400 milliliters of water 1. Ha ha ha. I was almost parched to death, but fortunately, I managed to procure water from the esteemed Jiang Zhe. My lips cracked, and upon seeing the water, I swiftly consumed over 100 milliliters using the Bloodwind Vine. Thank you, revered Jiang Zhe. May the Jesuits bless your journey. Amen. Jiang Zhe, I possess numerous herbs. I only seek biscuits as I am on the brink of starvation. Jiang Zhe no longer desires the Bloodwind Vine. I have found someone in the fragment trading section who needs fragments. If anyone has fragments, feel free to contact Jiang Zhe privately. I'll take a look. Every transaction Jiang Zhe undertook stirred considerable commotion. Many speculated about the extent of Jiang Zhe's resources. A quick glance at the global channel revealed that no players possessed fragments. Subsequently, he opened the crafting section. Beginner coagulation capsule, red flower grass X102, Bloodwind Vine X102, starch X102, saccharin X102, water X 3600 ml X 100 ml. The capsules consumed quite a bit of water. Nevertheless, for the sake of survival, it was worth it. He selected to synthesize. System notification, beginner coagulation capsule X5, system notification, red flower grass X10, Bloodwind Vine X10, starch X10, saccharin X10, water X 500 ml. Beginner coagulation capsule, minor remedy for colds. Major remedy for critical conditions, beloved by a multitude of players. The grade of the capsule determines the speed of its effects. 5 thumb-sized. Crimson capsules exude a warmth when held. As one is crushed and swallowed, a surge of heat erupts in the stomach. Remarkably, wounds begin to scab over and heal at a visibly rapid pace, returning to their former state. A wondrous item indeed. With a mere movement of his arm, all pain has vanished. Jiang Zhe stows the coagulating capsules and approaches the right door. Just as he is about to open it, a prompt chimes. This is a keyword specifically set by Jiang Zhe for fragments. Any player uttering the word fragment will trigger it. Bodhi Helena, esteemed Jiang Zhe, I possess an agility fragment, which constitutes my entire fortune. I am both famished and parched, yet you only offer compressed biscuits, devoid of water. Would it be possible to exchange 150 grams of biscuits for 50 milliliters of water? Upon receiving the message, Jiang Zhe retrieves the previous transaction list from the trading post, where 400 milliliters of water were traded for an agility fragment. System prompt, water 1. He then lists an additional 100 milliliters of water for trade with Bodhi Helena. Jiang Zhe, very well. Go ahead and make the purchase. In the future, you may seek me out for any fragments. Bodhi Helena, thank you, revered Jiang Zhe. I shall certainly come to you. She promptly opens the trading interface, astonished to find an additional 100 milliliters of water. A fragment exchanged for 2 biscuits, plus 100 milliliters of water. Overwhelmed, the young girl is brought to tears. System prompt, agility fragment 1 with this. He can forge battle boots and enhance his prowess in the face of transformation. Opening the manufacturing interface, Chapter 16, Unleashing Combat Power, Beyond Compare. Within the manufacturing category, Jiang Zhe ponders. As there are currently no socks available, not even ordinary ones in the trading post, he must opt for shoes that minimize discomfort and allow for freedom of movement. Scanning the options, steel boots, heavy, cumbersome, and lacking sock compatibility, thus eliminated. Combat leather boots, prone to athlete's foot, thus discarded. Most options are combat-oriented, with only a few casual styles available. To avoid discomfort and ensure breathability, he resolves to choose flip-flops, planning to select combat leather boots once socks become available. Decision made, the thong style. Perfect level flip-flops, leather 55, pigment 71. Agility fragment 22, opting to forge them. System prompt. Leather 5, pigment 1, agility fragment 2. System prompt. Crafting successful. System prompt. Congratulations on creating a pair of perfect level flip-flops. A pair of white flip-flops materializes. Upon wearing them, a refreshing breeze envelopes his feet. Perfect level flip-flops, outwardly mere sandals, are in truth formidable weapons for both escape and assault. Reviewing their attributes. Item, flip-flops level, perfect, attack power 5, attributes, agility 6, spirit 2, special trait, swift. Doubling agility within 3 seconds. Combat power, 80 previously, Jiang Zhe recalled that crafting the Tang Dao had resulted in a combat power of 540. The flip-flops boast a combat power of 560-208-0165, in addition to the previously enhanced 5 points of strength, resulting in a combat power of 50. I clicked on my personal information. Name, Jiang Zhe. Age, 24, strength, 22, constitution, 16 agility, 23 spirit, 13 health. Your current condition is good, with no injuries. Combat power, 755. View the leaderboard. Chosen 1, Jiang Zhe, combat power, 755, unmatched hero. Arthur Allen, combat power, 450, peerless champion. Elizabeth Chin, Combat power, 395, unrivaled in the land. Su Cheng, combat power, 380. The gap has become increasingly apparent. Before leaving, the sound of private messages incessantly echoed in my ears. The World Channel had gone into a frenzy. I was on the verge of losing my mind. Jiang Zhe's combat power had surpassed Arthur by over 300. Truly unbelievable. 755. How could he have leveled up so swiftly? Oh my god, at this rate, Jiang Zhe will likely breach 1,000 soon. Heaven forbid. The thought is too staggering. Arthur claimed he would catch up to him, but can he truly do so now? The World Channel was in chaos. The regional channel from the Eastern Kingdom was even more frenzied. Many began to tell Arthur what he lacked, offering their full support. A wave of backing. All aimed at surpassing Jiang Zhe from the Xia Kingdom. Before long, Arthur's combat power reached 510, but it stagnated there. Approaching the door, I drew my blade and opened it. The sight that greeted me was still 100 cubic meters of space. The modified Black Bull is extremely dangerous. With a wound that appears to be inflicted by a player, a 3-meter-tall Black Bull with red eyes stood in the center, fixated on Jiang Zhe. Its muscles were bulging, and a collision would likely be fatal. A shallow cut marred its face, yet it bled not. Its hooves scraped against the ground as it lowered its head, charging at Jiang Zhe with its horns aimed directly at him. Jiang Zhe took a battle stance, sidestepping as he prepared to confront the Black Bull. When it charged, he chose not to confront it head-on. At the moment of contact, he executed a side roll, turning to slash with his blade. The movement flowed seamlessly. As expected, a spray of blood erupted forth. You delivered a strike, injuring the Black Bull. Yet it seems to have sustained little significant damage. For the thick-skinned Black Bull, the wound was negligible. The bull turned and let out a low growl. Primarily, the bull's size rendered it unable to effectively retaliate against Jiang Zhe, who was no ordinary player. Most would be paralyzed with fear at the sight of such a beast. Too intimidated to confront it directly. The Black Bull charged with brute force, its speed increasing dramatically. Jiang Zhe hurriedly retreated. Just as it closed in, Jiang Zhe chose not to evade. Instead, he activated a surge of speed, leaping 4 meters into the air. He landed squarely on the back of the Black Bull. The 3 seconds of enhanced speed proved sufficient to contend with such a resilient creature. Jiang Zhe was astonished at his newfound jumping ability. With little time for amazement, he swiftly raised his tang knife and plunged it fiercely into the bull's back, leaving only the handle protruding. Channeling all his strength, he drew the blade across its back. The bull let out a painful roar, thrashing wildly. Jiang Zhe, gripping the tang knife tightly, was not dislodged by the brute force. Instead, he continued to paddle until the black cow's speed began to diminish. The black cow sustained a fatal injury and was on the brink of death. Shortly thereafter, the black cow perished. Disassembling the carcass yielded the following notifications. System notification, 20 units of beef, 20 units of leather. System notification, 10 units of cow's blood, 10 units of cow bones, 2 units of cow horns, 1 unit of cow bile. Upon reviewing the various notifications, it became evident that all the acquired items could be utilized for both medicinal purposes and sustenance, proving to be quite a treasure. Jiang Zhe did not linger excessively and surveyed the area briefly before moving to the side of the deceased players. He thoroughly looted the belongings of the several fallen players. System notification, 1 agility fragment. System notification, 3 units of water, 2 compressed biscuits, 5 units of pigment. Regrettably, there were still no fragments of constitution or strength. Otherwise, he could have crafted some garments. Without further delay, he proceeded to the next room. Chapter 17. Selling roasted meat, player's curse in the subsequent 5 door openings. Most encounters were fraught with danger, yet yielded little. He did not acquire many treasures. System notification, 2 chunks of meat, 3 units of water, 3 wooden blocks, 15 iron blocks, 2 pieces of cloth, 2 4-dimensional fragments. This was all he managed to gather. With no further attempts left, he could only await the evening's quiz. Jiang Zhe took a few hours to nap in the 20 cubic meter small room and consumed 2 bottles of water. As evening approached, he began to feel a pang of hunger. Little Pie had woken long ago and had grown considerably throughout the afternoon. Don't worry. Today I shall prepare roasted meat for you, Jiang Zhe said, patting Little Pie's head. Little Pie climbed onto Jiang Zhe's shoulder, watching as he gestured animatedly into the air. He opened the crafting menu and located the grill. Grill, 205 iron blocks, 235 copper blocks, 122 units of pigment. After placing the materials inside, he clicked to produce. A pitch-black grill manifested on the ground, featuring crossed legs suitable for outdoor use. It boasted an iron mesh on top, while the bottom could accommodate wooden blocks for fuel. Standing approximately half a meter tall. System notification, 1 grill. System notification, 5 iron blocks, 5 copper blocks, 2 units of pigment. He also fashioned a wooden stool. By placing a wooden plank into the crafting area, he synthesized 500 matchsticks, 20 iron skewers, consuming 1 wooden block alongside 1 kilogram each of phosphorus and sulfur. System notification, 500 matchsticks, 2 wooden blocks. He retrieved 2 pieces of beef and 2 pieces of pork. Using a tang knife, he sliced the meat and skewered them onto the grill, placing them one by one to roast. Given that the beef was marbled, there was no need to worry about the fat content. Moments later, the meat began to sizzle, releasing an irresistible aroma. Unable to suppress a swallow, he was met with a familiar flavor. Little Pai's large, dark eyes widened as it inhaled the smoky scent, excitedly darting around Jiang Zhe's shoulders. Soon after, it let out a human-like cough, prompting Jiang Zhe to burst into laughter. The meat continued to sizzle. Before long, the roasted meat was ready. Jiang Zhe browsed the trading channel and purchased 10 bottles of cumin powder, 10 bottles of pepper, and a large bottle of sweet bean sauce. Except for the sweet bean sauce, which required him to provide 400 milliliters of water to craft, the rest cost merely a single biscuit to procure. Once the iron skewers cooled, Jiang Zhe handed one to Little Pai. Little Mouse opened its mouth wide and began to devour the food voraciously, saliva flowing uncontrollably as it consumed one skewer after another. This exquisite flavor seemed to belong only to the heavens, a rare delight in life. In no time, the pair had polished off 20 skewers. Little Mouse appeared to have grown slightly larger. Jiang Zhe roasted another piece of beef and pork, and it took half an hour for them to finally feel satiated. It was unexpected to find such grilled meat in this world. After finishing, they enjoyed a bottle of cola, feeling no regrets in this life. After a 30-minute respite, while cleaning the grill, they discovered 5 skewers of beef and 5 skewers of pork still on the iron plate. Not wanting to waste them, they decided to trade them for a fragment of constitution. Just one more piece was needed to craft a perfect garment. Editing information. Seller, Jiang Zhe, offering. Beef skewers x5. Trade, constitution fragment. Requirement. 1 piece. Seller, Jiang Zhe, offering. Pork skewers x5. Trade, strength fragment. Requirement. 1 piece. As Jiang Zhe's beef and pork skewers were listed, players monitoring the trading channel lost their minds. Excuse me? Am I hallucinating? Is that beef skewers? Wow. Is this real? I can barely afford biscuits. And here I say big shot munching on beef skewers? While we are struggling for food and water, you are selling beef skewers. Is this world even fair? Being the strongest is one thing, but now you're eating beef. What on earth is a constitution fragment? Why is Jiang Zhe selling beef just to exchange for fragments? This had to be something extraordinary. Didn't they see Jiang Zhe, Arthur, Elizabeth, and Su Cheng all collecting them? It was madness. I'm going to starve, please. I need 25 milliliters of water, Jiang Zhe. Countless players were in a frenzy. They could scarcely afford food and water, yet here was someone able to enjoy grilled meat. The unfairness of the real world was magnified in this new realm, leaving millions without a place to voice their grievances. Fuck. Did you all notice that Jiang Zhe's beef skewers are from that room with the black cow? Many players had encountered the black cow. Some, fortunate enough to spot it, turned and ran for their lives, escaping unharmed. Others had met their end on the spot. This revelation resonated strongly. Was it the same black cow room that Su Cheng had mentioned, where a dozen players had perished? It had to be, had Su not run swiftly. He would have also met his demise. How absurd. The 10th strongest player could only flee, while Jiang Zhe, the strongest, directly killed that black cow? I find myself questioning my existence. Oh my. Arthur Allen just mentioned in the national channel that when he struck the black cow, it was ineffective, and he turned to run. Elizabeth had encountered it too. Without even attempting to strike, she simply fled. This was terrifying. For a moment, the world channel fell silent as countless spectators understood. Only Arthur, ranked 2nd, had the strength to challenge the black cow, yet even then, the only outcome was retreat. Millions swallowed hard. They can hardly fathom the immense strength of Jiang Zhe, the world's foremost combatant. At that moment, the system notification chimed once again. Upon clicking, it revealed Chapter 18, the production of purified water, with the following day's quiz. Bodhi Helena, Jiang, I just opened the door and found a fragment of power. Would you like it? Jiang Zhe, absolutely. For the second transaction with me, I shall take good care of you. Bodhi Helena, really? That is wonderful. I would love some roasted pork skewers, beef skewers, and a bottle of water, if that's all right. Upon reviewing her information, she appeared to be a young maiden from the Eagle Nation, strikingly beautiful and just 18. Her skin was fair and delicate. Previously, she had traded a fragment of agility with Jiang Zhe, enabling him to forge perfect battle boots. Once the power fragment was exchanged, only a fragment of physique remained for him to craft the attire. Given the abundance of resources, it was plausible that this girl could possess more valuable items in the future. Thus, Jiang Zhe was inclined to offer significant benefits. Jiang Zhe, a girl should not be overly greedy. I will keep track of your transactions with me. Each time, I shall provide you with unexpected advantages. Bodhi Helena, huh? I want them all. Jiang Zhe's expression darkened. He could not allow such leniency. This principle must not be broken, otherwise, he would find an increasing number of individuals seeking him out, setting a precedent he could not afford. Jiang Zhe, absolutely not. The pork skewers shall remain pork skewers. There was a moment of silence from her. Bodhi Helena. All right then. May I inquire, why does your profile picture not have a photo? What do you do? How is it that your combat power and completion rates are always at the pinnacle? Jiang Zhe felt a wave of frustration. This girl was relentless. Jiang Zhe, let us complete the transaction quickly. She wasted no time, and soon, the transaction was finalized. System notification, pork skewers sold. System notification, power fragment X1. System notification, water X1 now. Only one fragment of physique remained. After concluding the transaction, Helena and Jiang Zhe became friends, marking Jiang Zhe's first friendship in this realm. As friends, Jiang Zhe decided to share some good news with Helena. Jiang Zhe, how are you at mathematics? Bodhi Helena, I excel in mathematics. I'm a student at Caltech, majoring in mathematics. Why do you ask? Jiang Zhe, did you see the 8th place on the combat power leaderboard, Roger Porter? The most brilliant physicist in the nation. Do you think he manages to accomplish so much by mere chance? The reason behind his words was clear. The elite at the top of the world's combat and completion rankings were all versatile geniuses, prodigious mathematicians, exceptional physicists, elite special forces, and super experts from various fields. Apart from a few fortunate ordinary players, most names on the leaderboard had turned gray, indicating their demise. Ultimately, only the remarkable remained. There was a brief silence on her end. Bodhi Helena, oh my, I have long harbored doubts about this. I calculated the individual numerical markings on the cube, and the result was 9 raised to the power of n. This world is indeed infinite. Are you suggesting that the system announcement is misleading? Is mathematics truly of little use? Jiang Zhe, it cannot be deemed misleading. Mathematics serves a psychological function, as one can discern from the paradoxes of quantum mechanics. If you believe mathematics to be useful, then indeed, it holds significance. Well then, do reach out to me next time you come across something remarkable. Bodhi Helena, being an astute individual, certainly grasped Jiang Zhe's intentions. Upon hearing this astonishing revelation from Jiang Zhe, she could not restrain her shuddering. She comprehended that this world too adheres to the principle of survival of the fittest, where the weak are inevitably cast aside. The principles of quantum mechanics in the macrocosm are entirely applicable to her realm. Consequently, Jiang Zhe's stature in her heart surged instantaneously. Bodhi Helena, thank you immensely. Jiang Shun, may you forever remain extraordinary. Time passed swiftly, nearing midnight. Jiang Zhe retrieved the grill and roasted another 20 skewers. Having indulged rather heavily at dinner, he decided to consume merely 10 skewers for his late-night snack, leaving the remainder for Xiao Pai. Xiao Pai was content, eating and then drifting off to sleep. Nevertheless, it was advantageous. Xiao Pai was growing larger, and within a day, he would likely acquire new abilities. Once Xiao Pai was settled, Jiang Zhe proceeded to list 5 skewers of beef on the trading post. Seller, Jiang Zhe, for sale, beef skewers X5, available, water XN. Compressed biscuits XN, trade, I desire all fragments, demand. The more, the merrier. As a result, the world channel erupted once more. Damn, those affluent individuals are selling barbecued meat again, ha ha ha. I lack physical fragments, but I possess 2 mental fragments. So I exchanged them for 5 skewers of beef and a bottle of water. Delightful, thank you Jiang Zhe. I traded for a bottle of water and a biscuit, using 2 4-dimensional fragments. Ha ha ha, joyous, thank you, Jiang Zhe. System notification, beef skewers have been sold. System notification, 4-dimensional fragments X2. Mental fragments X2. System notification, water X2, biscuit X1. System notification, 24 hours have elapsed. The water purifier has produced 1 unit of water, 11:59 p.m. The system announcement arrived punctually. After a grueling day of challenges, a total of 42 million lives were lost. We have finally ushered in a new day. Let us observe a moment of silence for those who perished. Firstly, let us congratulate Jiang Zhe from Xia country for achieving the world's highest combat power, 755. Current time, March 10th, 2021, 00:00. Reward level. The quiz officially commences. Not everyone is constantly monitoring the channel, striving for water and sustenance. The news of Jiang Zhe's supremacy ignited fervor among the players from Xia country. Many citizens were invigorated, placing their hopes for survival upon Jiang Zhe. Question 1. Why did Jiang Zhe, the first-place contender, clear the level so swiftly? Please provide a scientific explanation. Time limit, 60 seconds. Upon the announcement of this question, the world fell into a stunned silence. Even Jiang Zhe himself was momentarily dazed, his heart racing uncontrollably. Damn, could it be that this world has taken notice of him? Chapter 19. Quantum Mechanics. The interpretation of luck had it not been for the absence of hints. How could he have cleared the level so expeditiously? Now, the very first question directly targeted him. Yet, just as Jiang Zhe was engulfed in trepidation, a prompt resonated. In countless parallel worlds, there exists one that is the most perfect. Quantum entanglement. The realm of quantum mechanics, and the transference of spirit and matter. The golden frame descended, and Jiang Zhe finally let out a sigh of relief. Grateful that his hints had gone unnoticed. This answer leaned towards the scientific, merely elucidating the concept of luck. According to the God effect within quantum entanglement, all that is possible is indeed happening, which aptly explains this question. Furthermore, regarding wave-particle duality, the body represents particles, matter, while the soul embodies waves, energy, fluctuations. Thus, it implies that Jiang Zhe has perished in other parallel worlds. Though the body may vanish, the soul continues to exist within the quantum realm, relaying safety messages to his next self in another world. Consequently, this reflects the transference of the spiritual essence, soul, from a previous existence, ultimately leading to a fusion of knowledge and experiences, reaching a common understanding. Luck could similarly serve to elucidate Jiang Zhe's situation. Jiang Zhe, quantum entanglement, the God effect, spiritual transmission, crisis consensus. Arthur Allen, quantum mechanics, probability cloud collapse, soul penetrating worlds. Roger Port, God effect, soul transmitting information through the material realm, wave function collapse. Su Cheng, Jiang Zhe made countless decisions. Based on the particle fluctuations at the moment of each decision, the correct Jiang Zhe exists in our world, while countless others perished in error. Fortunate indeed. Elizabeth Chin, you all speak in such convoluted terms. To simplify, Jiang Zhe is fortunate to exist in our world while having died in countless others. Subsequent answers remained firmly rooted in quantum mechanics, exhibiting striking similarities. To attempt an explanation devoid of quantum mechanics would likely baffle billions for eons. Ordinary spectators felt their scalps prickle upon seeing this. Is this truly a progression from simple to complex, rather than a challenge reserved for the genius? If the first question is this formidable, what might the third entail? The online competition among the prodigies was overwhelming. I truly do not comprehend quantum mechanics, wave functions. The God effect. I've surrendered. This question is beyond the grasp of the average person. A minute later, the system announced the results. First place, Jiang Zhe. Time taken, 50 seconds. Second place, Arthur Allen, 75 seconds. Third place, Roger Port, 95 seconds. Fourth place, Su Cheng, 115 seconds. Fifth place, Elizabeth Chin, 118 seconds. Correct answer. Luck can be explained through quantum mechanics. The simplicity of this answer, a scientific elucidation of luck, ignited excitement among the players. Indeed, I said it was luck. Why doesn't the system acknowledge my answer? You didn't employ quantum mechanics. Following Jiang Zhe's lead, participants were rewarded with a bottle of water and a biscuit, both quite delightful. Thank you, Jiang Zhe. I received a bottle of water. Thank you, Jiang Zhe. I received a biscuit. No wonder you all have time for the water channel. Now it makes sense. The struggling students trembled, realizing that luck was indeed the essence of triumph in this world. System notification. Paint 5, iron block 5, copper block 5, water 1. Biscuit 1. Glancing at the world channel, Jiang Zhe paid little mind. In truth, this approach was not without merit. Gathering resources in line with his own rhythm was quite feasible. Securing basic provisions for a day's sustenance was certainly manageable. Time was up. Question 2. Spider predation. How much protein and energy is consumed to weave a web totaling 11,000 meters in length? And how many insects must be captured to break even? Justify your reasoning. Time limit, 45 seconds. At that moment, Jiang Zhe, who was drinking water, spluttered in disbelief. What on earth is this absurd question? Can we have something more reasonable? The spider consumes 126,500 micrograms. A golden hint appeared. Jiang Zhe swiftly calculated in his mind. A spider's web of 11,000 meters in total length. Each meter of silk contains an average of 115 micrograms of protein. Thus, 115 multiplied by 11,000 equals 126,500 micrograms, which translates to 1,265 grams. Assuming the capture of mosquitoes, with an average mosquito weighing 2 milligrams and containing 10 protein, each mosquito would then yield 200 micrograms of protein. Dividing 126,500 micrograms by 200 yields 632. 5 mosquitoes. After quick calculations, it was evident that the spider would need to capture between 600 to 700 mosquitoes of varying sizes to recoup its investment. Of course, this does not account for the energy expended by the spider as it scuttles back and forth on its web. Jiang Zhe, 126,500 micrograms, or 0.1265 grams of protein, necessitating the capture of at least 700 mosquitoes to break even. Arthur Allen, 0.1265 grams, equivalent to 1 mealworm. Roger Porter, 0.1265 grams, comparable to 1 dragonfly. Su Cheng, 0.1265 grams, akin to 1 small centipede. The answers flooded the screen in an instant. Almost everyone in the top 100 responded within 5 seconds. The ordinary audience shrank back in trepidation, feeling utterly dwarfed by the academic elite. It was truly terrifying to be in the same realm as them, especially the first place, which was particularly daunting. The experts were citing single insects or creatures, while Jiang Zhe boldly stated 700 mosquitoes. Chapter 20. First place again, gift package reappears. Soon, the system announced the rankings. First place, Jiang Zhe 0. 192 seconds. Second place, Arthur Allen 0. 388 seconds. Third place, Roger Porter 0. 392 seconds. Fourth place, Su Cheng 0. 394 seconds. System notification, water 2, biscuits 3, meat pieces 3, copper blocks 5, iron blocks 5. The ordinary audience wore expressions of despair. I was wrong. I was wrong. I do not deserve to be in the same world as these geniuses. While others were calculating single insects, Jiang Zhe boldly claimed 700 mosquitoes. 700. How astonishing. Weakly, someone inquired whether Jiang Zhe's answer of 700 mosquitoes was truly impressive. Why was it deemed terrifying? You wouldn't understand. Stating one moderately sized insect would suffice. But claiming 700 mosquitoes signifies that Jiang Zhe accomplished in 0. 192 seconds what would take an average person 15 minutes. To put it plainly, Arthur, who ranked second, performed mental calculations, yet Jiang Zhe's 0. 192 seconds surpassed Arthur's 0. 392 seconds by more than double. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. What does it mean to lead the second place mental calculation by a factor of 2? Although Arthur's mental calculation was indeed swift, he still took 0. 388 seconds. Jiang Zhe's response signifies that, in the fleeting moment following the system's issue, 0. 18 seconds, he was twice as swift as the blink of an eye, 0. 36 seconds. His answer has already been dispatched. In stark contrast, the second, third, and fourth participants lingered at 0. 38 seconds, failing to surpass even a mere instant. This indicates that they required a moment to react before their answers were sent. The unsettling truth is that Jiang Zhe did not need to react at all. Countless individuals trembled in awe, and those who suspected him of cheating now found themselves submissively silent. His speed surpassed that of even the most brilliant mental calculators, rendering any doubts of cheating utterly absurd. Jiang Zhe's private messages were already overflowing, though each one was meticulously blocked. To the experts, he epitomized a prodigious genius, effortlessly outclassing even the most esteemed specialists. In truth, even without the emergence of a prompt, Jiang Zhe's mental calculation prowess was of an elite caliber. Question 3. Multiple choice. Referencing the law of conservation of energy while disregarding quantum mechanics. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It merely transfers from one object to another. Assuming a soul exists after death, where does the soul go? Provide reasoning. Time limit, 30 seconds. A. The soul ascends beyond the universe, transforming into dark energy. B. The soul merges into the electromagnetic field beyond the planet. C. The soul merges into the electromagnetic field within the planet. D. The soul integrates into the ionosphere. E. The soul wanders the earth, causing mischief. F. The soul attaches itself to an infant merely 3 months old. G. The soul is consumed by a cat. As the options faded, the prompt emerged. B, C, D, F. Jiang Zhe contemplated the 5 provided answers. This question was likely a multiple-choice inquiry. He understood that the soul is synonymous with consciousness, which encompasses bioelectricity as well as electromagnetic fields. However, it is not purely an electromagnetic domain. It also involves numerous other substances. The answer to this question must be rooted in scientific reasoning. Anyone positing that the soul transitions to a magnetic field might find themselves ridiculed. Thus, it should be categorized as a thought-provoking question, allowing for imaginative reasoning. If we posit that the magnetic field beyond is akin to heaven and that the magnetic field within is akin to hell, the reasoning becomes coherent. Regarding the newborn, studies indicate that infants under 3 months possess no consciousness, a state of darkness. Therefore, it is indeed plausible that souls of those who have recently passed, perhaps 3 or 7 years prior, could inhabit an infant. Gradually, they would adapt to the newborn's form, leading to a slow erosion of their original memories. This line of thought holds merit. With this in mind, Jiang Zhe declared, answer, BCDF. Reasoning. Heaven corresponds to the celestial magnetic field, while hell corresponds to the terrestrial magnetic field. The soul loses its original memories upon inhabiting a child, and after acclimatizing to the infant's body, those memories fade away. Arthur Allen, BCD, reasoning, celestial and terrestrial magnetic fields. As for E, supernatural occurrences. Su Cheng, BCD, reasoning, celestial and terrestrial magnetic fields. Elizabeth Cheen, BCD, reasoning, celestial and terrestrial magnetic fields. Song Ing, BCD, reasoning. The provided answers lean towards scientific understanding. Consequently, only Jiang Zhe and Arthur chose options E and F. As for the other ordinary players, they all opted for a singular answer. The question did not specify that multiple selections were permitted, so they hesitated. Before long, the system announced the rankings. First place, Jiang Zhe, 25 seconds. Second place, Arthur Allen, 29 seconds. Third place, Su Cheng, 348 seconds, 4th place. Elizabeth Qin, 350 seconds, 5th place. Song Ying, 352 seconds. This round allowed multiple selections. Players are encouraged to learn from Jiang Zhe, Arthur, Su Cheng, and others. The grand prizes for the top 3 have been distributed. Please check your inventory. In the regional chat channel, Song Ying remarked, "What a pity, I placed 5th. Jiang Zhe, Suda, what did you receive in your prize packs?" A flurry of spectators chimed in, eager to know. "Come on, Jiang, if you won't say anything, at least you, Su God, share what you got." Su Cheng replied, "Nothing much, just a strength fragment, a bottle of pulse, and a bottle of Coke." "Coke, pulse. There are even drinks included?" exclaimed a player. "Wow, I can't even get a sip of water, yet Su God is already enjoying beverages?" Su Cheng coughed lightly. "I don't dare to compare myself to the divine Jiang, who has claimed first place twice. Suda is being modest. Both of you are our pride." Throughout the exchange, Jiang Zhe remained silent in the chat. Indeed, Jiang Zhe is so understated. He glanced at the channel and smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further. System notification, meat chunk 5, iron block 5, ammonium nitrate 5. Coca-Cola 1, 4-dimensional fragment 2. System notification, you have achieved first place in the quiz round. Reward, golden gift pack. A golden gift pack materialized before him. Would you like to open the gift pack? Open. Chapter 21. Colluding in deceit, rampaging with impunity. Please present Jiang, system notification, constitution fragment 1, system notification, strength fragment 1, agility fragment 1, system notification, Coca-Cola 3. The materials for crafting clothing should suffice. Jiang Zhe reclined on his bed and accessed the crafting interface, selecting the trench coat style. Perfect level trench coat, fabric 174, dye 152, strength fragment 32, constitution fragment 22. Optional edition, tiger skin 4-1, system notification. When crafting garments, adding tiger skin may yield unexpected effects. A sudden inspiration struck him. What if he transformed his current crane robe into a coat style without replacing it? Would his combat power increase? He placed the materials into the crafting interface, adding the tiger skin, and selected to manufacture. System notification, fabric 4, dye 2, strength fragment 32, constitution fragment 22. Tiger skin 1, system notification, perfect level trench coat, black. Before him appeared an extraordinarily stylish black over-the-knee trench coat. Pairing it with a half-sleeve blue crane robe, blue shorts, and slippers created an exquisite ensemble. Jiang Zhe felt a surge of delight. If he were to wear such attire outside, even zombies would be compelled to applaud. He examined the attributes. Item, trench coat, level, perfect, attack power 10, attributes, strength 5. Constitution 5, affix, hardness, special attribute, determined, combat power. 100. He donned the trench coat. A sensation of taut muscles and abundant vitality surged through Jiang Zhe, particularly intensified by the presence of the tiger skin. It granted him an illusion of surveying all of existence from atop a city wall. Undoubtedly a unique attribute of the tiger hide's intimidation. He pondered whether it augmented his combat prowess. He murmured to himself and accessed the battle power list. The chosen one, Jiang Zhe, battle power, 965, unparalleled. Arthur Allen, battle power, 550, peerless champion. Elizabeth Qin, battle power, 425, unmatched in the world. Su Cheng, battle power, 415. A wave of joy washed over Jiang Zhe. Indeed, his coat had enhanced his combat capabilities. The others had yet to notice. If this were the case, he mused, could he wield 2 weapons? Each would amplify his battle power and attributes. Naturally, one must be ranged while the other remained melee. Before retiring for the night, he enjoyed a bottle of cola, and the night passed in silence. Upon awakening, he discovered that Xiao Pai had doubled in size from the palm of his hand, though it was quite the voracious eater. He retrieved a chunk of meat, sliced it into 10 small portions, and placed them on a wooden stool. Exiting the cube, he retracted it and habitually glanced at the regional channel for any updates. To his dismay, he learned that Shui Bai, ranked 687 in the world, had been slain. What had transpired? He soon found out. He had just teamed up with Shui Bai to open a door, splitting the danger rewards evenly. While they had dispatched 5 zombies and were about to open a treasure chest for blonde foreigners, 3 men and a woman arrived. The implication was clear. The player teaming with Shui Bai had been robbed of the chest, and Shui Bai himself had been killed. Could someone of Shui Bai's caliber, with a battle power of around 280, truly be vanquished by those 4? The inquirer was uncertain, having fled the scene. A warning was issued. When encountering the 4 teaming foreigners, avoid confrontation and run. In a moment of realization, he recalled that this world operated without laws. It was the first time he had witnessed someone being sniped since his arrival. A sense of irritation brewed within him, prompting him to request Su Cheng's intervention. Su Cheng responded dismissively, declaring the 4 to be mere scum and urging anyone who encountered them to report their coordinates for assistance. Furthermore, He instructed that should they encounter any isolated foreigners in the future, those with sufficient strength should eliminate them decisively. Yes, a must-kill, came the eager responses. A request was made for Jiang Zhe's intervention, prompting astonishment as they noted his battle power had reached 965. Is that really true? 900 strength? They gasped. He outpaces Arthur nearly twofold. By heavens, Jiang Zhe is indeed a player of significant means. Those who had arrived later found themselves in awe. Noting his rapid ascent in battle power, Su Cheng and Song Ying, both prominent players, felt a sense of helplessness wash over them. They promptly added Jiang Zhe as a friend, and upon accepting their requests, he sensed that they had already engaged. The actions of the four seemed indicative of a small organization. It was well known that companionship in this world could indeed enhance survival rates. Despite Jiang Zhe's impressive battle power of 965, the gap within the top 1,000 ranks was surprisingly narrow. Su Cheng, with a battle power of 415, was ranked 10th. The 100th individual is Bernadette Troy, possessing a combat strength of 402. This indicates that the four of them must be a hapless group belonging to a minor organization. Regardless, if encountered, it would suffice to eliminate them swiftly. After consuming a biscuit and drinking a bottle of water, I arrived at the center. In the preceding chamber, cardboard players from the second dimension were engaged in a discussion about the nature of the third dimension. They possessed treasures, but they were of no use to you. Upon receiving this prompt, a chill ran down Jiang Zhe's spine. A gathering of paper figures discussing science? The scene was more terrifying than a horror film. No, I shall not go there. To the left, there lay a room embodying the realm of quantum mechanics. Entering it would result in the creation of 9 raised to the power of n duplicates of oneself, ultimately leading to death due to the room's collapse. To the right, scattered across the floor were some supplies that might not catch your interest. Behind me, however, was the grim news of a brutal zombie. Its skin was tough, and it was ruthless, with countless bones littering the ground. Yet, there was also good news. Behind it was a special tin treasure chest, containing items that would be immensely beneficial at this juncture. The scant supplies were of little value to Jiang Zhe. A typical player would undoubtedly opt for the right room, gathering some resources to evade combat, which is a commendable strategy. However, Jiang Zhe had no choice but to venture into the room behind him. After all, both tin and iron chests are rare finds, certainly far superior to the contents of a mere copper chest. A zombie, after all, is but a trivial foe. Jiang Zhe brandished his blade, exuding an air of determination as he opened the door. Chapter 22. Special Materials, Perfect Revolver. Upon entering, the rancid stench of decaying flesh filled the air. The ground was strewn with various bloody scraps of material. A 2-meter-tall rotting zombie was feasting on a deceased player. Hearing the commotion, it suddenly turned around. Its 10 sharp claws extended, and with a low growl, it lunged towards Jiang Zhe at an astonishing speed, defying the conventions of traditional zombies. Once a national boxing champion, now infected by an unknown virus, its skin is impervious. Beware its claws. If struck, you will inevitably succumb to poison, transforming into a zombie. Severing its limbs is a wise strategy. Its speed was remarkable. Jiang Zhe's pupils contracted. How he wished for a firearm at that moment. Just as the creature approached, Jiang Zhe propelled himself off the wall, evading the scene entirely, lacking the time to retaliate. The zombie turned, snarling and exposing its sharp teeth. Bracing himself, Jiang Zhe charged at the zombie with his blade drawn. In that moment of contact, the zombie swiped its claws. The clash of metal rang out. Jiang Zhe's strike did not succeed. With his left hand, he swiftly brandished a crowbar, aiming a powerful blow intended for the zombie's skull. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the zombie's left arm, leaving merely a shallow black scar. Failing to penetrate its armor, realizing his attack was ineffective, Jiang Zhe did not linger, executing a backflip to withdraw rapidly, increasing the distance by several meters. Even in death, could it still defend itself? The target's defensive capabilities are astonishing. If the battle is not resolved swiftly, your demise is inevitable. The golden prompt descended, intensifying Jiang Zhe's anxiety. This zombie's combat instincts appeared unscathed by the unknown virus. Its ability to fight and execute a butterfly step was evident. The zombie did not afford Jiang Zhe any opportunity, crouching and charging towards him with its arms crossed in an X formation to block its front. As the creature swayed its body, intent on closing the distance, it seemed poised to rend Jiang Zhe asunder. Jiang Zhe hastily retreated, casting a swift glance at his surroundings. His gaze fell upon a bloodied bone. A plan formed in his mind. He immediately pivoted and dashed toward the wooden table, seizing the bone and turning to hurl it at the zombie. In that fleeting moment of release, Jiang Zhe activated his sprinting skill. The ability granted him a mere 3 seconds of acceleration. He had to conclude the battle swiftly. An invisible gust enveloped his feet, his leg muscles swelling with power. In an instant, his explosive strength surged as he charged towards the airborne bloodied bone. At the moment of contact, the zombie swung its left arm, its claws shredding the bone. Just then, as its right arm began to rise, time seemed to slow for Jiang Zhe. A perfect opportunity. From a distance of 5 strides, he resolutely decided to strike with his blade. The curved edge of his Tang saber sliced through the air. A flash of steel glimmered. The zombie, attempting to block with its elevated right arm, was too slow. Its head was severed, rolling several meters upon impact. Dark blood gushed from its neck, even without its cranium. The zombie continued to stagger forward, raising its claws towards Jiang Zhe. However, it had scarcely taken a few steps before it collapsed, lifeless. A decapitated zombie has perished. With dark blood pooling around, Jiang Zhe cautiously approached the corpse, prepared to dismantle it. Zombies typically harbored viruses, rendering most of their remains unusable. He had not expected any treasures from this creature. System notification, zombie flesh X5, inedible. Zombie flesh, a toxic substance. System notification, zombie claws, unusable. Claws, composed of bone and alloy, a toxic item. System notification, zombie blood, unusable. Blood, regrettably, it is infected with a virus, a toxic substance. A series of notifications echoed, all indicating uselessness, before dissipating into data. Such a pity, none were of any use. Jiang Zhe shook his head, preparing to turn back toward the tin treasure chest. Just as he did, a final notification suddenly chimed. System notification, special item discovered, biological scales, harder than Billy's claws, non-toxic. System notification, biological scales, X5. This is an excellent material for crafting weapons and armor that surpass the perfect level. Only this single specimen is available. He turned around. Harder than Billy's claws? Materials that transcend the perfect level must be extraordinary, perhaps even of the exceptional or epic tier. Jiang Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was undoubtedly a remarkable find. He collected the scales and approached the tin treasure chest. Tin treasure chest, a rare chest. One of the more advanced among low-quality treasures, possibly containing rare items. He chose to open it. System notification, basic strength potion, X1. System notification, basic agility potion, X1. System notification, ammonium nitrate X5, phosphorus X5, sulfur X5, rubber X2. System notification, perfect level handgun blueprint X1. Would you like to learn the perfect level handgun blueprint? System notification, tin block X5, a blueprint, 2 potions. Jiang Zhe felt a surge of exhilaration. The tin treasure chest had indeed proven its worth. He chose to learn. He has now comprehended the materials required for crafting the handgun. The materials for the pistol seem to have gathered significantly. Tin and copper can indeed be combined to forge the metallic body of the firearm. Opening the crafting interface, Jiang Zhe checked the required materials for the pistol and examined the synthesis project. His favorite was the revolver, so he selected that style, white in appearance with a black grip. Perfect level revolver, copper tin alloy 02, pigment 131, rubber 22, power fragment 12, agility fragment 22. Ammunition, ammonium nitrate 101, sulfur 61, phosphorus 61. Copper block 281, 1 round, 100 bullets. Is an alloy needed? He searched the crafting section. On the far left of the revolver design, there was an option for secondary material synthesis, which he opened. Gun body alloy, tin block 52, copper block 282. He placed the materials inside and selected synthesis. System notification, tin block 2, copper block 2, system notification, alloy 2. Upon reviewing once more, he discovered that he was merely 1 power fragment short of crafting a revolver. Jiang Zhe exited the crafting interface with a sense of satisfaction. He retrieved the power and agility potions, uncorked the bottles, and consumed them simultaneously. A surge of warmth coursed through his limbs, and his explosive strength increased instantaneously. The sensation of becoming stronger was utterly exhilarating. System notification, power 5. Agility 5. He checked his personal information. Name, Jiang Zhe. Age, 24. Power, 32. Constitution, 21. Agility, 28. Mentality, 13. Health. Your current condition is good, with no injuries. Combat power, 1165. The 2 potions had contributed 100 combat power, pushing his total beyond 1,000. With a satisfied expression, he closed his personal interface. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to open the next door, it suddenly swung open behind him, revealing 4 foreign men with blonde hair. Chapter 23, Encounter with Thugs. One-hit kill. Kneeling and begging for mercy, each of the 4 men wielded a crude samurai sword, appearing to be ordinary, yet decent blades. They pinched their noses, glancing at the black blood of a deceased zombie on the ground, then looked back at Jiang Zhe, who was unarmed. A weight lifted from their hearts. The zombie was not dispatched by the summer country pigs. There were no traces of blood on it. The burly man at the forefront spoke. They were indeed the small group discussed in the regional channel, known for their banditry and treasure hunting, with a reputation for eliminating lone travelers. They had left none alive in their wake. They began to entertain nefarious thoughts, quietly deliberating whether to invite him to join their organization, or should he decline. to eliminate him without hesitation. However, they evidently did not recognize Jiang Zhe as the #1 ranked individual in the world. After all, how could the world's best be encountered by them first? The very notion seemed implausible. One must understand that Jiang Zhe's photograph had been concealed. Unless he willingly revealed his identity, they would remain oblivious. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Zhe had no intention of doing so. Observing the situation, Jiang Zhe took a wooden stool and sat upon it. It appeared these were indeed the 4 foreign individuals spoken of in the regional channel, notorious for their murderous exploits. What now? For individuals had been observing me for an extended period. Could it be that you are fond of men? Jiang Zhe remarked with keen interest. Upon first encountering a living player, the system would automatically translate the language into a comprehensible form. The 4 heard nothing less than impeccable English. One of them, the leader, stepped forward and declared, "You certainly have a sense of humor. I am Joyce Sean, ranked 651 in the world, with a combat power of 285. These are my 3 subordinates, each possessing comparable prowess, hovering around the 270 to 280 mark. You appear formidable as well. Your combat power must lie between 250 and 300. Am I correct? May I inquire your name?" The leader's tone was deliberately cordial. However, Jiang Zhe discerned the scheming intentions harbored by these individuals. "Me? Merely a passerby," Jiang Zhe retorted, taking a swig from a bottle of cola. Apart from their novice gear, the only valuable item among them was a pair of tattered leather shoes. The leader's eyes lit up upon witnessing Jiang Zhe drinking cola, as such a luxury was typically reserved for players with a combat power of at least 300. Previously, they had opened a treasure chest and found a bottle of cola. The 3 subordinates nodded in agreement, their expressions revealing sly smiles, indicating that they perceived this Asian individual as possessing around 300 combat power, thus not posing a significant threat. "Since that is the case, I shall not beat around the bush," the leader proclaimed, advancing a few steps with his weapon drawn. "Join us and share half of your supplies. We shall consider it an act of kindness. If you refuse—" "I decline," Jiang Zhe interjected firmly, his disdain palpable. "Are you truly going to reject this offer? Have you given it any thought?" The leader momentarily suppressed his frustration. His initial intention was to recruit this equally strong Asian individual to ensure their safety in future encounters, thereby avoiding perilous situations. In essence, they sought a scapegoat. Should danger arise, Jiang Zhe would bear the brunt. If none existed, they would exploit him, not considering it. "So what do you intend to do now?" Jiang Zhe nonchalantly flicked his wrist, toying with a Tang sword. The moment the sword appeared, the eyes of the 4 lit up with excitement. This was a weapon of exceptional quality, and they immediately began to confer amongst themselves. "This is a prized blade. We must seize it." "I concur, but it seems his combat power may surpass ours slightly. As long as no top 3 ranked players appear, we 4 can confidently overpower him and claim the treasure." The leader patted his companions on the shoulder, signaling them to remain composed. "I offer you one last chance. Surrender the precious sword, and you shall be spared." "No need for that. Come at me," Jiang Zhe replied, cutting him off yet again. The leader, incensed by the repeated interruptions, commanded, "Enough with the pleasantries, attack." Leading the charge with a rusted iron dagger, he surged forward at the fastest pace. Just as he was about to close the distance, Jiang Zhe held his cola in one hand, and with a graceful flick of the other, the blade glimmered. The leader halted abruptly, struck with astonishment, unable to utter a word. A wound gradually manifested at his neck, and 2 seconds later, his head fell, blood gushing forth as his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The 3 individuals widened their eyes in shock, rendered momentarily speechless. They had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle. Typically, they were the ones who preyed upon others, but today, they had finally met their match. Weakness coursed through their legs as they hastily retreated, rolling backward in terror. It was utterly horrifying. This was a display of merciless slaughter. A chill ran down their spines. If they did not utter a word, they were certain to meet their demise today. As for retaliating, they hadn't even seen how Jiang Zhe wielded his blade, let alone dared to strike back. In a moment of desperation, one of them attempted to speak. Yet, before he could finish, Jiang Zhe's figure darted forward, and the gleam of his blade flashed. Another head fell, blood gushing forth as the lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The remaining 2 screamed in terror, discarding their armor and clutching their heads in despair. A demon. He was undoubtedly a demon. "Spare me, O great demon. I will trade all my resources in accordance with the underworld's rules for my life." They had initially believed that the 4 of them could easily eliminate this not particularly tall or strong Asian man. However, they were utterly unprepared for the sheer terror he exuded. "Calling me a demon?" Jiang Zhe chuckled softly, his blade descending once more. Another blonde foreigner met his demise, his head severed from his body. Using the underworld's rules, Jiang Zhe pointed the tip of his blade at the last remaining blonde. "Why yes, I am sorry. I did not mean to offend you. Please, spare my life." With those words, another slash echoed against the wall, the sound of metal clashing piercingly sharp. The young man clasped his head, trembling uncontrollably. At least he had the courage to remain composed, not succumbing to utter panic. Great Jiang Zhe, do not kill me. I will do anything you ask, even become your servant. He stammered, unable to meet Jiang Zhe's gaze. It was only now that he realized the corpses on the ground were the result of this Asian man's handiwork. Unfortunately, he had encountered the world's number one, Jiang Zhe. The reason for his predicament lay in the earlier encounter with Arthur Allen. Arthur had faced this very zombie, but had failed to subdue it, fleeing in disgrace while inadvertently assisting the four in their crisis. It was clear that if Arthur could not handle the zombie, then only one person could, Jiang Zhe. Ranked number one in the world. At this moment, the young man wished for nothing more than to escape with his life. Simultaneously, he discreetly typed into the world channel. The insignia of the world's number one, Jiang Zhe, was a Tang Dao. Just as he intended to type more, his body suddenly stiffened. His head fell. He was dead. What a pity. If only he hadn't called him Jiang Zhe, perhaps he could have lived for another 10 minutes. Then, a multitude of resources lay scattered across the ground. Jiang Zhe approached, meticulously inspecting the spoils. Unbeknownst to him, the last blonde had sent his personal information, along with a description of the Tang Dao, to the world channel. The channel had already ignited a frenzy among ordinary players. Chapter 24. Harvesting Seeds and Pet Potions. Ethan Nelson. I encountered the world's number one, Jiang Zhe. I may be about to die. If my friends encounter him, please avenge me. He wields a Tang Dao. The message abruptly ceased. Could it be true that he had encountered the world's top figure? What? You met the legendary Jiang Zhe? What happened? Hurry and tell us what came after the Tang Dao. There is no need to look further. He has already met his demise, his avatar now grayed out. In this world, death is marked by the dimming of one's avatar, a detail astute players have discerned. Could it truly be? Has the esteemed Jiang Zhe taken a life? Good heavens. It appears he is a man of ruthless disposition. But why did he choose to eliminate Ethan? It becomes clear. He must have slain many, pillaging others' resources, thus significantly enhancing his combat prowess. How terrifying. It is astonishing that the world's foremost player is of such character. Indeed. Did one not notice that he was among the four ruffians who previously ambushed ordinary players? Jiang Zhe has rid us of those four, yet instead of expressing gratitude, you launch into tirades? A band of fools. In this world, murder does not contravene the law. What is the source of your ire? Consequently, the channel has divided into two factions. One faction accuses Jiang Zhe of murder and plunder, while the other believes he is executing justice. As a result, domestic players have begun to privately message Jiang Zhe, urging him to clarify his actions. Upon seeing these messages, Jiang Zhe dismisses them with indifference. He would rather devote his time to enhancing his strength. In due time, the truth will reveal itself. System notification, 4-dimensional fragment X2, system notification, iron X40, copper block X40, wood block X20, engine oil X15, system notification, biscuit X5, water X5, system notification, ordinary machete X3, system notification, agility fragment X2. The supplies from the four individuals are woefully scant. The agility fragments are a valuable find. Yet a strength fragment is required to craft a revolver. I remain uncertain of the machete's worth. After perusing the trading post, I find only 2 ordinary knives for sale, which may be exchanged for merely a bottle of water or some biscuits. They seem to lack value. I opt to decompose them. System notification, ordinary machete X3. System notification, iron block X30. System notification, cubic space insufficient, please upgrade promptly. Is it full again? I access the crafting interface. System notification, current cubic space is 15 cubic meters, nearing capacity. Cubic upgrade. System notification, iron X9460, copper block X6860, engine oil X1515. 4-dimensional fragment X44. System notification, each upgrade increases capacity by 10 cubic meters. It appears I possess just enough materials for a single upgrade. I retrieve the cube, place in the materials, and select upgrade. A flash of white light ensues. The previously 15 cubic meter cube undergoes data transformation and reorganization, expanding by 10 square meters. System notification, cubic upgrade successful, total 25 cubic meters. System notification, iron X60, copper X60, engine oil X15, 4-dimensional fragment X4. Stepping inside, I survey the room. The once cramped space now feels considerably more open. Exiting, I retract the cube. It is time to explore the next chamber. Jiang Zhe strides to the center, casting his gaze around. 2 rooms exude danger, while one remains utterly vacant. The final room houses a copper chest, hinting at some fine treasures and fragments. A strength fragment would be most welcome. Approaching, I open the door. After a thorough inspection, I find no threats. Scattered supplies litter the ground. The contents of the chest are not abundant, yet they are of good quality. I draw near and open the chest. System notification, fragment of spirit 1. System notification, fragment of physique 1. System notification, apple seed 1. System notification, Design Blueprint for Pet Growth Potion 1. Would you like to learn the design blueprint for the pet growth potion? System notification, decomposed treasure chest, 10 copper ingots, 2 fragments, 1 fruit seed, and a design blueprint for a pet growth potion. Pet growth potion blueprint, when consumed by a pet, accelerates its growth rate, enabling it to comprehend abilities more swiftly. Jiang Zhe's gaze burned with intensity. Although it did not enhance his own strength, if used on Little Pai, the effects would be immediate. Learn. The blueprint transformed into a stream of light, imprinting itself upon his brow as he comprehended its intricacies. Eagerly, he accessed the crafting interface. Pet growth potion, 11 rubies, 1 rhodiola, 1 gynostemma. He had initially thought a catalyst was necessary to hasten Little Pai's maturation. If that were the case, Jiang Zhe would rather forego such a dubious product. However, it was clear he had overthought it. The latter 2 ingredients were traditional Chinese herbs. It was the rubies that likely facilitated the ripening effect. He opened the trading channel and searched extensively. To his delight, he discovered numerous familiar herbal materials at remarkably low prices. 1 biscuit exchange for 2 herbs. System notification, rhodiola 1, gynostemma 1, system notification, biscuit 1. He then input the keyword ruby. Fortunately, rubies were not overly rare, with the price set at 2 biscuits per gem. Exchange. System notification, ruby 1, system notification, biscuit 2. Ruby. Its origin is unknown. Yet it possesses the remarkable ability to accelerate biological growth. Returning to the crafting interface, he placed the materials within and synthesized them. System notification, Pet Growth Potion 1, a bottle of red liquid, the size of an adult's thumb, was produced. He retrieved the cube and entered. Could this small vial of reagent truly hasten Little Pai's growth? With a hint of skepticism, he roused the sleeping Little Pai. Gigi. Little Pai rubbed its eyes with tiny yellow hands. Do you want to grow up quickly? Although they could not communicate verbally, upon hearing the mention of growth, Little Pai instantly sprang to its feet. Gigi. Seeing Little Pai's excitement, Jiang Zhe smiled as he pulled the cork from the vial and offered it to the pet. Gulping it down eagerly, Little Pai swallowed it in a single gulp. Almost instantaneously, subtle signs of growth began to manifest in Little Pai's form. Gradually, the creature that had previously been the size of a fist expanded to that of a child's ball in a remarkably short time. Its fur became more abundant, and 2 faint red spots appeared beside its mouth. Little Pai examined its newfound size and joyfully leaped towards Jiang Zhe. This appearance, this adorably innocent visage, could it be? Was it truly Pikachu? Jiang Zhe felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly checked the information. Mouse Clan juvenile phase. Name, Xiao Pai. Status, healthy. Ability, lightning, still rather weak, but sufficient to restrict the movements of ordinary monsters. Growth, potential for growth. Growth potion consumed. Developed antibodies. Further consumption yields little effect. Diet, omnivorous. Upon noticing the ability section, Jiang Zhe was immediately taken aback. Xiao Pai was none other than Pikachu. Chapter 25. Jiang Zhe's soil purchase causes a stir after a moment of contemplation. Jiang Zhe gradually accepted this astonishing reality. He had been playing with Pikachu for nearly an hour, reluctant to let go. Xiao Pai cast a resentful glance at Jiang Zhe, harboring serious doubts about whether his leader had some peculiar proclivities. Jiang Zhe slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling the existence of a smart chip that could potentially translate the words of pets. He retrieved the smart chip. Smart chip, it is quite versatile. What do you wish to use it for? Well, obviously for translation. Another prompt appeared. Usage instructions. Make an incision in the skin, insert into the target's cerebral cortex, and the chip will automatically connect to the neurons, synchronously translating the target's speech. With excitement, Jiang Zhe held the chip, which was the size of his pinky finger, in front of Xiao Pai. Do you wish to speak with your leader? Squeak. Xiao Pai nodded vigorously. Are you afraid of pain? Jiang Zhe took out a dagger. Xiao Pai shook his head furiously. Ever since establishing a mental connection with Jiang Zhe, it understood that if it wished to communicate, a price must be paid. Jiang Zhe then cradled Xiao Pai in his hands and gently made a 3-centimeter incision on the back of its head, embedding the chip within its cerebral cortex. Throughout the procedure, Xiao Pai offered no resistance, knowing that Jiang Zhe would not harm it. He subsequently administered a small amount of a basic hemostatic potion to Xiao Pai. The incision on the back of its head healed rapidly, the entire process taking less than a minute. 10 minutes later, Xiao Pai tilted its head at Jiang Zhe, squeaking. The wound no longer hurt. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Pai was taken aback by its own ability to speak. I can talk now? A tender, childlike voice echoed in the space, reminiscent of a toddler beginning to articulate words. Jiang Zhe, astonished, could hardly believe his ears. This was no illusion. It was genuine Mandarin, albeit spoken with a somewhat halting childish tone. This is truly remarkable. You have spoken. Jiang Zhe beamed with joy, excitedly pinching Xiao Pai's small yellow cheeks. Xiao Pai yelped in pain, promptly leaping up to slap Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe. Xiao Pai, it's nothing. I just wanted to see if this was a dream. Seeing you in pain confirms it is not a dream. Jiang Zhe was left speechless. Xiao Pai felt a considerable distance from the Pikachu of the original story. One was adorable, while the other had a slightly mischievous edge. Thus, the pair engaged in playful antics for nearly an hour before finally settling down. Jiang Zhe then opened the trading channel to check for soil, casually planting an apple seed. Scanning the surroundings, he found no soil available. Consequently, Jiang Zhe composed a trading message, recalling that he had previously seen soil on the trading channel. It must have been removed by someone, indicating that soil was indeed available. Seller, Jiang Zhe, offering 400 milliliters of water x1. Biscuit x1, transaction, premium soil, requirement. 5 square meters of soil. As soon as it was listed, the water and biscuit were snatched up in an instant. System notification, exceptional black soil 1, 5 square meters. Exceptional black soil, requires no watering, no fertilization. Any seed placed in this soil will thrive. With growth cycles dependent on the seed, what a remarkable find. Jiang Zhe immediately got busy. His purchase of soil sparked a frenzy in the world channel. Ordinary players could hardly afford a meal. Who would use water and biscuits to buy soil? It was utterly insane. The great Jiang has traded for soil. And I managed to exchange a bottle of water and a biscuit for some soil. Fortunately, I was quick enough to seize it. Really? Is that true? I opened a treasure chest and found soil too. I'm in tears. I have a pile of soil. Oh dear. I haven't even eaten today. I have some too. Jiang, do you still want soil? I can trade you 10 square meters for water and biscuits. Is it this crazy? I can't even afford a meal, and the big shots are already buying soil. What is the purpose? To plant, of course. What else could it be? Planting? Wow. The big shots have already begun planting? So, soil is indeed a treasure. What nonsense. Can soil really resolve the current crisis? This isn't what you think. Better open the door and gather supplies. I'm in tears. Could a kind soul spare me a bottle of water? After the frenzy, the trading channel was filled with black soil, red soil, and ochre soil. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe remained oblivious to the terrifying effect of being the world's #1 celebrity. With seeds in hand, soil alone wouldn't suffice. He needed to allocate space for planting. There was still 10 square meters of space in the cube, sufficient for cultivation. He opened the manufacturing interface, selecting a 5 square meter stone basin. Stone basin, stone 2020, just enough for one. He placed the materials in and crafted it. The 1 meter high stone basin was moved to the empty space and filled with exceptional black soil. The black soil was also a meter deep, perfectly aligned. He sprinkled in an apple seed. System notification, apple seed has been planted, maturation cycle of 7 days until flowering and fruiting. In 7 days, boss. I'll treat you to apples. Jiang Zhe patted Xiao Pai's head. Thank you, boss. No need to thank me. Jiang Zhe picked up Xiao Pai and arrived at the center of the door, surveying the surroundings. Front room, time acceleration zone, death within 3 minutes. Left room, filled with toxic gas, only a few contaminated biscuits on the ground. Right room, a wooden treasure chest, a row of laser traps. Is it worth the risk? Back room, good news. There is an iron treasure chest filled with supplies. Bad news, it is shrouded in darkness. Inhabited by a modified giant vampire bat that flies at incredible speed. Be wary of its infrasonic waves if you possess a stun gun. It may be worth a try. I don't have a stun gun, but I have Xiao Pai. Jiang Zhe smiled confidently. Chapter 26, Death Bat, 1 strike kill. Fragmented treasure chest. Purchased a bottle of oil from the trading channel, pouring it on a wooden stick. 1 person and 1 mouse held a small wooden stick each. Then Jiang Zhe elucidated to Xiao Pai that the subsequent chamber lay shrouded in darkness, inhabited by extraordinarily swift vampire bats. He instructed Xiao Pai to unleash a full-body electric paralysis upon entering, ensuring immediate defense against the bats. Xiao Pai, intrigued, inquired, Boss, how did you know there were monsters in the room? Do you possess X-ray vision? Jiang Zhe retorted, a man must harbor secrets to maintain an air of mystery. Do you not agree? You're such a fool. You must have cheated to uncover this. Once inside, the transformed bats would undoubtedly detect you instantly. Therefore, I had to convey this. Otherwise, it would be certain death for both man and mouse. After some banter, Jiang Zhe proceeded to the rear chamber and opened the door. Upon entry, a wave of sanguine scent and a sense of oppression immediately enveloped him in darkness, illuminated only by 2 feeble candles. As Jiang Zhe glanced upward, he beheld a pair of shadowy figures suspended from the ceiling. Transformed bats, colossal in size, emit powerful infrasound waves. Beware, lest your organs be shattered. A golden alert materialized. Jiang Zhe had no intention of allowing Xiao Pai to linger long, regardless of whether the attack succeeded. Xiao Pai would ultimately be returned to the diminutive cube. Due to limited resources, a vacuum isolation shield to obscure the bat's infrasound was unattainable. Such an attack could only be evaded with sufficient mental fortitude. Jiang Zhe could endure for a few minutes, but Xiao Pai, still young, would be unable to withstand even seconds before succumbing to internal collapse. Are you afraid? Xiao Pai shook his head while perched on Jiang Zhe's shoulder. The boss is not afraid, so neither am I. Regardless of the outcome of the strike, returning to the cube was imperative. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Remember that? Xiaopai blinked and nodded. Upon receiving the directive, the tiny red dot on Xiaopai's mouth suddenly brightened, signaling the buildup of electric current. A precursor to his attack. Dozens of strands of lightning erupted from him, and when the current surged, his small yellow hand shot towards the enormous vampire bat on the ceiling with remarkable speed. Upon contact, the bat emitted a painful shriek, releasing an infrasound wave inaudible to the human ear. The bat flapped its massive wings and charged at Jiang Zhe. As the sound reverberated, a wave of nausea surged through Jiang Zhe. Without hesitation, he thought, now is the time. Retreat. Xiaopai, without a moment's delay, transformed into data as the infrasound wave struck, his organs convulsing uncontrollably, unable to withstand the assault for even a few seconds before vanishing into the cube. The powerful infrasound will shatter your organs in 1 minute, leading to a fatal rupture. Conclude the battle swiftly. The warning echoed ominously. Jiang Zhe, gripped by an intense sense of urgency, could not afford to delay. Failure to resolve the conflict promptly would indeed result in death. His right arm swelled, veins pulsating as he activated his speed burst skill. The wind whipped beneath his feet, propelling him forward at a velocity that caused the air to whistle past his ears. He battled against dizziness and nausea, charging towards the advancing vampire bat. Amidst the flames, a terrifying visage resembling a human emerged, complete with dagger-like fangs intent on rending Jiang Zhe apart. Both man and bat moved with incredible swiftness. At the moment of contact, Jiang Zhe fiercely slashed at the colossal bat's head as it attempted to spread its wings to defend itself. Yet, it was unexpected that the speed of this creature had reached such an astonishing level. With its wings half spread, it suddenly came to a halt. The impact was catastrophic. Blood gushed forth as its colossal body struggled momentarily upon the ground before succumbing to stillness. The transformed bat, now lifeless. It was not until the notification appeared that Jiang Zhe collapsed to the ground, his internal organs quaking violently. Nausea, tinnitus, dizziness, nerve paralysis, and his limbs convulsing incessantly. Cold sweat streamed down his brow. It was utterly terrifying. As an exceptional student of physics, he was well aware that infrasound at a certain intensity could inflict significant harm to humans. However, he had not anticipated that a bat's infrasound could be potent to such an extent. 5 minutes later, a message appeared. Detected that the player's mental state is critically low. Mental fortitude enhanced to withstand further sonic assaults. With great difficulty, Jiang Zhe rose to his feet. Damn it, he had been focusing solely on strength, agility, and physique, only to realize how crucial mental acuity was. It was through this battle that he comprehended the significance of mental power. Approaching the bat's remains, he proceeded to disassemble the carcass. System notification, Giant Bat's Fangs X2. Fangs, weapon synthesis material, enhances the quality of existing weapons, surpassing that of alloys in hardness. He did not retrieve any flesh or blood, yet 2 sharp fangs were a commendable find. His consciousness descended into a small cube, glancing at Little Pai, who lay unconscious on the small bed. After ensuring there was no danger, he felt at ease. He then approached the iron chest, opening it only after confirming it posed no threat. System notification, Iron Chest X1, System notification, Strength Fragment X1, System notification, Constitution Fragment X1, System notification, Agility Fragment X1, System notification, Mental Fragment X1, System notification, Perfect Level Hat Design Blueprint X1. Would you like to learn the Perfect Level Hat Design Blueprint? System notification, Perfect Level Ring Design Blueprint X1. Would you like to learn the Perfect Level Ring Design Blueprint? System notification, Chest disassembled. Iron Blocks X10, 4 fragments, and 2 design blueprints. Jiang Zhe's eyes gleamed with fervor. With the final strength fragment obtained, he could now craft the revolver. Chapter 27. The Perfect Top Hat, the Perfect Revolver, Power Surge. He learned all. The blueprints transformed into data, flashing into Jiang Zhe's mind. Enlightenment washed over him. He clicked to view the manufacturing list, first checking the necessary materials. Top hat, flat cap, casual hat. Ultimately, Jiang Zhe opted for a black top hat style. It was quite elegant, exuding an air of an innocuous gentleman. Perfect level black top hat. Fabric 132, leather 41, strength fragment 22, constitution fragment 12. Additional material, tiger skin 41. Perfect level black top hat. Elegant, fashionable, easily misleads enemies into underestimating your combat capabilities. The top hat was indeed splendid, albeit 1 constitution fragment short. He then proceeded to examine the materials required for the ring. The designs were exclusively for men, featuring styles made from jade, iron, copper, and alloys. Without jade, he could only select the alloy ring. Perfect level alloy revolver. Alloy 21, constitution fragments 12, spirit fragments 42. Perfect level alloy revolver. Indestructible, requiring no additional materials. Wearing it exudes a gentlemanly charm, an essential piece of equipment for traversing this world. Only one constitution fragment is lacking. Currently, at least 3 fragments are needed to fabricate 2 pieces of equipment. As for the alloy, it can be combined at any time. At present, the only qualifying option is the revolver. The next encounter with such a blood-sucking bat can be swiftly resolved. Open the revolver crafting option. Perfect level revolver. Copper tin alloy 22. Pigment 131. Rubber 22. Strength fragments 22. Agility fragments 52. Canad fangs 22. Bullets. Ammonium nitrate 101. Sulfur 61. Phosphorus 61. Copper blocks 281. 1 batch of bullets. 100 rounds. Insert the materials. The biological scales are of no use, indicated in gray. They can only be crafted when exceeding perfection. Jiang Zhe also placed the 2 fangs acquired earlier into the mix. Choose to craft. System notification. Copper tin alloy 2. Fangs 2. Pigment 1. Rubber 2. Strength fragments 2. Agility fragments 2. System notification. Ammonium nitrate 1. Sulfur 1. Phosphorus 1. Copper block 1. System notification. Perfect level revolver 1. System notification. Bullets 100. Before him appeared a silver revolver, accompanied by a neatly arranged 100 copper bullets. He picked it up. The texture was chillingly cold. With a flick of his left hand, he ejected the chamber. It can only hold 6 bullets. Holding the revolver, he felt a surge of strength and agility. Revolver, limited ammunition, significant recoil, yet immense power. Infused with the fangs of a monster, its hardness surpasses that of alloys. What was desired was durability and power. As for the recoil, Jiang Zhe's current strength attribute allows him to wield the gun with one hand effortlessly. Click to view detailed attributes. Item, revolver level, perfect attack, 30 attributes, strength 6, Fong 1, agility 6, Fong 1, special, explosive, note, when hit. One can only await their demise, unless the opponent possesses advanced coagulants. Combat power, 200 points. The revolver is entirely comparable to the perfect level Tang Dao in his possession. Indeed, cold weapons cannot rival firearms in certain aspects. Check personal information. Open personal information. Name, Jiang Zhe. Age, 24. Strength, 39. Constitution, 21. Agility, 35. Spirit, 13. Health. Your current condition is not optimal. The after effects of the sonic waves have yet to dissipate, and continued combat is not advisable. Combat power, 1535. Check the combat power leaderboard. Chosen 1, Jiang Zhe. Combat power, 1535. Unmatched, Arthur Allen. Combat power, 700. Peerless Master. Elizabeth Chin. Combat power, 580. Acme of Perfection. Su Chung. Combat power, 579. Invincible Challenger. Roger Port. Combat power, 575. Unparalleled in the world. Bodhi Helena. Combat power, 450. 100th place. Bernadette Troy. Combat power, 420. Su Chung is quite remarkable, having secured the 4th position. It appears that the top 5 have discovered the ability to equip 2 items. That earlier girl managed to reach the 10th position with my guidance. Rather unexpected. I am now merely 3 pieces of vitality shards and 2 strength shards away from crafting both the hat and the ring. I possess 4 mental shards as well. First, I must acquire a vitality shard to create the ring and enhance my mental power. Glancing at the trading hall, I noticed many useless blueprints. It seems that soon, low-level equipment blueprints will be listed for sale, at which point the value of the shards will increase. I must act swiftly before their prices rise and craft the equipment. I listed a bottle of water and a biscuit in exchange for a vitality shard. Awaiting the transaction, I exited the channel and inadvertently spotted a private message from Helena. Bodhi Helena, oh my, your combat power has reached 1535? How did you achieve that so quickly? I'm only in 10th place, sob. Bodhi Helena, I saw you listing water and biscuits. Reading the chat history, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but smirk. Such professionalism in boasting. Jiang Zhe, congratulations. It seems that luck is on your side. Indeed, you must have realized the purpose of the shards by now. Bodhi Helena, yes, to craft equipment. I just opened a tin treasure chest and obtained a few shards. I crafted a skirt and surged to 10th place. I currently still have a vitality shard in hand. As she finished speaking, Jiang Zhe received a notification. System notification, your water and biscuit have been sold. System notification, water 1. Biscuit 1, system notification, vitality shard 1. Bodhi Helena, I intended to gift it to you, but seeing that you needed it, I sold it immediately. Hee. Such optimism. Jiang Zhe chuckled and shook his head. With that, the ring could be crafted. My combat power would surely ascend further. After exchanging a few encouraging words, he proceeded to open the crafting interface. Chapter 28. Perfect Ring. Faceless girl. Jiang Zhe understood that the ring required an alloy. He first accessed the alloy crafting interface. Ring alloy. Tin block 31. Copper block 171. Synthesize an alloy. Perfect level alloy ring. Alloy 11. Vitality shard 22. Mental shard 42. Inserting the materials, he continued the synthesis. System notification, alloy 1, vitality shard 2, mental shard 2. System notification, perfect level alloy ring 1. A silver patterned alloy ring materialized before him. He picked it up and slipped it onto his index finger. A refreshing chill enveloped him, where once his mind was shrouded in gloom. Donning the ring brought forth a clarity of thought. The internal organs, under the onslaught of sound waves, gradually began to calm. Both vitality and spirit surged significantly. Could this be a special attribute? Jiang Zhe opened the attributes list. Item, ring level, perfect, attack power 5, attributes, constitution 5. Spirit 10, affix, healing. Note, when damaged at the spiritual level, healing occurs slowly. Combat power, 100 points indeed. There exists a special attribute. It is a treasure. Jiang Zhe closed the interface. With just 2 shards missing for both strength and constitution, he could obtain the top hat. Although shards were scarce in the market, he still listed water, meat, and biscuits for trade. After all, if they remained unsold for 24 hours, they would be returned to him. Entering the center of the cube, he surveyed his surroundings and continued his predictions. The room ahead is the void nightmare that has claimed countless players. It is filled with abundant resources, but it is beyond your current capabilities. The room to the left contains a mass of artificial ghostly beings and an iron treasure chest. They fear energy weapons. Is it worth the risk? The room to the right is rich in resources, yet over 50 terrifying creatures wielding machetes and sporting horns await the intruder. Their tough hide makes them impervious to standard firearms. The room behind features a crimson performance hall, where a faceless girl with a gaping abyss for a mouth stands. On the stage lies an iron treasure chest with decent loot. If one can withstand the mental illusions of the music box, it may be worth a try. 4 rooms of artificial monsters. The right room is definitely off limits. 50+ monsters attacking a single player, even with a combat power exceeding 10,000. One must carefully consider whether the endeavor is worthwhile. Could even ghostly beings be artificially created? Only the room in the back is left to explore, provided one can endure the music box's mental illusions. However, the hint did not specify the required mental threshold for entry. It should suffice to simply avoid the sound. And with his 23 points of mental strength, he could attempt it. As a precaution, Jiang Zhe spent 25 milliliters of water at the trading post to exchange for 100 G of rubber. He fashioned it into sealed earplugs and inserted them into his ears. Placing the remaining earplugs back into the cube, he stepped forward, preparing to open the door. Just as he was about to enter the next room, a cacophony of sounds erupted around him. Messages flooded in from the world channel, private messages, as well as notes from Su Cheng and Song Ying. He halted, checking his notifications. Ordinary viewers on the world channel expressed their doubts regarding Jiang Zhe's combat prowess. Countless players voiced their disbelief. Something is off, very off. I just saw Jiang Zhe's combat power at 1535, and now, a minute later, it has surged to 1790? This is absolutely suspicious. Earlier, it was still over 900. I need to investigate. Indeed, it's real. Monkey's uncle. It truly is 1790, nearly 3 times ahead of the second place. Have you all seen the girl in 10th place? Just yesterday, she was far behind, yet by noon, she has skyrocketed to 10th. What is terrifying is that she purchased 2 of Jiang Zhe's resources from the trading channel. Hearing your words sends a chill down my spine. She must have received guidance from Jiang Zhe, for her rapid advancement is simply unexplainable. Goodness gracious. Jiang Zhe undoubtedly imparted wisdom to her. Is Jiang Zhe truly utilizing an advantage? Jiang Zhe, is that the case? I must report the world's foremost cheat. Jiang Zhe, esteemed one, have you indeed found a loophole? Can you teach me the ways of this advantage? Jiang Zhe, I implore you to guide me. With such immense combat power in just a minute, I beseech your assistance. I would offer all my resources for your mentorship. The revelation that Jiang Zhe possesses the capability to ensure survival with merely verbal guidance is astonishing. This presents us with a chance to endure. The messages on the global and domestic channels are overwhelming and incessantly flowing. The sheer number of individuals is exhilarating. Jiang Zhe's existence has shattered countless perceptions. Why? If they could receive Jiang Zhe's guidance, their chances of surviving in this realm would significantly increase. Who does not yearn for life? Who does not desire strength? It is no wonder they are so fervent. Jiang Zhe chose not to clarify, for it was unnecessary. Subsequently, he opened Su Cheng's chat window. Su Cheng, Jiang Zhe, I am beginning to admire you. You are always several steps ahead of us. Can we collaborate? Song Ying, Jiang Zhe, your prowess is terrifying. Even the Nobel laureates pale in comparison to you. How have you achieved this? From their conversation, it was evident that they had discovered the secret of equipping 2 items. A unified response from Jiang Zhe. Refer to quantum mechanics. I am occupied. In quantum mechanics, through quantum tunneling and entanglement, each world possesses a unique individual. This implies that in other parallel worlds, they might be the best, but in my world, I reign supreme. The astute duo immediately grasped the implication, breaking into a cold sweat and feeling a sense of dread. Various signs indicated that they had always been within Jiang Zhe's realm. Unless he chose to end his own life. Only then would Su Cheng and Song Ying have a chance to surpass him. Responding to the two posed no conflict of interest. Their discussions in the regional channel were for the benefit of their compatriots. Jiang Zhe observed this and thus did not respond with disdain. Upon hearing their words, the two found themselves frozen in cubes of varying sizes, sharing bittersweet smiles and shaking their heads. Su Cheng. He is undoubtedly applying pressure on me, setting an aspiration to surpass him. I must concede. The throne of supremacy is rightfully yours. Song Ying. Perhaps Jiang Zhe has ulterior motives, applying pressure to elevate my capabilities further. The truths spoken by Jiang Zhe were, however, misinterpreted by the duo. Jiang Zhe closed the private chat interface, listing countless temporarily unnecessary resources on the trading market. He exchanged certain precious items, such as cola, meat chunks, water, for shards and various fragments. He patiently awaited other players to make purchases. Once everything was completed, he approached the door. He did not intend to bring Little Pie, as it remained too feeble to withstand sonic attacks. To be cautious, Jiang Zhe held a revolver in one hand, aiming it at the door behind him. With his left wrist resting against the door, he opened it. As the door swung ajar, a melodious tune of children's music wafted into the air. Chapter 29, Lost Illusions. The death of a teacher. The dim orange glow of the lights cast an eerie ambience. The crimson seats were devoid of any audience. On the stage, not far off, a faceless little girl clad in a white ballet dress stood on tiptoe, her chest held high, gracefully shifting her steps. The melodies of Swan Lake, accompanied by a music box and a violin, filled the air, ebbing and flowing in tempo. Her movements slowed as the music waned, creating an increasingly oppressive atmosphere. As Swan Lake reached its crescendo, her steps quickened, and the tension in the air intensified. Jiang Zhe felt a heaviness in his chest, struggling to breathe. Damn! Had I fallen into this trap the moment I entered? His index finger, poised on the trigger, hesitated, unable to pull the weight of it. As the music surged, the little girl suddenly turned around. Her innocent visage smiled gently at Jiang Zhe. In the next heartbeat, that pure face morphed into a terrifying maw. The little girl leapt forward on tiptoe, swiftly approaching Jiang Zhe, who was sinking into the illusion. A girl with a gaping abyss for a mouth. Her dance accompanied by music, launches a sonic attack on the intruder. Do not let it affect you. A golden prompt materialized abruptly, yet it was of no use. Jiang Zhe, maintaining his stance to pull the trigger, found himself frozen. His eyelids drooped, succumbing to the illusion. The stage before him gradually transformed into a classroom. Desks were piled high with textbooks of various subjects. Jiang Zhe sprang to his feet, immediately spotting the mathematics teacher at the blackboard, writing a problem. 1. Given zx ln xy. Find zx. Note. Calculate the second-order partial derivative of z ln xy. Was I asleep in class? Is this a calculus problem? Glancing at the right side of the board, he noticed a message stating that there was only 1 day left until the college entrance examination. 1 day? Second-order partial derivatives? Wasn't that a university-level calculus problem? How could it appear in high school? Jiang Zhe was puzzled. He clearly remembered graduating. How could he possibly be back in high school? At that moment, the male teacher turned, gazing at Jiang Zhe with an air of elegance. Jiang, please come to the front and solve this problem. Jiang Zhe, caught off guard by being called, stood frozen as over 40 familiar classmates turned their amused faces toward him. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, he approached the front. Grasping the chalk, he began to write. For someone who had already graduated, it was child's play. Zx ln xy zx ln xy 2xxy ln xy 2 times 2x times y 4xyxy. His writing was fluid, without a single pause. The entire class watched in astonishment. Wow, Jiang Zhe is incredible. Doesn't he even need to calculate? Is this for real? He solved it so quickly? Is he really a poor student? Although unable to comprehend the calculations, the teacher's astonished expression assured them that his answer was undoubtedly correct. Whispers filled the classroom, each student expressing admiration for Jiang Zhe. Upon completing the problem, he turned around. The mathematics teacher gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Jiang, you can even calculate this. The teacher continued to smile, praising Jiang Zhe. However, doubts began to swell within him. In Jiang Zhe's motto, it is stated, when you find yourself harboring profound doubts about something, do not continue to doubt. Your sixth sense will not deceive you. He pondered. How could someone who has graduated suddenly reappear in high school? Which high school teacher would still teach the seemingly useless calculus right before the college entrance examination? To ascertain the truth, Jiang Zhe turned his gaze towards the window. The sky was undeniably clear, yet it subtly exuded a tinge of orange gloom. Below, a group of students clad in white uniforms ambled towards the cafeteria, laughing and chatting. Something was amiss. I cannot possibly have returned to high school. At that moment, deep within the illusion, Jiang Zhe realized that something was gravely wrong. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. Outside the illusion, the frantic notes of Swan Lake continued to play. The music crescendoed, and the little girl's pace quickened. Initially 100 meters away, she suddenly approached Jiang Zhe with alarming speed. Her terrifying mouth widened more and more, drawing closer and closer. At this point, Jiang Zhe remained blissfully unaware. Within the illusion, Jiang Zhe found himself discussing psychology with a mathematics teacher. "What is your perspective on death, Jiang?" the teacher inquired. Discussing death in a mathematics class? Jiang Zhe hesitated, his doubts intensifying. "Instead of focusing on lessons and reviewing knowledge, we are talking about your demise." Suddenly, an acute sense of danger surged from nearby. His heart raced. Jiang Zhe's pupils constricted as he sensed imminent peril approaching rapidly. He glanced back at the students. The source of the threat did not stem from them. With the word death resonating in his mind, he became convinced that the danger originated from the mathematics teacher. To verify the truth, there was but one course of action: to take the teacher's life. If this were a ruse, he would awaken. If it were reality, he would face execution. Perhaps, in a stroke of luck, he would be deemed mentally unstable. Adrenaline surged through him, his heart pounding like a drum, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. There was something decidedly off about this mathematics teacher. He could no longer afford to ponder the truth. Determined, Jiang Zhe glanced at the podium and spotted a metal ruler. With swift reflexes, he seized the ruler and swung it fiercely towards the teacher's neck. The teacher had yet to react. Blood splattered everywhere. "Ah, a murder. There has been a murder. Run." Jiang Zhe had lost his sanity. The students below fled in terror. "Jiang, how dare you attack the teacher?" the mathematics teacher exclaimed. Shock etched across his face, clutching his neck as he staggered backward. "I suspect you are not truly a teacher." Jiang Zhe's eyes gleamed with resolve. It was only when the mathematics teacher stumbled and fell to the ground that he finally breathed his last. The scene before him abruptly froze in time, gradually losing its vibrant hues as the dim yellow light from outside filled the classroom, bathing it in a somber golden glow, until the desks and iron chairs gradually transformed into an audience. Ultimately, the entire classroom was enveloped in a dim, yellow light. Awakening from a nightmare, Jiang Zhe realized that his right index finger had just pulled the trigger of a revolver. On the ground lay a lifeless body in white, soaked in crimson blood. It was none other than the white-clad girl who had previously danced ballet. A lifeless, humanoid monstrosity, devoid of any resources. A golden notification descended, and Jiang Zhe exhaled in relief. It turned out that the iron ruler on the podium was indeed the revolver in his hand. It appeared he would not face imprisonment after all. Ascending the stage and confirming that there were no threats in the surroundings, he opened the box. Chapter 30, Double Happiness. Above the abyss, System Notification, Strength Fragment 1, System Notification, Constitution Fragment 1, System Notification, Perfect Level Bracelet 1, System Notification, Perfect Level Pants Blueprint 1. Do you wish to learn the Perfect Level Pants Blueprint? System Notification, Iron Blocks 10, 2 fragments, 2 perfect level blueprints, 2 minor treasures. In the next moment, Jiang Zhe furrowed his brow, realizing it was not a blueprint for a perfect bracelet, but rather a finished product. His gaze grew increasingly intense. The memory metal bracelet in this world was solely meant for opening doors. Could it be that it was given for free? First, he decided to learn the pants blueprint. The blueprint transformed into data, flashing into his mind. He comprehended the manufacturing steps and materials. He initially disregarded the pants blueprint and excitedly opened the bracelet's attributes. Item, memory bracelet level, perfect, attack power 5, attributes, strength 2, constitution 2, agility 2, spirit 2, affix, indestructible, battle power, 50 points, remarks, an ordinary yet perfect alloy memory bracelet, more durable than a novice bracelet. It may shield you from a fatal attack at a critical moment. Glancing over the details, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement once more. All attributes at 2, though the battle power was slightly lower. After all, it was a free gift, which he found quite appealing. He removed the rough memory bracelet from his left wrist and donned the new one. The previous bracelet's energy charges were immediately transferred to the new bracelet, indicating 6 opportunities to open doors remaining. A surge of energy coursed through him, and he felt a collective enhancement of his attributes. With a total of 135 battle power, his current battle power reached 1800. It seemed this perilous endeavor was indeed worthwhile. Not rushing to explore further, he first glanced at the requirements for the pants blueprint. He chose a pair of knee-length shorts with a blue crane design, although he could have opted for dress pants to pair with a trench coat. Such a choice felt too mature and lacked distinctiveness. Hence, he selected the blue crane shorts. Perfect level shorts, fabric 132, dye 122, strength fragment 12, constitution fragment 12. Additional materials, tiger skin 41, perfect level shorts, fashionable, casual, exquisite, all in one. There is a chance to create special attributes. Once again, it required strength and constitution fragments. The materials needed for the previous top had also included strength and constitution fragments. Thus, the journey continued. To craft a hat and shorts, 3 fragments of strength and physique are required. My head is quite large, and the fragments are far too few. Additionally, I lack any decent equipment to enhance my spirit. Currently, my strength and physique attributes are already quite high, yet I am in urgent need of boosting my mental resilience to withstand attacks from spirit-assaulting monsters. Surely, there must exist designs for jewelry and accessories in this world. Without a necklace to augment my mental power, the improvement is exceedingly sluggish. With no further contemplation, I can only proceed step by step. It is time to rest and partake in a meal. I promptly summoned my small companion. Each of us had a bottle of water and a biscuit. There is no time to spare for barbecuing. My thoughts are solely fixated on the fragments. System notification, water X2, biscuit X2. After satiating my hunger and thirst, I resumed my journey. Before departing, Jiang Zhe scavenged the performance venue, discovering 4 bottles of water and 2 biscuits. Curiously, the violin and music box that had been played vanished upon the monster's demise. In conclusion, Jiang Zhe speculated that these items were illusions conjured by the monster. This implies that monsters capable of spirit attacks may also possess the potential to conjure items and resources. This theory seems sound. In the front room, the area of black lightning contains some essential supplies, but stepping inside is certain death. To the left, the misty chamber is filled with countless corpses. The fog can induce extreme hallucinations, with no survivors. To the right, the quantum realm houses the visible souls of players, eternally wandering within, abundant in resources. In the lower chamber, the line world is filled with numerous first-dimensional players exploring forward. In the rear chamber, a bottomless abyss looms, yet countless pillars stand within. The monsters therein do not attack players but instead instill fear. On the opposite bank lies a chest that has never been opened, a tempting prospect. Jiang Zhe cast a discerning glance. The only options are to descend, with the latter 2 rooms being viable destinations. The line world represents the first-dimensional realm, where all players traverse a celestial path. He could choose to wander through the line world, but clues are scant, and the rewards remain uncertain. It is imperative to take the risk and venture into the rear chamber, crossing the pillars. Success in reaching the opposite bank is all that is required. As for the terrifying monsters, Jiang Zhe dismissed them from his mind. Chapter 31. The sale of cola sparks astonishment, a certain doom. It is currently noon on the 3rd day of this survival game, and many have come to understand the significance of the fragments, leading to a decline in trade. Aside from water and biscuits, let alone beverages. Just moments ago, Jiang Zhe listed cola, biscuits, and meat chunks in exchange for fragments, and this news spread like wildfire. Everyone is aware of the substantial investment Jiang Zhe has made. But can his resources truly be inexhaustible? I saw cola in the trading channel. Ha ha ha. I spotted cola. I had noticed it earlier. It was being sold by Jiang Shan. I yearned to drink it, but I lack fragments. In retrospect, it seems Jiang Zhe is quite formidable. He appears to be the first to collect fragments, meaning he is the first to acquire the design blueprints. No wonder his combat capabilities are so terrifying. 1800 already? Just half an hour ago, it was only 1,700. Goodness gracious. In just half a day? How much combat power has he truly amassed? The second-ranked Arthur was nearly outpaced by Jiang Zhe by a factor of 3. I can hardly fathom it. Abundant resources and formidable combat strength. When shall I attain a status akin to Jiang Zhe? Let us restart. Perhaps then I might secure the top position. The world channel became a cacophony of chatter. Initially, the discourse revolved around Jiang Zhe's resources until someone noted that his combat power had surged to 1800, igniting a fervent discussion about strength, inciting envy among many. Yet, there was a silver lining. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to step into the abyssal chamber, a series of system notifications chimed. The cola you listed has been sold. Cola, 2, biscuits, 2, meat chunks, 2, and strength shard, 1, spirit shard, 1. How swiftly it transpired. Only one more constitution shard remained before he could forge a piece of equipment. Before entering, Jiang Zhe instructed Little Pi to return to the cube, deeming its combat assistance unnecessary for the time being. Losing it to the abyss would be most unfortunate. Upon entering, he was greeted by a brilliantly illuminated chamber filled with countless stone pillars suspended in midair, seemingly stretching into infinity. A golden prompt materialized, anti-gravity pillars. The opposite shore is a total of 1,000 meters away. Monsters will appear every 200 meters. Proceed with caution. Jiang Zhe observed that the gaps between the pillars varied, some as close as 1 meter, others as far apart as 10 meters. Should other players venture here, they would undoubtedly find themselves trapped. A mere 10-meter leap was beyond the reach of most. Under the oppressive weight of the abyss, even Jiang Zhe hesitated to guarantee success. The first pillar appeared daunting, an estimated 5 meters away. He lightened his load and took a few steps back before leaping forward. As expected, he landed solidly on the pillar, which swayed slightly under his weight. After regaining his balance, he leaped to the next tier. He proceeded cautiously, taking great care with each step. Perishing here would be an inequitable fate. Thus, Jiang Zhe traversed one anti-gravity pillar after another. taking 5 minutes to finally reach the 200th pillar. Each pillar provided a fixed area of 5 square meters. At that moment, a shadow sprang from the opposite side, rushing toward Jiang Zhe with alarming speed. A notification appeared. Black Crow, known to consume the living, approached with caution. Jiang Zhe, with quick reflexes, unsheathed his Tang Dao and struck. Without a doubt, he successfully cleaved the shadow in two, dark blood splattering upon the pillars. The deceased Black Crow holds little value. The system informed him. Not bad. The creature was not particularly strong. Jiang Zhe pushed the corpse into the abyss and cleaned the blood to avoid any unintended slips. 5 minutes later, he resumed his leaps. After another 5 minutes, he arrived at the 399th pillar, where a shard of agility caught his eye. Is this a shard? He pondered. Agility shard, imbued with the essence of a player who once reached this point before plummeting into the abyss. Jiang Zhe was slightly taken aback as he bent down to retrieve the shard. Indeed, the room was fraught with peril. Stepping forward, I arrived at the 400th stone pillar. Just as I steadied myself, a large black serpent slithered out from the wall of the pillar, flicking its crimson tongue and glaring menacingly at Jiang Zhe. The warning read, "Black-spotted snake, highly venomous. Beware of its venom, for it is certain death." A weight settled in Jiang Zhe's heart. He slowly retreated a few steps as the serpent advanced toward him. Just as it cornered him against the pillar, the snake bared its fangs, unleashing 2 streams of black venom toward Jiang Zhe. In an instant, he activated his speed, dodged, spun around, and struck with his blade in one fluid motion. The serpent fell, lifeless, into the abyss. The creature at the 400th pillar seemed significantly stronger than that at the 200th. Frowning, he remained vigilant and pressed onward. Upon reaching the pillars numbered 465, 502, and 545, he encountered System Prompt, Dimensional Fragment 2, System Prompt, Mental Fragment 1, System Prompt, Ordinary Longsword 1. These were items dropped by players who had previously reached this location. The longsword was of no use to him. He dismantled it, acquiring 5 pieces of iron. He continued his journey, successfully arriving at the 600th pillar. A blue laser grid unfurled from the opposite bank. Laser grid. Contact means certain death. Please evade to other steps. It advanced at a steady speed of 20 meters per second. Jiang Zhe was taken aback. Where were the monsters? How had it transformed into a laser grid? In the next moment, the edges of the laser grid suddenly elongated, and in under 2 seconds, it expanded into a cross-section a kilometer in length, connecting at both sides of the cubic expanse. There was no escape. Jiang Zhe felt a tightening in his chest. What should he do now? Chapter 32. Conscious Life. The first battle of Xiao Pai, terrifying indeed. He had originally intended to flee to one of the stone pillars on the left or right. But now that hope was dashed, it offered no avenue of escape. Jiang Zhe stood merely 400 meters from the grid. At its current pace, it would take no more than 20 seconds to traverse that distance, ultimately rendering Jiang Zhe into finely minced flesh. Feeling overwhelmed, he rubbed his temples, fixating on the grid as it drew nearer, lost in contemplation. As the grid came within 60 meters, a sudden realization illuminated his mind. The height of the grid gradually came into view. Although its sides were stretching, its height remained unchanged. This indicated that if he could leap over the grid, survival was possible. This was his only chance. Rectangular laser grid height, 10 meters. Jumping over means survival. Failing to do so means death. A golden prompt appeared. What good is this prompt? I have already calculated it myself. Jiang Zhe scoffed. He quickly stowed his Tang Dao to lighten his load. Estimating that only 40 meters remained of the laser grid, he had merely 2 seconds left. Jiang Zhe crouched swiftly and activated his speed. The sprinting skill itself stimulated his leg muscles, enabling him to reach the limits of his strength and speed. Given the grid's movement speed of 20 meters per second, he needed to prepare to jump 1 second in advance. If he waited until the grid was merely 5 meters away, it was unlikely anyone could achieve such a feat. Now is the moment. Jiang Zhe raised his head, summoning all his strength, and leapt into the air. His figure ascended swiftly, the corners of his coat fluttering like a flag in the wind. A terrifying sound of lasers pierced the air, sharp and menacing. The very atmosphere seemed to warp under the searing heat. Time stretched interminably. At the critical moment, a blue laser grid swept rapidly beneath Jiang Zhe's feet. Within a mere 400 meters, the grid vanished into the air. Jiang Zhe landed safely, unscathed. Given the peril of this encounter, the dangers at the 800th stone pillar would be even greater, culminating at the 1000th. At that juncture, he might require Xiao Pai's assistance. He continued to leap towards the next stone pillar, but regrettably, the subsequent 200 steps yielded no useful resources. This suggested that those who had reached this point were exceptionally rare. 5 minutes later, Jiang Zhe arrived at the 799th stone pillar and summoned Xiao Pai. Xiao Pai rubbed its eyes, clearly just awakened. Upon realizing the abyss surrounding them, it clutched Jiang Zhe's neck tightly. "Boss, what are you doing? If you perish, don't take me with you." With confidence, Jiang Zhe reassured. "As long as I am here, You shall not meet your end. The next stone pillar may pose some danger. I need you to discharge electricity. Is that agreeable? No problem. But for dinner, I want roasted meat. Agreed. Jiang Zhe then placed Xiao Pai into the left pocket of his coat, covering it with his hand as he leaped onto the 800th stone pillar. Upon landing, a series of crackling sounds emanated from above. Jiang Zhe looked up to see a massive dark shadow descending upon him, adorned with twinkling stars. Black electric screen. A sentient life form, with extremely high temperatures inside. Those ensnared become paralyzed, their consciousness devoured entirely. Strong electricity can inflict damage upon it. The warning appeared. Without lingering, Jiang Zhe jumped directly to the 801st stone pillar. He knew bringing Xiao Pai was the right decision. Without a clash of strong electricity and the electric screen, this challenge was insurmountable. Of course, unless one possessed an electric gun or a designated energy weapon. To put it simply, the fourth danger lay in outmatching one another in electricity. Xiao Pai, can you handle this? Xiao Pai shook its head. It's a bit challenging. 20 pieces of roasted beef. Xiao Pai nodded. Then it's not difficult now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe's expression darkened. Truly cunning. Xiao Pai jumped from his pocket, its small form glowing with a radiant white light. As the electric screen loomed just 3 meters away, 2 streams of blue-white electricity, as thick as an adult's fist, shot towards the screen. The moment they made contact, the blue-white currents spread like a net, enveloping the dark screen. It struggled momentarily before the white electrons within vanished completely, leading to its demise. The black electric screen has perished. Consciousness has dissipated. A single, decisive blow. Excellent work. Jiang Zhe rejoiced. However, when he glanced down at Xiao Pai, it was already fast asleep. Mouse species, with less than 10% of its internal charge remaining, has fainted. The notification appeared. Jiang Zhe then carefully placed Xiao Pai back into the small cube. It seemed this strike had drained Xiao Pai of all its stored energy. Thus, he resolved to reward it well tonight. He continued to traverse forward. The over 100 stone pillars ahead were entirely devoid of resources, indicating that no one had ever arrived here. Upon reaching the 999th stone pillar, it was merely 20 meters to the opposing shore. Between the 999th and the 1000th pillars, the distance to the opposite bank was a mere 10 meters. While this presented an insurmountable challenge to others, it was not a daunting task for Jiang Zhe. It is crucial to understand that jumping 10 meters in height is a completely different concept from leaping 10 meters in distance, as can be discerned from the distinctions between high jumpers and long jumpers. On the vacant ground across the way lay a glimmering silver treasure chest. Silver chest, more precious than a copper chest, rarer than a tin chest, filled with abundant resources. With a flick of his left hand, he drew out his revolver. A gun in his left hand, a knife in his right, he effortlessly leaped onto the 1000th stone pillar. Touching down, danger loomed. Chapter 33. The sale of exceptional goods sparks a commotion roar. X5 Jiang Zhe sought the source of the sound. He beheld 5 imposing, 2-meter-tall humanoid monsters with dark green skin emerging from behind the wall on the opposite shore. Upon seeing their full forms, Jiang Zhe's pupils constricted. They were creatures adorned with 5 masks, their eyes glowing red. Confronting them felt akin to facing 5 living beings. Transformed humans, once players who inadvertently fell into the abyss, altered by some substance from below to attack intruders, possessing a certain level of intelligence. A prompt appeared, and Jiang Zhe showed no surprise. So this was it. It all made sense. Intruders who fell into the abyss did not necessarily perish. Instead, they could be affected by some substance and transformed into monsters that attacked players. The 5 creatures, upon spotting Jiang Zhe, drew hand crossbows from behind and fitted them with bolts, aiming directly at him. Hand crossbows? Jiang Zhe was somewhat taken aback by their choice of weaponry. This clarified things. Facing unintelligent creatures was not particularly dangerous. It was only when confronting monsters that were once human that the threat became palpable. Nevertheless, he did not falter in his actions, drawing his gun and aiming at the 5 adversaries, ready to pull the trigger. At that moment, whoosh, 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 5 bolts shot towards Jiang Zhe. With a gust at his feet, he swiftly evaded the arrows. Just as the monsters released their projectiles, he reacted with remarkable speed. Bang! A loud explosion echoed as a bullet penetrated the forehead of one monster, causing its mask to cave in under the force. The creature staggered for a few seconds before plummeting into the abyss. The monster is now deceased. Jiang Zhe observed the monster's intentional fall into the chasm with a sense of regret. Don't do this. I was planning to claim your resources. Don't die and leave nothing behind. Subsequently, the remaining 4 monsters exchanged a momentary glance, instinctively rushing toward the abyss and forming a line. 1. To disrupt Jiang Zhe's aim. 2. Even in death, they would not allow him to seize their resources. Jiang Zhe discerned their intentions. His expression one of exasperation as he gave them a thumbs up. Truly impressive. Just then, 4 arrows whistled past him once more. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Zhe evaded them again. Pulling the trigger once more, he dispatched another foe. Without unexpected events, I find myself once again plummeting into the abyss. Amidst the chaotic flurry of arrows, 3 monsters remain. Their speed far surpasses that of ordinary players, yet they are still somewhat inferior to Jiang Zhe in his current state. With unwavering determination, Jiang Zhe can deftly evade even the arrows. In certain respects, this world lacks intelligence. Had 5 unaltered monsters been dispatched, they might have posed a challenge for a moment. However, facing off against the remnants of human intellect in the form of death warriors simplifies matters considerably. One by one, they fall into the abyss. A minute later, only one remains. This creature prepares to abandon its armor and leap into the depths, unwilling to grant Jiang Zhe any spoils. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Zhe calls out, "Don't jump. I want your crossbow." He leaps into the air, switching weapons mid-flight. Just as the monster is about to make its fateful jump, a flash of steel glimmers. Its head severed, blood spurts forth as it tumbles backward. Jiang Zhe lands, sheathing his blade, and approaches the fallen creature. Squatting down, he pries open the helmet, only to retch violently. Beneath the visor lies a visage grotesquely marred, flesh decayed, and bones shattered. Resembling a face that has been forcefully smashed against a hard concrete surface. Jiang Zhe delicately extracts the hand crossbow and iron mask with the tip of his blade. Death Warrior's mask, high quality, capable of withstanding slashing blows without cracking. Death Warrior's hand crossbow, high quality, powerful enough to pierce through iron plates. Upon perusing the descriptions of the 2 items, his expression turns to one of disdain. Is this truly the outcome? The ammunition for his revolver can easily penetrate steel plates. These 2 items barely reach the levels of good and excellent. They pale in comparison to the revolver and Tang Dao he wields. Their utility for him is minimal, and to dismantle them would be a waste. He opts instead for the trading channel to exchange for fragments. A perfect weapon requires 4 fragments, with 2 of each attribute. An excellent hand crossbow can be traded for 2 fragments, equivalent to dismantling it for shards. Ordinary players must possess a design blueprint to forge weapons. But acquiring a hand crossbow directly negates the need for such designs. Thus, this transaction proves advantageous for both buyer and seller. He edits the information and lists the items for sale, then kicks the Death Warrior's corpse into the abyss and approaches the silver treasure chest, preparing to open it. Due to Jiang Zhe's listing of the weapon and mask, the world channel erupts with excitement. It is the first instance of someone selling good and excellent weapons. From yesterday to today, ordinary swords and long knives have been snatched up instantly. Quick, look at the trading channel. Jiang Zhe has listed 1 excellent and 1 good piece of equipment. Is this for real? Someone is actually selling excellent and good equipment? Has he lost his mind? It's the Death Warrior's mask and hand crossbow, 1 defensive item and 1 ranged weapon. What a shame, I don't have a single fragment. Whoever buys these excellent weapons without needing a design blueprint stands to profit. After what you've said, Jiang Zhe's weapons and mask have already been snatched up. How infuriating. By the way, does anyone know what a Death Warrior is? Arthur Allen from Our Nation mentioned that Death Warriors are significant figures in a specific level. Arthur, along with other players, was fortunate enough to slay one, albeit sustaining grave injuries in the process. It is a creature of immense strength and remarkable speed, seemingly endowed with a degree of intelligence. A monstrous being with intellect? Could it truly be more terrifying than the Chainsaw Maniac? Nonsense. The Chainsaw Maniac is merely a lunatic. Our esteemed deity, Elizabeth, has indeed proclaimed that players ranked outside the top 20 should flee upon encountering such foes, never to engage. So, is Jiang Zhe capable of single-handedly defeating a Death Knight? As you speak of it, I find the existence of the world's top player increasingly unfathomable. Originally, players were engrossed in discussions about exceptional weaponry, but their attention was abruptly captured by the Death Knights. The ability to confront a Death Knight alone undoubtedly signifies considerable strength. Yet, just how formidable the world's top player truly is remains a mystery. If ordinary players were to learn that Jiang Zhe single-handedly faced 5 Death Knights and left them contemplating suicide, I fear their entire worldview would shatter. System notification. The weapon of the Death Knight you sold has been purchased. System notification. The mask of the Death Knight you sold has been purchased. System notification. Strength Fragment 1, Constitution Fragment 1, Mental Fragment 1. 2 pieces of equipment and 3 fragments. Upon arriving at the treasure chest, Jiang Zhe shook his head with a smile. Indeed, weaponry and equipment are the current trends. With 2 Constitution fragments now collected, I can forge an item. Should I craft a hat or trousers? Sitting atop the silver treasure chest, Jiang Zhe pondered for a moment. Chapter 34, Black Top Hat, Dragon Pattern Bracelet. Jiang Zhe did not rush to open the chest. Instead, he accessed the crafting interface, listing the materials required for both the hat and trousers. Perfect level black top hat, fabric 132, leather 251, strength fragment 32, constitution fragment 22, addable material, tiger skin 41. Perfect level shorts, fabric 132, dye 122, strength fragment 32, Constitution Fragment 22, Addable Material, Tiger Skin 41. Both pieces of equipment could incorporate tiger skin, with a chance to bestow special attributes. Frustrating. What I desire are enhancements to my mental capacity, not strength or constitution. Oh well, I shall forge the hat first. After all, head protection is never a mistake. Materials in hand, I add the tiger skin. System notification, perfect level black top, hat 1. System notification, fabric 2, leather 1, dye 2, strength fragment 2. Constitution fragment 2, tiger skin 1. A black top hat materialized before me. Perfect level black top hat. Wearing it may yield unexpected surprises. The notification sparked a glimmer of excitement in Jiang Zhe's eyes. He picked it up and donned it. A surge of power and vitality coursed through his body. He opened the equipment attributes. Item, top hat level, perfect, attack power 5, attributes, strength 5. Constitution 5, affix, indestructible, special attribute. Enemy resistance. When the head receives a fatal blow, it can withstand one lethal attack. The wearer will still sustain injury. CD 24 hours. Combat power, 80. After scanning through the attribute introduction, Jiang Zhe's gaze intensified. It must be said that the top hat is a remarkable find. The special attribute appearing on a perfect level hat is noteworthy. If suitable exceptional or epic hats cannot be found in the future, the exquisite black top hat, a quintessential accessory for any daring adventure, has remarkably augmented one's combat power by 185. This enhancement propelled the initial combat strength of 1865 to an impressive 2050. Rising to his feet, Jiang Zhe executed a backflip, only to find that the hat remained steadfastly affixed to his head, unaffected by the forces of gravity. He then removed the hat with ease, appreciating its delightful functionality. Turning his attention to the treasure chest, a faint silver gleam flickered as the lid opened, revealing a trove of abundant resources. A bountiful reward awaited him. System notification, strength fragment X2. System notification, constitution fragment X2. System notification, agility fragment X2. System notification, spirit fragment X2. System notification, strength crystal X2. Strength crystal, an essential component for crafting equipment and accessories that transcend perfection. System notification, primary constitution potion X1. System notification, primary spirit potion X1. System notification, perfect level belt blueprint X1. Do you wish to learn the perfect level belt blueprint? System notification, perfect level bracelet blueprint X1. Do you wish to learn the perfect level bracelet blueprint? Decomposing treasure chest, silver ingots X10. A cascade of golden notifications filled the air, leaving Jiang Zhe exhilarated. Truly, the silver chest lived up to its reputation. Overflowing with treasures, 8 fragments, 2 strength crystals, 2 potions, and 2 blueprints. The strength crystals, along with the previously acquired biological scales, were vital for crafting exceptional gear. Setting aside the blueprints for the moment, he reached for the red potion, constitution, and the blue potion, spirit. With a swift motion, he uncorked the vials and consumed their contents in one gulp. Instantly, vitality surged through him, invigorating his spirit. System notification, constitution 5. System notification, spirit 5, his spirit's soared. And he proceeded to absorb both blueprints, which transformed into data and surged into his consciousness, granting him understanding. Accessing the crafting interface, he was met with an array of styles, many of which were quite extravagant. Jiang Zhe opted for a youthful design in leather for the belt. Perfect level belt, alloy X01. Leather X252, pigment X101, strength fragment X32, constitution fragment X22. While the materials were at hand, the belt was not his primary focus. He shifted to the bracelet crafting interface. Perfect level bracelet, alloy X02, constitution fragment X22, spirit fragment X72. The bracelet's specifications caught his eye. As long as he added spirit, it could accommodate any fantastical design. He momentarily set aside thoughts of pants and belts and delved into alloy crafting. Bracelet alloy, tin ingots X82, copper X232. Could silver not be utilized? Jiang Zhe pondered momentarily before checking the alloy notes. Materials such as silver, gold, platinum, and diamonds exceed the requirements for the current perfect level. It turned out that silver ingots were deemed too precious for crafting perfect accessories. He proceeded to synthesize 2 alloy pieces. The materials for the bracelet are now complete. I have selected the design, a silver, minimalist dragon pattern. I proceed to insert the materials and initiate the crafting process. The result is a perfect grade dragon pattern bracelet. I adorn myself with it and examine its attributes. Item, bracelet level, perfect, attack, 5, attributes, constitution 6, spirit 6, affix, indestructible, combat power, 80 upon a thorough inspection. I find no special attributes. However, the dual bonuses of 6 are quite commendable. My overall combat power has surged from 2050 to 2355, thanks to the dual point potion attributes. Now, I only require 1 strength fragment and 4 constitution fragments to forge the pants and belt. Next, I access my personal information. Name, Jiang Zhe. Age, 24. Strength, 46. Constitution, 44. Agility, 37. Spirit, 36. Health. You are currently in excellent condition, with no injuries. Combat power, 2355. Strength and constitution are at their peak, while spirit is catching up. Agility and spirit still lag slightly behind. I then check the combat power leaderboard. Chosen 1, Jiang Zhe, combat power, 2355, unrivaled. Arthur Allen, combat power, 840, peerless warrior. Su Cheng, combat power, 780, ultimate mastery. Elizabeth Chin, combat power, 750, defeater of all. Roger Boat, combat power, 740, world shaker. Song Ying, combat power, 725, unmatched globally. Bodhi Helena, combat power, 600. Su Cheng has remarkably surged into the top 3. Song Ying is in 6th place, in the top 10. 3 of us are compatriots. Jiang Zhe smiles with satisfaction. Previously, Song Ying was ranked in the 50s or 60s. Encouraged by Jiang Zhe's earlier remarks, they have both strived to improve. Within this abyssal chamber, there exists but one door. Beyond it lies danger, a malevolent snowman. Yet there is also an iron treasure chest. There is no rush. I will wait until nightfall. Jiang Zhe contemplates waking up Xiao Pai to enjoy some grilled skewers together. Suddenly, I hear several trading notifications and private messages. System notification, Cola 2, Biscuits 2, Beef 2, Cow Bones 2. System notification, Strength Fragment 1, Constitution Fragment 2, Agility Fragment 1. Su Cheng, wow. Jiang, how on earth did your combat power escalate so terrifyingly? The domestic channels are all abuzz discussing how you managed to increase by over 1,000 in just half a day. Song Ying, Jiang Shun is amazing. You were just over 1,000 in combat power this morning, and now it's over 2,000 by afternoon. After scanning the records, Jiang Zhe smiles knowingly. Jiang Zhe, combat power? Isn't it simply a matter of having hands? Thus, both are once again struck with a sense of inadequacy. Chapter 35, Leaderboard Rewards. The malevolent snowman having completed the trades, I have acquired 4 fragments. The required strength and constitution fragments for the pants are now complete. I access the crafting interface. Select the blue crane casual shorts. Perfect level shorts. Fabric 112, dye 102, power fragments 32, constitution fragments 22, addable material, tiger skin 31. Insert materials and add tiger skin. Choose to craft. System notification. Perfect level casual shorts X1. System notification. Fabric X2, dye X2, power fragments X2, constitution fragments X2, tiger skin X1. Perfect level casual shorts. Wearing them may bring unexpected surprises. Have special attributes been added again? Jiang Zhe's gaze was intense. Click to view. Item. Shorts level. Perfect. Attack. Attack power 5. Attributes. Strength 5. Constitution 5. Agility 3. Affix. Indestructible combat power. 80. It is not a special attribute, but rather an additional 3 points in agility. Quite good indeed. A total of 215 combat power has been added. He donned the shorts. Observing the interface. It was already dinner time. He roused Xiao Pai and retrieved the grill and beef. Boss, can we eat grilled beef now? Xiao Pai stood on the ground, rubbing his belly. I'll start grilling right away. Long live the boss. Subsequently, both man and mouse skewered the pork and beef. A total of 40 skewers were prepared. Placed on the iron net, they began to sizzle, the oil popping and crackling. Cumin, seasoning, and sweet bean sauce were drizzled on top. The aroma of meat permeated the air. Taking advantage of the grilling time, Jiang Zhe opened the world channel to observe players chatting. Did you see? The resource leaderboard seems to have opened just now, and Jiang Zhe is still in first place. I looked. It doesn't display resources, only rankings. By the way, do the top 10 get special rewards? Why are you asking us? Go ask the top 10. Do I need to go to the world channel to get acquainted with the top 10? Watching the players chat, they managed to derive some gains from their banter. The resource leaderboard had indeed opened for rankings. He clicked on the resource leaderboard. First, Jiang Zhe second, Arthur Allen third, Su Cheng on the far left. There was a list already showing the combat power leaderboard and the resource leaderboard. These are the currently opened rankings. Essentially, the combat power leaderboard shares the same names as the resource leaderboard. Only beyond the 20th place does it start to change. Jiang Zhe's gaze swept to the lower left corner of the first place. Something was flickering. Could it be that everyone has it? He examined closely. It turned out that only the top 3 had small light points. Rewards are exclusive to these 3. Click on the highlight. Congratulations. The reward for ranking first on the leaderboard has been issued. System notification. Cube upgrade fragments X5. Do you wish to use the fragments? 5 pale blue fragments materialized before him. Cube upgrade fragments. No materials required. Direct upgrade. Awarded for achieving first place on the resource leaderboard, without hesitation. He clicked to use. The original cube materialized before him, data transforming, shattering, and reassembling. The fragments transformed into data, attaching themselves to the cube. As the fragments gradually disappeared, the surface area of the small cube steadily increased. The process was swift. It only halted once it had grown 4 times its original size. A notification appeared. The cube, now occupying an area of 125 square meters, has just completed its upgrade and expansion. The room had not undergone significant changes, merely an increase in size. It was calculated that 5 shards had enlarged the area by 100 square meters, which took Jiang Zhe by surprise. His originally modest 25 square meter dwelling had transformed into a spacious 125 square meter abode. Overall, Jiang Zhe was quite pleased, albeit unexpectedly so. He now possessed a personal space within the 4-dimensional world, standing out among over 7 billion players globally. Retrieving his room, he continued his barbecue. While the data reconfiguration was keenly observed by Little Pi. Boss, what has happened to the house? In this world, UI, and all things seem to be composed of data. Just now, I acquired shards that expanded the house. Oh, I don't understand, little mouse. If you don't understand, then let us eat. Thus, the man and the mouse feasted ravenously. By the time they finished their meal, it was already 7 in the evening. They had consumed 3 pieces of beef, 2 pieces of pork, 2 bottles of water, and 1 bottle of energy drink. Other players would undoubtedly hesitate to eat so freely. Why? Because having ample resources truly allows for indulgence. After a brief rest, Jiang Zhe approached the door. Earlier, he had examined the room and discovered a peculiar creature, a snowman. Ahead, you will encounter an evil yet adorable white snowman. Once you lock eyes with it, you will willingly be devoured. Beside the snowman lies an iron treasure chest. Why was Jiang Zhe unafraid? The prompt clearly stated that only direct eye contact with the snowman would trigger a crisis, and the snowman itself posed no real threat, its sharp teeth being the sole danger. Thus, as long as he kept his eyes closed, everything would be manageable. After a brief exchange with Little Pi, who agreed to keep his eyes shut, they opened the door. With eyes closed, they entered. Inside, the brightness was palpable, and the temperature noticeably dropped. Little Pi, nestled in Jiang Zhe's coat pocket, shivered. At that moment, a notification echoed in Jiang Zhe's mind. The evil white snowman is slowly approaching you, hoping for your companionship before ultimately consuming you. The snowman, with its sharp teeth and abyssal black eyes, fixated on Jiang Zhe. Chapter 36, Defeating the Snowman. A bounty awaits Little Pi since the impending danger. Boss, the temperature has dropped further, the snowman is getting closer. It tugged at Jiang Zhe's coat to make him aware. Shoo, if you sense it, prepare to unleash your electric shock. Understood. Almost all conscious beings inherently fear strong electricity. Given the frigid temperature, Jiang Zhe had little faith that flames could sustain themselves for even a few seconds. As for melting the snowman, that thought had never crossed his mind. The snowman, with its round body, inched closer to Jiang Zhe. Strangely, it had no legs, yet moved fluidly. Its dark eyes remained fixed on Jiang Zhe, and he knew that opening his eyes would lead to his capture. Gradually, Jiang Zhe raised his revolver, acutely aware that the snowman was merely 10 meters away. Boss, it can't get any closer. I'm ready to unleash the shock now. This is the moment. With a command, Little Pi directly gathered the electrical current. Eyes closed, he shot towards the snowman. The moment 2 streams of intense electricity made contact with the snowman, a chilling laughter erupted from its mouth. The snowman, momentarily paralyzed by the electric assault, suddenly accelerated. Jiang Zhe immediately raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the snowman's face, piercing through its brain. Yet, the sinister laughter persisted. Suddenly, 2 white, claw-like appendages sprouted from the snowman's body, rapidly approaching Jiang Zhe. Hearing the ominous notification, Jiang Zhe's lips curled slightly. Retracting his revolver, he brandished his Tang Dao to confront it. In an instant, the 10-meter distance disappeared. With a swift motion, the Tang Dao was unsheathed. A flash of blade light cutting through the air. A dull thud resonated. Jiang Zhe knew the snowman's head had fallen. However, the terrifying laughter remained. With his eyes still closed, he stepped forward, kicking the snowman's face to the ground before fiercely crushing its head. The sound of crumbling snow filled the air as the laughter ceased. When Jiang Zhe opened his eyes, he realized the room was not the white he had imagined, but rather a vivid red. The ground was littered with the bones of players, frozen blood staining the floor. There were 6 doors in the room, likely the remnants of other players who had stumbled here, only to meet their demise at the hands of the snowman. The wicked snowman is now deceased. No loot available. Jiang Zhe then trampled the snowman's remains, making his way to a central iron chest. Upon opening it, the system announced, System Notification, Breadfruit Tree Seed X1, System Notification, Perfect Level Earring Design Blueprint X1. Do you wish to learn the perfect level earring design? Breadfruit Tree Seed, maturation period of 7 days, yields fruit with a taste akin to bread. Perfect Level Earring, increases player's mental and agility attributes. Rest assured, it will not appear effeminate. Although in this world earrings were essential for survival, in reality, he would never consider wearing one. He chose to learn. The design blueprint transformed into data, assimilating into his consciousness with success. He opened the crafting interface. Perfect level earring, alloy X2, agility fragment X62. Mental fragment X52, alloy was still required. He accessed the alloy creation section. System notification, alloy X2. System notification, copper block X4. Tin block X4. He placed the materials inside and selected to forge. System notification, perfect level earring X1. System notification, alloy X2, agility fragment X2. Mental fragment X2. In the air appeared a pair of silver alloy earrings, each the size of a thumb, with a dragon etched on the surface. The dragon design rendered the earrings exceptionally distinctive. He examined the detailed attributes. Item, earring level, perfect, attack power 5, attributes, agility 6. Mental 6, affix, indestructible, combat power, 80. Fortune smiled upon him once more. The earrings granted a dual increase of 6 to both agility and mental attributes, raising his total combat power from 2570 to 2775. Upon donning the earrings, he felt an enhanced sense of masculinity. The soles of my feet have grown considerably lighter, and the once heavy fog in my mind has cleared, returning to lucidity. Apart from the treasure chest, the ground is barren of resources. Seizing the moment, I summon the cube and plant the bread tree first. Accompanied by my companion, I enter the room and designate half of the area for cultivation. The entire cube bears an uncanny resemblance to a 3-room apartment. I proceed to the warehouse, which spans approximately 10 square meters. Venturing into the trading post, I survey my surroundings. The black soil I previously purchased has multiplied, and its price has plummeted. I exchange a bottle of water for 10 square meters of black soil. System notification, water 1. I spread the newly acquired black soil across the warehouse floor. The advantage of black soil lies in its independence from watering and sunlight, allowing the bread tree to sprout swiftly. Once everything is set, I scatter the seeds atop the soil. Bread tree seeds planted. Maturing in 7 days. Returning to the trading post, I seek players selling seeds to plant alongside. Sunflower seeds, price, water X1. Rose seeds, price, water X1. I promptly purchased the sunflower seeds. Since rodents enjoy sunflower seeds, it will make a delightful gift for my companion. System notification, sunflower seeds 1. System notification, water 1. As the sunflower seeds appear in my hand, my companion immediately senses a peculiar aroma. Boss, I smell sunflower seeds. I chuckle and hand the seeds to my companion. Here, this is yours, plant it and see. My companion's astonishment deepens, and respect glimmers in their eyes. Boss, for the sake of the sunflower seeds, I vow to follow you through fire and water. After completing the trivial tasks, I lead my companion into the next cube. Chapter 37. Leisurely Life. Encountering players. This room contains a humanoid monster adorned with gears and blades, capable of emitting infrasound waves. Thankfully, my mental strength has surpassed 40. One shot did not prove fatal. Brandishing my weapon, I strike forward and slay the creature. Unfortunately, it yields no resources. The final 2 rooms harbor various dangers. With enhancements from equipment and potions boosting my attributes, my overall capabilities have significantly improved. Thus, confronting corporeal monsters poses little difficulty. Of course, escaping unscathed is impossible. Indeed, I bear the marks of a lightning leopard's claws on my left arm. However, after consuming a basic coagulation agent, the injury heals completely. I exhaust all my door-opening attempts. System notification, copper ingots 6, tin ingots 6, water 2, biscuits 4, cola 1, fabric 4. Fortunately, in the last room, I open an iron treasure chest and discover an excellent design blueprint for a hand crossbow. It requires strength, agility shards, and 2 pieces of alloy. Since I already possess a blueprint for a handgun, I do not intend to learn the hand crossbow. I anticipate that other players will eagerly vie for this blueprint, especially considering it is only the 3rd night, and many are still equipped with merely ordinary or good weapons. An exceptional weapon is sufficient to elevate a player's rank within the top 1,000 in global combat prowess. After meticulously crafting the design for the hand crossbow, it was listed in the trading channel. The acquisition necessitates 3 attribute shards. The announcement of the hand crossbow design has ignited fervor in both the regional and global channels. Oh my goodness. Quickly check the trading channel for the exceptional weapon design. I yearn for it. I've seen it, but I lack the shards to purchase it. I am in the same predicament. The finest weapon I possess is an ordinary cleaver. Excellence is but a distant dream. I don't even have shoes. How disheartening. Goodness. An exceptional weapon. Encounter a monster, and it could be vanquished, significantly enhancing survival odds. Alas, I lack sufficient materials. I have a shard of strength. Who wishes to crowdfund for the design? Once we gather enough materials, I will forge the exceptional hand crossbow for you at no charge. Is that reliable? I also possess a shard of vitality. Absolutely reliable. The esteemed Su Cheng from our region has agreed to vouch for me. Fear not. Su Cheng's endorsement. Then I shall consent to join. I too have a shard of strength. Thus, players from around the globe in the World Channel began to strategize. In less than 30 seconds, the exceptional hand crossbow design was snapped up, despite the glamour of the top 10 in the global rankings. Most grapple with the scarcity of shards, much like Jiang Zhe. High-quality weaponry is often unattainable due to the absence of designs, while low-quality gear is disregarded. The mid-tier designs leave many in anguish over their shards. System notification. The exceptional hand crossbow design you listed has been sold. System notification, 1 strength shard, 1 vitality shard, 1 agility shard. Although the design sold swiftly, 1 vitality shard remains necessary to craft the belt. He decided to set it aside and wait until tomorrow for his energy charges to replenish. As evening approached at 8 o'clock, there were still 4 hours until the midnight quiz. He prepared for a late-night snack. After 2 days of barbecue, he craved something different. Therefore, Jiang Zhe procured a design for a pot from the trading channel, expending 3 meat chunks to swiftly acquire the design along with some scattered seasonings. Household items are generally not exorbitantly priced. Many designs remain unsold as people struggle to afford food. Only the top 3 in global combat rankings dare indulge in such luxuries. For the rest, such extravagance is unthinkable. After completing his studies, he spent 30 iron and 5 copper to forge the large pot. This evening, he desired skewers and beef bone soup. He placed wood in the fire, struck a match, and heated water in the pot. Slices of meat were prepared and skewered. With everything ready, he awaited the cooking to complete. Life must continue, so Jiang Zhe exchanged for a lounge chair design in the trading channel, spending a biscuit to acquire it. He then used 20 pieces of wood to craft the bamboo chair. With small pie, he leisurely reclined on the lounge chair, gently swaying as they awaited the beef bone soup to finish. The scene was utterly delightful. An hour later, at precisely 9 o'clock, a cubic door opened, and a man and a woman stepped through. A man from China and a Western woman entered the space, immediately enveloped by the tantalizing aroma of beef wafting throughout the cubic room. How delightful! Oh my God! This is the scent of Lanzhou beef noodles. The duo scanned their surroundings and discovered that, aside from a nearly 100 square meter chamber, there was not a single creature in sight. Their stomachs rumbled in response to the delectable fragrance. The man cast a glance at the woman, contemplating the vastness of the space, where a figure reclined in a rocking chair. It seemed unlikely that this individual was a player. After all, players could scarcely possess such opulence, much less utilize meat for broth. The average player barely occupied 50 square meters. Even the top 3 combatants in the world could not exceed 100 square meters. Thus, in the man's estimation, this was likely yet another illusionary monster. The woman pondered for a fleeting moment. Could it be another creature capable of mental attacks? They were fortunate to encounter it on their first day. Together, they had navigated numerous perilous situations. Just moments ago, they had faced a small boy monster who wielded mental assaults. Overmatched, they had fled towards the door, and upon entering, they were greeted by the expansive room and the enticing aroma of meat. Their hunger was acute. If they could eliminate this man, the riches within the house might be boundless, potentially propelling them to great heights. Should they take the risk? A surprise attack? The man suggested. Yet, the aroma was so enticing that if it were an illusion, they might still savor the meat. The woman was torn. They had barely enough water and biscuits to sustain them, let alone meat. The mere thought of it made her willing to step into an illusion, even if it meant a gluttonous end. Armed with a cleaver, they stealthily approached Jiang Zhe from behind. Chapter 38. Mistaken for a monster. Begging for broth, the man's name was Zheng Cheng, and the woman's was Bo Er Ma Sha. As they drew near, they observed a man clad in a black trench coat, serenely seated in the rocking chair. Beside him was a yellow pet. To avoid mistakenly harming a player, Zheng Cheng glanced at Jiang Zhe's information. Subsequently, he captured a photo of Jiang Zhe at rest and compared it with the World Combat Leaderboard, finding no match. This further convinced him that Jiang Zhe was an illusionary monster. Unable to find a corresponding avatar, it was clear he was not a player. Bo Er Ma Sha contemplated. To be frank, their combat prowess was rather limited, barely surpassing 300. Defeating an illusionary monster would be akin to scaling the heavens. Perhaps they should simply steal a bowl of beef broth and depart? There was a strong likelihood they could not overpower this creature. Just look at the equipment he wore, which was evidently not of ordinary quality. Bo Er Ma Sha could not discern the specifics of Jiang Zhe's gear, but she recognized it was exceptional, far superior to anything they possessed combined. Zheng Cheng nodded in agreement. After a moment, they fashioned 2 stone bowls and stealthily approached Jiang Zhe's large iron pot. They drew closer, lifted the pot lid, and took a spoon to scoop the meat and broth. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Zhe, reclining in the rocking chair, was already aware of their sneaky approach from behind. However, there was no sense of murderous intent emanating from the two, so he chose to ignore them. But now, it seems they have the audacity to steal my beef soup? Taking what belongs to others is certainly ill-advised. Jiang Zhe opened his eyes, his tone somewhat frigid. The two trembled involuntarily. A talking monster? Zheng Cheng felt a chill run down his spine, encountering a sentient creature that could articulate words for the first time. What should I do? A humanoid monster with intellect and the ability to speak. Boyle Marsa stood frozen, too afraid to move an inch. The atmosphere lingered in a tense silence for several seconds. Observing their demeanor, Jiang Zhe broke into a grin. Are you not afraid I might poison it? If not, feel free to drink. Merely for amusement. He intended to frighten the two. Consequently, they were so terrified that they spilled the soup and turned to flee. Before departing, having not witnessed the monster attack them, the man, seemingly out of his mind, turned back and asked, "Oh great monster, is the beef soup truly poisoned? If it is lethal, could you spare us a bowl?" In Zheng Cheng's eyes, if the soup were indeed poisonous, perhaps it could be used to poison other monsters in different rooms. He then observed Jiang Zhe and Little Pai sharing a bowl, savoring a sip of the soup and devouring a sizable piece of beef. Poison? There is no poison at all. Jiang Zhe feigned innocence. Pai. Little Pai flashed a cheeky smile at the two, waving goodbye. Upon hearing this, the two, standing at the door, felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. It finally dawned on them. This was no monster, but rather a player. Boyle Marsa suddenly realized something. A yellow-skinned person, lacking a profile, wielding a distinctive Tang Dao. Could it be? Hadn't a deceased player mentioned Jiang Zhe in the World Channel? The mere thought filled her with both shock and joy. Jiang Zhe, could he truly be Jiang Zhe? Did you see that meat-cutting Tang Dao? He must be Jiang Zhe. Don't be absurd. He has to be a monster. How could the god of Jiang be here? Zheng Cheng, haven't you checked the leaderboard? The great Jiang Zhe's completion room is 30, which means he can no longer open doors today and must remain here until midnight. This implies that the god of Jiang is surely waiting in some room. Could it be? Zheng Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. In the eyes of players, Jiang Zhe was a mythical figure. If he truly is Jiang Zhe, then everything might just fall into place. Completing 30 rooms in 3 days, a combat power of 2,775, outstanding equipment, and a lavish lifestyle that includes boiling beef and pork for meals. Zheng Cheng's voice trembled slightly. Are you truly the great Jiang Zhe? Once you finish, could we borrow your pot? We have 2 pieces of meat and would like to make a soup as well. Both knew it was improper to mooch off others, so it would be better to prepare their own. But alas, it smelled so delightful. Boyle Marsa was salivating, nodding vigorously. Yes, I am Jiang Zhe. You may borrow the pot, but for making the soup, you will require a considerable amount of water. Speaking of which, let me shift the conversation. You seem rather reasonable. Would you be willing to trade some fragments with me for water? This could be considered an opportunity for a transaction. In pursuit of fragments, Jiang Zhe was determined. Upon hearing about the fragments and confirming that he was indeed the world's strongest warrior, Jiang Zhe, the two immediately lost their composure. As they extracted their strength and mental fragments, they curiously scrutinized Jiang Zhe. I knew it. We are truly fortunate. Excitedly, they presented their fragments. System notification, strength fragment 1. System notification, mental fragment 1. There were no physical fragments, but having something was better than nothing. Come now, let us share a meal. There is plenty left in the pot. Consider these 2 fragments as your fare. Upon hearing this, the two were even more exhilarated. Without hesitation, they filled their bowls to the brim. Butter, beef, and bones. Just the sight of it made their mouths water uncontrollably. Thank you, Divine Jiang. I shall dig in now. Much appreciated. 10 minutes later, the large pot filled with beef, broth, and bones was completely devoured by the 3, leaving not a single morsel behind. The 2 wore expressions of utmost satisfaction. Out of politeness and reverence, they refrained from inquiring about Jiang Zhe's rapid progression through the levels and the reasons behind his extraordinary combat prowess. As fate would have it, during their meal, they had already discerned the truth through casual conversation. Divine Jiang Zhe worked harder than anyone else. While others were still gripped by fear, he boldly ventured forth, unafraid. To open doors, dangers came in waves, yet he possessed both intellect and strength. This is what led to his current status as the world's #1. Jiang Zhe then returned to his reclining chair, with just half an hour remaining before the quiz commenced. In the end, Jiang Zhe consented to let the two stay. Tomorrow morning, they would part ways. 2359. Chapter 39. Combat Power Too High, sparks debate, quiz commences. After a grueling day of challenges, a total of 285 million lives were lost. Finally, a new day dawned. Let us take a moment of silence for those who have perished. First, let us congratulate Jiang Zhe from Xia Country for attaining the world's highest combat power, 2775. The quiz will begin in 10 seconds. These 10 seconds served as a wake-up call for players who had already succumbed to sleep, jolted awake by a surge of electricity. Those who had not checked the channel during the day were astounded to hear that the #1 combat power had reached the terrifying figure of 2,775. Oh my god. Jiang Zhe with a combat power of 2,775? Goodness. Arthur Allen is only around 900 in combat power, and the top spot is over 1,000 points ahead of him? If the system hadn't reported it, I would have been unaware that someone was rapidly approaching 3,000 combat power. How frightening. Our channel's Arthur mentioned that he was accumulating fragments, waiting for the right moment to challenge for the world's top position, aiming to surpass Jiang Zhe from Xia country. Indeed, he is gathering fragments and materials, and many are assisting him in his quest for the top. So that is how it is. No wonder even the great Su Cheng is trying to catch up with Arthur. Channels buzzed with discussions regarding combat power. Observing the world channel, Jiang Zhe shook his head with a smile. Accumulating? What a pleasant way to phrase it. Arthur must have assembled a team, akin to a guild. Every few days, all those with fragments contribute them to Arthur to bolster his combat power. Jiang Zhe had previously contemplated a similar course of action, believing that his combat prowess would soar to great heights. It is crucial to understand that in this realm, rooms are perpetually displaced. This implies that once an opportunity is missed, it shall never present itself again. Consequently, Jiang Zhe would no longer be able to offer refuge to the other players in the future, leading him to ultimately abandon this endeavor. Before long, the time for answering questions arrived. Current time, March 11th, 2021, 00:00. Reward phase. The quiz has officially commenced. First question, please refute the grandfather paradox. Limit, within 30 words. Time limit, 60 seconds. The grandfather paradox posits that if one were to return to the past and eliminate one's grandparents before the birth of one's father, a contradictory scenario would ensue. By killing your youthful grandfather, you would eliminate your father, and without a father, you would not exist. Thus, who then committed the act of killing the grandfather? In essence, this presents a temporal conundrum, one that could not possibly manifest in reality. This question allows for unlimited answers. The more rationale provided, the more reasonable and correct it becomes. Hints appeared, and a standard answer was provided. In this instance, anyone had the opportunity to emerge victorious. A flurry of 5 answers flashed through Jiang Zhe's mind. 1. The multiverse theory. The you who returns to the past does not inhabit the original timeline. 2. The inability to act theory. Acquiring a knife, only to discover it is a mere toy, incapable of inflicting harm upon the grandfather. Pushing the grandfather from a great height. One might slip due to strong winds, ensuring the grandfather never meets his fate. 3. The theory of causality. Traversing to the past renders one merely an observer, incapable of altering established facts. 4. The world rectification theory. The person you push down is not your grandfather as you perceive him, but rather a stranger strikingly similar to him. 5. Time cannot flow backwards. Jiang Zhe. 1. Parallel worlds. 2. Continuous obstacles. 3. Causality, observer. 4. World rectification. 5. Time cannot flow backwards. Arthur Allen. 1. Impossible to assassinate. 2. Event hindrance. 3. Causal effects. 4. Parallel worlds. Su Cheng. 1. Parallel worlds. 2. Continuous obstacles. 3. Causality. 4. Assassination is possible, but one would also be erased. Elizabeth Cheen. 1. Infinite multiverses. 2. The soul transcends worlds, inhabiting another grandfather. 3. The world is predetermined, with ongoing obstacles. Roger Port. Absolutely impossible. Time only advances toward the future, never to be reversed. Countless answers bore striking similarities. Though varied, they adhered to the same essence. Even ordinary players responded with remarkable swiftness. As the minute elapsed, the system announced the correct answers. Ideal answer. Time cannot be reversed. Correct answer. Infinite parallel worlds. First place. Jiang Zhe 151 seconds. Second place. Su Cheng 265 seconds. Third place. Arthur Allen 274 seconds. Fourth place. Roger Port 278 seconds. The top 3 remained largely unchanged. This time, even average players managed to secure positions within the top 10. Wow. My random guesses landed me in the 10th position. Haha. I've resolved my 3-day sustenance issue beautifully. Fortuitously, I never anticipated that one day I would rank 9th. How delightful. This time, I was astonished to find myself among the top 10 alongside the titans of the leaderboard, a moment of triumph for me. System notification. Iron block 5, copper block 5. Cola 1, physique crystal 1. Remarkably, there is a physique crystal? Quite impressive. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng and Boyer Marcia observed the announcement of the results, their faces filled with disbelief. They had just witnessed the emergence of the first-place winner and realized that Jiang Zhe had calculated everything in his mind, without any hesitation, outpacing all global players. This profoundly shook their worldview. Second question, please explain the life of the universe scientifically. What happens after the 5th dark epoch? Time limit, 45 seconds. Chapter 40, Jiang Zhe. The omniscient and omnipotent. This question pertains to the scientific division of the universe's life from its inception to its conclusion, segmented into 5 epochs. First, the primordial epoch, the period from the Big Bang to 400 million years later. Second, the stellar epoch, when stars dominate the universe. Third, the degenerate epoch, which arrives when the last star extinguishes. Fourth, the black hole epoch, occurring after 1040 years, when the universe enters a state where only black holes exist, and all degenerate celestial bodies vanish. Ultimately, after 1092 years, everything in the universe will cease to exist, leading into the universe's fifth epoch. Fifth, the dark epoch, characterized by the presence of only low-energy subatomic particles and photons. If time still holds significance at that juncture, this darkness will endure eternally. Global players found themselves in deep contemplation. Those who were perplexed chose to forego answering, leaving only those with unique insights into the mysteries of the universe. Jiang Zhe became engrossed in thought. Pangu opens the heavens, infinite reincarnation. The hint illuminated Jiang Zhe's mind. This hint referred to the universe's early phase, a time of chaos when a being named Pangu separated heaven and earth, thus bringing forth light. The concept of reincarnation signifies the universe's journey from birth to conclusion. Moreover, a hypothesis in quantum physics suggests that perhaps a vacuum is not a state of minimal energy. It is akin to standing on a step with another step below your feet. As the universe transitions into the dark epoch, due to an unknown phenomenon in a specific region, it may collapse into a lower energy state, affecting its surroundings. Subsequently, the laws of physics will be rewritten, potentially giving rise to a new universe, perhaps elucidating the origin of the cosmos. Jiang Zhe mused. The cyclical nature of the universe, the cyclical nature of time. The descent of energy levels, where birth is simultaneously an end, and an end is merely a birth. Su Cheng remarked, an endless cycle of infinite reincarnation, with particles filling from parallel universes. Arthur Allen stated, the macro is the micro, and the micro is the macro, embodying the cycle of the universe. Grant Herman asserted, reincarnation, the ever-augmenting dark energy tearing apart subatomic fragments in a grand rupture, entropy escalating to culminate in thermal death's great freeze, and subsequently collapsing back to a singularity in a tremendous rebound. The players capable of answering were often well-versed in philosophy, physics, astronomy, or mathematics. Though their responses varied, they all shared a common theme of reincarnation. As the 45 seconds elapsed, the system announced the answers. Correct answer, reincarnation, first place, Jiang Zhe. 485 seconds, second place, Arthur Allen. 495 seconds, third place, Grant Herman. 501 seconds, fourth place, Su Cheng. 507 seconds. I have long asserted that this is a clash of titans. Mere mortals ought not to partake. Once again, it is the illustrious Jiang Zhe at the forefront, which is rather disheartening. By the way, what exactly does Jiang Zhe do? How is it that he excels in everything? Do not inquire of me. If I were to know, I might still rank among the millions. He has consistently secured first place, having only begun in second, and thereafter has been unmatched. Truly a polymathic genius? Let me divulge a secret. A few days ago, I interviewed a gentleman by the name of Jiang Zhe. I wonder if he is indeed the same person. You interviewed Jiang Zhe? What is your occupation? In any case, it is irrelevant now. I shall speak plainly. I am the director of a quantum laboratory, specializing in quantum technology. Good heavens! What an astonishing revelation. Could it be that the esteemed Jiang Zhe is a prodigious scientist? If that is the case, it would explain his unbroken streak of victories. He is indeed a talent in the realm of quantum studies. Our nation's Arthur and Roger have long asserted that he hails from the pinnacle of European nuclear physics. So, they are all scientists. I must concede. One question unveiled the true identities of Jiang Zhe and Arthur. Cutting-edge scientific experts with substantial experience in both theory and practice left many players feeling quite overwhelmed. Jiang Zhe, however, exhibited no reaction to the revelations. After all, it does not impede his ability to drive a Ferrari. System notification, water 2, tin 5, copper 5. Agility crystal 2, nearby, Zheng Cheng and a female companion sat on the ground, forsaking their answers. Being in the same cube as a genius was an overwhelming experience. I no longer wish to remain in the presence of such brilliance. The two murmured amongst themselves. Third question, without external assistance. How can a being from the second dimension ascend to the third? Time limit, 30 seconds, an intriguing question. 0 dimension, a point. 1 dimension, a line. 2 dimensions, a plane. 3 dimensions, a solid. In an ideal scenario, one would merely need to combine countless lines to form a plane. However, the question pertains to a being from the second dimension transforming into a third. This necessitates the elevation of their thought process. A being confined to one dimension cannot fathom a higher dimension. Much like the selfies on your mobile device, each image represents a two-dimensional individual existing within a two-dimensional world. According to Jiang Zhe's understanding, this world comprises players of 1 and 2 dimensions. Thus, there exists a means for them to transcend into the third dimension. They must do so without external aid, but it does not specify the exclusion of natural forces, does it? Black hole. It was only when the prompt was issued that Jiang Zhe smiled knowingly. realizing it would pertain to a black hole. In the second-dimensional realm, a black hole appears as a mere black line from any perspective. Surrounding the two-dimensional black hole is a halo of converging light. Hence, it can be deduced that a black hole in two-dimensional space can warp its immediate surroundings to approximate a higher dimension or nearly reach three-dimensional space. Theoretically, a two-dimensional being could be absorbed by a black hole, transitioning into the natural three-dimensional realm, ultimately being expelled by a white hole. Yet, their corporeal essence may emerge, ultimately succumbing to the frigid void of the cosmos, unless one considers artificial black holes and white holes. For example, the black holes and white holes in this realm. I concede, the questions are exceedingly challenging. I shall merely observe the responses of Jiang Zhe, Su Cheng, and Arthur. I find it quite perplexing. Individuals of a two-dimensional existence cannot transcend into three dimensions. 5 seconds have elapsed, and still, no one has answered. Countless onlookers gather for amusement. Such unfathomable inquiries. Can the titans of the leaderboard truly respond? Observing the players' replies, Jiang Zhe smiles knowingly. Ultimately, the questions are not insurmountable. The real challenge lies in the reluctance of ordinary players to engage their intellect. Chapter 41. Ascension Methods. Exceptional weapons. Jiang Zhe. One can traverse to three dimensions via a black hole, specifically a creator black hole, which also necessitates a white hole. Arthur Allen. Only a black hole can transform two dimensions into three. Roger Port. Black holes and white holes. Su Cheng. Black holes and wormholes. All responses converge on black holes and wormholes. As we await further developments, the global channel erupts. How can it possibly be a black hole? Are you experts out of your minds? Isn't a black hole of infinite mass? Once drawn in, does it not reduce everything to mere quarks? How can this be? Do the experts not comprehend? Are you implying dimensional reduction or elevation weapons? Such concepts reside solely in the realm of science fiction. Even Jiang Zhe, Su Cheng, and the esteemed Arthur have stated it is a black hole, yet you persist in debating whether a black hole can yield three dimensions. If it is not a black hole and does not utilize natural or external forces, pray tell, how would you transform a two-dimensional being into three-dimensional existence? Why all the commotion? We shall await the system's announcement. A multitude of ordinary players question the experts' conclusions. The relevant specialists are well aware that artificial black holes have been successfully created. In October 2009, scientists at Southeast University in Xia Country applied the theories of Narimanov and Kildashev to practical implementation, successfully constructing an artificial black hole operating at microwave frequencies. However, this is not a perilous black hole, but rather one designed for energy development. As 30 seconds pass, the system proclaims the answer. Correct answer, black hole. White hole, first place, Jiang Zhe, 515 seconds. Second place, Jiang E, 810 seconds. Third place, Su Cheng, 851 seconds. Fourth place, Roger Port, 853 seconds. Arthur, who has consistently secured second place, fails to make the list this time. Notably absent is a mention of a white hole. The global player base stands astonished. Could it truly be that a black hole facilitates the transformation from two dimensions to three? My goodness, is this real? A black hole? I remain skeptical. If this is indeed the case, my worldview feels profoundly shaken. Approaching a black hole results in demise. How then can it convert two-dimensionality into three-dimensionality? Why is this the answer? Arthur did not make the list. By the way, who is Jiang E? Is he Jiang Zhe's sibling? Jiang E ranks third on Xia Country's power leaderboard, having recently surpassed Song Ying, who previously held third place, following Su Cheng. I am grateful for the insights from the esteemed experts. The prowess of Xia Country's players is truly formidable. The system is currently tallying the results. Once again, congratulations to Jiang Zhe for achieving first place in the daily quiz. Total points second place, Arthur Allen. Total points third place, Su Cheng. Total points fourth place, Jiang E. Fifth, Song Ying. Sixth, Roger Potter. The gift package has been dispatched. Please check. System notification, Iron Block 5, Copper Block 5, Cola 2, Pulse 2, Power Crystal 2. System notification, Golden Gift Package 1. The appearance of Jiang E. Sharing the same surname took Jiang Zhe by surprise. He promptly opened the Golden Gift Package. System notification, Power Fragment 1. System notification, Constitution Fragment 1. System notification, Agility Fragment 1. System notification, Spirit Fragment 1. System notification, Four-Dimensional Fragment 2. System notification, Plant Growth Potion Blueprint. Would you like to learn it? System notification, Exceptional Level Tang Dao Blueprint. Would you like to learn it? Plant Growth Potion reduces the growth cycle of any plant by half. Exceptional Level Tang Dao possesses one additional special attribute compared to the perfect level Tang Dao. Favored by adventurers. Exceptional level Tang Dao, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness. 4 attribute fragments, 2 four-dimensional fragments, and 2 blueprints. This time, The reward for being first in the national quiz is rather generous. Jiang Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had indeed acquired the blueprint for the exceptional Tang Dao. Previously perplexed by the absence of exceptional blueprints, he now understood that there was a chance to obtain them within the gift package. From now on, the title of quiz champion shall be his alone. He learned everything. The blueprints transformed into two beams of light and entered his mind. Enlightenment. Jiang Zhe did not rush to examine the crafting formula for the exceptional Tang Dao, as he had just received a constitution fragment, which perfectly complemented the materials for his belt. He opened the crafting interface. Perfect level belt. Alloy 01, leather 252, pigment 101, power fragment 52. Constitution fragment 22. He crafted an alloy. System notification. Copper block 2, tin block 2. System notification. Alloy 1. He placed all materials in. Selected the dragon pattern style. Chose to forge. System notification. Perfect level black dragon pattern belt 1. System notification. Alloy 2, leather 2, pigment 1, power fragment 2. Constitution fragment 2. Perfect level black dragon pattern belt. Stylish, sturdy, and favored by adventurers and S-oriented enthusiasts. A beautifully crafted black dragon patterned belt materialized before him. He examined its detailed attributes. Item. Belt, level. Perfect, attack. Attack power 10, attributes. Strength 6, Constitution 6, affix. Constitution 5, combat power, 100 points. A total of 235 points added to combat power. Not bad. The sub-attribute added an extra 5 points to Constitution. He removed it and fastened it around his waist. Clasping the alloy buckle, a surge of vigorous vitality coursed through his body. His energy surged, limbs tensed. After moving around, it fit snugly, neither too loose nor too tight. He checked his personal attribute panel. Name, Jiang Zhe. Age, 24, strength, 57, constitution, 61, agility, 46, mentality, 42, health. Your current condition is excellent. Free from any injuries, combat power, 3010, achieving a total combat prowess of 3010. Check the equipment inventory. Weapons, perfect grade Tang Dao, perfect grade revolver, clothing, perfect grade short-sleeved crane top, perfect grade trench coat, pants, perfect grade crane pattern shorts, shoes, perfect grade slippers, hat, perfect grade top hat, bracelet, perfect grade alloy wristband ring, perfect grade alloy dragon patterned ring, earrings, perfect grade dragon patterned earrings, necklace, bracelet, perfect grade alloy dragon patterned bracelet, belt, perfect grade dragon patterned belt except for the necklace, which remains locked. The other slots are also yet to be unlocked. It seems that a specific design blueprint must be obtained to unlock them. It is rather late today. Continuing to explore would hinder my focus. Thus, I shall proceed to examine the remaining botanical potions and the exceptional Tang Dao blueprints. Chapter 42, Flawless Appearance, Bystanders in Awe. Players in tiers, Botanical Growth Potion, Emerald 01, Large Green Leaf 010, Violet 010. The latter two are ordinary cruciferous plants, primarily utilized for extracting growth hormones. Most importantly, the emerald contains substances beneficial for plant growth. I open the trading post and conduct a search. I discover that, aside from a slight scarcity of emeralds, there is an abundance of plant products available. I confirm my intention to purchase. System notification, cookies 2, water 1. I place the materials in. Select to craft. System notification, botanical growth potion 2. System notification, emerald 2, large green leaf 10, violet 10. 2 bottles of green potion have been successfully crafted. I pick them up and return to the cube with my small companion. I leave behind the stunned Zheng Cheng and the woman, who have witnessed Jiang Zhe's first-class loot drop. 2 blueprints, and he has even crafted a belt. They are utterly flabbergasted. They immediately check the combat power rankings. Upon seeing the results, they quickly deduce that the belt has granted Jiang Zhe an additional 200 combat power. They have struggled through challenges to gather resources, only to achieve a mere 300 combat power. Yet, here stands Jiang Zhe, ranked first, with a single piece of equipment surpassing the entirety of their gear. They feel numb and exhausted. It seems I finally comprehend why Jiang Zhe is so formidable. Zheng Ge merely feels a profound sense of weariness. The two exchange glances, unable to contain their tears. This is utterly infuriating. If only this world allowed for monetary investments, they would undoubtedly spend millions or even tens of millions to surpass the world's top player. In the real world, at least they have a family business. They could easily claim the top position in no time. Alas, the unfortunate truth is that even spending money is not an option at present. Jiang Zhe has returned to his dwelling. 2 vials of potion were poured onto the black soil. To their horror, as the potions were sprinkled, green seedlings sprang forth from the ground, reaching a height of 1 meter. Apple tree sapling, growth potion applied, growth cycle halved. Remaining cycle, 2.5 days. Breadfruit tree sapling, growth potion applied, growth cycle halved. Remaining cycle, 3.5 days. The apple tree was planted yesterday. Hence it would mature a day earlier than the breadfruit tree. It would not be long before they could indulge in bread and savor apples. While others fretted over scarce resources, Jiang Zhe was already laboring to enhance his quality of life. If this became known, it was certain that there would be a scramble among the wealthy to share their provisions. Zheng Cheng and Boyle Masha inadvertently shared their observations on the World Channel. Before long, many players understood why Jiang Zhe's combat prowess had escalated so rapidly. The event was rapidly gaining traction, with discussions buzzing fervently. After placing the little one back on the bed, the exhausted creature quickly fell into slumber. Jiang Zhe returned to the lounge chair at the door. Retrieving a bottle of cola, he opened the crafting interface. Exquisite level Tang Dao, Alloy 010, Strength Crystal 44, Constitution Crystal 14, Agility Crystal 24. Additional materials, Biological Scale 31, Exquisite level Tang Dao, Random Elemental Attributes. Capable of inflicting substantial damage on certain specific monsters. Attributes, 3 Constitution Crystals, and 2 Agility Crystals were still needed. A cursory glance revealed the attribute of gold, capable of inflicting a shattering effect on monsters, which was more formidable than a bleeding effect. The water attribute counters fire attribute monsters. The ice attribute counters fire. The light and dark attributes inflict considerable damage on monsters capable of mental attacks. Essentially, these attributes transformed Jiang Zhe's previously insurmountable foes into manageable adversaries upon crafting. Suddenly, Jiang Zhe noticed a new sub-function added to the left of the crafting list, Material Synthesis. Curiously, he clicked to explore. Strength Crystal, Strength Fragment 34, Constitution Crystal, Constitution Fragment 04, 4-dimensional crystal. 44 fragments could be synthesized into one crystal. Let me check how many fragments remain. Attribute Fragments, Strength Fragment X3, Agility Fragment X6, Spirit Fragment X6, 4-dimensional Fragment X4, Attribute Crystals, Strength Crystal X4, Constitution Crystal X1. Agility Crystal X2, he needed 3 more Constitution Crystals and 2 Agility Crystals to forge the exquisite Tang Dao. If he chose to synthesize crystals, he would only be short by 12 Constitution Fragments and 2 Agility Fragments. It seemed that it would not be feasible in the short term. When the fragments were nearly sufficient, he could sell the Tang Dao in his possession to Su Cheng and others, which should complete the requirement. Having completed everything, Jiang Zhe stood up, encouraging the two to retire early, as there would be challenges to face the following day. The two, touched by Jiang Zhe's concern, were overwhelmed with gratitude. 2 ordinary players had received attention from the world's top player. What a stroke of luck. Soon, the World Channel erupted with excitement over Jiang Zhe's exceptional equipment. Countless players, who had already drifted into sleep, found their drowsiness dissipating upon hearing the news. Was it true? Is Jiang Zhe truly adorned with equipment of perfection? Indeed, Zheng Cheng has shared a screenshot of the illustrious Jiang Shen. Yet the visage of the esteemed Jiang Zhe remains unseen. I find myself curious about the handsomeness of Jiang Zhe. As for myself, the finest piece of gear I possess is a moderately good machete, which has already begun to show signs of wear from slaying monsters. Alas, my equipment inventory is riddled with empty slots, leaving me with merely a decent longsword, which I acquired at the expense of 2 biscuits of considerable value. I cannot help but envy Jiang Zhe's flawless dragon-patterned attire, and I wonder about the gear of Su Cheng, Jiang Yi, and Arthur Allen. Su Cheng, it matters not to divulge, for I possess a perfect grade Tang knife and an excellent grade revolver. In comparison to Jiang Zhe, my arsenal is lacking by nearly 2 or 3 times. Jiang Yi, my gear is rather similar, a hodgepodge of quality. I have a greater quantity of excellent items, with perfect ones being scarce, barely amounting to 1/3 of Jiang Shen's collection. Arthur Allen, though my current equipment pales in comparison to that of your Jiang Zhe, rest assured. Once I gather the necessary materials, my combat power will soar beyond 1,000, surpassing the first position in no time. Song Ying, huh? How boastful. How do you intend to surpass our nation's number 1? Do you truly believe that our esteemed Jiang will not progress? Heavens! It appears you all possess equipment of perfect caliber, albeit in varying quantities. As night falls, the celestial battles commence. Zheng Cheng and that young lady have had the privilege of encountering Jiang Zhe firsthand, and they have proclaimed that none shall ever surpass Jiang Shen. Arthur Allen, do not mistake me for an ordinary player. Your perception of him as insurmountable does not imply that I cannot exceed him. Currently, all players are acutely aware of the significance of fragments. Consequently, the leaders of the leaderboard have disclosed their equipment, inciting envy among many players. Ultimately, the World Channel began to divide into 2 factions, embroiled in debate over the topic of Jiang Zhe's exquisite gear. Chapter 43, Merchants Gather. A chance encounter with a swindler on the 4th day, at the break of dawn. Jiang Zhe and Xiao Pai finished their meal and approached the entrance to reclaim their dwelling. Before departing, Zheng Cheng and the woman gathered provisions. They exchanged 2 fragments, one of spirit and one of constitution, for rations for their journey, then turned to leave. Being repeat visitors, Jiang Zhe generously provided them with 2 days' worth of supplies. The duo activated the left cube. System prompt. Constitution Fragment 1, Spirit Fragment 1. System prompt. Meat 3, Biscuits 3. Water 3. Jiang Zhe surveyed the surroundings for prompts. In the front room, there are 7 malevolent dwarfs. Do not underestimate their size, for each possesses immense strength. In the left room, scattered provisions lie upon the ground. As the two departed, the prompts in the cube shifted once more. The entrance they entered now appeared barren, yet it had transformed to reveal scattered resources. It was evident that the cube was in a constant state of flux. In the right room, there are 2 transparent monsters, with meager resources. In the rear room, it is quite safe, housing several human merchants, forming a marketplace of players who have come together to exchange resources and enhance their strength. Upon reading the final prompt, Jiang Zhe was taken aback. How skillful! In this perilous world, there exist player merchants. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Pai, he returned to the cube. Subsequently, Jiang Zhe opened a portal. Inspecting his equipment inventory, he found himself lacking necklaces and physique fragments. Perhaps fortune awaited him at the market, where he might discover a flawless necklace design. Approaching, he opened the door and stepped inside. Before him lay an enormous cube, stretching endlessly in all directions. Scattered around were only a few stalls. On this 4th day, the crowd was still sparse, with merely 20 or 30 sellers present. The stalls were adorned with red curtains, inscribed with languages such as Xiaoyu and English. There were booths selling herbs, low-level equipment, food, copper or daily necessities, and much more. It gave Jiang Zhe the illusion of being in a bustling marketplace. As he entered, he caught the attention of several sellers. Upon closer inspection, the newly arrived player appeared to be affluent. His attire, his demeanor, exuded an undeniable charm. A throng of player merchants swarmed around him. Hey handsome, looking to purchase some gear? Come take a look here. Young man, feel free to speak your mind. I have weapons, machetes, bows, and crossbows available. Huh, does your stall compare to my exquisite Deathbringer crossbow? I acquired it at a hefty price from the esteemed Jiang Zhe himself. If you desire it, just say the word, quality and affordability guaranteed. I also stock daily necessities. Should you wish to address any biological needs, I have that too. Merchants from various nations spoke fluent Mandarin, a result of the world's automatic translation enabling mutual understanding. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe's arrival, their eyes sparkled with opportunity. He was a lucrative prospect. The mention of the Deathbringer crossbow caused Jiang Zhe's lips to twitch slightly. No wonder it was snatched up so rapidly. It had been bought by merchants for resale at inflated prices. Intriguing. It appeared that these players were part of an organized merchant network, with some even resembling notable figures from the real world, Ma Yun, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and others. These individuals, all wealthy tycoons in reality, found themselves devoid of combat prowess in this realm. Yet, their business acumen allowed them to thrive irrespective of the setting. Observing the throng of affluent individuals surrounding him, Jiang Zhe felt a pride swell within him. I seek fragments in a perfect necklace design, not just one fragment, but dozens. Who possesses such items? The merchants, seasoned from experience, might hold ample stock. Fragments are exceedingly precious. I have none, one replied. A perfect design? I don't even have an excellent design. Young man, are you jesting with me? Who in their right mind wears perfect-grade equipment? Only the top-tier players can boast such gear. Our humble stalls lack anything so advanced. Indeed, if you're not buying, just move on to the next room. Don't disrupt us. The merchants shook their heads in unison. As Jiang Zhe had not provided a photograph, none recognized him. If that's the case, I shall take my leave, he declared, preparing to navigate through the crowd. Young man, wait. A corpulent merchant clad in a black suit waved his hand, revealing 4 shards in his grasp. Young man, I possess 2 shards of strength and 2 shards of constitution. Upon hearing the mention of shards, Jiang Zhe turned around. I shall take them all. What do you desire? If this individual were to demand exorbitant prices, Jiang Zhe would simply turn away. 2 shards of strength and constitution were already commendable. With a bit more material, he could forge a piece of equipment of exquisite quality. Yet, among this group of merchants, none adorned themselves in perfect gear, though a select few possessed commendable items. You may not have what I speak of. My days are numbered, the rotund man lamented. I have heard whispers among other players that this world harbors potions capable of curing all ailments, even terminal illnesses. The implication was clear. He was in the advanced stages of cancer and had little time left. Upon arriving in this realm, he had overheard discussions in the World Channel about the possibility of miraculous cures, igniting a flicker of hope for survival. Despite his persistent calls for trade over the past few days, no one had responded. Jiang Zhe glanced at the design blueprint for potions, finding it utterly devoid of entries. Even if players possessed such treasures, they would be loath to part with them. He rummaged through his backpack, discovering 4 vials of coagulation potion. While he had some, the 4 shards offered were insufficient for a fair trade. Jiang Zhe produced a red coagulation capsule, and upon seeing it, the The merchant's eyes gleamed with eagerness, his heart racing uncontrollably. Could it be true? Did this desperate soul truly possess such a capsule? You actually have it. The rotund merchant gasped, breathless with anticipation. If genuine, it could mean salvation from his cancer. Overcome with excitement, he hastily offered 3 additional shards in exchange for Jiang Zhe's capsule. This is a unique opportunity. Count yourself fortunate to encounter me. The transaction commenced without hesitation. The merchant had no doubts regarding its authenticity. Should this player be deceitful? A throng of merchants would surely confront him with fervor. System notification, Junior Coagulation Capsule, X1. System notification, Strength Shards, X3, Constitution Shards, X3. Agility Shards, X1. Once the trade was complete, the merchant swiftly consumed the capsule. After a moment of movement, he confirmed that the pain had vanished from his previous afflictions. The surrounding merchants looked on in disbelief, witnessing Old Li spring back to life post-consumption. No one dared speculate any longer about the capsule's authenticity. It was common knowledge that those peddling herbs in this realm were often limited to merely basic remedies. Such life-restoring capsules were scarce, with fewer than 10,000 players among a population of over 7 billion possessing one. Thank you immensely, kind sir. I have some private goods to show you. Please follow me, Old Li whispered conspiratorially to Jiang Zhe. The shift from addressing him as young man to sir underscored the profound respect Old Li held for him. Jiang Zhe acquiesced and followed. However, as they approached Old Li's stall, he suddenly sensed 4 malevolent gazes fixed upon him from behind. Chapter 44, Malicious Intent. Luring me in as Jiang Zhe departed, a cluster of merchants engaged in hushed discussions. A player capable of producing such treasures was likely to possess even more valuable items. Some astute merchants began comparing him to the top 100 on the leaderboard. Should one inadvertently provoke the wrong individual, the consequences could be dire. To his astonishment, he discovered that no such person existed. A few unscrupulous merchants grew agitated and promptly contacted for local players to investigate the matter. Old Li's stall was a modest equipment stand, adorned with various low-tier items. He invited Jiang Zhe to sit beside him and brewed a cup of tea for his guest. After exchanging pleasantries, which revolved around expressions of gratitude, Old Li warned, "You must be cautious. There are foreign merchants with ill intentions. Several passing players have already been robbed, and those who resisted met with fatal outcomes. We have chosen to turn a blind eye, but since you have cured my ailment, I felt it necessary to alert you. Thank you for the warning, but it is of no concern. What do you mean by private goods?" Old Li nodded and discreetly retrieved a perfect necklace design from beneath the table, handing it to Jiang Zhe. "I spotted this in the trading hall yesterday. A starving child traded it to me for a bottle of water and 2 biscuits. If you desire it, take it without charge. You must leave swiftly. The nearest room is 3,000 meters from here. Take it now while there's still time, or when those individuals arrive, you will find it difficult to escape." System notification, Perfect level necklace design 1. Old Li pushed the design towards Jiang Zhe and stood up, urging him to leave. This unexpected behavior from Old Li caught Jiang Zhe off guard. Surely, Old Li was not merely a merchant. What kind of trader would offer such a generous deal? "Do not worry, no one dares to rob me." Jiang Zhe remained composed, flicking his wrist to reveal 2 biscuits and 2 bottles of water. System notification, water 2. Biscuits 2. I possess ample supplies. In business, one must not incur losses. If this transaction goes well, there will be further opportunities to trade. Indeed, this assertion held some truth. It was Old Li who stood to lose more, rather than Jiang Zhe. Nonetheless, Jiang Zhe could not simply take from another without reciprocity. For a brief moment, Old Li hesitated, the 2 men pushing against one another in a gentle tug-of-war. Ultimately, Old Li, unable to withstand Jiang Zhe's insistence, reluctantly accepted the provisions and subsequently added Jiang Zhe as a friend. Upon discovery of Old Li's full name, Li Shi, it became apparent that he was a bankrupt businessman in reality, brought low by his own conscience. What a revelation! After a brief conversation, Jiang Zhe learned that such markets existed in abundance, though only a few players were aware of them, primarily consisting of teams formed by real-world merchants. These gatherings were spontaneous, devoid of any imagined puppeteers. "You must depart." Just as Jiang Zhe was being nudged away from the stall by Old Li, the 4 unsavory players approached. In hushed tones, Old Li informed Jiang Zhe, "These 4 robust foreigners are all involved in the underworld in reality. Upon arriving in this world, they have engaged in all manner of atrocities. No player has ever emerged unscathed, suffering fates ranging from death to extortion that leaves them destitute. The most despicable of all is the seller who hired them, a notorious gang leader in the real world, drawing the attention of merchants from across the globe who had gathered to watch. Last time they engaged in such behavior, a player was left with nothing. How unfortunate. What sort of scheme will this wealthy individual fall victim to now? I wager that this dashing young man possesses a commendable combat prowess, yet it may falter against 4 notorious adversaries, each boasting over 300 in battle strength. The situation looks dire, especially with 4 seasoned mercenaries, each exceeding 400 in combat rating. Several foreign blonde businesswomen began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating on the outcome for this affluent gentleman. They certainly do not wish to see Jiang Zhe face bankruptcy, as their own goods remain unsold, and they would prefer not to be robbed. Sir, I am Stephen Tony, and our products are truly exceptional. Do come take a look. Sir, would you kindly follow us to our booth? We also offer refreshments. Indeed, do come and see. The group of blonde foreigners maintained a facade of politeness. Yet Jiang Zhe discerned their ulterior motives. Their earlier malicious glances seemed to originate from these 4 individuals. Very well, let us just have a look, Jiang Zhe said, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You are the ones who lured me here. Should you initiate an attack, I assure you, none of you would survive, and all supplies would be mine. This was a classic case of turning the tables. Everyone was aware that Jiang Zhe possessed the coveted blood coagulation capsules, not to mention the water and biscuits he had unceremoniously offered to Old Li. Observing the ample supplies he had in his possession, it was clear that in this lawless world, anything was possible. It was only the 4th day, after all. Players seeking equipment were either wealthy or formidable contenders on the leaderboard. However, they had prudently compared this enigmatic young man in the black trench coat against the leaderboard and found no match for him. The absence of the world's #1, Jiang Zhe, was understandable given his preference for discretion. The odds of encountering the world's best were a staggering 1 in over 7 billion. Thus no one suspected that this young man cloaked in black could be Jiang Zhe. With expressions of surprise, the 4 led Jiang Zhe to their boss's booth. Why would this wealthy gentleman agree to their terms? Would it not be simpler to refuse and make a hasty exit? Let us take a look. I find this young man rather appealing. Should an unexpected situation arise, I might extend my assistance. As a conscientious trader, reputation is paramount. I shall join as well, declared Old Li, followed closely by several blonde businesswomen trailing behind Jiang Zhe. With his keen hearing, Jiang Zhe had already caught wind of the ladies' discussions. He had anticipated the inherent malice in humanity, but was unexpectedly witnessing a glimpse of commercial integrity in this harsh world. Quite surprising indeed. Along the way, Jiang Zhe learned that these 4 henchmen and their boss were universally scorned by fellow merchants. To thrive in this realm, reputation was of utmost importance. Chapter 45. Encounter with a trap, provocation from henchmen. Eliminate them before long. They arrived at the booth of the boss, a rotund, bald man with an irritating demeanor. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe approach, his countenance transformed into a beaming smile, while a throng of onlookers from various nations gathered around, eager to observe the unfolding drama. Come, you handsome Asian gentlemen, take a look and take what you fancy. The boss chuckled slyly. Once Jiang Zhe touches his wares, he would likely find himself compelled to purchase. This was a general store, filled with cold weapons, inferior gear, substandard pistols, water, chunks of meat, biscuits, and other supplies. Jiang Zhe squatted, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he picked up a rough-textured white pistol. Surrounding merchants shook their heads, sighing. The usual ruse was commencing. They would deceive passing players, politely fleece them, and ultimately, even if they refused to buy, they would be coerced into doing so. A refusal could lead to dire consequences. How about it? Do you like it? The bald man inquired. It's rather mediocre, Jiang Zhe replied nonchalantly. Even if you gifted it to me, I would still ponder whether it's worth dismantling. You dare to say my treasure is mediocre? The bald man nodded, signaling his companions. The 4 men encircled Jiang Zhe. Did you all witness that? This young man handled the weapons from my stall. The bald man lifted the white pistol, and, with a slight exertion, it fell apart. Everyone saw it. He damaged this pistol. I won't quibble over 10 bottles of water and 10 biscuits as compensation. The bald man's gaze hinted at something sinister. The 4 burly foreigners advanced closer to Jiang Zhe. Young man, this world may not be as kind as you imagine. Since you broke it, you should compensate for it. We all inhabit the same world. Let us look out for one another to avoid unnecessary trouble. The 4 feigned sincerity, yet the surrounding merchants regarded them with disdain. These 4 foreigners were utterly shameless. I have neither 10 biscuits nor 10 bottles of water, Jiang Zhe jested. I offer you a chance. Turn around and leave. Conduct your business like everyone else, and be a merchant of integrity. Perhaps I will consider sparing you. Just a reminder, I am on the leaderboard. Are you certain you want to reconsider? Upon hearing the mention of the leaderboard, the bald man was taken aback. All merchants understood. He was on the leaderboard. But there was no real photograph. They had seen the leaderboard ranking at 2,100, yet none had encountered Jiang Zhe. Could this young man truly claim to be Jiang Zhe? As the world's #1, how could he be encountered by mere mortals? Clearly, no one believed him. The bald man burst into laughter. Ha ha. Are you claiming to be the #1 on the leaderboard? Then I must be the father of the world's #1. Ha ha. Do you think a random player can impersonate the world's #1? 1 in 70 billion is no jest. After his laughter subsided, the bald man commanded, and the 4 men seized Jiang Zhe. One held down his arm, rendering him immobile. Hand over your supplies, or we shall leave you battered and then toss you into danger. One of them stated, "Young man, it's the 21st century. This is how the world operates. If you resist, it will not be favorable for you." Two men in black had already drawn quality cleavers as a show of force. The merchants, witnessing this, retreated, murmuring a few words of encouragement for Jiang Zhe, but the bald man clearly did not heed them. "Hand over your supplies? So if I refuse, it is merely a death sentence?" Jiang Zhe inquired, somewhat astonished. "Indeed," came the chorus of agreement, for individuals had engaged in such actions, well aware that some formidable characters possessed an air of arrogance. Even if a player boasted a combat power of 400 or 500, the combined prowess of the four, each exceeding 300, along with their honed skills, emboldened them to confront any challenger. Moreover, this lone Asian man dared to stand against them? Was he truly unwavering? Jiang Zhe shook his head with a smile, while the four scoffed derisively. At this juncture, without offering any resources, they would find it impossible to leave. One of the henchmen coldly remarked. Jiang Zhe shrugged his shoulders, swiftly breaking free from their grasp, and in an instant, a silver Tang Dao gleamed in his hand. The merchants, upon sighting the black-patterned Tang Dao, widened their eyes in astonishment. The perceptive merchants immediately recognized this blade. Was it not the very black-handled Tang Dao that Zheng Cheng had unveiled just the day prior? They had mentioned dining on barbecue with the illustrious Jiang Zhe, who was also clad in impeccable gear. Realization dawned on their faces, as they comprehended that this handsome man was indeed the world's best. Many women felt their breaths quicken with excitement. The four henchmen, along with the bald boss, found themselves momentarily dumbfounded at the sight of the black-handled Tang Dao. Cold sweat trickling down their backs. The emblematic nature of this weapon was undeniably potent. This man was indeed the unparalleled Jiang Zhe. There was no mistaking it. The bald boss felt a surge of dread wash over him. He had kicked a hornet's nest. He hastily offered apologies. "Jiang Zhe, my apologies, I was merely jesting. I shall heed your words and strive to be a merchant of integrity." He approached with a sincere apology. "Jiang Zhe, we are truly sorry." No sooner had the words left his mouth than, in less than a second, 5 figures crumpled to the ground, blood spraying forth like a fountain. By the time the 5 realized what had transpired, they beheld their own bodies, but the heads were no longer attached. "Did you truly believe I was jesting with you?" Jiang Zhe's actions were decisive and swift, leaving no opportunity for the 5 to survive. The merchants instinctively took 2 steps back, though they had encountered death before. This display was particularly brutal. Old Li, quick to react, summoned several merchants to clean up the scene. Fortunately, none opposed Jiang Zhe. Instead, they applauded the demise of the 5. "Well done. Thank you, Divine Jiang. I have loathed those 5 treacherous scoundrels for far too long. It truly is Jiang Zhe. I am fortunate beyond measure. I never expected such a handsome figure. Sister, if you are free today, would you care to accompany me?" "I am 27. A wealthy and beautiful woman in a publicly traded company. Jiang Zhe, if you are willing, I shall be yours today." Thus, Jiang Zhe found himself encircled by a throng of women, while he calmly collected the spoils of battle, dismantling all debris, leaving nothing of use behind. System notification, wood block 51, system notification, tin block 18, system notification, iron block 106, system notification, water 24, cola 4, biscuits 32, system notification, strength fragment 4, constitution fragment 2, agility fragment 4, spirit fragment 2, system notification, 4-dimensional fragment 4, system notification, good bow design blueprint 1, system notification, excellent Tang Dao design blueprint 1. This journey proved to be far more worthwhile than opening treasure chests. In addition to the 2 blueprints, he acquired a good crossbow and an excellent Tang Dao design. Furthermore, he obtained 2 fine weapons, a decent machete and a hand crossbow. He listed these items on the trading market for any fragments in exchange. The good bow design and a selection of ornamental plant seeds were gifted to Old Li by Jiang Zhe. The seeds were all for decorative plants. Jiang Zhe dispersed the merchants and engaged in casual conversation with several generous female traders. He learned that there were a few subordinates of Arthur Allen present, purportedly collecting fragments to surpass Jiang Zhe. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe laughed heartily, not taking it to heart. They exchanged friend requests, agreeing that whenever they had fragments or crystals, they would reach out to Jiang Zhe first. The ladies graciously accepted, considering it an honor to conduct business with the esteemed Jiang Zhe. He eventually bid farewell to the beautiful merchants, not lingering in the marketplace any longer. On the way, he studied the perfect necklace design, pleasantly surprised to find that he already had sufficient materials. He opened the crafting interface. Chapter 46, Damage-Reducing Necklace. Substitute Tang Dao. After nearly 3 minutes of walking, he arrived at the center of the cube. He surveyed the surroundings. To the left room, there is a laser trap. Entering would be fatal. In the front room, one might encounter 3 second-dimensional players who are teaming up against card warriors, with a meager supply in the 2-dimensional iron treasure chest behind them. In the back room, there are premium supplies scattered about. with a fourth-dimensional player battling a creature possessing the attributes of Schrodinger's cat, seemingly trapped in a loop, unable to defeat the cat. In the right room, there is only an iron treasure chest, but it is guarded by a humanoid white specter that releases psychic shocks on players. It is advisable to give it a try. This time, he examined all 4 directions. 1 low-dimensional and 1 high-dimensional player. The supplies in the 2-dimensional world were too scarce, dissuading him from exploring further. If his strength allowed, he might have chosen to investigate the legendary 4th dimension to see what that world entailed. Unfortunately, the creature with the Schrodinger's cat attribute posed an insurmountable challenge. Even if he could defeat it, he might face torment from the 4th-dimensional player. It is well known that 4th-dimensional players are godlike beings in Jiang Zhe's timeline. Regrettably, his capabilities did not permit such an endeavor. It seemed that acquiring premium supplies was out of reach. The back room appeared to be the least dangerous option. The immediate priority was to craft the necklace. The higher the spirit, the greater the resistance against psychic attacks from monsters. Perfect level necklace, alloy 02, pigment 101, spirit fragment 94. In any case, he had plenty of spirit fragments and was not lacking in that regard. He clicked on alloy crafting, placed the materials in, and produced 2 alloys. System prompt, alloy 2. System prompt, copper block 4, tin block 4, transitioning to the necklace crafting interface. Insert all materials. Select style, silver, dragon pattern. Confirm the creation. System prompt, perfect level dragon pattern necklace 1. System prompt, alloy 2, die 1, spirit shard 4. A silver dragon pattern necklace materializes before me. Perfect level dragon pattern necklace. Wear it, and perhaps a special effect may manifest. A notification appears. It has been quite some time since I encountered a special attribute. Jiang Zhe feels a surge of joy. He examines the detailed attributes. Item, necklace level, perfect, attack power 5, attributes, spirit 12, affix, damage reduction. Note, when subjected to a spiritual attack, there is a 30% chance to double your existing spirit points, diminishing the enemy's assault against you, lasting 5 minutes, cooldown 24 hours, combat power, 100 points. It turns out to be a damage-reducing necklace. In Jiang Zhe's eyes, this necklace is a rare find. Yet, it possesses a somewhat lackluster quality. The 30% chance of doubling the existing spirit points pales in comparison to the attack immunity of the black top hat. However, at this stage, wearing it might allow him to venture into the ghost room. He picks it up and adorns himself with it. A refreshing, translucent sensation emanates from his mind. He feels a newfound confidence in battling ghosts. Subsequently, he navigates to his personal information interface. Name, Jiang Zhe. Age, 24, strength, 57, constitution, 61, agility, 46, spirit, 54, health. You are currently in excellent condition, with no injuries, combat power, 32-35. His highest attribute is constitution, while agility appears somewhat lackluster. He closes the interface. Unfamiliar with the attributes of ghosts, Jiang Zhe decides against bringing Little Pai along. Should he be slain by a ghost, it would be a significant loss. He approaches the door to the room on the right, preparing to open it. A series of sounds resonates in his ears. This is Jiang Zhe's private message list, set to alert him to keywords such as want, buy, and expensive. Upon triggering, it prompts a notification. He halts his steps and opens the private message list, ignoring numerous messages regarding the desire to purchase outstanding design blueprints. Primarily due to their low prices, he filters for significant messages. He discovers a message from Song Ying, currently ranked 4th in the domestic leaderboard. First, Jiang Zhe. Second, Su Cheng. Third, Jiang E. 4th, Song Ying. Song Ying. Boss, I wish to buy an excellent Tang Dao design blueprint. I don't possess a quality weapon. Song Ying. However, for shards seem a bit excessive. Could you lower the price? Song Ying. Other materials would also be acceptable for exchange. In truth, apart from Jiang Zhe's exceptional design blueprints, the rest in the trading hall are uniformly good or ordinary, hence they are quite valuable. Jiang Zhe, certainly. What shards and materials do you have? 1 strength shard, 1 constitution shard, a daily necessities design blueprint, and seeds. Would that suffice? Song Ying replies instantly, followed by sending a showcase of the design blueprint. It is a design blueprint for a rice steamer and a seed of rice. The rice cooker requires no electricity, merely an intelligent chip. The rice seeds are astonishingly revolutionary, yielding fragrant rice in just 7 days, and are recyclable. Upon seeing the design sketch and the rice seeds, Jiang Zhe was taken aback, particularly by the rarity of such items. Could it be that this sustenance could be sold to him at a mere pittance? As an old acquaintance, Jiang Zhe would never deceive her or Su Cheng. He recalled that in the trading hall, rice seeds had traded for 10 bottles of water, 10 biscuits, and a few fragments of land, due to their extreme scarcity. Since it was not something he desperately needed, he refrained from purchasing them. Yet, he still inquired. Song Ying responded, I was fortunate enough to unearth 3 rice seeds. I kept 1 for myself, sold 1 to Su Go, and immediately thought of you for the last. It was understood that if Jiang Zhe were to acquire the rice seeds, he would no longer have to worry about future rice supplies. It was a permanent resource. And as rice would become increasingly rare and valuable, a splendid weapon design could not compare to the worth of rice seeds. I assure you, I shall not deceive you. Do not purchase the exquisite design. I intend to keep it for trading for essence fragments. If you trust me, please send me the materials. Wood block 01, leather 01. Iron block 010, copper block 010, pigment 01, strength fragment 02, agility fragment 02, and I will craft for you a perfect grade Tang Dao. After sending the message, the recipient remained silent for a moment. Is that true? Are you serious? A perfect grade weapon? You can truly craft one for me? Song Ying expressed disbelief, accompanied by profound gratitude. Jiang Zhe affirmed, indeed. Once she received confirmation, Song Ying was overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down her face. As for deceit, the world's foremost expert would deceive her. She had never even considered such a notion. Subsequently, she promptly sent all the materials over. Once the perfect Tang Dao was crafted, it was exchanged, and unable to contain her delight, she shared the Tang Dao on the world channel, causing an immediate sensation. System notification, physical fragment 1. Mental fragment 1, system notification, rice seed 1, system notification, rice cooker design 1. Jiang Zhe spent 2 bottles of water in the trading hall to procure the materials needed for 10 squares of black soil and the plant growth agent. He scattered the rice seeds and then sprinkled the growth agent, and green sprouts immediately emerged. The fertilized rice seeds will mature in 3.5 days. Chapter 47. Leaked information, again astonished, unknown creatures, reality, and illusion. Another perfect Tang Dao? I'm crying. I can't even afford a decent one. And you have so many perfect weapons in Xia country? Currently, there are fewer than 30 perfect weapons in the entire world, and one is in your possession, goddess. Let us be friends. Su Cheng inquired, when did you acquire the perfect design? I had no idea. Song Ying replied, actually, it was crafted by another expert. His identity is not convenient to disclose. Upon hearing this, countless ordinary players were instantly intrigued. Could there be players engaged in such crafting? And was it indeed the expert ranked 4th in the Xia country leaderboard? The global channel was instantly abuzz with speculation from countless detectives. The excitement was palpable. Arthur? Impossible. He is knowledgeable about the country and has no reason to assist players from Xia. Elizabeth? Also unlikely, since Master Su had inquired. It surely could not be the god of Su. To my knowledge, there are no more than 15 perfect weapons in existence. The first, Jiang Zhe; the second, Arthur; the third, Su Cheng; the fourth, Elizabeth; the fifth, Roger Port; and the sixth, Song Ying. Among those referred to as big shots, excluding those mentioned. I need not elaborate further. Jiang Zhe? Shet. Could it truly be Jiang Shen? My word. It seems to be genuine. Only Jiang Shen, among these few, could be rightfully called a big shot. By heavens, it must be Jiang Shen. The world channel erupted in chaos. Although Song Ying did not explicitly confirm it was Jiang Zhe, one must understand that the power of the masses is boundless. They immediately analyzed the assistance Jiang Zhe provided. As a result, Jiang Zhe's private messages were inundated. Even the items he listed for sale in the trading post were sold out. At that moment, Song Ying was drenched in cold sweat, regretting her choice of words. She could only hope that the esteemed Jiang Zhe would forgive her. As Jiang Zhe prepared to open the door, a cacophony of notifications filled his ears, prompting him to pause and check. System notification, your machete has been sold. Receiving 20 iron blocks. System notification, your bow has been sold. Receiving 20 iron blocks. System notification, your excellent Tang knife design has been sold. System notification, strength fragment 1, constitution fragment 1, spirit fragment 1. Everything had sold out. He was one step closer to synthesizing the constitution crystal. He then checked his private messages, which were flooded with requests for assistance in gameplay. Jiang Zhe realized that it was Song Ying who had disclosed the matter of the Tang knife in the channel. Leading the multitude of players to deduce it was his creation, he promptly cleared all private messages without response. As long as he maintained his silence, they could do nothing to him. As for assisting others with weaponry, clearly impossible. Had Jiang Zhe not felt the opponent was at a loss, he would never have helped Song Ying craft a perfect Tang knife. After 5 minutes, the commotion subsided. Jiang Zhe opened the door on the right. The room was modestly sized, around 100 square meters. Upon entering, he spotted a pure white ghost with red eyes drifting near a silver treasure chest. Red-eyed creature. When it halts, it will reveal its physical form, at which point it is the optimal moment for attack. Silver treasure chest, rich in resources. A creature hovers above it. Initially, upon entering, he thought it to be a true ghost, one that was impervious to electricity. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a creature. As long as there was a physical form, it could not escape the onslaught of electricity. Jiang Zhe immediately summoned Xiaopi. Boss, did you call for me? Attack it. For lunch, let's have barbecue. I agree. After instructing Xiaopi, Jiang Zhe raised his hand and fired a shot. The white phantom flickered slightly, suffering no damage. It immediately turned and sped towards Jiang Zhe. Xiaopi, quick on the uptake, raised both hands. Electricity crackled and surged toward the white phantom. The phantom froze momentarily, its physical form gradually becoming apparent. As Jiang Zhe charged forward with his blade, the entity once again became ethereal. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. The current was insufficient. Continue. I have exerted all my strength, Xiaopi urged. In an instant, the crimson-eyed creature moved with astonishing speed, leaving no time for reaction. The phantom swiftly pierced through Jiang Zhe's body, sending a wave of intense numbness coursing through him. Fortunately, a notification echoed in his mind. The effect of the attack reduction on your mental attributes has doubled. Duration, 5 minutes. The sensation of paralysis faded almost immediately, restoring his ability to act. Not paralyzed anymore. Just as Jiang Zhe processed this, the crimson-eyed creature penetrated him once more. Yet, he felt no pain. Observing that the creature's assault had proved ineffective, Jiang Zhe felt significantly more at ease. He activated his speed and engaged in a tactical dance with the monster, providing Xiaopi the opportunity to strike with lightning. During this exchange, he withstood multiple penetrations from the crimson-eyed beast, remaining unscathed. By the second minute, Xiaopi finally landed a lightning strike on the crimson-eyed creature. The monster's white form materialized, only to be cleaved in two by Jiang Zhe's blade. The incorporeal crimson-eyed creature was no different from an ordinary monster once corporeal. It was severed in half and ultimately dissipated into the air. The deceased crimson-eyed creature has lost its energy support and is now worthless. Confirming its demise, Xiaopi exclaimed from Jiang Zhe's pocket, "Boss, you're incredible. If you had been a bit more supportive, I could have dealt with it in 5 seconds." Jiang Zhe shot a disapproving glance at Xiaopi. This little fellow was becoming increasingly irreverent. They then approached the silver treasure chest nearby and opened it. A uniquely designed blueprint caught Jiang Zhe's eye. Chapter 48, High Pressure Room. Creation Device, Triangular-Headed Monster, System Notification. Depressurization Device Blueprint 1, System Notification. Constitution Fragment 1, System Notification. Intelligent Crystal Block 1, System Notification. Decomposed Treasure Chest. 10 silver blocks. The chest yielded a blueprint, a fragment, and a crystal block. This time, the opening proved satisfactory. The depressurization device piqued his interest. Jiang Zhe recalled a high-pressure room that once existed. Inside that room, treasures lay hidden, but entry had been impossible. Now, with the depressurization device at hand, he should be able to access the previously inaccessible room. Depressurization Device Blueprint. A portable device capable of withstanding most high-pressure and water-pressure environments, allowing for unimpeded movement. Was there also a water-pressure room? If water was present, it likely indicated the existence of a normal water chamber as well. Perhaps even fish could be found. The diversity of rooms within the cube was indeed expanding. Learning. The blueprint transformed into data, streaming into his mind. He checked the manufacturing list. The depressurization device was a technology sized to fit in the palm of his hand. Depressurization device. Alloy 010, silver blocks 204, strength fragments 114. Intelligent crystal blocks 11. Materials were insufficient. Jiang Zhe felt no inclination to craft it at the moment. He would wait until he had enough materials. Not lingering in the room, he moved to the center to survey his surroundings. As the door swings open, it reveals a cubic chamber of merely 1 cubic meter, where the player's blood has thickened to a concerning degree. To the left lies a room harboring a benign creature, one that voraciously consumes the player's emotions, ultimately transforming them into an unconscious, humanoid puppet. To the right extends a vast cubic space of 10,000 meters, where one may encounter a statue of a quantum angel. Upon opening their eyes, the angel halts its advance. Yet, when the player closes their eyes, the angel approaches at an astonishing speed of 100 meters per second. The room is littered with corpses, yet amidst the macabre scene rests an alluring golden treasure chest. Behind lies another door, where the pressure is alarmingly high, accompanied by an iron chest and a pool of blood. Should one's attributes fail to exceed 100, entry is ill-advised. Upon contemplating the choices, all 4 options pose peril, particularly the quantum angel and the creature that feeds on emotions. For the first time, Jiang Zhe feels an unsettling chill. If he lacks the necessary abilities, it implies that upon entering, after opening an iron chest, he would face a grim fate. The outcome is succinct, certain death. Were an ordinary player to find themselves in this room, they would not survive to reach the next. Jiang Zhe now comprehends that this world presents a myriad of creative ways to meet one's demise. There are no deaths beyond imagination, only those that dare not be contemplated. He opens the interface to commence the synthesis of alloys. System notification, alloy 10. System notification, copper blocks 10. Tin blocks 10. He deposits all materials and selects to craft. System notification, pressure relief device 1. System notification, alloy 10, silver blocks 4, strength fragments 4. Intelligence crystals 1. The pressure relief device, no larger than the palm of one's hand, is a black technological apparatus, 5 centimeters thick, promising a meter of standard pressure space. As long as Little Pi remains nestled within the pocket of his coat and refrains from touching the ground, all should be well. In the next chamber, do not touch the ground, do you hear? Oh, Little Pi lazily responds, his nonchalant demeanor causing Jiang Zhe to question who truly holds authority here. Jiang Zhe inquires again, did you hear me? Oh, another oh? I'm asking you a question, did you hear me? We're having roast meat for lunch. Roast meat? Really? Little Pi nods vigorously. Jiang Zhe sighs, feeling as though he has adopted a master. Disregarding these thoughts, he approaches the door, activating the pressure relief device. He observes a change in the notification. High pressure room, yet it seems ineffective against you. There is an iron chest inside, containing decent supplies. Confirming the device's utility, Jiang Zhe steps forward to open the door. As it swings ajar, the interior resembles a typical room, indistinguishable from a normal space despite the high pressure. For the sake of his safety, he cautiously extends a foot inside. However, merely 3 centimeters in, an invisible force abruptly weighs down upon his toes, as if a heavy truck had descended upon him. Fortunately, the pressure relief device functions promptly, alleviating half of the pressure. After confirming his safety, he proceeds. As Jiang Zhe stepped through the doorway, his eyes were immediately drawn to the floor, which was stained with dark red blood. This was the sanguine aftermath of players who had succumbed to high pressure, soon to congeal into solid masses. The gravity of the situation was palpable, and he dared not linger. He swiftly approached the silver treasure chest and opened it. System notification, power fragment X1, system notification, mental fragment X1, system notification, antiquated enhancement machine blueprint X1, 2 fragments, neither of which were of any interest to him, and a peculiar blueprint. The antiquated enhancement machine blueprint was designed for augmenting weapons and gear, a coveted item among players. Jiang Zhe was somewhat taken aback by the discovery of a weapon enhancement device. However, he had no time to ponder. It was unwise to remain in this perilous location. He resolved to examine his findings in a secure room later. Surveying his surroundings, he noted, left door, empty, back door, a pool of concentrated sulfuric acid, right door, 2 players engaged in a duel. An opportunity to surprise them. Front door, a triangular-headed giant wielding a colossal axe, attacking 2 players, with decent loot at stake. 2 paths appeared safe, while 2 were fraught with danger. The room in front particularly piqued Jiang Zhe's interest. Inside, a man and a woman struggled against the formidable triangular-headed monster. They seemed to be at a disadvantage, and as they retreated, Jiang Zhe recognized them, Su Cheng and Song Ying. Without hesitation, he opted to advance through the front door. Chapter 49, Facing a Crisis? A lethal strike, identity revealed with a revolver in his left hand and a tang sword in his right. Jiang Zhe strode boldly into the room. His gaze fell upon a blood trail, leading to a girl convulsing on the floor. Nearby, a boy wielding dual blades was engaged in a fierce battle with the towering, triangular-headed giant. The monster swung its axe, a weapon as tall as a man, crashing down upon the boy. With a resounding clang, the axe met the blades, sending the boy, whom Jiang Zhe recognized as Su Cheng, tumbling several meters. The girl sprawled on the ground with Song Ying, who had just acquired a perfect tang sword from Jiang Zhe, eager to test its power. She had ventured into a room containing both a silver treasure chest and a monster. After battling the triangular-headed giant for nearly 10 minutes, she found herself overwhelmed and called for help using a special signal device that would allow her location to be pinpointed by her rescuers. However, this was conditional. Once the door was opened, their chances of reuniting would diminish. Fortuitously, Su Cheng had received a blueprint for a tracking signal device, which he had gifted to Song Ying during a previous encounter. Thus, he was able to rush to her aid in time. The 2 of them fought valiantly for 20 minutes, but Song Ying, drained of strength, was struck by the giant's axe, blood flowing freely from her wounds. Su Cheng gritted his teeth, drawing the monster's ire and engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Just as Su Cheng began to falter, the door swung open unexpectedly. Struggling to rise, he shouted at the newcomer, Jiang Zhe, brother, run. This monster is too dangerous. I might perish here. Do not sacrifice your life for this. Due to Jiang Zhe's unremarkable appearance, few recognized him. Therefore, in Su Cheng's eyes, Jiang Zhe was merely an ordinary player who had inadvertently wandered into the room. Clearly, he did not perceive that the newcomer was the illustrious Jiang Zhe, ranked first in the world. Jiang Zhe squinted, instantly recognizing the 2 individuals before him. One was Su Cheng, and the other, Song Ying. Indeed, they were the players he was familiar with. However, Jiang Zhe was taken aback. Even in this dire moment, Su Cheng still had the presence of mind to urge others to flee and preserve their lives. It seemed that the acquaintances he had were not inherently malicious, and had not yet succumbed to the corruption of this lawless world. Jiang Zhe resolved to rescue Song Ying first. Just then, the sound of an axe scraping against the ground abruptly ceased. The triangular-headed creature, originally advancing towards Su Cheng, suddenly turned around as if it had noticed Jiang Zhe. With the axe in hand, it sprinted towards him. Su Cheng, who had just managed to rise, felt an ominous sense of dread. What was happening? Why had the triangular-headed creature shifted its target? Curse it! Run! It was a modified monster. A mere knife could not harm it. Run with the girl on the ground. It ranks fourth on the domestic leaderboard. You must be aware of this. Su Cheng shouted hoarsely, seeing Jiang Zhe approach the triangular-headed creature with his tang knife, seemingly unfazed. Panic-stricken and drenched in sweat, Su Cheng implored, "Don't engage it. Take the girl and run. There is still time." The distance between the man and the monster was still 30 meters. Su Cheng's anxiety escalated as he saw Jiang Zhe's obstinacy. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to quicken his pace towards the triangular-headed creature. But he could barely manage a few steps before collapsing again, when the distance between them had narrowed to 10 meters. Even Song Ying on the ground could not suppress her weakness, urging Jiang Zhe to abandon them. 9 meters. 8 meters. The gap continued to close. A modified giant human monster, tough-skinned and resilient. Even a gunshot to the head would not kill it. A notification appeared, but Jiang Zhe disregarded it. When the distance shrank to 5 meters, the triangular-headed creature swung its massive axe. Jiang Zhe stood his ground, brandishing his knife to meet the blow. The anticipated scene did not unfold. Instead, a flash of blinding blade light sliced through the air with a piercing wind, moving too swiftly for the eye to discern. The giant axe was a mere 30 centimeters from Jiang Zhe's head when the moment seemed to freeze. The axe halted abruptly and then shattered under the force of the blade. Half of the axe clattered to the ground, while the creature's head, once wrapped in a burlap sack, tumbled down and rolled a few times. Dark red blood gushed forth like a fountain. The creature's legs buckled, first kneeling, then collapsing before Jiang Zhe, lifeless. The ground was already awash in blood. Upon hearing the commotion, the two individuals, particularly the alert Su Cheng, could not help but swallow hard. His first thought was, who on earth is he? One strike? Merely one strike? He had dispatched the creature that had engaged him in combat for 20 minutes without victory? It was worth noting that Su Cheng was ranked third in the world. Upon this realization, Su Cheng suddenly recalled a singular individual, a world champion with over 2,000 combat prowess. Jiang Zhe? This person before him must indeed be Jiang Zhe. An uncontrollable surge of joy welled up within Su Cheng. Even Song Ying, lying on the ground, was momentarily dazed, teetering on the brink of death. Suddenly, a man appeared, rescuing both her and Su Cheng from peril. Jiang Zhe. It could only be Jiang Zhe. The two were filled with astonishment and elation. The world champion truly lived up to his reputation. Jiang Zhe produced 2 vials of basic potions, rolling one towards Su Cheng, who lay on the ground gazing up at him. Drink this. Your injuries will heal swiftly. With these words, Jiang Zhe approached Song Ying, administering the vial of coagulant to her. Chapter 50. Chip positioning, making friends in shock. All necessary actions had been taken. Both individuals were severely injured and required some time for recovery. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhe moved to the side of Triangle Head to dismantle the iron axe. System notification, Iron Block 100. Triangle Head's body, along with the weapon in hand, was worth a considerable amount. His blood and skin were hardly different from those of ordinary players. Finally, Jiang Zhe arrived before a silver treasure chest. Silver treasure chest. No danger. Resources are relatively abundant. Just as he was about to open the chest, he heard the voices of the two behind him. Thank you, Brother Jiang Zhe, for saving me. Thank you, Jiang Zhe, for rescuing me. Jiang Zhe smiled knowingly and turned to them, saying, Do you really wish to express your gratitude? Upon hearing the individuals before him acknowledge him as Jiang Zhe, Su Cheng and Song Ying's hearts raced. It was confirmed. He was indeed the true Jiang Zhe, rumored to possess perfect equipment and a combat prowess exceeding that of the second-ranked player by 3-fold or more. I want. X2. The two spoke with resolute determination. 2 red flower grasses, 2 bloodwind vines, 2 starches, 2 saccharins, 100 milliliters of water. I require 5 portions of this. Jiang Zhe extended his palm, turning his back to them. These were the very materials needed for crafting basic coagulant capsules. The two exchanged bewildered glances. What could the master possibly want these for? Yet they dared not question him. Whatever the esteemed one commanded would be followed. Though they lacked the items, they were available in the trading market. Immediately, both spent a vial of water and 2 biscuits to acquire 5 portions of the herbs. They each produced 2 vials of water and handed them to Jiang Zhe. Turning around, Jiang Zhe seized the materials and opened the crafting interface, placing in the ingredients. System notification, basic coagulant capsule 10. System notification, red flower grass 10. Bloodwind vine 10, starch 10, saccharin 10, water 25. After consuming the remaining half vial of water, Jiang Zhe tossed 2 capsules to each of them, keeping 6 for himself. The two stared at the capsules in their hands, their expressions shifting with the unfolding circumstances. They had experienced the life-saving capsules used in near-death situations and for healing injuries. Healing medicine? This was no ordinary healing medicine. It was a special coagulant. This world held more than just basic coagulant capsules. It also contained standard healing medicines for common injuries. Clearly, the two had mistaken the capsules for mere healing potions. Special coagulant? Su Cheng and Song Ying were somewhat incredulous. Had they not consumed this medicine, they would have firmly disbelieved in the existence of such rapid recovery from injuries. Previously, they had relied on ordinary healing potions for their wounds, which were merely standard remedies for bruises and strains. In truth, only a handful of players possessed the design schematics for the rudimentary coagulation capsule. No one would dare to sell such a treasure, at least not on this fourth day. Brother Jiang, I am immensely grateful. I heard from Song Ying that you were in need of physical fragments. Physical fragments? How many do you have? Upon hearing the mention of fragments, Jiang Zhe was instantly intrigued. With a wave of his hand, Su Cheng produced 3 physical fragments. We require no material compensation. You have saved us and even provided us with 2 coagulation capsules. We are unable to repay you, and I have no immediate use for the physical fragments. Well, I shan't be polite then, Jiang Zhe replied with a smile as he accepted the fragments. System notification, 3 physical fragments. Seeing Jiang Zhe accept the fragments, Su Cheng finally exhaled in relief. The greatest fear was that Jiang Zhe would refuse them entirely, which would have posed a more significant dilemma. I have other fragments I can offer to Brother Jiang, Su Cheng continued. I can contribute as well, Song Ying chimed in. Jiang Zhe waved his hand in dismissal. No need to be overly excited. 3 fragments are sufficient for me. By the way, in such a vast world, how could you possibly have a chance encounter? This was a question Jiang Zhe had been eager to ask since he entered. Brother Jiang, you are unaware? Su Cheng and Song Ying exchanged puzzled glances. Could there truly be something that this esteemed figure did not know? Noticing their expressions, Jiang Zhe felt somewhat bewildered. Am I supposed to know? The duo did not dare to be negligent. Song Ying promptly retrieved a black, palm-sized positioning chip from her personal cube. This is it, the positioning chip. Brother Jiang, I gift this to you. In the future, should you encounter team quests and find yourselves alone, you can reach out to me and Brother Su Cheng. We will certainly arrive. Jiang Zhe accepted the device, curiously examining it. It resembled a PS4, with a central LCD screen displaying various cubes. The screen showcased 2 red dots, representing the coordinates of Su Cheng and Song Ying. Very well, I shall accept it. There are actually team quests. How intriguing. Thus far, Jiang Zhe had yet to encounter any team quests. Perhaps what they referred to as a team simply meant that the monsters were slightly stronger or more challenging. However, in Jiang Zhe's eyes, any quest that could be tackled solo was not truly a team quest. As for the silver treasure chests, the two would not be inclined to claim them. Just as they were about to leave, Jiang Zhe suddenly called them back. He noticed that both Su and Song were wearing novice shoes, indicating that they had not acquired the design for perfect battle boots. Consequently, he asked them for materials. Without any hesitation, they promptly provided what he requested, harboring no doubts. Even if Jiang Zhe were to take countless materials and depart without a word, they would harbor no grievances. To their astonishment, Jiang Zhe swiftly crafted a pair of battle boots for them. Upon seeing the boots, they immediately recognized their exceptional quality. Could it truly be perfect battle boots? The two were rendered speechless, their disbelief palpable. Despite being ranked 2nd and 4th domestically, perfection is scarce. What abounds instead is excellence. Especially when the shoes are merely for novices. Today has been rife with unexpected occurrences. In the face of such a colossal beast, a slight increase in speed would suffice to evade it altogether. The excitement of the two was palpable, almost prompting them to kneel before Jiang Zhe. I have contributed little, so no thanks are necessary. Remember, especially you, refrain from broadcasting the matter of the substitute player on the global channel. Song Ying was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Indeed. Brother Jiang, Su Cheng added, a great favor is not to be taken lightly. I shall certainly not forget Brother Jiang in the future. Jiang Zhe scanned the surroundings, discerning no significant threat, and feigned impatience, waving the two away. He then turned to open the chest. Chapter 51, The Ocean Room. Battle with the Sea Monster, System Notification, Strength Fragment 1, System Notification, Diving Suit Design 1, System Notification, Intermediate Agility Potion 1, System Notification, Agility Crystal 1, a single fragment. A crystal, a vial of potion, and a design for a diving suit. Such meager spoils. Jiang Zhe recalled how the last time he consumed an intermediate agility potion, it had augmented his attributes by 5 points. The intermediate version should yield a doubling of that effect. He grasped the potion and removed the cork, downing it in one gulp. A refreshing sensation coursed through his limbs, as if a breeze had swept over him. Shortly thereafter, he felt his agility increase. System Notification, Agility 10, System Notification, Intermediate Agility Potion 1. The previous notifications had mentioned the existence of water rooms in this world. In ordinary water rooms, one could simply rely on robust lung capacity to hold their breath. However, should the water room be larger, even that would prove insufficient. For now, he chose to disregard it, planning to learn as needed. He surveyed the surroundings. Door ahead. Danger. Another laser array. Entering means certain death. Door to the left. A vacuum. An oxygen-deprived environment. Entering would allow for a few seconds of true vacuum experience, followed by certain demise. Door to the right. Level 28 gale. Do you wish to challenge the might of the wind? Door behind. Acid pool. Where countless players have perished, all 4 rooms presented lethal dangers. Was there truly no escape? Jiang Zhe furrowed his brow. He recalled that when Su Cheng and Song Ying had departed, the creatures in the room were mere small beasts. How had they suddenly transformed into absolute threats? Realizing that the rooms in this world were in a constant state of flux brought him some solace. Since there was no way up, he clung to the last hope that the room below would not be too perilous. Jiang Zhe took a deep breath, lowered his head, and focused. Door downward. High-pressure marine zone, inhabited by a dangerous leviathan, exceedingly ferocious. If you possess the necessary equipment and are out of options, give it a try. The leviathan symbolizes evil in the Bible. From the descriptive terms, Jiang Zhe understood that the room below housed a marine creature resembling a whale, dolphin, or crocodile, and it was in a high-pressure environment. Had he not fortuitously acquired a pressure relief device in the previous room, he would likely have met his end. A shiver coursed through him. Could this truly be the world's foremost negative buff? Fortunately, I obtained the design blueprint for a diving suit from the treasure chest. The blueprint materialized into data, illuminating my mind. I comprehended the necessary materials for the diving suit. I accessed the crafting interface. Diving suit, leather 254, plastic 84. Iron blocks 15020, power fragments 112, fabric 154, pigment 102, diving suit. The oxygen tank on the back provides air for 1 hour. The overall texture of the suit is somewhat rigid. The materials for the diving suit were precisely sufficient. Jiang Zhe grasped the small mouse in his pocket, contemplating its diminutive form and the consumption of materials. Alas, it is difficult to articulate. Ultimately, he chose not to return it to the small cube. Given the potential dangers ahead, he resolved to craft a diving suit for it. He placed 2 sets of materials into the crafting interface and selected to forge. System notification, diving suit 2. System notification, leather 8, plastic 8, iron blocks 40, power fragments 4, fabric 8, pigment 4. 2 hooded diving suits appeared before him. Accompanying them were diving goggles, a mouthpiece, and flippers. The suits were entirely black, with a tube connecting to a black oxygen tank. Before arriving in this world, Jiang Zhe had been an avid diver, making the process second nature to him. He donned a diving suit, adjusted it, and put on the mouthpiece, activating the oxygen tank. He could breathe normally, though breathing through his mouth felt somewhat awkward. "Boss, you've turned into a duck." Upon seeing Jiang Zhe's appearance, the little mouse chuckled uncontrollably. Ignoring the mouse's amusement, Jiang Zhe seized it and forcefully tucked it into the small diving suit. "Now you've transformed into a little duck." "Boss, big duck." "Little mouse." "Little duck. I'll duck you in a moment. Hurry up and secure the mouthpiece. We're heading down." The duo bantered for a brief moment before the little mouse settled down. Subsequently, Jiang Zhe explained the dangers of the next room to the mouse. Upon hearing about the threats, the mouse displayed a disdainful expression. "No matter how formidable the monster, it fears my electricity. But do you not realize that seawater conducts electricity, causing your power to dissipate and weaken?" Despite the mention of seawater's conductivity, the little mouse remained arrogant. "Physics? Humph. As long as I am oblivious to physics, seawater will not conduct electricity." In their daily interactions, Jiang Zhe had previously informed the mouse of its electrical weaknesses, which it had naturally absorbed as a piece of knowledge from physics. "All right, you're impressive." Jiang Zhe gave a thumbs up, placing the little mouse back into his diving suit pocket. Finally, he retrieved the earlier pressure release device. The prompt for the room below changed, opening the door downwards. "High pressure no longer affects you, but there is a dangerous leviathan creature, extremely ferocious." Before departing, he cautioned the little mouse once more. "Do not stray more than a meter from me, or you shall surely perish." The little mouse finally nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Jiang Zhe crouched down and opened the door. Peering down, he beheld the ocean's surface, shrouded in darkness yet remarkably tranquil. Occasionally, a few fish capable of withstanding high pressure swam by. In reality, apart from submarines, no one could endure the crushing depths of the ocean. Confronted with the unknown, it would be disingenuous to claim that one was unperturbed. Even Jiang Zhe, with his current attributes, felt a twinge of trepidation when confronted with the depths of the ocean. Dismissing such thoughts, he resolved to survive by plunging into the sea. Adjusting his breath, he inquired, "Are you afraid, Xiaopi? Is the boss afraid?" Jiang Zhe offered a faint smile and shook his head. Xiaopi widened his eyes defiantly, proclaiming, "Then I am not afraid either." With that declaration, Jiang Zhe secured his pockets and decisively leaped into the water. Chapter 52, Sovereign of the Deep Sea, Effortlessly Vanquishing. Golden Treasure Chest. Upon entering the water, Jiang Zhe promptly activated the light on his diving helmet. Darkness enveloped him, stretching endlessly. A few peculiar fish, illuminated by their headlamps, glided gracefully past him. A school of fish, twice the size of ordinary sea creatures, approached curiously, showing no fear of the human presence. Deep sea sand yellow, tender. Delicious flesh, crispy texture, reminiscent of chicken, ideal for barbecuing. Upside-down fish, protein content 6 times that of beef, recommended for grilling. Sea lantern fish, slate gray, large mouth. Succulent and bouncy flesh, tender and white, a favorite among adventurers. The notifications appeared, confirming their edibility. They were indeed treasures. Jiang Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately crafted a large stone tank. System notification, stone tank 1. System notification, 20 stones, with a swift motion. He captured several solitary fish and tossed them into the cube. Sensing hostility from the human, the school of fish scattered, retreating in all directions. System notification, deep sea sand yellow 2. System notification, upside-down fish 2. System notification, sea lantern fish 3. Witnessing Jiang Zhe's prowess in catching fish barehanded, Xiaopi clapped enthusiastically. Great fortune awaits. We shall feast on fish tonight. With the fish securely in the stone tank, Jiang Zhe paid no heed to their fates and swam deeper. Warning, danger ahead. Please exercise caution. Behind the danger lies a golden treasure chest, richly supplied. Should you survive, a golden treasure chest? This was the first time Jiang Zhe had encountered such a prize, and he could hardly contain his exhilaration, driven by the prospect of the treasure. He was prepared to take risks. Drawing his revolver and Tang's sword, he cautiously maneuvered his flippers toward the indicated location. Upon reaching the underwater reef, he dimmed his light to avoid attracting unwanted attention and proceeded cautiously. After swimming 300 meters, a magnificent silhouette appeared beside the reef, a mere 20 meters away. Crimson blood dripped from its maw, and several plump fish lay on the seafloor. It possessed 2 horns on its head and 4 limbs on its abdomen, measuring 5 meters in length and as thick as a century-old tree. Phantom Leviathan, the sovereign of this deep-sea realm, possessing immense power. Its body aglow with a haunting blue light, 2 horns atop its head, with a weakness located in its abdomen. Golden treasure chest, superior to the silver chest. Containing more abundant resources, the golden treasure chest is devoid of danger. As the notifications appeared, Jiang Zhe halted, fixating on the Phantom Leviathan as it feasted. The Phantom Leviathan was not a true ghost, but rather a unique deep-sea creature, one that did not exist in reality. He glanced at his weapons, recalling their attributes. The exquisite Tang sword boasted a bloodletting effect, while the revolver was equipped with an explosive feature. Aside from the advanced coagulation capsules capable of countering the revolver's effects, being struck by a bullet leaves one with no choice but to await their demise. Moreover, both weapons can inflict enhancements, and it is certain that such advanced coagulation capsules are absent in the depths of the sea. A plan suddenly emerged. If it can be killed, do so swiftly. If not, one must merely bestow additional attributes upon this Leviathan and allow it to languish towards death before opening the golden treasure chest. Should it approach, release an electric current to incapacitate it, thus securing an opportunity. Jiang Zhe instructed Xiaopi. Xiaopi nodded in understanding. At that moment, the Phantom Leviathan suddenly glanced back, its attention drawn to Jiang Zhe. Bang! Jiang Zhe, quick-witted and nimble, immediately fired a bullet at it. The bullet swiftly penetrated the head of the Phantom Leviathan. Roar! The Phantom Leviathan let out a howl, discarding its prey, and swiftly swished its tail, swimming towards Jiang Zhe with a speed rivaling that of an ordinary vessel. Injured Phantom Leviathan, wounds unable to heal, will bleed to death in 20 minutes. A notification appeared. Jiang Zhe fired another bullet, successfully hitting the target. He then swiftly turned and swam away. The eyes of the Phantom Leviathan glowed crimson, vowing to annihilate Jiang Zhe. Along its path, countless small fish and shrimp were mercilessly swept away by its tail. Xiaopi turned in its pocket, seeking an opportunity to attack. Aware that seawater conducts electricity, it realized that the efficacy of long-range discharges was limited, thus waiting for the Phantom Leviathan to advance further before gathering the current to provide Jiang Zhe with an attacking chance. A dramatic chase unfolded between a man, a mouse, and a ghostly creature. Jiang Zhe swam with all his might, matching the speed of the Phantom Leviathan, maintaining a steady distance. Frustrated by its inability to catch Jiang Zhe, the enraged Leviathan violently whipped up massive coral rocks with its tail. The rocks were hurled towards Jiang Zhe. Observing the Leviathan's movements, Jiang Zhe's pupils suddenly constricted. There was no time to waste. He swiftly raised his blade, positioning the edge before him. Flash! The colossal rock was cleaved in two by the Tang knife, continuing its trajectory towards Jiang Zhe's rear. The sheer force was astonishing. Jiang Zhe felt a surge of alarm, hesitating not a moment longer, turning to continue a strategic retreat. Seeing its strike thwarted, the Phantom Leviathan, heedless of the luminous blood upon its head, pursued Jiang Zhe with frenzied determination. With a deafening roar, it unleashed a mental assault, an invisible wave of sound enveloping Jiang Zhe. The breadth of the attack rendered escape impossible, the infrasonic waves causing turmoil within his very core. Was there a mental attack as well? Fortunately, Jiang Zhe's mental attributes were high at that moment, allowing him to rapidly regain his composure. For the next 3 minutes, Jiang Zhe executed evasive maneuvers while Xiao Pai continuously sought an opportunity to strike. Dozens of rocks were flung by the Leviathan, none landing upon Jiang Zhe. Yet, he managed to fire off several bullets, leaving the Leviathan riddled with holes, blood spilling forth. If Jiang Zhe possessed sufficient stamina, he could indeed wear down the phantom Leviathan. Just as the Leviathan began to slow its pace, Jiang Zhe assumed its strength was waning. Suddenly, a smooth steel wall obstructed Jiang Zhe's path. Before him lay a door, beyond which was a row of lethal laser traps, certain death awaiting. Had he reached the boundary of the cube? At that moment, Jiang Zhe was merely 30 meters away from the phantom Leviathan. Sensing there was no escape for Jiang Zhe, the spectral creature became enraged, unleashing an unprecedented speed as it charged towards him. Just 10 meters away, a robust bolt of lightning shot forth from Jiang Zhe's pocket, aimed directly at the Leviathan. It was Little Pai initiating the attack. The spectral Leviathan was instantly struck by the lightning, its movement abruptly halted. A prompt appeared. The paralyzed phantom Leviathan is unable to act, a prime opportunity for a fatal strike. Jiang Zhe glanced at Little Pai with delight before rushing forward with his blade. He raised his Tang Dao high and plunged it forcefully into the creature's brain, stirring it violently. Roar! The phantom Leviathan bellowed, its body convulsing uncontrollably, shattering countless rocks in its frenzy. It took 3 minutes for the Leviathan to finally sink to the ocean floor. A notification appeared. The slain phantom Leviathan is laden with treasures. Jiang Zhe exhaled in relief. Considering the energy feedback from the phantom Leviathan, it was certain that Jiang Zhe would have been the one to exhaust his strength first. Were it not for Little Pai's timely assistance, Jiang Zhe might have met his demise. Well done, Little Pai, Jiang Zhe praised. I just feel utterly drained. Little Pai lamented weakly from the pocket. Are you pulling a prank? Jiang Zhe inquired. Indeed, replied Little Pai. Jiang Zhe was left speechless. Chapter 53, The Exceptional Revolver. Unique attributes, surge in combat power. Descending to the ocean floor, Jiang Zhe began to dismantle the phantom Leviathan. System notification, 50 pieces of phantom Leviathan flesh. System notification, 5,000 milliliters of phantom Leviathan blood. System notification, 2 Leviathan horns. Upon inspecting the flesh, Jiang Zhe noted that the pieces were the size of an adult's fist. Such a massive phantom Leviathan yielded so little flesh. Meat, tender and delicious. Requiring no seasoning, it would serve well for stir-frying. Once the rice was cultivated, a dish of fried rice with phantom Leviathan meat would be a delightful treat. Upon examining the blood, he found it was a luminescent substance floating in the sea. To the unknowing observer, it would appear as an otherworldly spectacle. Blood, luminescent blood. Consuming it will yield special effects. This was the first instance he had encountered drinkable biological blood. Horns, special material for crafting weapons that exceed perfection, typically possessing unique effects. Having witnessed the resilience of the rocks against the horns, Jiang Zhe surmised they were likely several times harder than the perfect Tang Dao. In addition to the biological scales he had previously acquired for crafting superior weapons, he now possessed 2 more horns. Jiang Zhe eagerly anticipated what an exceptional grade Tang Dao would ultimately resemble. After collecting the treasures, he proceeded to the next chamber to examine the antiquated enhancement machine. He arrived beside the golden treasure chest once guarded by the phantom Leviathan. System notification, design blueprint for an exceptional handgun X1. Would you like to learn the design blueprint for the exceptional handgun? System notification, strength crystal X2 system notification, agility crystal X2 system notification, constitution crystal X2 system notification, gold X10 in total, 6 crystals, and yet another magnificent weapon blueprint. With this, the materials required for the exquisite Tang Dao are complete. Learning. The blueprint transforms into data, flashing into his forehead. Reviewing the blueprint information. Exquisite level pistol, alloy X10, strength crystal X44, constitution crystal X34, agility crystal X54, additional materials, bioluminescent scales X31. Ghost Leviathan's horn X21, exquisite level pistol. Elemental attributes are random, capable of inflicting significant damage on certain specific monsters, attributes. Upon finishing the introduction, Jiang Zhe exclaimed in astonishment. Particularly regarding the attributes section, the colors shift in accordance with the attributes. This implies that the bullets, originally copper in hue, would take on a radiant white when the pistol possesses a light attribute. Conversely, should it embody darkness, the bullets would manifest as ethereal black. Stunning. Jiang Zhe was elated. However, he was torn between whether to forge the Tang Dao first or the revolver, as both required identical materials. After examining the existing shards and crystal materials, strength crystal X6, constitution crystal X3, Agility Crystal X5, Shard Materials, Strength Shard X8, Constitution Shard X11, Agility Shard X11, Mental Shard X7, Four-Dimensional Shard X4, Special Materials, Bioluminescent Scales X3, Ghost Leviathan's Horn X2. To craft both exquisite weapons, at least 24 crystals would be necessary. The thought alone was daunting. He decided to set this aside for now, as it was not advisable to linger. Scanning the surroundings, he located the nearest room. Opening the door to the right, the room contained only a solitary copper chest, the resources therein woefully scant. Jiang Zhe entered a room with merely a copper chest and refrained from hastily opening it, opting instead to continue reviewing the data. He accessed the crafting interface and selected Crystal Synthesis. Strength Crystal, Strength Shard X84, Constitution Crystal, Constitution Shard X114, Agility Crystal, Agility Shard X114, inserting all materials. He chose to synthesize. System Notification, Strength Crystal X2, Strength Shard X8, System Notification, Constitution Crystal X2, Constitution Shard X8, System Notification, Agility Crystal X2, Agility Shard X8, reviewing all crystals, current, Strength Crystal X8, Constitution Crystal X5, Agility Crystal X7, remaining, Constitution Shard X3, Agility Shard X3. Not enough. He could only forge one weapon. Jiang Zhe sat cross-legged on the ground, contemplating that unless he could swiftly sell the exquisite Tang Dao or the revolver, the scarcity of players capable of affording such resources in this world was disheartening. Ultimately, he resolved to craft the dazzling exquisite revolver first. The revolver required 10 alloys, so he would proceed to create the alloys. System Notification, Copper 10, Tin 10, System Notification, Alloy 10, open the interface. Select Gun Type, Revolver, Exceptional Level Handgun, Alloy 1010, Power Crystal 84, Constitution Crystal 54, Agility Crystal 74, Usable Material, Biological Scales 31, add Special Materials. Unable to continue adding special materials. Please reselect. When Jiang Zhe attempted to add the second special material, there was no more space. The prompt indicated that only one special material could be placed. He chose to insert the biological scales. Select Crafting. System Notification, Exceptional Level Revolver 1, System Notification, Alloy 10, Power Crystal 4, Constitution Crystal 4, Agility Crystal 4. Biological Scales 1, System Notification. The attributes of the exceptional revolver you crafted are dark. Before him appeared a revolver adorned with dragon-patterned black scales. A stream of dark luminescence emanated from its surface, exuding formidable power at first glance. As he grasped it, an intensely cold aura enveloped him, as if he were shrouded in darkness. His strength, vitality, and musculature surged instantaneously. Jiang Zhe was momentarily taken aback, quickly examining the detailed attributes. Chapter 54, Listing for Sale. Perfect Exceptional Attributes, Preparing for Battle, Item, Revolver, Level, Exceptional Attack, Attack Power 100 Attributes, Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 20, Affixes, Explosive, Crossfire, Note, transforms into a dark revolver, instantly emptying the entire magazine. Special Attribute, Dark, Combat Power, 303 Attributes, 2 Affixes, with the original perfect revolver's effect, Explosive, retained. An additional, Crossfire, allows the instantaneous manifestation of a dark revolver, emptying the entire magazine in a moment. This would be an unparalleled tool in a brawl, surpassing the perfect revolver by leaps and bounds. Should he craft an exceptional level Tang Dao, the combat power would be unimaginable. Jiang Zhe's heart raced uncontrollably. Replacing the perfect level revolver reduced his combat power by 370. An exceptional level weapon, instantly boosting his combat power by 1000, left Jiang Zhe in disbelief. He also recalled the intermediate agility potion he had consumed earlier. He wondered what his current combat power might be. Jiang Zhe hurriedly checked his personal information. Name, Jiang Zhe. Age, 24, Strength, 77, Constitution, 81, Agility, 76, Spirit, 54, Health. Your current condition is excellent. With no injuries, combat power, 3965. His Constitution had reached a remarkable 81. Jiang Zhe felt a sense of satisfaction, finally possessing the means to protect himself in this world. He picked up the gun and stood up to test the prowess of the exceptional revolver. To be prudent, he crafted a reserve of 1,000 rounds of ammunition, depleting his chemical resources as well as all 20 copper coins. He then visited the trading post to purchase 10 kilograms of sulfur and 10 kilograms of phosphorus to recharge his water purifier, expending 3 bottles of water. The effective range of a standard revolver is 50 to 80 meters. The range of the exceptional revolver would certainly be extraordinary, prompting him to retreat to a distance of 300 meters to avoid stray bullets. Upon opening the magazine, I discovered that the chamber of the exquisite revolver had transformed into one with 8 slots, 2 more than perfect. I loaded the bullets and aimed at a brass treasure chest 300 meters away. Pulling the trigger, a black bullet surged forth with a resounding bang. The sound of it striking echoed as it penetrated the brass chest and impacted the wall behind it. The effective range exceeded 300 meters. I was taken aback by the revolver's capacity to pierce the brass chest from such a distance, its power evidently explosive. Eager to experiment with the crossfire feature, I spent a few moments deciphering its usage. Adjacent to the thumb grip of the exquisite revolver lay a black button. Pressing it would transform it into a dark attribute revolver. I extended my arm and crossed it, pressing the button with my right thumb. In an instant, a black, luminous revolver materialized in my left hand, identical to the original. Just as I marveled at this, a series of bangs erupted. 2 rows of black bullets sliced through the air, forming twin black lines that hurtled towards the brass chest. It shattered upon impact, leaving the contents within damaged. A notification appeared. The shattered brass chest contains damaged supplies. To my astonishment, the exquisite revolver proved to be exceedingly formidable, obliterating even the brass within the chest. Had I possessed this revolver during my encounter with the ghostly Leviathan, I could have undoubtedly dispatched it in an instant. I was immensely satisfied. Subsequently, I placed the perfect grade revolver in the trading hall. Seller, Jiang Zhe, item for sale. Perfect grade revolver. Trade. Constitution fragments, agility fragments. Requirements. Constitution fragments X8, agility fragments X2. Note: no installments, no bargaining. Even if this weapon were sold, it would not suffice to forge the exquisite Tang saber, as the perfect revolver could fetch only this price, leaving me short of 4 Constitution fragments and 2 agility fragments. Suddenly, I recalled an old design blueprint for a reinforcement machine that I had yet to study. I immediately engaged with the ancient blueprint, which transformed into data and surged into my mind. Upon comprehension, I opened the manufacturing interface. Ancient reinforcement machine, Iron 11050. Intelligent crystal block 02. Ancient reinforcement machine, an essential item for adventurers traversing the world, the preferred choice for enhancing weaponry. When reinforcing, remember to include vibrant crystals. Reading the notification, I noted the mention of vibrant crystals. Did that imply any type of crystal would suffice? Blue, red, green, pink. My excitement surged as I recalled the current low prices of crystals. Should I quickly procure them from the trading hall? However, my immediate concern was to acquire the intelligent crystal block and constitution fragments. With the exquisite revolver now in my possession, I retrieved the perfect grade Tang saber. Brother, it's time for your retirement. I placed the perfect Tang saber into the trading hall without regard for potential buyers, editing the information and posting it without hesitation. Seller, Jiang Zhe, offering perfect grade Tang Dao. Transaction. Intelligent crystal blocks, constitution fragments, agility fragments. Requirements. Intelligent crystal block X2, constitution fragments X4. Agility fragments X4. Note: no installment payments, no bargaining. Having completed all tasks, Jiang Zhe surveyed his surroundings. To the left, a door opens, revealing scattered supplies and a wooden treasure chest on the ground. Forward, another door opens to a floor split between land and water, where monsters emerge every minute from the depths in search of prey. To the right, a door leads to a copper treasure chest, with a dark shadow lurking nearby, poised to strike. Behind, a door opens to a creature of both solid and spectral form, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities, with psychic attacks during its intangible state, and a silver treasure chest hidden within. The wooden and copper chests no longer piqued Jiang Zhe's interest. Naturally, he dismissed them. Opting for the rear door to claim the silver chest, he decided to test the might of his new weapon. After all, there was no rush. It was nearly noon, and he thought to prepare a meal first. However, unbeknownst to him, the appearance of 2 perfect weapons had driven the players in the World Channel into a frenzy. Chapter 55, Selling Exceptional Goods, Grilling Sea Fish, Double Shock. My heavens, it's Jiang Zhe again. This time, the weapons he is offering are utterly extraordinary. I can't possibly afford them. A perfect revolver? A perfect Tang Dao? 2 weapons? And both are perfect? My current weapon is merely of good quality, while he wields perfection and offers it for sale. Surely, that cannot be right. If a master is selling perfect weapons, there must be something even better beyond perfection. Can't you see that? Is this for real? Is there a weapon of a higher grade than perfect? Weapons. Are you still fixated on Jiang Zhe's arsenal? Jiang Zhe has completely parted with 2 perfect weapons. Have you seen his current battle power? I thought it was still 3,000. What am I missing? He has relinquished 2 perfect weapons and boasts a battle power of 3,600, outshining the second Arthur with a mere 2,400. Without wielding any weapon, he still surpasses the second place by such a margin. Could it be that Jiang Zhe is a player from the 4th dimension? If he were to wield weapons, it would imply that Jiang Zhe has surpassed 4,000 in battle power. Just the thought is terrifying. I kneel before this giant. How on earth does Jiang Zhe achieve this? It's utterly enviable. I only aspire to reach a mere 10th of Jiang Zhe's prowess. I suspect he is indeed the 4th dimensional player the system speaks of. The excitement is palpable. Countless players have gone wild, all aware of Jiang Zhe's sale of perfect-grade weapons. Moreover, Jiang Zhe only seeks fragments in return. For the sake of these fragments, tens of millions of players living comfortably are scrambling to collect various shards. Not to mention, anyone who possesses a perfect revolver or a perfect Tang Dao can leap from a rank of millions into the top 5,000. Furthermore, holding a perfect weapon would instantly elevate their current circumstances. What once seemed insurmountable hazards would become trivial. This signifies a turning point for players who have been living well. Thus, not a soul remained unshaken. Jiang Zhe retrieved a cube. Little Pai followed closely behind him, from which he extracted a water tank. Bending down, I reached for a crisp, deep-sea sand yellow fish that tasted of succulent chicken. As the name suggests, this fish was as long as an arm. Its body a muted yellow. Full of life and vigor, it flicked its tail and sent my companion, Xiao Pai, flying a good 10 meters away. "Boss, avenge me," it exclaimed. "Sure," Jiang Zhe replied, and with one powerful punch, the fish met its demise. With a newly forged knife, I scaled it and cleaned out its insides, slicing it in half while leaving the back intact for easier grilling. I retrieved the grill, slathering it with the oil used for roasting beef earlier. As the iron grate began to sizzle, Jiang Zhe laid the fish flat upon it. Meanwhile, he was not idle. He cut the beef and leviathan meat into chunks, arranging them meticulously. Finally, he produced 2 bottles of cola from the cube. Each of us, 1 human and 1 mouse, took a bottle. Upon seeing the familiar blue packaging, Xiao Pai leapt with excitement, clinging to a bottle half its size and eagerly popping the cap, gulping it down. "Ah, refreshing." Xiao Pai raised its tiny yellow fist in approval. Jiang Zhe looked on, bemused. "Are you indulging again?" 10 minutes later, the meat was fully cooked, sprinkled with cumin, pepper, and sweet sauce. After a morning of labor, both of us were utterly exhausted. The aroma of the grilled meat wafted through the air, and we could no longer contain our drool. Without a second thought, we seized the meat and began to devour it, oblivious to the heat. Another 10 minutes passed, and 3/4 of the grilled meat had vanished. We lay lazily on the ground, belching contentedly. After a few moments of rest, Jiang Zhe took out the blood of the ghostly leviathan, which was contained in the iron basin. Ghost leviathan blood. Consuming it may yield special effects. A prompt appeared. Jiang Zhe, somewhat skeptical, poured out a small bowl. With a gulp, he drank it down. The liquid was icy, ethereal, and frigid, leaving a metallic taste on his tongue. Yet, soon, the cold transformed into a surge of warmth that spread throughout his limbs. After a minute, he regrettably received no notifications. Was the dosage insufficient? With that thought, Jiang Zhe lifted the iron basin and drank deeply. Ultimately, he consumed 2,500 milliliters of the blood. The luminous liquid coursed through his veins, bringing no discomfort. Instead, it greatly enhanced his strength and vitality. 3 minutes later, the blood completed its circulation, and his body signaled that it had reached saturation. Further consumption would be futile. System notification, strength 20, constitution 20. The prompt appeared. A double increase of 20? This was an unexpected boon, adding a robust 400 points to his combat power, exceeding his expectations. Excluding the perfect Tang Dao's 290 combat power, his total had reached 4,075. Once the extraordinary Tang Dao was forged, another surge in power awaited him. Jiang Zhe smiled with satisfaction. With half the blood remaining, it seemed wasteful not to consume it. It was even less likely he would share it with others. Perhaps giving it to Xiao Pai would accelerate its growth. Thus, Jiang Zhe assigned Xiao Pai a task, to drink all 2,500 milliliters of the ghostly leviathan blood today. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Pai immediately became agitated. It assumed that Jiang Zhe was punishing it for its incessant mischief by making it drink 2,500 milliliters of fish blood. "Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so troublesome. Please don't punish me." "What are you thinking? This blood is a valuable resource. It is of no use to me now, but it will be beneficial to you." "Really?" "Indeed." With a hint of skepticism, Xiao Pai leapt from the iron basin and began to drink eagerly. Jiang Zhe felt somewhat helpless. Xiao Pai's personality was indeed capricious. At times, it behaved like a human, while at other moments, it acted like a dog. He then proceeded to clear the dining table, only to discover that a quarter of the roasted fish remained uneaten. It wasn't that the fish was unpalatable, rather, the beef, particularly the meat from the leviathan, was far more delectable. Thus, half of the fish was left untouched. He decided to put the roasted fish up for sale. Seller, Jiang Zhe, item for sale, roasted fish X2. Transaction, any fragments. Requirement, 2 pieces. Note, freshly roasted fish. Seasonings have been prepared for you. Available for retail. As noon approached, the trading hall began to see an influx of items like biscuits and water. Countless players lacking supplies were eagerly waiting for others to list their goods in exchange. Suddenly, someone spotted the roasted fish for sale. Upon seeing the seller was Jiang Zhe, the players in the World Channel became quite agitated. While others could scarcely afford water or biscuits, here was Jiang Zhe flamboyantly selling roasted fish. Have you considered the feelings of ordinary players? Chapter 56. Exceptional Tang Dao, Dimensional News, Special Attachments. Excuse me? The boss has listed roasted fish again. Is this for real? There's roasted fish in this cube? My goodness. I miss the taste of roasted fish so much. I can barely afford biscuits. And Jiang Zhe is indulging in roasted fish? Is this the daily life of a big shot? I can't afford it. First, he sells perfect weapons. And now roasted fish. Just how far does Jiang Zhe's limits extend? He even specifically noted, crispy, chicken-flavored. Oh heavens. I'm salivating. I'm so hungry. I want to eat. Whoever gives me a bite, I'll do anything for you. Due to the roasted fish, ordinary players inadvertently found their frustrations reigniting. Is there no end to your extravagance? All day long, flaunting your wealth. However, mere seconds after the roasted fish was listed, it was snatched up immediately. Still warm and irresistibly fragrant. System notification, Strength Fragment X1. System notification, Constitution Fragment X1, by 2 in the afternoon, as Jiang Zhe prepared to test the exceptional revolver. He received 2 notifications. System notification, a perfect level revolver has been sold. System notification, a perfect level Tang Dao has been sold. System notification, Constitution Fragment X8. Agility Fragment X2. System notification, Intelligence Crystal X2, Constitution Fragment X4, Agility Fragment X4. This was unexpected for Jiang Zhe. He had assumed it would take a day or 2 to sell, yet it was gone within 2 hours. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who had purchased the 2 perfect weapons. He opened the trading channel and searched the transaction records. Arthur Allen has purchased your perfect level revolver. Roger Porter has purchased your perfect level Tang Dao, to his astonishment. It was these 2 individuals. It is indeed a thought-provoking matter. Aside from the leaderboard players, ordinary players are unlikely to amass such a plethora of shards. Particularly, the encounter with Roger Port left a profound impression on Jiang Zhe. On what seemed like the very first day, after opening several doors, he stumbled upon the remains of this individual 3 months later. The exceptional crowbar was acquired as a novice weapon from his grasp. Roger Port, a physicist well-versed in the intricacies of the nation, appeared quite formidable. By the way, I had previously obtained his card. Perhaps it is time to remind him of its significance. Jiang Zhe has been mindful of this matter all along. The card he procured seemed to pertain to the secrets of this 4-dimensional world, concluding with a message that hinted at wisdom imparted by an astute individual from Xia Nation. According to the laws of temporal causality, as long as Jiang Zhe refrains from divulging the information inscribed on that card, he might alter the course of events that have already transpired. Through trade, he initiated a private conversation with Roger Port. Greetings, Mr. Lao Ro. Oh my god. The esteemed Jiang Zhe has taken the initiative to contact me. I am truly fortunate. The reply came instantaneously, brimming with enthusiasm, yet Jiang Zhe remained unfazed. Time is not something you can comprehend. Since we are both present in this world, it signifies the existence of higher dimensions. Quantum mechanics cannot elucidate this reality. I hope you do not become ensnared in that conundrum. A brief silence ensued before Roger Port responded with astonishing insight. I am immensely grateful, Jiang Zhe. If you are thinking of me, you must have encountered the future version of me, who is already deceased. Roger continued, in truth, the matter of life and death has become inconsequential. I have grasped a portion of this world. All of this may be a war pertaining to dimensional ascension. I have had the fortune to enter a 2-dimensional realm and emerged alive from it. A card person informed me that their objective is to transform into 3-dimensional beings, akin to us. Thus, I surmise that we are similarly destined. Upon reading the reply, Jiang Zhe smiled, for he had long held this suspicion, albeit without certainty. More evidence was required. Did you emerge through a black and white hole? Roger Port replied. How did you know? Jiang Zhe chuckled, just a guess. There was a question at 12 o'clock in the system regarding the ascension of 2-dimensional beings to 3-dimensional beings. The answer indeed related to black and white holes. It is the sole means of survival. If Roger Port was not deceiving him, then Jiang Zhe would possess the confidence to seek treasures in the 2-dimensional world in the future. Naturally, he did not wholly trust the claims made by Roger Port. For in this world, human hearts are inscrutable. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the window closed. Subsequently, Jiang Zhe accessed the crafting interface. He glanced at the materials required, noting the deficiency in alloys. Unable to proceed due to insufficient copper blocks, he purchased 20 copper pieces from the trading hall, spending a biscuit in the process. He placed the materials together for synthesis. System notification, alloy 10, system notification, copper blocks 20, tin blocks 20. Thus, the copper and tin blocks were entirely consumed. 3 more blocks of crystal for vitality were needed, along with 1 for agility. He opened the crystal synthesis. Vitality crystal, vitality shards 124. Agility crystal, agility shards 74. He proceeded to synthesize all. System notification, constitution crystal 3, agility crystal 1, system notification, constitution fragment 12. Agility fragment 4, open the weapon crafting interface. Selected style, Tang Dao. Exquisite level Tang Dao. Alloy 1010, Strength Crystal 44, Constitution Crystal 44, Agility Crystal 44. Usable materials. Biological Scales 31, Ghost Leviathan Horn 21. Exquisite level Tang Dao. Random elemental attributes, capable of inflicting remarkable damage on certain specific monsters. Insert materials. Jiang Zhe decided against using the biological scales, opting instead to experiment with the Leviathan Horn. Crafting. System notification. Exquisite level Tang Dao 1. System notification. Alloy 10. Strength Crystal 4, Constitution Crystal 4, Agility Crystal 4, Ghost Leviathan Horn 1. Before him appeared a Tang Dao, shimmering ethereally. A faint azure glow emanated from the blade. Grasping the sword, a surge of formidable strength, vitality, and agility coursed through his body. Bolstered by two exquisite weapons, Jiang Zhe felt an unparalleled confidence. He examined the detailed attributes. Chapter 57, Weapon Enhancement, Combat Power Source, Easily Slays, Exquisite level Tang Dao. The blade radiates a ghostly blue light. Holding it feels akin to cradling a star from the night sky, illuminating wherever it may go. Item, Tang Dao level, Exquisite Attack. Attack Power 100 Attributes, Strength 20. Constitution 20, Agility 20 Affix. Slow, Note. Inflicts 100 slow on the target. Freeze, Note. Has a chance to freeze incorporeal beings. Dependent on the wielder's mental strength. Special Attribute. Ice, Combat Power. 300 The original, Bleeding, has transformed into slow, and an additional freeze effect has been acquired. This special ability is indeed commendable, particularly against swift creatures. A single strike renders them devoid of combat capability. Jiang Zhe felt immense satisfaction. Instead of hastily entering, he returned to the trading channel to enhance his weapon further, eager to test the results. He first purchased 10 assorted crystals, consuming 2 biscuits. Opening the crafting interface. Old enhancement machine. Iron 11050, Smart Crystal Block 22. Insert materials and craft. A humanoid-sized dilapidated iron furnace materialized before him. It featured 2 slots and a tray. The weapon was placed in the slot, and the crystals in the tray. He sequentially inserted the revolver and Tang Dao along with the crystals. The iron furnace emitted a plume of white smoke. Old enhancement machine. Enhancement machine in operation, expected to succeed in 10 seconds. 10 seconds later. The slots released 2 weapons. System notification. Exquisite level revolver enhancement successful. Exquisite level revolver enhancement 1. System notification. Exquisite level Tang Dao enhancement successful. Exquisite level Tang Dao enhancement 1. System notification. Blue crystal 1. Red crystal 1. Remarkable. Jiang Zhe felt as though he had discovered a new realm. He continued the enhancement process, inserting more crystals. During this period, I purchased 10 crystals from the trading hall, expending 2 biscuits in the process. I successfully enhanced 2 weapons to level 5. Just as Jiang Zhe was preparing to continue his enhancements, a notification appeared. The antiquated enhancement machine has reached its limit for these 2 pieces of equipment. To continue enhancing, please forge a higher level enhancement machine. How intriguing. Jiang Zhe decided against further enhancements and stored away the iron furnace. The archaic enhancement machine could only elevate equipment to level 5. A superior enhancement machine was required for higher levels. He then examined the 2 weapons. Exquisite Tang Dao, Strength, 25, Constitution, 25, Agility, 25, Exquisite Revolver, Strength, 25, Constitution, 25, Agility, 25 each had received a boost of 5 points, while the others remained unchanged. He did not dwell on the limitations of the enhancement machine. Before departing, Jiang Zhe checked his combat power. Name, Jiang Zhe. Age, 24. Strength, 127. Constitution, 131. Agility, 106. Mentality, 54. Health. You are currently in excellent condition. Without any injuries. Combat power, 5375. Gazing at the list, Jiang Zhe felt a surge of joy. He could now be considered a minor superhero. As long as the creatures he faced were not overwhelmingly powerful, he could manage them with ease. It was the perfect opportunity to test the might of his new weapons against a monster. He approached and opened the door. Jiang Zhe held the revolver in his right hand and the Tang Dao in his left, exuding an aura of authority. As the door swung open, a crackling sound erupted, and a creature with an irregular form lunged toward him. Unnamed monster. Beware of its physical strength, and be particularly cautious of its mental attacks when it becomes intangible. To combat a creature with a physical form, he utilized the revolver, while the Tang Dao was reserved for those without a tangible presence. The sound of gunfire echoed as he swiftly emptied the magazine, the explosions resonating. 2 dark lines pierced the corporeal monster, a pool of black blood staining the ground. Jiang Zhe knew that the crossfire had inflicted damage, yet it was not fatal. The monster let out a furious roar, its electrical frequency intensifying, and it transformed into an ethereal state, its blood flow finally ceasing. In truth, Jiang Zhe had already inflicted a burst effect on the creature. It would perish in less than 10 minutes. However, he was not inclined to waste time. He holstered the revolver and drew the sword, charging forward. It was an excellent moment to test the frostbound effect of the new Tang Dao. With his agility surpassing 100, even without employing the dash ability, his speed was astonishing. The small creature in his pocket, observing Jiang Zhe's display of prowess, remained in the background. With a swift movement, Jiang Zhe closed the 30-meter gap to the monster. With a thought, he activated Frostbound. The initially faint azure glow of the blade intensified radiantly, emanating a chilling aura from the sword. Noticing the small creature shivering in fear, it was evident to him that the wielder felt no such chill. The dark shadow emanating from Jiang Zhe felt an unexpected sense of threat. Initially, it believed Jiang Zhe's strength was limited, but upon witnessing the chilling glint of the blade, a shiver coursed through it. The shadow, caught off guard, felt a surge of energy and attempted to penetrate Jiang Zhe's body to deliver a fatal blow. However, Jiang Zhe was not one to grant such an opportunity. In an instant, he swung his sword, and a ghostly blue light sliced through the air, evoking the image of an ice pillar that froze the atmosphere. Just as the black shadow closed in, merely half a body length away from Jiang Zhe, he struck its chest. Ice ions began to form at the point of impact, rapidly spreading throughout the shadow's form. Within 10 seconds, the shadow was encased in ice, the freezing obstructing its electrical currents, causing the ions within to dim as if losing their very foundation. Jiang Zhe extended his index finger and gently touched the frozen figure, causing it to dissipate into cold mist, scattering into the ether. He was astonished by the formidable power of the Tang Dao. It was so overwhelming that it could even contend with a shadowy entity. He understood that the shadow was a sentient being, and the ice had severed its ability to think. Composed entirely of electrons, it left no remnants upon its demise. What a pity it was. Had it been a tangible form, it might have contained flesh and blood. Little Pai's eyes widened in alarm as it sensed an impending crisis. Its master was becoming increasingly formidable. If in the future, Jiang Zhe no longer required its assistance in battle, would he consider consuming it? With that thought, Little Pai swallowed hard, silently resolving to avoid any form of rebellion henceforth. Upon reaching the center and confirming the absence of danger, it opened the box. System notification, shower gel design diagram 1. System notification, shampoo design diagram 1. System notification, watermelon seeds 1. System notification, strength fragment 2. System notification, constitution fragment 1. System notification, 20 copper blocks, 20 iron blocks, 10 tin blocks, 2 design diagrams, 1 seed, 3 fragments, and a plethora of materials. This venture was indeed worthwhile. However, what was the significance of the shower gel and shampoo? Who could afford such luxuries now? The silver lining was that they could be put up for sale. Perhaps some player, encountering fresh water, might suddenly have the impulse to take a bath and make an impulsive purchase, particularly among beauty-conscious female players. They could also be traded for fragments. All was learned. The design diagrams transformed into data that flickered into his mind, granting him insight. He checked the required materials. The author had a message. Today's debut. Seeking a wave of data support, collections, and rewards. Thank you. Chapter 58. Selling daily necessities, causing a stir, dungeon trials. Shower gel, vanilla 02, aloe vera 02, green crystal 02, shampoo, surfactant 02, regulator 02, green crystal 02. Why did all the required items elude him? Jiang Zhe grumbled. He opened the trading channel. The prices for the items were exceedingly low, with 2 bottles of water exchanging for 10 portions of shower gel ingredients. The shampoo ingredients were even cheaper, with 1 bottle yielding 10 portions. He accessed the manufacturing interface and began to create. System notification, body wash 10. System notification, shampoo 10. Body wash, pure, natural, and gentle care for players every day. Shampoo. Do you desire to possess perfect hair? Use it, use it, use it. Retain 2 for backup. Place the remaining 8 in the trading channel. Seller, Jiang Zhe for sale, body wash X8. Shampoo X8. Trade, attribute fragments, attribute crystals. Demand, 2 arbitrary fragments can purchase 1 bottle, 1 attribute crystal can buy 2 bottles. Message, are you tired and weary? Feeling drained? Do not worry. Jiang Zhe's body wash cares for your health. Buy it. A blessing for countless female players. Those who cherish beauty often find fortune smiling upon them. The message is certainly a gimmick. Many in this world are curious about how Jiang Zhe clears levels so swiftly. Perhaps it is due to his use of body wash and shampoo, maintaining a cheerful disposition each day, which accelerates his progress. Mysticism. Who can say for certain? The sale concluded. Jiang Zhe spent a cookie to acquire 10 square meters of black soil. He took out a cube and went to the warehouse. The apple, bread tree, and rice seeds on the 3 patches of black soil had grown to 2 meters tall. The lush green leaves began to bear fruit. It is expected that by noon the day after tomorrow, all 3 patches will be ripe. Moving closer to preparing Leviathan fried rice. He placed the newly purchased black soil and scattered watermelon seeds. He spent 2 cookies in the trading hall to purchase raw materials for plant growth agents. Then synthesized a bottle of growth agent. System notification, plant growth agent 1. System notification, emerald 2, big green leaf 10, violet 10, sprinkled over the black soil. Now, all that remains is to wait for the fruits to mature. He retracted the cube and checked the number of times the memory bracelet could unlock doors. Remaining 3 times. In truth, Jiang Zhe contemplated enhancing an entire set of perfect equipment to level 5. One piece may not be costly, but the cumulative consumption of resources is not something he can afford at this moment. Ultimately, he decided to enhance only the exceptional and above equipment. After completing everything, Jiang Zhe surveyed his surroundings. Forward, a cruel vacuum room, devoid of any resources. Left, a 10,000 cubic meter space with abundant rare resources, yet every 10 seconds. A light curtain descends to obliterate intruders, unless one can run 10,000 meters in 10 seconds. Right, a path leading to the abyss, where unimaginable monsters await at its end. The ground is rich in resources. Recommended combat power, 100,000. Backward, a room formed by a Mobius strip, where 48 players have gathered, awaiting the assembly. At the top of the ring, there are 1 gold and 2 silver treasure chests, coveted by all players. Stepping onto this ring subjects you to a lateral light curtain that moves at 20 meters per second. If you run fast enough, the treasure shall be yours. None of the 3 dangers are within the current combat power's capacity to confront. It seems the only option is to choose the backward door. Jiang Zhe lowered his head, pondering if there might be a safer alternative. Downward, you will leap into the first dimension, rich in resources. But you will become a mere line. The odds of competing against others would be slightly better, for dangers exist. Yet the safety factor increases significantly when the door opens backward, running at a speed of 20 meters per second. Jiang Zhe had already attained this agility attribute of 30 points long ago. More importantly, the mere presence of a luminous silver treasure chest can elicit a frenzy among countless ordinary players. Undoubtedly, a tragic incident will transpire along the path of the Mobius strip. However, for Jiang Zhe at present, it is but a trifling matter. Perhaps he might even scavenge supplies from the corpses along the route. He instructed Xiao Pai to wait in the room, as his presence alone sufficed. Approaching the door, he entered the next chamber. World Channel. Who is interested in the trading market? Jiang Zhe displayed shower gel and shampoo. Shower gel and shampoo. Can one even purchase such luxuries? I can barely afford water, let alone shower gel. Upstairs, one might procure these items to satisfy personal physiological needs. After all, shower gel is quite slippery, if you catch my drift. You all are late. The shower gel and shampoo have already been snatched up by the elite players, predominantly female gamers. Female players? Purchasing shower gel for lubrication? Grinning mischievously, has everyone forgotten? In this world, who possesses river water in their rooms? Enough of this discussion, let us turn our attention to the combat power rankings, where a surprise awaits. Combat power rankings. Goodness, Jiang Zhe's combat power has soared to 5,375? Is that true? Just 10 minutes ago, it was barely over 4,000. Over 1,000 combat power gained in an hour. I ask you, how could that Arthur from the kingdom of Guo possibly catch up? Catch up? Nonsense. Arthur is merely at 1,700, Su Cheng at 1,500, and Song Ying at 1,400, still trailing by a factor of 3. Reports suggest that Arthur is saving up perfect materials. Once fully equipped with flawless gear, his combat power will undoubtedly surge, perhaps even surpassing Jiang Zhe from the Xia Kingdom. Indeed, at that point, the top spot will not belong to him, but to our Arthur. Initially discussing shower gel, the players suddenly noticed Jiang Zhe's combat power had exceeded 5,000. Everyone was taken aback. At this rate, he exceed 10,000 by tomorrow? This is terrifying for ordinary players. To put it into perspective, on the 4th day, most ordinary players hover around a combat power of 250 to 400. To surpass those with combat power over 999 by 10 or even 20 times. Unfathomable. System notification. The shower gel and shampoo you listed have all been sold. System notification. Strength Crystal X2, Constitution Crystal X2, Strength Fragment X4, Constitution Fragment X4, Spirit Fragment X8. Upon receiving the notifications, Jiang Zhe's gaze intensified. Is shower gel and shampoo really this popular? It has only been 2 minutes. He hastily clicked on the trading data. After reviewing the information, he discovered that the majority of purchasers were female players, and they had only bought a single bottle each. Thus, encountering equipment designs and fragments would not be as urgent thereafter. He opened the door and entered the Mobius room, surrounded by a cacophony of voices. The environment was particularly dim, obscuring human faces. Only a colossal number was displayed in the center of the ring, 4,951. The moment Jiang Zhe stepped through the door, the numbers transformed to 4,951. The players noticed the change and turned their heads in unison to discuss Jiang Zhe. Finally, someone has arrived. I've been waiting for half an hour. A golden treasure chest and 2 silver chests. Our small team must acquire them. Are you serious? Our 4th squad has 3 members with a combined combat power of 2,000. Are you afraid? Haha. Those who boast so loudly now might just wet their pants when we ascend the Mobius ring. The players chatted, feigning innocence, well aware of the ulterior motives at play. Once they stepped onto the ring road, a bloody storm was inevitable. Jiang Zhe squeezed through the crowd, surveying the nearly kilometer-long Mobius ring illuminated by ethereal light. A pale blue barrier obstructed the entrance, preventing any further advance. Mobius ring, dual S-shaped, with no gravitational support on the reverse side, requiring a minimum speed of 20 seconds to avoid plummeting into the abyss. Only true champions can claim the treasure at the ring's apex. The prompt appeared. The Mobius ring twisted in an upright helix, suspended in the dark abyss by unknown forces. The apex offered only 50 square meters, featuring 4 grand entrances. Jiang Zhe recognized this as an improved version of the Mobius ring. In its original form, anyone traversing its surface would find themselves eternally unable to reach an end. In the prototype, the starting point doubled as the endpoint. Yet within this cubic ring, a vertical blue pathway intersected the center of the Mobius ring, allowing the swiftest to reach the apex and ultimately secure the treasure. Interesting. Jiang Zhe turned back to the crowd. In the throng, he accidentally bumped into a robust player. Instinctively, he prepared to apologize, but the other man swung a punch at him. Damn Asian, can't you see? The burly Caucasian shouted. This was the captain of the 4th squad, a formidable presence with a combat power of 800. Among the dozens of squads, none were more deserving of the treasure than the 4th squad, equipped with superior gear of the highest caliber. Foreign players eagerly anticipated a confrontation, keen to witness the clash. Jiang Zhe effortlessly absorbed the blow, his initial intention to apologize evaporating. A few players noticed something unusual. The man in the top hat and black trench coat appeared extraordinary, able to withstand the punch from Captain Smith, whose strength reached 50 points. Yet, this was merely remarkable. Just as Jiang Zhe prepared to retaliate, an invisible repulsive force materialized between them, propelling both him and the burly man 5 meters apart. Absolute safety zone, dueling between adventurers prohibited. The prompt appeared for both parties. Consider yourself lucky. Once you step onto that ring, you'll reap the rewards. I'll be waiting, Jiang Zhe remarked, narrowing his eyes and casting a cold gaze upon the Caucasian, akin to staring at a corpse. He understood clearly that this man was undoubtedly a racist. Jiang Zhe had no intention of showing mercy towards a racist. 1 minute later, the number remains at 4951, unchanged. The players begin to feel anxious. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhe does not waste any time and chooses to visit the World Channel to see if there are any valuable messages. A friend of mine discovered a room containing a golden chest and 2 silver chests. Where is it? I want to go too. Silver? A golden chest? Is that for real? The best I have found is a copper chest. I want to go, but the path is blocked. Moreover, I need to form a team. Anyone with less than 400 combat power is merely courting death. ISNT it said that the cube changes its location every hour, even if I knew the position. How would I get there? The information about the shifting positions is outdated. Yesterday, I heard someone mention a device called the chip locator that emits a signal, prompting the cube to switch to the nearest location to reach the room transmitting the signal. However, this device is an exquisite rarity. With only 3 switching opportunities available each day, is this really necessary? Then I have no chance. Sigh. After reading the players' chat messages and acquiring this information, I gathered 2 key points. First, the Mobius ring requires a team of 3. Second, the signal emitted by the chip locator allows a friend S-cube to automatically switch to the nearest location of the signal sender. This is a perfect opportunity to summon Su Cheng and Song Yang. I open the private chat channel and invite them into a small group of only 3. Only by becoming friends with one another can this operation be conducted. Jiang Zhe, are you both there? I have some good news. Did you see the discussions in the World Channel? Su Cheng, it's actually Jiang Shun. Haha, I saw it. What is the good news? Song Yang, Jiang Zhe is magnificent. Jiang Zhe, no need for pleasantries. There are only 49 people in the Mobius ring room, and I happen to be here. Needing 2 teammates. Jiang Zhe, the good news is that there are 3 chests on the Mobius ring path, 1 golden and 2 silver. Do you want to join? Su Cheng, I'm no big shot like you. Will the 2 of us hold you back? Song Yang, is there a combat power requirement? Jiang Zhe? Jiang Zhe, yes. The minimum requirement is agility of at least 30, and one must be able to run over 20 meters per second, otherwise, one will perish. Jiang Zhe thought favorably of these 2. They could indeed become friends. Moreover, he was in need of 2 teammates, and the 2 silver chests would belong to them. Su Cheng, I have no problem. Song Yang, I am fine with it as well. Then, Jiang Zhe took out the chip locator, pressed the button, and sent the signal. 3 minutes later, the entrance to the Mobius ring opened. A man and a woman entered. It was them. The male was tall, standing at 1.8 meters. With striking features and a strong build, dressed in a black trench coat, sharing a taste similar to Jiang Zhe. The female exuded an aura of confidence, standing at 1.7 meters, with an oval face, long legs, a black skirt, and a black windbreaker, radiating an impressive presence. As soon as they entered, they recognized Jiang Zhe and approached him with smiles. Jiang Zhe would never forget the two of them, especially the scene of slaying the triangle head, which left a deep impression on them. Strong and handsome, if it weren't for knowing Jiang Zhe's character, they might have suspected he was the advanced player from the fourth dimension as described by the system. After they entered, the system detected that the number of players was sufficient. In the heart of the Mobius ring, a notification materialized. 5151. The roadblock will be lifted in 1 minute. The path ahead will be opened. All players, prepare yourselves. This message was visible to all players. There were a total of 17 teams. The previous clamor faded into silence. The leaders of each squad sequentially issued commands. Ultimately, the leader of the first team, a robust Caucasian man, convened a brief meeting with the captains of each squad, instructing them to collectively assault Jiang Zhe's team upon entering the path. The captains nodded in understanding. Within the confines of the Mobius ring, the majority were Caucasian, with only a few Asians, specifically from Neon and the Great Stick Nation. Apart from Jiang Zhe's trio, who hailed from the Summer Nation, the atmosphere was quite peculiar. Su Cheng scanned the surroundings and concluded that Jiang Zhe had become a target. Song Ying, observing the unfolding drama, exhibited a dismissive demeanor towards the foreign players. In 1 minute, not a single one will remain. We shall divide the spoils of the deceased equally among the three of us, Jiang Zhe remarked lightly, drawing his revolver. Understood. Not a single one shall be spared. Su Cheng and Song Ying, both ambitious individuals, appeared to resonate with Jiang Zhe's indifference towards the lives of the foreigners, and they readily agreed to the plan. The author has a note. Due to an accelerated writing pace of 100,000 words in 2 days, the initial showcase was missed, resulting in a lack of metrics. Originally, the expectation was 100,000 words in 7 days for metrics to be granted. The author is awaiting the metrics from the initial showcase. Hence the brevity of the chapters. Please be understanding. Chapter 60, 1 against 40, Recognizing Identity. Kneeling in surrender, a group of foreign players fixated on the countdown timer of the Mobius ring. In the final 10 seconds, one of them proclaimed, I want that arrogant fellow's black trench coat. That Asian woman is quite attractive. I shall claim her for myself, making her unable to resist. Haha. Another chimed in. Then I shall take the second one, sister. They fervently discussed among themselves, having already divided the trio's resources in their minds. Earlier, under the orders of the fourth team's captain, Smith, they had positioned themselves at the entrance of Jiang Zhe's team's path, aiming to secure the first treasure chest for the fourth team. Smith would feast while the others would savor the broth. Now, someone dared to intrude. And with a 3 against 41 scenario, it was a certain death. As the countdown above the abyss progressed, 10, 9, 8, with each passing second, Smith of the fourth team rallied 5 teammates, preparing to charge up the pathway. Over 20 individuals loomed behind Smith, their intentions far from benign as they gazed at Jiang Zhe's team. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe and his companions remained unperturbed, leaning against the frigid wall. Everything unfolded as anticipated. A throng had encircled their squad, intending to impede their pace. Ultimately, Smith succeeded in seizing the treasure chest. Jiang Zhe turned to Su Cheng and Song Ying to share his strategic thoughts. The total length of the Mobius ring is 10,000 meters. Assuming an average player covers 20 meters per second, to avoid plummeting into the abyss, one must endure for 8 minutes. However, I require you to unleash your full potential at 40 meters per second, reducing that 8 minutes to a mere 4. The fourth squad, along with the first squad, comprised 6 individuals, their combined battle strength surpassing 4,200, significantly outclassing your team and enjoying a 5-person advantage. You may find yourselves in a rather challenging predicament. I require you to hold them back. After delivering this directive, the 2 individuals exchanged incredulous glances, their brows furrowed in disbelief. They had anticipated that Jiang Zhe would join them in the fray. However, it appeared that Jiang Zhe intended to take on 40 adversaries alone. Jiang, we can unleash our full power, but this is exceedingly perilous. One cautioned. These foes are armed with desert eagles of superior quality. Facing over 40 opponents single-handedly is sheer folly. They hastily attempted to dissuade him. Despite their camaraderie, such a reckless approach seemed foolhardy. What if something went awry? In response, Jiang Zhe merely smiled knowingly. You two just focus on charging forward. Seeing his resolute demeanor, they felt it futile to argue further, offering only silent prayers that Jiang Zhe would emerge unscathed. Otherwise, the losses would be catastrophic. As the countdown commenced, the virtual screen vanished in an instant. Smith glanced back at Jiang Zhe, tauntingly mimicking a throat-slitting gesture before turning with his 5 companions to charge towards the circular route. Su Cheng and his companion, swift as the wind, drew their weapons, leaping 5 meters into the crowd, entering the circular path. The initial gathering of 51 had now dwindled to 41. They found themselves at the entrance, surrounded by an array of firearms, desert eagles, long knives, and katanas. Any ordinary player would have quaked in fear at such a sight. Yet, they were not facing an ordinary adversary. They were up against Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe stretched his limbs, taking a step forward, unfazed by the throng. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Jiang Zhe. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. Jiang Zhe? Huh? Die? Unless I strip you of your equipment today, I shall not bear the surname Yak. This is the most amusing statement I've heard in 25 years. Who do you think you are? Even if the world's number one, Jiang Zhe, were here, we would still strike you down. A chorus of voices chimed in. Hey, brothers. If that's the case, I claim his head. The tension in the air, which had been thick with anticipation, was suddenly punctured. Then I can only applaud your audacity. Jiang Zhe mocked, clapping his hands. You are doomed. The crowd, incensed by his provocation, charged at Jiang Zhe with fervor. In truth, by revealing his identity, Jiang Zhe was merely offering them an opportunity to retreat. Since they chose not to, he would show no mercy. Meanwhile, on the Mobius ring, two idle players, having just sprinted 100 meters, were swiftly gunned down by two members of the first squad. The final individual, unable to maintain sufficient speed, was caught in the wave of the barrier, disintegrating into ashes. This demonstrated that golden treasure chests were not easily obtained. The blue lights along the ring glimmered. As Su Cheng, Song Ying, and the Smith squad ran alongside each other, temporarily avoiding physical confrontation. Together, the 8 moved in unison, none traveling below 30 meters per second. Smith turned to the two individuals, immediately recognizing Su Cheng and Song Ying. What a rare occasion. The third and fourth in the world have graced us with their presence. My influence must be quite substantial. In the eyes of the group, sheer power did not guarantee victory over the 6 of them. The competition lay in speed. Su Cheng and Song Ying merely scoffed, disregarding the remark. Noticing their dismissive attitude, Smith waved his hand, and the 5 others promptly understood. Moving to intercept Su Cheng and Song Ying, only Smith remained unimpeded on the circular path. The golden treasure chest is ours for the taking. If you are wise, you will withdraw now and content yourselves with your positions as third and fourth, thus avoiding death. Enough of this nonsense with the 2 yellow monkeys. Let us charge in and divide the spoils. Upon hearing such derogatory terms, Su Cheng and Song Ying's anger flared instantly. They brandished their weapons and charged into the crowd. Thus commenced a bloody battle among the 7 on the circular path. Meanwhile, at the intersection, the command rang out. Charge. 40 individuals surged toward Jiang Zhe, armed with bullets, blades, and arrows. Faced with the menacing advance of the large group, Jiang Zhe remained unperturbed. He swiftly maneuvered, evading a barrage of slow-moving bullets and arrows. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhe crossed his arms and fired. Bang, bang, bang. 16 shots were discharged in an instant. 2 dark lines piercing through the brains of 16 foes, blood erupting like petals. Bodies collapsed, and rivers of blood flowed. Before the crowd could comprehend the unfolding chaos, several individuals fell lifelessly to the ground, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. What just happened? What was that? They gawked at Jiang Zhe, bewildered. The 2 dark lines had indeed terrified everyone, causing them to halt their advance, paralyzed by fear. Each person exchanged glances, questioning whether to continue their assault. The atmosphere grew tense. Many began to panic. After all, they were not the top-ranking players, and sheer numbers did not instill confidence. Soon, someone recognized him. Could it be Jiang Zhe? Wasn't he at the world's third, Su Cheng, and fourth, Song Ying, who charged onto the circular path? Good heavens, that explains everything. Why would the third and fourth in the world heed someone else's commands? Why would they recognize him as their leader? Damn, we are in deep trouble. The moment they heard that the figure in the black coat might be Jiang Zhe, their spirits plummeted. They had initially thought it was a jest, but the truth was now undeniable. He truly was Jiang Zhe. One individual, overwhelmed, knelt before Jiang Zhe, exclaiming, "Forgive me, Master Jiang Zhe, I did not mean it. Please spare my life." Apologies flooded the air, as the remaining 20 or so surrendered en masse, too intimidated to continue the fight. Yet, Jiang Zhe had already extended them a chance. Had they not witnessed his capabilities, would they have begged for mercy? Clearly not. Today, if another had found themselves in Jiang Zhe's position, there would be no survivors. Thus, did he owe them another opportunity? Absolutely not. I have given you a chance. Jiang Zhe shook his head, his words lingering in the air. A silent glimmer of cold light sliced through the crowd, accompanied by anguished cries. Chapter 61. The abundance of resources, the news spread, causing shock. In an instant, a blade claimed the lives of 8 players. The remaining dozen were left in stunned disbelief as the icy flash of the blade grazed their cheeks, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over them. As someone finally reacted, a frantic shout pierced the air. Yet, before their words could settle, the remaining individuals fell, blood gushing forth until death claimed them. They could not comprehend how Jiang Zhe had dispatched them so swiftly. How could a human move with such speed? I gave you a chance. Jiang Zhe sheathed his blade. Letting out a sigh, some of the heads, still breathing, moved their lips slightly. They were calling for help on the world channel. Pearson Tony, help. I've been decapitated by Jiang Zhe in the room with the golden and silver treasure chests. Hurry. Jefferson Osman, Jiang Zhe is a demon. He has slaughtered 40 of us. Numerous pleas for help were abruptly halted mid-sentence. What was happening? Why were so many claiming to have encountered Jiang Zhe? It seemed they had all met the world's #1, Jiang Zhe, and he had slain them all. Could it be true? All felled by a single individual? Unbelievable. Yet, it appeared genuine. Their avatars had all turned gray, as only the deceased bore that color. A demon. He is a demon, undoubtedly a demon. Is this the might of the world's best? It is terrifying. I hope I never cross paths with him. The world channel erupted with fervor. At that moment, it was once again in an uproar. The recent events surrounding Jiang Zhe had been too numerous to count. The discussion regarding whether Jiang Zhe had indeed faced off against 40 opponents alone spiraled out of control. Countless resources lay scattered on the ground, a bountiful harvest. Jiang Zhe stepped forward to collect them. System notification, water 6-0, system notification, biscuits 4-5, system notification, ordinary knife 14, system notification, good quality bow 9, system notification, excellent quality pistol 1, system notification, chip locator X2, system notification, iron block 160, copper block 200, wood block 80, meat block 40, system notification, strength fragment 4, constitution fragment 4, agility fragment 2, spirit fragment 6, four-dimensional fragment 10. A series of notifications appeared, a heap of miscellaneous items. Aside from the fragments and the locator, which held some value, the rest were mere refuse. All ordinary weapons were dismantled by Jiang Zhe. The good and excellent quality items were listed on the trading channel for fragment exchange. Next, he would assist Su Cheng, leaving the remaining resources to the others. Having gathered everything, Jiang Zhe activated his sprint, racing towards the Mobius ring road. He completed 1,000 meters in 15 seconds. Just as he reached the kilometer mark, Jiang Zhe suddenly halted. 30 meters to the left, on the precipice of the abyss. Su Cheng and Song Ying were drenched in blood. Two enemies approached them with blades drawn, seemingly intent on execution. There was no time left. Jiang Zhe furrowed his brow. If he sprinted, the 2,000-meter distance would clearly be insufficient to save Su Cheng and Song Ying. To hasten his arrival at their side, he must leap across the abyss, vaulting 30 meters to reach the upper road. There was no other option. Jiang Zhe edged towards the outermost edge of the 20-meter-wide ring road. With a surge of power in his legs, he activated dash once more, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he soared towards the elevated path. Meanwhile, Su Cheng and Song Ying, alongside 5 adversaries, were locked in a fierce battle on the Mobius Strip. They had slain 3 foes, yet the remaining 2 were formidable. Su Cheng hung limply, his hands powerless, having been struck down by the hammer of a blonde-haired adversary. Even a basic coagulation capsule was difficult to retrieve. Song Ying's condition was even more dire, her body riddled with knife and bullet wounds. Together, their combat prowess barely totaled 2,900, while their opponents had amassed a collective strength exceeding 3,800. Thus, the struggle was proving increasingly arduous. Only 2 foes remained. I have always said that even if Jiang Zhe arrives, we shall not cower. I offered you both a chance to flee, but you did not heed my warning. The leader, the blonde-haired brute, advanced with his hammer in hand. Do you have any final words before you meet your end? Another player brandished a katana, pointing it menacingly at Song Ying's throat. Damn it. Last time, the triangular-headed one was unbeatable. And now even those with a mere 800 in combat power can only take down 2. Damn. If it were Jiang Zhe, he could certainly contend with 5 foes, each possessing 700 to 800 in strength, even at 1,500 power. Su Cheng was engulfed in rage, furious at his own impotence. Enough. You've said your piece. Now you can die. The blonde adversary raised his weapon, poised to deliver a fatal strike to Su Cheng. Song Ying, battered and bloodied, desperately sought Jiang Zhe's silhouette. The distance was so great that she could no longer discern his form. Just as blood trickled from her neck, she inadvertently glanced towards the lower right path. A familiar figure was charging towards her from the opposite end of the road. She recognized him instantly. It was Jiang Zhe. Had it been any other teammate, she would have doubted their ability to leap such a distance of over 30 meters. However, with Jiang Zhe, both their lives would surely be spared. Yet, a nagging question lingered. What of the 40 others? Why had they not followed? There was no time for contemplation. As Jiang Zhe leapt towards her, Song Ying, drenched in blood, managed to smile. Now it's my turn to utter my last words. What I wish to convey is that you are all doomed. Su Cheng froze, turning to gaze at Song Ying. The blonde adversary and the samurai from the land of cherry blossoms were equally taken aback, bursting into laughter. Insanity. This woman has lost her mind. Do you really think Jiang Zhe can slay our 40 brothers? Ha ha. I like this woman. She can still jest before her demise. Before their words could fully escape their lips, a glint of cold steel flashed through the air, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. All that remained was a sharp pain in their necks. Their heads slowly slid off, blood splattering as their bodies crumpled to the ground, deprived of the chance to react. Their severed heads lingered for mere seconds on the ground, their eyes widening in disbelief. Jiang Zhe was still alive? In the end, both fell to their astonishment. Jiang Zhe sheathed his blade midair and landed gracefully. Su Cheng and Song Ying stared wide-eyed at the ground, a mix of shock and joy flooding their expressions. After enduring great hardship, the two of them managed to slay 3 foes. Yet now, upon the arrival of Jiang Zhe, before the dust had even settled, he had already vanquished 2. Why is there such a vast disparity in strength? Jiang Zhe produced a coagulating capsule and administered it to the 2. Once their injuries had healed, he admonished them. This marks the 2nd occurrence. I do not wish for a 3rd. The 2 lowered their heads in shame. The last time they were saved was in the triangular room, and this time it was on the Mobius loop. Understood, they affirmed, nodding resolutely, without a trace of dissent. All the supplies from the 5 on the ground were claimed by Su Cheng and his companion, with Jiang Zhe taking nothing for himself. On their journey, Jiang Zhe inquired, "What of the 40 individuals? They are deceased." Upon hearing this response, the 2 were once more engulfed in existential doubt. How could one take on 40 and emerge unscathed? They felt like crying. The disparity between people truly infuriated them. In the ensuing 2 minutes, Jiang Zhe led the 2 towards the pinnacle of the Mobius loop. At that moment, Smith had already reached the treasure chest. Chapter 62, Slaying Smith, Golden Treasure Chest, System Announcement at the summit of the Mobius loop. Smith stood before the treasure chest, tantalizingly within reach. He glanced back at the 3 figures 500 meters away. What did it matter if they were ranked 1st, 3rd, or 4th in the world? They would still be at his mercy once he claimed the golden treasure chest. Once he secured the supplies and departed, enhancing his power, there would come a day when he surpassed them, and then where would they find him? He had long since deduced that the man in black was Jiang Zhe. Otherwise, how could anyone command the likes of Su Cheng and Song Ying, ranked 3rd and 4th in the world? Thus, he rallied a group of brothers to ambush at the intersection. Even if they perished, as long as they could delay Jiang Zhe for a minute, it would be worth it. Indeed, sacrificing over 40 men yielded 1 golden and 2 silver treasure chests. To Smith, this cost was quite acceptable. He then turned to open the chest. As he faced the 3 exquisite treasure chests, his heart raced with anticipation. If he could merely unveil a few design blueprints or exceptional items, he would immediately ascend into the top 100 of the power rankings. Smith eagerly flung open the 3 chests. Golden and silver light shimmered, revealing a bounty of supplies, blueprints, fragments, and more. Just as Smith began to stow the items back into his personal cube, a crimson blade pierced through his chest. A gust of wind swept past, sending his golden locks swirling. The joy on Smith's face froze instantly as he looked down at the crimson blade, blood gushing forth. "Are you certain this treasure chest belongs to you?" A chilling voice echoed from behind him. It was none other than Jiang Zhe. Just moments ago, when Jiang Zhe was 500 meters away, he had unleashed his speed, covering the distance in a mere 6 seconds. Even the lateral distortion screen had been left far behind, not even a trace remaining. Jiang Zhe, how is this possible? Smith was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that Jiang Zhe could run so swiftly. He had assumed that if he could gather the supplies within 8 seconds and escape to some room, he would be free to fly away. However, he could never have anticipated the terrifying speed of Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe shook his head mockingly. "Do you still think I am blind?" Clearly, this was a retort to Smith's earlier insult. Faced with the imminent approach of Jiang Zhe, Smith appeared utterly disoriented. Previously, he had relied on the presence of others, feeling fearless in the face of Jiang Zhe. But now, isolated and without escape, he felt a surge of panic. His heart raced wildly, and he yearned to beg for mercy. His current wounds were not fatal. Perhaps, if he uttered a few kind words to Jiang Zhe, he might still keep his life. As long as he lived, there would always be a chance for the future. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. Jiang Zhe, I was wrong. I should not have said that. I do not desire any treasures. I should never have harbored thoughts against you. Please spare my life. His tone was exceedingly sincere. If there were players with soft hearts, they might have agreed on the spot. Though Jiang Zhe was no psychologist, he had long seen through Smith's intentions. Such a character would trade the lives of 40 loyal subordinates for 3 chests. If Smith was not a devil in human form, Jiang Zhe would not believe it. Spare your life? Jiang Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, spare your life, and I will give you all my exquisite resources. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe slowly drew his tang sword. Smith's heart leaped with joy, and he breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the act of drawing the sword signified agreement. The next moment, he heard, "I have never been one to spare lives." As the words fell, a flash of the blade cut through the air, and in an instant, Smith's head was severed, blood gushing forth. The head, once adorned with a smile, rolled several meters away. Even in death, Smith could not have imagined such an outcome. The ground erupted with a multitude of resources, but compared to what the 40 had possessed, it was relatively meager. At this juncture, Su Cheng and Song Ying finally caught up. Upon witnessing the severed head, they remained unperturbed. Jiang Zhe, your speed is astonishing. Thankfully, the resources had not been seized by this fellow. The two silently expressed their gratitude. As expected of the world's best, the resources from Smith, along with these 2 silver chests, belong to you. The golden chest, however, is mine. If you feel dissatisfied, we may negotiate further. Jiang Zhe did not engage in conversation, but the 2 individuals, filled with joy, decided not to hold back any longer. Just as Jiang Zhe prepared to gather the materials, a system announcement echoed throughout. System announcement. In 1 hour, the first channel integration will occur, unveiling new fixed scenes. The channel square and the player square. Stay tuned. The 3 were momentarily taken aback, yet chose not to dwell on it. They would discover the details in due time. Subsequently, Jiang Zhe and his companions approached to collect the materials. System notification. Design blueprint for an exceptional necklace X1. System notification. Strength crystal X1. System notification. Constitution crystal X1. System notification. Agility crystal X1. System notification. Strength fragment X2. System notification. Basic strength potion X1. System notification. Basic constitution potion X1. System notification. Design blueprint for tissue X1. System notification. Gold bar X10. The notifications came cascading down. Jiang Zhe quickly glanced over them, recognizing the bountiful rewards. His spiritual attribute points had already diminished considerably, but the various crystals and fragments were promising, especially the design blueprint for tissue. In this world, fulfilling physiological needs had long been a vexing challenge for players. Just last night, Jiang Zhe had scoured the trading post without finding even a single roll of paper. It was best not to dwell on it. He decided to learn everything. Jiang Zhe seized the 2 design blueprints, which transformed into data. He opened the crafting interface, commencing with the creation of the exceptional necklace. Exceptional necklace, alloy X5, gold bar X205, pigment X65, constitution crystal X32, spiritual crystal X2. Tissue, any attribute fragment X1, wood pulp X2. He was short on materials. Moreover, there was no indication that biological scales could be used. They were only suitable for armor and weapons. He had no wood pulp on hand. He resolved to forge the necklace first. Accessing the synthesis interface, he crafted the missing materials. System notification, alloy X5. System notification, spiritual crystal X2. Jiang Zhe placed the materials within, selecting the dragon pattern style for creation. System notification, alloy X5, gold bar X5. Pigment X5, constitution crystal X2, spiritual crystal X2. System notification, exceptional dragon pattern necklace X1. Exceptional necklace. Wearing it may yield special effects. Chapter 63, Exceptional Necklace. Surge in combat power. Provoking suspicion, the necklace bore an uncanny resemblance to the original perfect necklace, yet its luster was distinct, with the exceptional necklace subtly radiating a yellow glow, signaling its extraordinary nature. Jiang Zhe removed the perfect necklace and donned the exceptional one around his neck. An explosive surge of spirit and vitality coursed through him, with every pore rejoicing in exhilaration. His mind raced with clarity and insight. It seemed his spirit had truly skyrocketed. Jiang Zhe's gaze sharpened with urgency as he hastily accessed the attribute interface of the exceptional necklace. Item, Dragon Pattern Necklace Level, Exceptional, Attack, Attack Power 20 Attributes, Constitution 20. Spirit 40, Affix, Attack Barrier, dramatically reduces 90 of damage from fatal mental attacks, cooldown 6 hours, Special Attribute, Light, adds an additional 10 points to Spirit Attribute. Note, already included in Attributes, Combat Power, 200 points. Upon reviewing the information, it became evident that the exceptional item had transformed into a dual enhancement, and notably possessed the light attribute. Most significantly, its affix outperformed the previous perfect necklace worn around the neck in terms of damage reduction. Indeed, it was worthy of its exceptional status. Opening the personal attributes list, name, Jiang Zhe, age, 24, strength, 127, constitution, 131, agility, 106, spirit, 82 health. Your current condition is excellent. With no injuries, combat power, 5925. The data was quite commendable, yet, Jiang Zhe felt a tinge of obsession as his combat power had yet to reach 6,000. He promptly retrieved an antiquated enhancement machine. After purchasing 10 random enhancement crystals from the trading post and consuming a bottle of water, he placed the exceptional necklace and crystals into the tray and slot. Su Cheng and Song Ying, having gathered the materials, stood by in astonishment. They finally comprehended the source of Jiang Zhe's formidable combat power. As Jiang Zhe forged the exceptional necklace, they observed his every move, realizing that the necklace far surpassed the perfect one adorning their own necks, undoubtedly a higher-tiered piece. However, what did it signify that Jiang Zhe was now extracting a personal-sized antiquated machine? Could it be an equipment disassembler? Curiosity drew them closer to Jiang Zhe as they watched him toss in crystals of red, blue, and green. After several iterations, when the necklace was finally retrieved, they gazed in rapt attention at the newly forged piece. The color, texture, and even the luster had intensified considerably. Had the necklace indeed grown stronger? Jiang Zhe, I sense your necklace has become even more powerful, exclaimed Su Cheng, unable to believe his eyes. Rubbing them, they suspected they were hallucinating. Once adorned with the necklace, Jiang Zhe's combat power successfully surged to 60-25, with Constitution and Spirit each receiving an additional 5 points. Facing the astonished expressions of his companions, Jiang Zhe offered a mysterious smile. It's a secret. No one else must know. This is my equipment and weapon enhancement machine. Why not try placing your gear and crystals inside? For his teammates, Jiang Zhe was ever generous. Goodness, to hear it's an equipment and weapon enhancement machine. The two were utterly astounded. This revelation clarified the enhancement of the necklace, attributing it to the machine. Su Cheng exclaimed, wow, this world has such wonders. Song Ying, her eyes sparkling, inquired, Jiang Zhe, can we truly give it a try? Jiang Zhe nodded with a smile, and upon receiving his affirmation, the two were immediately exhilarated. Hastily placing their weapons and equipment into the machine, fearing it might scamper away, they watched intently as they inserted the crystals and weapons, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Despite experiencing several failures along the way, they ultimately succeeded in enhancing their equipment to level 5. Su Cheng and Song Ying refrained from becoming overly ambitious, primarily strengthening a weapon and a pair of exquisite shoes. Upon donning their gear, the two immediately felt a surge in their attributes, a double enhancement to level 5. How does it feel? Jiang Zhe inquired with a smile. It feels absolutely fantastic. With this, I believe I could take on a triangular-headed foe single-handedly. Su Cheng exclaimed. This is a rare treasure. If the other players outside were to discover it, there would undoubtedly be a bloodbath over it. Su Cheng and Song Ying could hardly contain their excitement. With such a remarkable item at their disposal, they couldn't help but wonder what else Jiang Zhe was capable of. Naturally, the outside players would remain oblivious to this machine's existence unless someone fortuitously opened a treasure chest containing its blueprints or if Song Ying's penchant for boasting got the better of her. However, under Jiang Zhe's affectionate guidance, Song Ying ultimately quelled her desire to show off. In the end, Jiang Zhe stored the equipment enhancement machine away. He had no intention of selling the perfect necklace to either Su Cheng or Song Ying. Instead, he directly forged 2 necklaces for them, depleting all of their available spirit fragments. Of course, the two felt a bit awkward about receiving such generosity without reciprocating. They each contributed a fragment of strength and agility, both of which they had acquired from a silver chest. System notification, strength fragment X2. System notification, agility fragment X2. Wearing the necklaces resulted in a noticeable change in their attributes. Su Cheng's combat power surged past 2,000, while Song Ying approached the same milestone. Both were genuinely touched by Jiang Zhe's actions. Thank you, Jiang Zhe. You are like a brother reborn to us. I scarcely know what to say, he replied, feeling the atmosphere grow somewhat awkward. Jiang Zhe shivered slightly, hastily waving them away. That's too sentimental. You should leave quickly. Seeing Jiang Zhe's expression, Su Cheng and Song Ying burst into laughter. Adhering to their customary routine, Jiang Zhe took a moment to inspect the 4 doors, confirming that the right one posed no danger. Remember to open the right door. Understood. They replied in unison, harboring no doubts. They opened the door and stepped inside. As they entered, the cubic chamber appeared utterly empty. The smiles on Su Cheng and Song Ying's faces gradually faded, replaced by a dawning realization of a terrifying truth. Their expressions shifted to one of shock. How could Jiang Zhe know there was no danger here? Could he truly be a player from the 4th dimension? The air hung heavy for a moment, but Su Cheng quickly shattered the tension. Even if Jiang is indeed a player from the 4th dimension, if the entire world sought to eliminate him, I, Su Cheng, would stand by his side. So count me in. Together, let us oppose the world. Song Ying laughed heartily in agreement. Afterward, the two parted ways. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe remained busy in the Mobius ring room, placing the perfect necklace on the trading market. As soon as it was listed, many players sighed in disappointment, lamenting that they couldn't afford it. Unfortunately, they lacked the necessary material fragments that Jiang Zhe required, leaving them to envy and chatter amongst themselves. Even the top players on the leaderboard, such as Arthur and Roger, found it hard to believe. Is there truly no limit to Jiang Zhe's capabilities? Beljohn pondered aloud. Hobson Noah, could it truly be a 4th-dimensional player? Arthur Allen, certainly not. The 4th-dimensional player is akin to a deity, while Jiang Zhe is merely human. I shall soon surpass him. This task can only be entrusted to Arthur. Not only are we the best in reality, but here we shall also claim the top spot. In a private chat group of a prominent ranking figure, discussions began to unfold, ultimately leading to no definitive conclusion. After Su Cheng and Song Ying entered, The cube shifted its position once again. Jiang Zhe was fortunate enough to discover a chamber adorned with a river. Upon entry, he found a space half composed of a metallic floor and half of flowing water. A perfect opportunity for a refreshing wash after days consumed by door opening and battles. In a moment of indulgence, Jiang Zhe poured pure water onto a towel, wiping his entire body down. Despite his attempts to make do, he could not withstand the accumulation of sweat, ultimately succumbing to an unpleasant odor. For other players, the thought of bathing would be a luxury beyond their reach. Many were unable to procure even water or biscuits, let alone enjoy a bath. Upon approaching the water and confirming its safety, Jiang Zhe shed his gear. Clad only in a pair of shorts, he retrieved his shower gel and shampoo, and, seizing an opportunity while Little Pie was distracted, he swiftly tossed them into the river. Little Pie, startled, scrambled back to shore, muttering, "Boss." And himself. The next moment, Jiang Zhe executed a graceful leap into the water, submerging Little Pie beneath the surface. Thus commenced a jubilant splash between the two, the water soon brimming with shower gel and shampoo. Chapter 64. Jiang Zhe's proxy play, selling bathwater. Player's agony, system notification, a fine golden-backed machete has been sold. System notification, an excellent crossbow pistol has been sold. System notification, a perfect necklace has been sold. System notification, 50 iron blocks. System notification, 1 strength shard, 1 agility shard. System notification, 2 constitution shards, 2 agility shards. As Jiang Zhe applied shower gel to Little Pie, he suddenly heard several notifications. Among them was a special alert that only prominent ranking figures would receive. He opened the private message to find it was from Jiang Yi. He had a vague recollection of this namesake, who ranked 4th in the domestic leaderboard. In reality, he was a high IQ, wealthy second-generation prodigy. Before Jiang Zhe arrived in this world, Jiang Yi had competed fiercely for the top 2 spots alongside Su Cheng and others, until Jiang Zhe's emergence left them all behind. The photograph of Jiang Yi depicted a cold, scholarly visage. "Jiang Zhe, I've just snatched that perfect necklace. Could you possibly list another? I wish to safeguard the life of my childhood sweetheart, whom I have sought with great effort. I am willing to pay a premium." In recent days, an increasing number of individuals, ranging from Hollywood stars to high-ranking officials, sought Jiang Zhe's services for crafting perfect gear. However, Jiang Zhe typically refrained from responding. Yet, considering their shared surname and a favorable impression, he agreed. Certainly. He then sent the materials over. After a brief exchange, Jiang Zhe received his payment for the proxy play, 2 mental shards and 2 strength shards, with the rest being inconsequential. Jiang Yi expended thrice the amount to procure 2 exquisite necklaces. Upon receiving the items, he expressed profound gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Jiang Zhe. Should our paths cross again, I shall render my utmost assistance." His demeanor was exceedingly sincere. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zhe responded with an approving emoji. After bathing, he donned his equipment anew. Gazing at the modest 8-square-meter stream, he realized that while it was undrinkable, it should not be wasted. At the very least, he could wash a few more times. Utilizing 200 yuan worth of iron blocks, he crafted 2 5-square-meter metallic vats. Nowadays, his strength made it effortless to fill these containers. As the stones in his backpack had been entirely depleted, he had no choice but to resort to iron blocks. Once filled, he placed the vats into his private cubic hall. Although the water had dwindled, there remained several dozen liters, albeit with some sediment. The discerning yet possibly vain women who couldn't bathe might find it appealing. After all, it was freshwater, and demand was surely abundant. He decided against crafting more from the remaining dirty water and opted instead to directly list it in the trading hall. Even if someone intended to filter it, boiling it for consumption would suffice. He edited the listing. Seller, Jiang Zhe, for sale, 100 L of river water. Trade, any attribute shards. Attribute crystals. Requirement, 1 attribute crystal or 4 attribute shards. Note, this is my used bathwater. Everyone knows my luck is exceptional. If you take it home, perhaps you too will find fortune. The note remained a clever marketing ploy. Last time, he had utilized this strategy with shower gel, and it had swiftly sold out among female players. Today marked the final opportunity to open the door. With half an hour remaining until the system announcement, he could still make one more listing. World channel. Look at what treasure I discovered in the trading hall. River water. Bathwater. Does this world truly have a room for river water? How have I never encountered this before? I see bathwater. Will someone actually buy it? Or only a fool would? The note is quite amusing. Lucky bathwater. I never imagined Jiang Zhe to be such a shrewd businessman. Wow. Thanks to your chatter, the water has sold out instantly. But should it be used for washing or drinking? Drinking bathwater? I can't help but laugh. Are you all a bunch of fools? Don't you know there are machines that can filter it? Then, boiling it removes impurities, making it potable? What? Such machines exist? Truly, what a bunch of fools. Jiang Zhe is clearly using bathwater for charity. 100 liters of river water could last a long time for drinking, yet 4 people snatched it away. Wait, is that true? Had I known, I would have bought it instantly. My heart aches a bit. Please don't console me. Did Did you not see his battle power? It has already surpassed 6,000. What? 6,000 combat power. Is he even human anymore? This is madness. Arthur's power soared to 3,000. Yet he still fell short of Jiang Zhe by half. He remains unyielding. No wonder he's at the pinnacle of both resources and combat power. Players who failed to acquire the river water were left in tears, especially upon learning about the water purifiers, still hesitating to purchase and purify it for drinking. Even a single liter could sustain them for many days. As for using it for bathing, unless they have lost their minds, even in the absence of a water purifier, there will always be individuals willing to purchase it for consumption. Ultimately, the abundance of resources and formidable combat prowess that have now shifted to Jiang Zhe has been thoroughly scrutinized by numerous players. System notification: the bathing water you listed for sale has been sold. System notification: Strength Fragment 1, Constitution Fragment 1. System notification: Agility Fragment 1, Spirit Fragment 1. Sold? Just as Jiang Zhe approached the door, ready to enter, he heard the notification and was momentarily taken aback. Without lingering on the surprise, he had already identified a suitable room to test the newly crafted exceptional necklace. He opened the door and stepped inside. Jiang Zhe drew his weapon and surveyed the surroundings. Little Pai remained tucked away in his pocket, not prepared to launch an attack. A mass of black, electrically charged energy loomed, accompanied by a copper treasure chest behind it. Upon sensing an intruder, the irregular black creature quivered, white lightning coursing within it. It bore a striking resemblance to the black monster that Little Pai had vanquished in the abyssal chamber, capable of emitting biological electric currents. It could paralyze its opponents before ultimately devouring them. Defeating it would not pose a challenge. The exceptional Tang Dao's freezing ability would suffice. You shall be my target. Jiang Zhe set Little Pai down and aimed his blade at the creature. In response to his provocation, a cacophony of electric frequencies filled the air as the monster charged towards Jiang Zhe. Unflinching, he activated Attack Barrier. A gentle, ripple-like shield materialized before him, resembling an energy barrier. The electromagnetic creature showed no sign of fear. Its form shifted, extending a middle finger towards Jiang Zhe, as if mocking him. Did it truly believe it could evade his assault? Such ignorance. Once that barrier is breached, this human is doomed. Zzz. The black energy mass accelerated, only to collide with the shield beside Jiang Zhe. Upon impact, the black energy dissipated, leaving only a trace of energy that lightly grazed Jiang Zhe's skin. Energy shield sustained an attack, inflicting damage. 1 point. The notification appeared. The sensation was akin to a fleeting mosquito bite, and he quickly recovered. Is that all? Understanding the effect of Attack Barrier, a smirk graced Jiang Zhe's lips. The black energy mass coalesced in the air, now raising 2 middle fingers, deriding Jiang Zhe for cheating. It prepared to launch a second assault. Jiang Zhe, however, canceled the effect of his energy shield, ready to engage. Bring it on. He brandished his blade and charged at the black energy creature, invoking freezing for a collision. Zzz. The frost-laden strike met its mark as if hitting a magnet, splitting it in two. The black monster crackled in midair before ultimately shattering into white, frozen fragments that scattered across the ground. The deceased electromagnetic creature holds no value. Truly, the exceptional necklace proved to be yet another life-saving tool. Jiang Zhe contentedly stroked the necklace. In the prior abyssal chamber, he had been utterly outmatched by such black energy creatures. Yet now, he regarded them with disdain. Before opening the copper chest, Jiang Zhe glanced at the time. 20 minutes remained until the system announcement. His anticipation for the specifics of the announcement grew ever more palpable. The author has something to say. Thank you for the blade of Thank you for the likes from Loves Eating Cantonese Braised Chicken Wings. Chapter 65, Selling Toilet Paper. Players express doubt. District-wide announcement. System notification. Copper Treasure Chest 1. System notification. Wood Pulp Design Blueprint 1. System notification. Mental Fragment 1. System notification. Copper Block 10. Stone Block 10. Die 5. Decomposed Treasure Chest. Copper Block 10. 1 Design Blueprint. 1 Fragment, and several materials. Jiang Zhe recalls having learned a tissue design blueprint previously. He did not find wood pulp in the trading market. It seems that wood pulp also requires a design blueprint. Time to learn. He studies the design blueprint. Opening the manufacturing interface, he discovers several ways to obtain wood pulp, including from wood, bamboo, and reeds. He chooses wood pulp. Wood pulp. 1501 wood. 841 water. Wood pulp consumption. 1 portion of raw material, 1 bottle of water. He adds the materials and selects to craft. 20 portions. System notification. 20 wood. 20 water. System notification. 20 wood pulp. He opens the manufacturing interface again and selects tissue production. Tissue. Any fragment 01. 202 wood pulp. Tissue. 1 portion of material yields 5 rolls of tissue, a luxury indeed. Jiang Zhe hesitates briefly. Crafting all requires 10 fragments. It is rather expensive. Nevertheless, he decides to use the attribute fragments. He selects to craft. System notification. 50 rolls of tissue, System notification. Strength fragment 2, Constitution fragment 2, Agility fragment 2. Mental fragment 4. Rolls of tissue. Pristine white tissues, usable for any purpose. What do you wish to do with them? Watching rows of tissue appear before him, Jiang Zhe resolves to sell 30 rolls and keep 20 for himself. After all, men do tend to use tissue quite quickly. As for the previously acquired low-level strength and constitution potions, drinking them again would not enhance his attributes. He might as well sell them all. Seller. Jiang Zhe. Sale. 30 rolls. Trade. Any attribute fragment. Attribute crystal. Requirement. Attribute fragment X3. Attribute crystal X1. Note. Fresh and warm toilet paper. For boys. It can be used for anything, and for girls, it brings immense happiness. Special note. 5 rolls per portion. Seller. Jiang Zhe. Sale. Low-level strength potion. Low-level constitution potion. Trade. Any attribute fragment. Attribute crystal. Requirement. Attribute fragment X10. Attribute crystal X2. Note. Permanently increases attributes. Each person has only one opportunity to use it. The items being sold are all of excellent quality. Jiang Zhe is confident that no one can resist. Glancing at the time, he sees that there are 5 minutes left until the system announcement. He decides to wait in place. Soon, the notification of tissue sales rings in his ears. Jiang Zhe, wow. I see you have listed low-level potions. Bodhi Helena sends a message. Oh, it's you. How have you been? I see your combat power has been rising swiftly. The news of Jiang Zhe selling potions immediately attracts the attention of a group of acquaintances. My combat power has increased recently, but I still cannot compare to Jiang Zhe. You have reached 6,000. Wah, I really want those potions. However, the individual only possessed 5 fragments, which were insufficient. Could they perhaps defer the payment? Bodhi Helena had never encountered such an exquisite potion. Although she harbored doubts about its capacity to enhance attributes, the fact that it was being sold by the world-renowned Jiang Zhe dispelled any uncertainty. This had to be genuine. Jiang Zhe chose not to respond immediately. Instead, he decided to observe the players' discussions in the global chat. Toilet paper and basic potions. Jiang Zhe is selling supplies again. But they are exorbitantly priced. Toilet paper has emerged. What other rare resources does Jiang Zhe possess? Jiang Zhe is indeed a pioneer. The first in this world to utilize toilet paper. How fortunate. Is the basic potion a special item? I have never seen it before. It is far too expensive. Who can afford such a thing? The phrase permanently enhances one's attributes was enough to make one desire it instantly. Yet a group of top-ranking players had already begun to gather fragments discreetly in preparation for their purchase. When the world's best player takes action, can there be any doubt? I believe this may not be particularly rare. It is only the 4th day, and if you haven't seen basic items, it likely indicates their lack of significance. Your statement is misguided. Rarity lends value to items. Even if it is basic or ordinary, as long as it enhances attributes, I would purchase it. The issue lies in the absence of fragments. The global player base was abuzz with excitement, more fervent than ever before. After all, this was a potion that promised a permanent enhancement of one's attributes. True strength stems from personal power, and it was not significantly inferior to perfect equipment. Yet, the price was prohibitive. After surveying the landscape, it was evident that everyone deemed it too costly. Jiang Zhe pondered. Bodhi Helena was making her 3rd purchase here. Perhaps he could afford her a discount this time, but he could only reduce it by 2 fragments, while he intended to implement microloans for the remaining balance. For reputable players who returned for a 2nd or 3rd time, he would offer microloans. The transaction would initially involve selling 5 fragments, while the rest could be settled privately later. All right, I can offer you a potion for 2 fragments less, but you must provide me with the remaining 3 when you acquire them. Jiang Zhe agreed, confident that she would not default on the payment. He then retrieved a bottle of the Constitution potion from the trading post and designated the transaction. Buyer, Bodhi Helena, fragment requirement. Any 5 fragments. Seller, Jiang Zhe. Really? Is this true? Thank you so much, Jiang Zhe. I promise I will not default. Once I have the fragments, I will certainly repay you. Bodhi Helena's voice brimmed with excitement and disbelief. Indeed, you have been designated. The moment it was listed, the potion was snapped up by her. System notification. Basic Constitution Potion, X1. System notification. Strength Fragment X2, Agility Fragment X2, Spirit Fragment X1. Jiang Zhe, I cannot thank you enough. I truly do not know how to repay you. Following this, the two engaged in casual conversation, merely exchanging pleasantries as a form of courtesy. Meanwhile, news of Jiang Zhe's discounted potion spread through the global channel, eliciting numerous sighs from players. Many female players sensed an opportunity, speculating that the discount stemmed from their acquaintance, prompting them to seek Jiang Zhe's favor. However, he paid little heed to the crowd's advances. Su Cheng, Song Ying, Arthur, and others also sent messages expressing their interest in acquiring potions. However, the reality was that they could not gather the fragments in a short time, particularly Arthur, who had just broken the 3,000 battle power threshold and was financially destitute. Su and Song were equally impoverished, having exchanged everything for perfect necklaces with Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe did not make things difficult for Su Cheng and Song Ying, as they were teammates. When more potions became available, they could be sold at a reasonable price. Just a minute before the system announcement concluded, the 30 rolls of tissue paper and the primary strength potions were all sold, totaling 7 players, all of whom were familiar names on the leaderboard. System notification: the rolls of tissue you listed have been sold. System notification: strength fragments, 6, constitution fragments, 6, agility fragments, 12, spirit fragments, 12. System notification: the potions you listed have been sold. System notification: strength fragments, 3, constitution fragments, 3, agility fragments, 2. It was happening. Jiang Zhe's gaze was intense. Just then, the system announcement chimed. Worldwide announcement, Chapter 66, Player Plaza, ranking opened, the world stunned. System notification: Player Plaza opened. System notification: Player Plaza opened. System notification: Player Plaza opened. A series of notifications appeared. Players from around the globe received this alert. Each area contained 10,000 individuals, and the previously high death toll was instantly replenished. Note: players from other channels were redirected. Subsequently, the data of players worldwide was drawn into the plaza. The plaza, a space of 100,000 cubic meters, was teeming with bodies. So this is the newly opened plaza? There are so many people. Huh. Why can't I touch any of you? Huh. I've finally seen living beings, albeit not real ones. How exhilarating. Are you here, my girlfriend, my parents? Why can't I reach you? By the way, what can we do in the plaza? A crowd bustled about. Their excitement palpable. After 4 days, many encountered real people for the first time. Soon, someone discovered they could pass through others' bodies. They then realized it was their consciousness that had entered the plaza. At that moment, a row of digital screens appeared in the center of the plaza. 100,001,0000. Plaza announcement: the player with the highest battle power will become the plaza master, who will then impose rules upon the plaza. Everyone looked up. A 10,000-meter-long translational screen swept across the players, quickly scanning them all. Plaza announcement: selection completed, highest combat power, Jiang Zhe. Plaza announcement: congratulations to Jiang Zhe for becoming Plaza Master number 000001. The announcement echoed. What? Jiang Zhe? Did I hear that correctly? The great Jiang Zhe is in our plaza? No way. The world S number 1, Jiang Zhe, is actually here? Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's name, all players erupted in excitement. How fortunate to share the same plaza with the revered Jiang Zhe. Thus, the chatter grew louder. Was it true that being in the same plaza as the world S number 1 Jiang Zhe would elevate their status in the future? Many players felt a thrill of excitement. World announcement: the equipment rankings have been opened. The top 10 participants may claim associated rewards. World announcement: the pet rankings have been opened. The top 10 participants may claim associated rewards. At this moment, the world announcement echoed with 2 more notifications. The suffix of the announcement indicated that the rankings would refresh daily at midnight. Many players, intrigued by the notification, eagerly clicked on the newly unveiled rankings. Equipment rankings. First, Jiang Zhe equipment. Exceptional Dragon Pattern Revolver, Exceptional Dragon Pattern Tang Dao, Exceptional Dragon Pattern Necklace, Combat Power, 3000. Second, Arthur Allen equipment. Exceptionalized Sculpture Ring. Perfect Desert Eagle, Perfect Alloy Steel Knife, Combat Power, 1500. Third, Su Cheng equipment. Perfect Frost Snow Tang Dao, Perfect Challenge Revolver. Perfect Resilience Necklace, Combat Power, 1000. The equipment rankings displayed only the finest trio of gear. Upon witnessing the first place Jiang Zhe's equipment, the entire plaza fell into a profound silence. The trio of weapons and necklace was, astonishingly, exceptional. The combined combat power exceeded 3000. It was known that many players did not even possess 500 combat power, yet the world's top player was so formidable. The exceptional equipment alone was staggering enough. But it was bewildering to see it surpass the second-place competitor's power by double. Questions arose. If Jiang Zhe's entire ensemble was exceptional, could his combat power not reach tens of thousands? Many speculated that there might be an error in the equipment rankings and flocked to the World Channel to inquire. Is it true that Jiang Zhe's 3 pieces of transcendent equipment boast a terrifying combat power of 3000? Is it the same on your end? The inquiry sent ripples through the community. The moment someone mentioned being in the same channel as Jiang Zhe, it ignited a frenzy across all channels. You share a plaza with the revered Jiang Zhe and possess a trio of over 3000 combat power? Wow, you are incredibly fortunate. My first place combat power consists of 3 perfect weapons, just over 1000. The highest I have is 800. The differences are negligible. I only have over 700 combat power. The second and third places are quite close. How could a trio of exceptional gear possibly yield over 3000 combat power? There must be an error. Did the system miscalculate? In the minds of countless players, a trio of equipment could scarcely reach over 1000 combat power. Yet, Jiang Zhe's trio achieved an astonishing combat power exceeding 3000. implying that even without any other gear, he remained the world's number one. How could anyone trust the authenticity of these figures? After a while, many players returned to check the rankings again, only to discover that it was entirely genuine. There were no discrepancies in the data. Countless players trembled in disbelief. The world's number one was indeed terrifying. Far away in an unfamiliar plaza, Arthur received a screenshot from a friend sharing the same plaza as Jiang Zhe. He was taken aback, astonished to see that Jiang Zhe possessed 3 exceptional pieces of equipment. It was worth noting that he had risked life and limb to obtain a golden treasure chest, which yielded him an exceptional ring. Yet Jiang Zhe had effortlessly acquired 3 exceptional items. Soon, a profound sense of powerlessness enveloped him, as if he were unable to surpass it. Countless individuals, upon learning that Jiang Zhe donned 3 extraordinary pieces of equipment, inundated him with congratulations. Who would have anticipated that both of Jiang Zhe's weapons were of the exceptional grade? No wonder their might was immense. I had believed perfection was the pinnacle, yet here was the extraordinary. How formidable. Messages from Su Cheng and Song Ying flooded in. Wow. An extraordinary revolver and a dragon-patterned tang saber. I now comprehend why the master is so powerful. Messages from Bodhi Helena arrived. Old Li, along with former merchants, also chimed in. The 3 pieces of extraordinary weaponry had truly broadened many horizons. Simultaneously, the global channel remained abuzz with discussions about equipment and pets. Our square master, Herbert Cecil, had a pet that entered the top 100, a juvenile lightning leopard with a battle power of 240. Our compatriot, Addo Todd, boasted a juvenile white tiger with a battle power of 270. How do we compare? Our Roger Potter's pet was a raccoon with a battle power of 500. Our Arthur Square Master had a juvenile bald eagle with a battle power of 750. However, soon, a domestic player scoffed and sent a message. Are you serious? I am in the same square as the great Jiang Zhe, and his pet, Little Pie, is a yellow electric mouse in its juvenile stage, boasting a staggering battle power of 2,400. An ill-timed comment emerged, and the world channel fell into silence. Seriously? Not 240? 2,400 for an electric mouse? Is that for real? Look for yourself. I've taken a screenshot. Pet leaderboard JPG. Oh my god. A battle power of 2,400 for Little Pie? How could that be? Fuck. Why can't I see Little Pie? It shows Arthur as the first on my end. Aren't you looking at the pet ranking explanation? Jiang Zhe has concealed it. Only players from our square can see Jiang Zhe's information. 2,400 is more than thrice that of Arthur's. Heaven. Just how powerful is Jiang Zhe? I can hardly fathom someone being this strong. Countless players, both domestic and international, were left dumbfounded. They had thought Arthur had finally claimed the top spot, only to discover the true number one was far beyond Arthur's pet's battle power. How could one not exclaim in disbelief? From the very first day, Jiang Zhe had concealed everything for privacy, except for the battle power, which could not be hidden. Furthermore, only players in the same square as Jiang Zhe could view information regarding him. But now, it had been leaked. Sigh. Standing amidst the crowd, Jiang Zhe exhaled deeply. He had intended to continue his business until the equipment leaderboard opened, with his extraordinary equipment fully revealed. The collection of equipment materials might not be so effortless in the future. Square announcement. Jiang Zhe, please come to the center of the square to establish rules. Rewards will be distributed to all after the rules are set. Author's note. I would like to express my gratitude to Hihiji for the urging symbol, to Chasing Stars Under the Moon for the likes, to Nan Li Qing for the likes, to User 137 for the likes, and to Rock Candy Cola for the likes. Chapter 67. Establishing Rules, Luck Attribute, and Claiming Rewards. Jiang Zhe's attention was fixated on the distribution of rewards. For the time being, I have not attended to the distribution of rewards related to equipment, pet rankings, or battle power rankings. Instead, I have prioritized the establishment of rules for the plaza. Jiang Zhe navigated through the throng of players, ultimately arriving at the very center of the square. Surrounding him were countless indistinct shadows clad in black, mirroring his own presence. Plaza announcement. Detected highest battle power. Jiang Zhe Plaza announcement. Rule formulation commences. System notification. Plaza population 100,001. 000. It was imperative that all players present in the plaza be made aware. Streams of data emerged from beneath Jiang Zhe's feet, manifesting a grand stage that ascended to a height of 50 meters. A chair, a podium, a microphone, a large screen, and numerous cameras materialized. This was the privilege of creation bestowed upon the plaza master. Finally, Jiang Zhe stepped to the center of the stage and grasped the microphone. Hello everyone. I am Jiang Zhe, and it is an honor to be the master of this plaza. Next, I intend to establish a few rules for the plaza. Upon the completion of these rules, each individual will be eligible to receive various rewards. As his words echoed, the crowd erupted into discussion. A scant few had encountered Jiang Zhe before, but those who had now confirmed the tales they had heard. His charisma, strength, and uniqueness were undeniable. Wow. Is that really Jiang Zhe? He is so handsome. This is my first time seeing Jiang Zhe in person. His style is so fashionable. Oh my god. The great Jiang Zhe is indeed striking and full of character. Is this the real Jiang Zhe? I am smitten. A male deity stands right beside me. I wonder what the rewards will be. I am eager. As all the cameras activated, Jiang Zhe was illuminated on the large screen from every angle, especially the small creature perched upon his shoulder. Instantly, it captivated the attention of numerous players from afar. Wow, the great Jiang Zhe is truly handsome. That must be the little creature on his shoulder. This is my first glimpse of the real Jiang Zhe, and he is even more dashing than I imagined. It possesses a combat power of 2,400, while my own is a mere 200. How pathetic. The crowd buzzed with chatter until silence finally enveloped the plaza, allowing Jiang Zhe to address them. I have noticed that this plaza is home to players from all corners of the nation. I would like to convey 2 key points. First, no quarrels or disturbances are permitted within the plaza. Each week, an automatic ranking will take place. Those who achieve commendable overall rankings will receive material rewards from the system. This is a privilege Jiang Zhe, as Plaza Master, has temporarily acquired, the ranking system, which pertains to the overall battle power, resources, pets, and other factors concerning Plaza players. Second, I do not concern myself with your past occupations, be it as a doctor, lawyer, criminal, thief, or wealthy merchant. In this plaza, I hope for all to grow stronger, as we are all family here for the time being. Thus, if there are good resources to share, please circulate them internally. Soon, his speech concluded, addressing matters of collective interest within the plaza. I am aware that many of you harbor questions for me, and I shall now select players at random. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Zhe summoned a beam of blue light that swept across the multitude. Upon hearing that Jiang Zhe was willing to entertain inquiries from plaza players, an uproar ensued. The atmosphere akin to a riot, with voices rising in a cacophony. Many are eager to uncover the prowess and equipment of Jiang Zhe, curious as to why he consistently ranks among the elite. Surely, there must be some secret element at play. Any morsel of information gleaned from Jiang Zhe would be of tremendous benefit to them. The chosen players were filled with excitement, and the atmosphere grew still. Jiang God, is there a secret to clearing the levels? The audience held their breath in anticipation. There is no secret. It is all reliant on courage, wisdom, and strength. Next, Jiang Zhe replied with a smile. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed through the crowd. Another selected foreign player inquired, esteemed Jiang God, would you be willing to assist us in crafting equipment? We can provide the materials, and everyone here in the square would become stronger. Upon hearing this clever question, the eyes of all players brightened with hope. The room fell silent once more, brimming with anticipation. I have made it abundantly clear in the rules that I will not make exceptions to assist anyone. If not for the gathering in this square, you would not even know me. So how could I craft equipment for you? Jiang Zhe decisively declined. Just because you are part of this square does not mean I will treat you as family. If that were the case, I would surely be exhausted. The questioner blushed. And yet another wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. It became evident that Jiang Zhe had painstakingly earned his status, and thus he surely detested those who sought shortcuts. Without a doubt, his strength, good looks, and formidable companions were all the result of diligent effort. An admiration for Jiang God began to blossom among the players. If we emulate Jiang Zhe, we are certain to grow stronger. Let's go for it. Unintentionally, Jiang Zhe had established an enigmatic persona among the players. Subsequent inquiries shifted away from personal interests, focusing instead on commonplace topics, opinions on the world, methods for self-improvement, ways to enhance pets, and questions about Jiang God's romantic life. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, the rules were firmly established. All players in the square received their rewards. I received 2 bottles of water and 2 biscuits. How fortunate. I also got a bottle of cola and 2 biscuits. Wow. I obtained a blueprint for exceptional equipment. What? A blueprint? Brothers, let's be friends and craft some gear together. I'm up for anything. I'll even go home with you tonight. Excitement surged among countless players. At this stage, such basic resources were invaluable to them, yet many remained curious about what Jiang Zhe would receive. System notification, you have successfully established square rules. Title of Square Master granted. 00001 Square Master. Special attribute. Luck value 1, permanent. Luck value. The level of luck influences various factors. Luck value? Jiang Zhe recalled that personal information did not include a luck value. He hurriedly opened the small group chat to check if Su Cheng, Song Ying, and others had received it as well. You are all Square Masters, correct? What special attributes did you gain? Jiang Zhe inquired. Su Cheng replied, Jiang Zhe. I received a luck value of 03 with the Square Master title. Song Ying, Jiang Zhe. I possess a luck value of 02, which I surmise is related to treasure chests and doors. Is it just me who has gained an additional point in luck? Jiang Zhe expressed his astonishment. Su Cheng, how could that be? Jiang Zhe, you actually accrued a point in luck? Song Ying, I believe it correlates with the rankings in the square. I recently learned that Arthur Allen is the square master of 0,00002, and he has only added 0.5 to his luck value. Thus, your addition of 1 point in luck appears to be accurate. Thank you, Jiang Zhe replied. After reviewing Song Ying's analysis, Jiang Zhe found it quite reasonable. After all, he is the world's foremost warrior. He merely wondered if a luck value of 1 could truly influence outcomes. Contemplating this, Jiang Zhe hastily exited the square and returned to his original chamber. He intended to experiment with predicting the future. Although he currently lacked door-opening opportunities, he decided to investigate nonetheless. Opening the front door, it was empty, yet the air was fresh and beneficial to health. Opening the left door, fortune smiled upon him, as there were some essential supplies on the ground, along with an exceptional iron sword. Opening the right door, a hopping frog leaped across the surface of the sea, its attack power quite feeble. Opening the back door, he found only a basic wooden treasure chest, but strangely, it might yield something valuable, as the prompts concluded. Changes immediately ensued. Previously, opening doors often led to perilous six-sided encounters. To his surprise, this time, there was not a hint of danger. Could this indeed be luck? Jiang Zhe felt a surge of joy. He resolved to complete his tasks and visit the wooden treasure chest room tomorrow to see if it would yield something worthwhile. His immediate priority was to claim the rewards from the leaderboard. He accessed the rankings for equipment, pets, and combat power. Chapter 68, A Bountiful Harvest, First Title. Extraordinary Battle Boots, Combat Power Source. Claim all rewards. Jiang Zhe clicked through the highlights on the leaderboard. System notification. Successfully claimed the title from the Combat Power leaderboard. System notification. Chosen 1-1. Chosen 1. Title of the world's number 1. Attainable only by the most formidable. With all attributes at 30. System notification. Successfully claimed the equipment leaderboard reward. System notification. Strength Crystal 2. System notification. Constitution Crystal 2. System notification. Agility Crystal 2. System notification. Spirit Crystal 2. System notification. 4-dimensional Crystal Block 2. 4-dimensional Crystal Block. Preferred material for upgrading cubes. System notification. Random Design Blueprint 1. System notification. Successfully claimed the first reward from the pet leaderboard. System notification. Intermediate Growth Potion for Pets 1. Intermediate Growth Potion for Pets. More advanced than the basic version, allowing pets to leap from juvenile to adolescent stages. System notification. Pet Ability Potion 1. Pet Ability Potion stabilizes the abilities of adult pets. System notification. Pet Rations 50. Pet Rations, vegetable-flavored food, which if you are hungry, you may share with your pet. A flurry of notifications cascaded down. Jiang Zhe realized he had struck it rich. Is this the advantage of being number 1 in the world? His heart raced with excitement. Wearing his title, Jiang Zhe immersed himself in learning. The title transformed into data, shimmering into his mind's eye. His strength, vitality, agility, and spirit experienced a remarkable enhancement. A powerful aura coursed through his limbs and bones, his muscles taut, as if forged from molten iron. The expanse before him widened, and his vision and hearing were significantly amplified. System notification. The Chosen One has equipped the title. Upon death, or when surpassed as the world's number 1, the title will automatically revert to the second place. Random Design Learning Successful. Congratulations on acquiring the design for exceptional battle boots. Another exceptional item, yet again exceptional footwear? Jiang Zhe beamed with joy. A bountiful harvest. He hastily accessed the crafting interface, selecting flip-flops. Exceptional level flip-flops. Leather 175, dye 65, strength crystal 34, agility crystal 24, materials that can be added, biological scales 21. First, he synthesized the missing crystal shards. System notification, strength crystal 1, agility crystal 2. System notification, strength shard 4, agility shard 8. Inserting the special materials. Jiang Zhe confirmed the crafting. System notification, exceptional level flip-flops 1. System notification, leather 5, dye 5, strength crystal 4, agility crystal 4. Biological scale 1. Before him appeared a pair of black flip-flops adorned with shimmering dragon patterns. They were entirely different from what he wore, imbued with additional attributes. He donned them and clicked to inspect. Item, dragon pattern flip-flops level, exceptional, attack power 20 attributes, strength 20, agility 30, affix, dash. Wall run, note, allows you to run briefly on walls, cool down, 5 minutes, effect, 5 seconds, special affix, dark, increases agility attribute points by 10. Note, already included in attributes, combat power, 200 points inheriting the perfect flip-flop dash ability, he gained an additional, wall run, making it an excellent choice for both offense and feints. Jiang Zhe retrieved an old enhancement machine. He procured blue and green crystals from the trading post. Placing the shoes into the enhancement machine, he upgraded them to level 5. System notification, exceptional level flip-flops 5, attributes, strength 25, agility 35 once more. He donned them and opened his personal information. Name, Jiang Zhe age, 24 strength, 182 constitution, 166 agility, 171 mentality, 117 health. You are currently in excellent condition. With no injuries, combat power, 7,880. All four attributes had surpassed 100, with strength and agility nearing 200. His combat power surged from 6,000 to an impressive 7,880. Satisfied, Jiang Zhe closed the interface, stood up, and set aside Xiao Pai. Eager to test the potency of his new footwear, he activated dash, and then, wall run. Whoosh. A figure darted forth, almost leaving a trail of afterimages. Reaching the wall's edge, Jiang Zhe accelerated and began to run smoothly along the sleek surface. Xiao Pai looked on in astonishment, nearly questioning his existence. The boss is incredible. The effect lasted only 5 seconds, quickly dissipating. Jiang Zhe executed a flawless forward roll off the wall, landing gracefully on the ground. What an extraordinary skill. In a mere 3 seconds, his agility doubled, and within 5 seconds, he scaled the wall with the ease of walking on solid ground. The combination of these two effects was nothing short of breathtaking. Jiang Zhe couldn't help but marvel at his abilities. With such skills, he could face dozens, even hundreds of players, with confidence. Soon, Jiang Zhe listed a pair of perfect sandals for sale. Seller, Jiang Zhe, item, perfect flip-flops, trade, any attribute shards. Attribute crystals, requirements, 8 attribute shards or 2 attribute crystals. Message, worn by me, guaranteed to be free of foot odor. These sandals possess the special skill dash, which doubles speed within 3 seconds, a superb means of escape or pursuit. Are you not tempted? Selling for 8 shards may seem a bit steep, but primarily, he was offering the skill attached to the footwear. It is known that the probability of perfect equipment possessing special attributes is relatively low. In situations requiring a hasty escape or pursuit, activating this skill could mean the difference between life and death. Thus, he was confident in the sale. After listing the shoes, Jiang Zhe turned his attention elsewhere. It's your turn, Xiao Pai. Do you wish to grow? He asked, sitting cross-legged with a smile while producing 2 potions. Just imagine. Once I grow, I too can be formidable. Xiao Pai exclaimed with excitement, leaping onto Jiang Zhe's lap. One could only wonder what transformation awaited Xiao Pai after consuming the 2 potions. The moment the sandals were listed, shockwaves rippled through the player community. The great Jiang Zhe has put perfect shoes for sale. Quick, who has shards? Let us pool together and purchase them. They were astounded to see the shoes with a skill, dash, that doubled agility points. Truly a divine artifact. I surmise that Jiang Zhe must have donned superior footwear, hence the replacement of the perfect ones. I can't even afford the excellent ones. I might as well give up. Look at the leaderboard. What else with the sudden surge in power among the top players? First place, Jiang Zhe, 7880. Second place, Arthur, 4500. Third place, Su Cheng, 3800. Fourth place, Song Ying, 3600. What on earth is happening? Why has everyone's strength skyrocketed? Goodness, it's terrifying. Especially Jiang Zhe, who was just at 6K, now nearing 8K. What could have transpired? They all seem to be Plaza Masters, and they have all received titles within the top 10. A title? Let me check. The first place title, Chosen One, grants a staggering 30 points to all attributes. How incredible. The 10th place title, Unrivaled in the World, adds 10 points. This is truly alarming. At this rate, the strong will only grow stronger, while the weak will falter further. Oh, how I wish to be as strong as Jiang Zhe. Initially discussing the perfect divine sandals, many began privately gathering shards to make a purchase. The conversation soon shifted to the impressive growth of the leaders on the leaderboard. It became evident that since the leaderboard's opening, the attributes of the top players had surged dramatically, particularly Jiang Zhe's combat power, which elicited envy from all. Chapter 69, Xiao Pai's Level Up, New Abilities, Cubic Upgrade. World Quiz. Xiao Pai accepted the 2 potions from Jiang Zhe, uncorked them, and took a whiff. All right, let us do this, boss. Without hesitation, he poured the contents into his mouth. A magnificent surge of vitality seemed to flow through the air. The reaction was even more intense than the last time I consumed the basic potion. A cascade of corporeal lightning radiated from my skin, and my form subtly expanded. Jiang Zhe sat quietly, observing the transformation. After a quarter of an hour, the growth of the little mouse ceased. It had reached a size that could be cradled by 2 adult hands, and then it stopped. Boss, I feel like I've become significantly stronger, Little Pai exclaimed, excitedly circling in place. System notification. The juvenile Little Pai has successfully matured into adolescence. System notification. Lightning ability has stabilized, enabling it to confront larger monsters. With these notifications, Jiang Zhe hastily opened the pet list. Mouse Clan, adolescent. Name, Little Pai. Status, healthy. Abilities, lightning, possessing self-defense capability. Able to defeat an ordinary cow, body slam, though short of leg. Can channel lightning onto its surface for a powerful impact. Growth, can continue to develop. Consume basic and intermediate growth potions. Both have generated antibodies. Further consumption is ineffective. Diet. Omnivorous. You truly have become formidable, gaining the body slam ability. Jiang Zhe mused as he scanned through Little Pie's skill list, his imagination conjuring images of the diminutive mouse charging at monstrous foes many times its size. Will you not suffer a fracture? Little Pie shook its head, arms crossed. No. I previously drank a basin of Leviathan's blood. My physical form is remarkably resilient. That's reassuring. Jiang Zhe chuckled, affectionately ruffling Little Pie's head. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. With an hour remaining for the quiz, he decided to prepare a meal. He retrieved a small bowl of the newly acquired pet food and offered it to Little Pie. Little Pie sniffed the contents, discovering it was a bowl of sunflower seeds, and promptly began to feast. Enjoy your meal, Jiang Zhe said, as he took out a cube and first checked the warehouse's fruits. Watermelons, apples, bread, rice, and sunflower seeds had all blossomed and borne fruit. He was one step closer to dining. He recalled that he had earned 2 four-dimensional crystals as rewards, which might allow him to upgrade the cube. He accessed the crafting interface. Cubic upgrade. System notification. Cube currently measures 125 cubic meters. System notification. Copper blocks 230-150. Iron blocks 150-150. Oil 030. Four-dimensional crystals 25. Four-dimensional crystals, a higher tier than four-dimensional fragments, one level lower than upgrade fragments. System notification. Each upgrade increases size by 125 cubic meters. Jiang Zhe remembered that the last time he expanded the cube, it consumed upgrade fragments directly rather than four-dimensional fragments. Upgrade fragments could only be obtained through the weekly resource ranking rewards. Fortunately, he could first synthesize the crystals, for fragments equated to 1 crystal. System notification. Four-dimensional crystals 3. System notification. Four-dimensional fragments 12. He spent 3 bottles of water at the trading post to acquire 30 units of oil. Jiang Zhe placed the materials into the system and confirmed the upgrade. The cube before him instantly transformed, shattering and reorganizing into its enhanced form. As the fragments gradually vanished and reassembled, the area of the cube steadily expanded. It ascended to a second level, transforming into a 2-story building. Ultimately, it grew to twice its original size before coming to a halt. System notification. Cube upgrade successful. System notification. 150 copper blocks. 150 iron blocks. The cube occupies an area of 250 square meters, having just completed its upgrade and expansion. Nearby, the little skin creature was so startled that its fur stood on end. It quickly clutched its bowl and scurried to a corner, watching the spectacle unfold. A 2-story building. Let's explore. Jiang Zhe felt a surge of joy and immediately stepped into the cube. The interior was smooth and pristine white, which had previously seemed somewhat cramped. It now felt as spacious as ever. The alloy floor bore a resemblance to that of a high-end bar. The bedroom, living room, and storage area had all doubled in size. A staircase led up to the second floor. Light streamed in through 2 foldable alloy windows. After surveying the surroundings, he noticed 2 new floor devices. Standing atop one of the devices, Jiang Zhe sensed a change in weight, and the balcony extended outward like a magic cube. Viewed from the outside, it resembled a protruding transparent balcony akin to Tetris blocks. Elegant. Indeed, it was exquisite. As Jiang Zhe stepped away from the balcony, it retracted, and the cube returned to its original form. Descending the stairs, he emerged outside, casting a gaze at the cube, which exuded a strong sense of technology. This must be the largest private residence in the world. Satisfied, Jiang Zhe retracted the cube. He then busied himself with his tools, preparing grilled fish. He polished off 2 bottles of cola and a fish fillet. Dinner concluded. As the clock struck midnight, it was time for the daily quiz. After a day of arduous challenges, a total of 15 million people had perished. At last, a new day dawned. Let us observe a moment of silence for those who have fallen. First, let's congratulate Jiang Zhe from Xia country for achieving the world's highest combat power, 7880. The resource leaderboard has been refreshed. The top 100 may claim their rewards. The quiz will commence in 10 seconds. Following the opening of the majority of the leaderboards, aside from the top 10 in combat power, the resource leaderboard opened in the early hours of the following day. Coinciding with the 5th day, he clicked on the resource leaderboard to claim his reward. System notification. Cube upgrade fragment X5. Upgrade fragments. Currently requires 15 to upgrade the cube to 500 square meters. Combat power of 7,880? Goodness. I haven't even reached half of 788. What a surprise. I actually received engine oil and dimensional fragments. The top 3 players possess upgrade fragments, which are far more advanced. Especially the first place with 5 fragments. Jiang Zhe, at the top of the resource leaderboard, has a 250 square meter house. Truly a villa. A 250 square meter private cube? How is it so expansive? Arthur's is only 100 square meters, and Su Cheng's is 80 square meters. How does he have so many resources? Boo-hoo. I also wish to live in a villa. My 5-square-meter doghouse hardly allows for comfort. Enough said. My cube has already begun to smell musty. Countless players were caught up in the frenzy. A global announcement appeared, shocking all sleeping players awake with an electric jolt. The first question: if, in the year 2020, a perfect mirror were to be placed in the universe 20 light-years away using special powers, would one be able to see the reality from 20 years ago through a flawless telescope? Is this statement true or false? If true, provide a rationale. If false, explain why, with a time limit of 60 seconds. The question presented itself, sparking a glimmer of insight in Jiang Zhe. False. Reason, with the prompt appearing. A storm of thoughts erupted in his mind. In the year 2000, a beam of reflected light embarked from Earth. By 2020, an extraordinary individual had placed a perfect mirror 20 light-years away in just a second. Consequently, this beam of light collided with the light emitted from Earth in 2000, initiating its return journey back to Earth. It was not until the year 2040 that this light re-entered the human eye. To summarize, the mirror placed in 2020 allowed the reflection of light to be seen in 2040, resulting in the observation of events from the year 2000. Thus, the conclusion is false. One could only witness occurrences from 2000 to 2020. Jiang Zhe. It's incorrect. One can only see events from 2000 to 2020 starting in 2040. Arthur Allen. Incorrect. Su Chung. Incorrect. Roger Port. Incorrect. Chapter 70 commenced with the answering phase, and something felt amiss. Some individuals recognized that following Jiang Zhe's lead would secure them resources. Subsequently, countless answers flooded in, all incorrect. Time flew swiftly, and the system announced the answer. Correct answer: false. Reason: light refraction. First place: Jiang Zhe, 112 seconds. Second place: Arthur Allen, 165 seconds. Third place: Roger Port, 166 seconds. Fourth place: Su Chung, 1,681 seconds. Fifth place: Jiang Yi, 1,682 seconds. Sixth place: Song Ying, 1,683 seconds. I followed the answer of the great Jiang and received 2 bottles of water. How lucky. Following along earned me a biscuit and a bottle of water, thanks to Jiang. Sigh. To be honest, this question isn't difficult. But my mind just can't wrap around it. I feel exhausted. I'm always in the background, envious of the leaderboard luminaries, particularly the great Jiang Zhe. I suspect he has no limits. Consistently finishing first is simply unfathomable. If I had known, I would have studied more. I never imagined that neglecting my studies would lead to dire consequences. I am so hungry. Boo-hoo. I didn't even make it into the top 10 million. This question caused countless players to abandon hope. It was too taxing on the brain. Many players complained. Had I known, I would have studied an extra day, learned a bit more, and exercised my brain more. I wouldn't be in this world, knowing nothing. Numerous individuals wished to pry open Jiang Zhe's mind, pondering how he consistently secured first place. If the gap weren't so vast, many would have long ago targeted Jiang Zhe. System prompt: Biscuit 2, Water 2. Power Crystal 1, a Power Crystal? This took Jiang Zhe by surprise. The second question: in the realm of physics, there exist 4 legendary beasts: Zeno's tortoise, Laplace's demon, Maxwell's demon, and Schrödinger's cat, each corresponding to calculus, classical mechanics, the second law of thermodynamics, and quantum mechanics respectively. These 4 magnificent entities are as formidable as the mythical azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Zeno's tortoise, mastering both space and time, can traverse vast distances in an instant, while Laplace's demon, with keen insight, can deduce the intricacies of all things. Maxwell's demon wields the power to manipulate the fabric of reality, reversing the flow of entropy, and Schrödinger's cat possesses the ability to transcend the boundaries of life and death. These 4 beings embody both light and darkness. They confound brilliant scientists while illuminating the path for humanity's quest for divinity. Question: should these 4 legendary beasts engage in a battle, who would ultimately emerge victorious? Time limit: 45 seconds. As the question was posed, a multitude of individuals found themselves bewildered. What does this mean? I cannot comprehend it. How challenging. The 4 great beasts of physics in combat. Who would win? I have only graduated from elementary school. I have completed middle school. How can I answer this? No need to understand. Just follow the lead of the esteemed Jiang Zhe, and you shall surely savor the rewards. Many chose to abandon their attempts at answering, overwhelmed by the complexity, with numerous individuals unaware even of the nature of Zeno's tortoise. A golden prompt appeared: Schrödinger's cat. Jiang Zhe quickly calculated in his mind. If the 4 legendary beasts were to sense mutual disdain and decide to fight, the moment any of the 3 beasts fell behind Zeno's tortoise, they would be eternally unable to reach the battlefield. However, Laplace's demon had already foreseen this scenario and sought to propose an immediate engagement. Yet, at that moment, Maxwell's demon, with the swiftness of reversing entropy, could effectively silence the omniscient Laplace's demon. Or perhaps it could not, For Laplace's demon was already aware that Maxwell's demon would attempt to stifle its voice, just as they remained oblivious to the state of Schrödinger's cat, whether it was alive or dead. It was uncertain whether this conflict was akin to a game of 3 missing 1. If Laplace's demon had foresight into every aspect of Schrödinger's cat, it would render the entire battle futile. Ultimately, the other 3 would undoubtedly unite to eliminate Laplace's demon first, as it had already discerned the outcome of the confrontation from the onset, choosing instead to remain silent and observe the spectacle, abstaining from the fray. In such a scenario, the remaining 2 beasts might find themselves trailing behind Zeno's tortoise, forever barred from the battleground. Yet, Zeno's tortoise knew that observing Schrödinger's cat was futile, for in such observation, the cat could simultaneously exist in a state of life and death, potentially having already reached the destination or remaining stagnant. Thus, Zeno's tortoise and its fellow beast could only run with closed eyes, ultimately straying further from the goal and ending up in a loop. The answer was clear: Schrödinger's cat. An unequivocal victor, Jiang Zhe proclaimed, Schrödinger's cat. Reason: Schrödinger's cat can simultaneously appear before Zeno's tortoise, the finish line, and behind it, the starting point. Even if it were to be killed, none could extinguish the cat. Arthur Allen, Schrödinger's cat, for all the beasts cannot engage it with their eyes open. Roger Port, Zeno's tortoise, for those who contend with Zeno's tortoise shall forever remain in its wake. Su Cheng, Schrödinger's cat. Reason: the other divine beasts cannot kill the cat. Grant Herman, Laplace's demon, it sees through Schrödinger's cat and can foresee all of its actions. Jiang Zhe, Schrödinger. The answers were diverse and highly inconsistent. Trend-following players uniformly chose Schrödinger's cat. As 40 seconds elapsed, the system announced the answer. Ideal answer: Laplace's demon. Correct answer: Schrödinger's cat, existing in both life and death simultaneously. Thus, the divine beast cannot kill Schrödinger's cat. First place, Jiang Zhe, 214 seconds. Second place, Su Cheng, 231 seconds. Third place, Arthur Allen, 245 seconds. Fourth place, Jiang Zhe, 248 seconds. Did I answer correctly? Jiang Zhe's answer was indeed accurate, and I secured 2 bottles of water. I noticed that the disparity between the experts was evident with this question. Trust me, Jiang Zhe's answer is undeniably correct. System prompt: Cola 2, water 1, iron block 10. Copper block 10. Third question: it is rumored that when the human brain is developed to 10, supreme creativity is attained. What would happen if the brain were developed to 100? Time limit: 30 seconds. Developing the brain to 100 would lead to epilepsy. The golden hint dropped. Upon seeing this question and hint, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. As for why epilepsy would occur, it is because the brain is already developed to 100, or at least very close to it. There is no such thing as undeveloped brain states or the false information of 10 or 30. A mere brain map suffices. The 10 mentioned in the question is entirely fictitious, designed to mislead players. The common belief that only 10 neurons are at work in the brain is simply a myth. Chapter 71. Answering gift package, Death's Mask, Special Blueprint. So, is there a scenario where the entire brain works together? Certainly. We refer to that as epilepsy. Jiang Zhe: if the brain is developed to 100, it would lead to epilepsy, sheep epilepsy. Arthur Allen: epilepsy, sheep epilepsy. Su Cheng: epilepsy, sheep epilepsy. Wei Chang: epilepsy. Arthur Allen: epilepsy. Is this true? Sheep epilepsy? And a group of experts is so synchronized? Have these experts lost their minds? How could it possibly be sheep epilepsy? Shouldn't it be attaining divinity? The protagonist in Lucy became a divine being, omnipresent. At the very least, one would gain telekinesis, X-ray vision, or telepathy, right? Countless players were left dumbfounded. Even ordinary players who initially intended to follow Jiang Zhe, Su Cheng, and Arthur chose to abandon their answers. Developing 100 of the brain would actually lead to sheep epilepsy? They couldn't believe it. Watching players in the World Channel question themselves, and the leaderboard players, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but smile. Ultimately, this question was exceedingly simple, a gift question. But for ordinary players, it might as well be a death sentence. As 30 seconds passed, the system announced the answer. The correct answer: epilepsy. The rankings appeared, leaving the players in utter disbelief. Is it truly epilepsy? Could it be that everything depicted in the films was mere deception? Was it this condition that I had longed for? I feel like crying. They promised telekinesis, promised clairvoyance. Yet here we are with epilepsy? Who told you not to follow the trend? It was said that Jiang Zhe's answer would never be incorrect. The leaderboard was flooded with participants from Xia country. I suspect they all watched 5 years of simulation, 3 years of college entrance exam, hence their high rankings. Is it truly so? The global channel was suddenly in disarray. Jiang Zhe shook his head with a smile, closing the chat channel. The ranking rewards had been distributed. Congratulations once again to Jiang Zhe for securing the first place in the daily quiz. The first place, Jiang Zhe. The second place, Arthur Allen. The third place, Su Cheng. The gift package has been dispatched. Please check your inventory. System notification: meat chunks 5, iron blocks 10, paint 10, fabric 10. System notification, golden gift package 1. Upon receiving the gift, I opened it immediately. System notification, power shard 1, constitution shard 1. System notification, agility shard 1, spirit shard 1. System notification, 4-dimensional crystal 1. System notification, exceptional memory bracelet 1. For attribute shards, 1 4-dimensional crystal, and a finished bracelet? Jiang Zhe's eyes gleamed with excitement. The last time it was a perfect bracelet. And now there is an exceptional one? Let us take a look. Jiang Zhe clicked on the attributes. Item, memory bracelet level, exceptional, attack power 10, attributes, strength 5, constitution 5, agility 5, spirit 5, attachment, indestructible, combat power, 100 points. Note, cannot be enhanced with 4 attribute bonuses. It provided an additional 175 combat power compared to the perfect bracelet. Not bad. Jiang Zhe replaced the perfect bracelet with the exceptional one. The usage counts were transferred to the exceptional bracelet, while the perfect bracelet dissipated into data in the air. Next, Jiang Zhe organized the useless materials in his backpack before finally going to sleep. The following morning, he recalled that there was a wooden treasure chest in a room yesterday. Note, the position of the cube in the 10th room on that day will not change unless someone visits during that time, at which point it will alter. However, predictions indicate that despite the low level of the treasure chest, it could yield valuable items. Jiang Zhe brushed the tail of Little Pie to wake him up. Rising, he washed up and had breakfast. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he glanced at the fruits, sunflowers, watermelons the size of heads, golden rice ears, and robust breadfruit trees. They should be ripe enough to eat now. However, he did not rush. He would wait until afternoon tomorrow to savor the fully matured fruits. Before leaving, he fed the deep-sea fish in the aquarium beside the door with some crushed biscuits. As for why the deep-sea fish had not perished, he had no explanation. After completing everything, he took Little Pie outside and retrieved the cube. The system notification indicated that the exquisite flip-flops he had listed for sale had been sold. Unperturbed by the message, Jiang Zhe continued to open the door. In the center of the room lay a brass chest. After confirming it posed no danger, he approached the chest and opened it. The system notified him of the contents: 20 iron blocks, 20 copper blocks, 20 tin blocks, 1 design blueprint for the Death Warrior's mask, and 1 design blueprint for a doll. A mask design? And a doll? The mask design appearing in the wooden chest was something he had not anticipated. It was entirely distinct from the Death Warrior's crossbow and mask he had previously sold. The earlier mask was of good quality, yet this newly acquired mask design was evidently superior. He decided to learn from it. The blueprint transformed into data, which he absorbed. Opening the crafting interface, he selected the mask category. Among the numerous styles available, a transparent design caught Jiang Zhe's eye. This meant that donning the mask would not detract from his charm, nor impede his ability to drive a Ferrari with one hand. The attributes of the Death Warrior's mask were as follows: Silver Gold Alloy 02, Power Shard 232, Constitution Shard 222, Agility Shard 152, and Spirit Shard 302. It was classified as a special piece of equipment, of low quality yet remarkably sturdy. As for the doll, it required an intelligent crystal block 01 and rubber 015, and could be crafted into any design, ranging from a teddy bear to a lifelike human figure. However, he was short 2 silver gold alloys. Recalling that his private cube contained ample silver and gold, he decided to forge the mask first. He combined 10 blocks of silver and gold to create 2 alloys. Placing the materials in the crafting interface and confirming the process, the system notified him of the successful creation of the Death Warrior's mask. The components consumed included 2 silver gold alloys, 2 power shards, 2 constitution shards, 2 agility shards, and 2 spirit shards. The Death Warrior's mask was transparent, exuding a faint, ethereal glow. As he donned the mask, a chilling sensation enveloped him, and the mask conformed to his face. In the eyes of the little leather creature, Jiang Zhe's face radiated with a ghostly white light. "Boss, your face is glowing," exclaimed the creature. "Is it?" Jiang Zhe quickly examined the mask's attributes. Item: Death Warrior's mask level, special equipment, attack power 5, attributes, power 5, constitution 5, agility 5, spirit 5, affix, radiance. Note, even when traversing in darkness, you shall not lose your way. Special affix, light, combat power, 50 points, a light bulb? Or perhaps it possessed its own holy illumination. Jiang Zhe found this peculiar. He then returned to the center of the room. As for the doll, he would craft it later. Taking advantage of his good fortune, he proceeded to open another door. In the subsequent 6 rooms, the upper and lower chambers yielded no resources. Of the remaining 4 rooms, one dark chamber presented an excellent opportunity to test the mask's effects. He opened the door to the left, revealing a small mobile maze containing a brass chest. To the right was an anoxic room with normal pressure, filled with basic material resources. Straight ahead lay a forest-like graveyard composed of data, shrouded in darkness, yet holding 3 brass chests within. As the player ventured forth, He remained wary of the zombies that crawled forth from the ground. Upon opening the door, he was met with an empty void. In Chapter 72, titled Graveyard Zombies, Craniotomy Scalpel and Doll Sales, he found that rooms strewn with basic materials could be bypassed. The dark forest graveyard, housing 3 copper chests, promised encounters with zombies, some more formidable than others. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Zhe resolved to seize the 3 copper chests. Uncertain of the zombies' speed, whether swift or slow, he pondered the unpredictable future, questioning the risks of infection upon capture. However, given his current agility, he felt confident that even if the zombies outpaced ordinary players, he would not falter. Approaching the door, he swung it open, stepping into a realm of darkness. A foul stench of decaying flesh assaulted his senses. A faint circle of white light surrounded him, a testament to the effectiveness of his mask. Suddenly, more than 20 red-eyed zombies erupted from behind the gravestones, clawing and lunging toward him. They moved with surprising speed. Yet, Jiang Zhe remained composed. He sprinted sideways for several meters, drawing the horde into a line, then raised his firearm for a crossfire. Little Pai, quick on his feet, darted forward in a flash of white light. Bang, bang, bang. 16 zombies fell, their brains pierced by his well-aimed shots. The remaining 5 were sent tumbling 2 or 3 meters by Little Pai's self-sacrificial charge, ultimately dispatched by a powerful electric strike to their brain stems. Little Pai returned, hands on hips, exclaiming, "Boss, am I impressive?" "Indeed," Jiang Zhe replied, stroking Little Pai's head, pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of the self-sacrifice. They then approached the copper chests. Ensuring no danger lurked nearby, Jiang Zhe chose to open them. System notification, Strength Fragment X1. System notification, Agility Fragment X1. System notification, Spirit Fragment X1. System notification, Cola X2. Copper Pieces X30. System notification, Washing Machine Blueprint X1. System notification, Lost Craniotomy Scalpel X1. In past instances, opening copper chests had yielded little of worth. This time, however, it seemed to reflect a stroke of fortune. A bloodstained surgical scalpel lay within. Curiously, Jiang Zhe examined its description. Lost Craniotomy Scalpel. This is the surgical instrument lost by a capricious mental hospital director who is desperately seeking it. Remember to return it to the director should you encounter the mental hospital. If he is in good spirits, you may receive a special reward. Beware. Should he betray you on the spot, a craniotomy may be in your future. A special reward. A mental hospital? Craniotomy? Jiang Zhe furrowed his brow. He understood that this world was fraught with all manner of creatures. Yet, he wondered if there existed any normal individuals or former players within the mental hospital. If they were mere mindless monsters, that would be one thing. But if it were a large institution, housing hundreds or even thousands, the situation could become quite perilous. Nevertheless, the allure of a special reward made the risk worthwhile. For now, he decided to keep it in reserve until he encountered the mental hospital. He learned the washing machine blueprint and then turned to sniff his own clothes, which indeed reeked of sweat and blood. Conveniently, he had 2 buckets of water in the cube, perfect for a wash. He opened the crafting interface. Washing machine, Intelligent Crystal Block X1, Power Fragment X211, Agility Fragment X201, Copper X9030, Iron X3015. The need for intelligent crystal blocks arises once more. He recalls that the dolls also require them. Seizing the moment, he decides to craft both. Curious to see if any players will purchase the washing machines and dolls, he enters the trading hall to check the current market prices. The intelligent crystal blocks are quite expensive, requiring 5 biscuits each, while rubber is relatively inexpensive at just 2 biscuits. He opts to buy 3 intelligent crystal blocks along with 15 units of rubber, consuming a total of 17 biscuits. Doll, Intelligent Crystal Block X31. Rubber X1515. He selects 2 washing machines and 1 humanoid doll, placing all the materials into the crafting interface and initiating the creation process. System notification, Washing Machine X1. System notification, Humanoid Doll X1. System notification, Intelligent Crystal Block X3, Agility Fragment X2, Copper X60, Iron X30. Rubber X15. A flash of white light reveals 2 silver, half-human-sized washing machines and a humanoid doll standing at a height of 1.7 meters. Washing machine. Simpler, happier, more refined. No electricity needed. Caring for your clothes while cherishing you. Humanoid doll. Contains an intelligent crystal block, capable of maintaining temperature and transforming once into a human form. What would you like to do with it? Jiang Zhe immediately comprehends the purpose of this doll. Curiously, he reaches out to pinch it. It feels soft and even emits a hint of warmth. Boss, you can't be thinking of using that, right? Xiao Pai exclaims in shock. You understand this too? Jiang Zhe rolls his eyes at Xiao Pai before placing the washing machines and humanoid doll into the trading hall. Seller, Jiang Zhe. For sale, washing machine, X1. Requirements, intelligent crystal block, any fragment. Quantity, 2 of each required. Message, freshly crafted washing machine. Today, a special sale. Basic materials have been discounted for everyone. To expedite the sale, Jiang Zhe converts the basic materials into fragments. Seller, Jiang Zhe. For sale, humanoid doll. Requirements: intelligent crystal block, any fragment. Quantity: intelligent crystal block x2. Any fragment x1. Message: the doll can transform into a human form once. I need not elaborate further, you understand, especially during the night, suitable for all. Upon completing the edits, Jiang Zhe summons a cube to test how the washing machine operates. The prices of these two items are quite reasonable, given their practicality. This world is predominantly inhabited by adults, and most players lack strength. Without teammates, solitude can become overwhelming. Perhaps the arrival of a humanoid doll could alleviate someone's loneliness. At this moment, players stationed in the trading hall begin to stir with excitement. Quick, quick! Jiang Zhe has just listed new items, washing machines and dolls. A player announces in the World Channel. New items? Does anyone know what the humanoid doll is used for? Could it be a combat robot doll? Is it a sci-fi version of an inflatable companion for adults? Wow, Jiang Zhe has even managed to create this? How can the world's foremost entity sell such morally dubious items? Nevertheless, I find them appealing. Uncle, I shall immediately gather the necessary materials. Those upstairs, do not rush. I will procure the materials first. The washing machine is yours, while the doll shall belong to me. What purpose do you have in buying it? To engage in fencing. How impressive. The global channel is in a frenzy. This world astonishingly features inflatable, or rather, humanoid dolls. Everyone is scrambling in a mad rush. System notification: the washing machine has been sold. System notification: the humanoid doll has been sold. System notification: 4 intelligent crystals, 2 physical fragments, 1 mental fragment. Just as Jiang Zhe prepared to test the washing machine, a flurry of system notifications sounded. Is it truly this popular? He hastily opened the trading channel to check the data. The buyer of the washing machine was a woman, while the buyer of the humanoid doll was a man. A row of messages followed. Jiang Zhe, esteemed one, I request the doll and the washing machine. I cannot afford tissues, but I have towels ready. I beg of you. Esteemed one, I have my towel and materials prepared, yet the doll was snatched away. Woe is me, my boyfriend has been purchased by another. Jiang Zhe. Compensate me for my boyfriend. So many people are vying for these items. Jiang Zhe chuckled heartily. To satisfy the desires of the players, he generously manufactured 3 additional washing machines and humanoid dolls. The ordinary materials were exchanged at the trading hall using cookies and water. Once everything was settled, Jiang Zhe made his way to the restroom. He removed all his gear and weapons, placed them inside, and poured in some shower gel. Washing machine, high-tech, requires no water source. The notification appeared. It does not require water? Jiang Zhe was astonished. A wave of surprise washed over him. Next time it sells, I must raise the price. A minute later, the machine ceased operation. He retrieved the garments, pristine as ever. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, uplifting his spirits. Perfect trench coat, retains the lingering scent of shower gel. Even zombies would hesitate to tear it apart. Exceptional Tang Dao. The sword's owner seems somewhat peculiar. Is the washing machine intended for cleaning the Tang Dao? Jiang Zhe, Xiao Pai? Having completed everything, he retracted the cube and opened the next door. The author wishes to express gratitude. Thank you to Emokin for the capsule donation and for the likes. Thank you for the love letters from, and the likes from, Zhatian Bang Jiao Boy, 3rd Elder. Thank you to Half a Bookworm for the likes. I appreciate everyone's support in the name of love. Chapter 73, Laser Passage, Encountering Players, Disabling Lasers, Global Announcement. Proceed forward. Inside are 10 silences. You can only perceive their existence when you gaze upon them. Close your eyes, and you shall forget them. Within lies a golden treasure chest concealed upon the silence. In the left cube, there is a fluctuating array of laser beams. Traverse the 100-meter blue laser line, and you will find a golden treasure chest at the end. Upon reaching the end, once the lasers are disabled, there may be unexpected rewards. The right cube is utterly empty. Open the door leading backward. It is a certain death, housing a formidable monster. Open the downward door. Upon consecutively spotting 2 golden treasure chests, Jiang Zhe could not contain his excitement. It had been quite some time since he had encountered a golden treasure chest. However, upon sighting the monster, he could not help but sigh. It is uncertain whether this is a stroke of fortune or misfortune, as 2 crises arise simultaneously amidst the glimmer of gold. The right, rear, and lower chambers are certainly places I shall not venture. Primarily, I am unaware of the nature of the silent entity that lurks within. However, the hints suggest it bears resemblance to Schrödinger's cat. Regardless of its form, it seems an adversary beyond my current capacity to confront. Perhaps it is time to brave the laser chamber. Jiang Zhe summoned Xiao Pai back into the cube. Entering the laser maze with Xiao Pai would be an act of irresponsibility towards it. Upon crossing the threshold, a dim azure light enveloped the space. This was a vast laser corridor, extending over 100 meters in length, 50 meters in width, and 30 meters in height. Only 2 doors marked the beginning and end. In between lay a chaotic array of blue shifting lasers. The prompt read, "Laser array, movement and position change will occur upon detecting player intrusion." This warning was visible to all. Another notification followed, a 100-meter-long laser corridor, but the lasers will only change 10 times. Exercise caution with the final laser seal grid. Unless you can scale 30 meters in height, there is a 1-meter safety gap for players to traverse. Jiang Zhe pondered for a moment. This implied that the impending threat was manageable, provided one possessed agility and adequate strength. Upon encountering the final grid, one must find a way to leap over the 1-meter gap at the top to reach safety. If that is the case, then it poses no issue. Jiang Zhe took a step forward, only to suddenly stumble as if stepping on something. Looking down, he was met with the faint glow illuminating the terrified faces of the deceased. Most had succumbed to laser cuts. Players who have perished. Players who met a gruesome end. Remains of players. Players' heads. It dawned upon him that he was not the first to arrive at this juncture. No wonder the corridor bore no traces of living players. They had all been relocated to the entrance post-mortem by some mechanism. Such a number of deaths was alarming. Jiang Zhe frowned, noting the ground was slick with congealed blood. He lingered not, spreading his feet apart as he approached the starting blue line. Starting line. When this blue line senses gravity, the laser array will activate, the prompt appeared. Jiang Zhe disregarded the notification, surveying his surroundings. There are some footholds on the walls, and handles at the top for players to leverage while crossing, the hint concluded. Jiang Zhe readied himself to step forward. Just then, voices from the corner caught his attention, 3 men speaking. Are they newcomers? Don't waste your time. Entering this room signifies certain death. We've been here for 3 days, witnessing the demise of 17 individuals. If you seek death, might you leave your supplies to us? We implore you. No one believed Jiang Zhe could succeed. Upon hearing their voices, Jiang Zhe was not taken aback by the presence of others in this room. He had noticed them earlier, but their plight was of no concern to him, so he paid them little mind. Turning back, he remarked, "That applies to you. Not to me." With that, he stepped directly into the chamber, and the lights within dimmed accordingly. The once chaotic laser beams suddenly transformed into an orderly formation, aligning neatly towards Jiang Zhe and halting a meter before him. No matter, once he perishes, he will be transported back to the starting point, along with the resources. At that juncture, we may still manage to linger for a few more days, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed Jiang Zhe, who would obliterate the laser chamber. How can you be certain that Jiang Zhe can solve it? Who else can we rely on? Arthur? Aside from the world's finest, who else possesses the ability to dismantle the laser chamber mechanisms? The odds are a mere 1 in 70 billion. At this, the 3 shook their heads in despair. The probability is simply too minuscule. Even if Jiang Zhe were to arrive, there is no guarantee he would succeed. Yet, we can still place our hopes upon the revered Jiang Zhe. At that moment, a meter away, the first laser beam materialized. This formed a laser matrix composed of countless X-shaped figures. Jiang Zhe stepped forward. The gaps in the center were plentiful and not particularly challenging. He pinpointed one of the openings, leaped forward, and executed a roll, successfully traversing the first barrier. The first laser checkpoint has been cleared, 10 meters ahead. The second challenge approaches. Phew, that was manageable. Jiang Zhe felt that anyone with limbs could overcome it. He advanced to 10 meters. The second challenge loomed ahead. It was a wavy laser array, still. He identified an opening, but only the lowest passageway was accessible. It seemed he would have to crawl through. Jiang Zhe tightened his core, lowered himself, raised his head to memorize the location of the opening, then bent his head down to minimize his height. Utilizing his 5 strong fingers to grip the ground, he propelled his entire body forward. Once within the laser array, a searing sensation of tearing coursed from his back, gradually moving to his hips, thighs, calves, and finally his heels. No unforeseen incidents occurred. The second laser array has been cleared, 10 meters ahead. The third challenge is upon him. The third challenge consisted of numerous blue triangles of varying sizes, forming a still laser display. This tested the flexibility of his body. Jiang Zhe approached and scrutinized the scene. He promptly removed his windbreaker. If the equipment were to be shredded by the lasers, it would be a considerable loss. He identified an L-shaped opening, ample enough for a person to pass through. With confidence, Jiang Zhe sat on the ground, aligning himself with the L-shaped gap, turning his head to ensure they were level before commencing his maneuver. With his powerful left hand making contact with the ground, he exerted a counterforce. With a vigorous push, Jiang Zhe's body glided through like a Tetris block. The third laser passage has been cleared, 10 meters ahead. The fourth challenge awaits. Magnificent. Jiang Zhe rose and donned his windbreaker. The fourth laser consisted of 4 squares of varying sizes, changing rapidly. He quickly calculated in his mind. The 4 squares transition every 3 seconds, each leaving a lateral safe passage at heights of 3, 6, and 9 meters. Within moments, Jiang Zhe opted for the 6-meter height, as it offered an additional 5 centimeters over the 3 and 9-meter options. Note, 300 m, 605 m, 900 m. He turned and took a few steps back. This time, he needed to launch himself off the side wall to leap over the 605-meter height. Now, observing the squares change once, Jiang Zhe propelled himself off the wall, making a powerful leap. He executed it with precision. The body pierced through the void with precision, landing gracefully before executing a forward roll. Having successfully navigated the fourth laser corridor, 10 meters away, the fifth was imminent. Is that all there is to it? Jiang Zhe sighed with a hint of disbelief. He surged forward, leaping with vigor. The subsequent 5 beams of laser were utterly unsurprising to him, presenting an array of irregular shapes. The challenge lay in the 9th honeycomb laser corridor. Below 5 meters, it was a pure laser net, while above, each honeycomb measured half a meter in height and width. This meant that to pass through, one would need to jump 5 meters high to reach the threshold. For ordinary players, attempting this would result in certain death at the 9th honeycomb laser. Fortunately, Jiang Zhe's control was exquisitely precise, allowing him to pass through effortlessly. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals at the starting point were utterly astonished, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Could it be? Is he really? It seems impossible, given the minuscule odds. They watched intently as the man in black continued his feat. Thus far, no one had breached the 9th level. The most formidable among them had only reached the 8th before perishing. Could he truly be achieving this? At that moment, some began to suspect the true identity of the figure cloaked in black. 5 meters away, the final laser grid loomed. With only a 1-meter height safe for passage within a 3-second window, he would need to ascend the walls, climbing a total of 29 meters, using the final meter of safety to vault over. The golden treasure chest lay in clear view just beyond the 5-meter mark, promising a wealth of resources. With the last challenge before him, Jiang Zhe took a deep breath, unable to suppress his excitement. Such an experience was rare, exhilarating beyond measure. He shed his trench coat and returned it to his personal cube. As he approached 4.5 meters, considering the last 50 centimeters as a safety buffer, he positioned himself sideways against the unactivated laser grid. Bowing slightly, he looked up and immediately activated the skills, dash, and wall run. An invisible current surged around him, his gaze ablaze with determination. This was the moment. With a powerful punch directed at a half-meter distance to his right, he perfectly surpassed the 50-centimeter threshold, triggering the room's mechanism to detect his passage. The laser grid sprang to life in a flurry, appearing as an impenetrable barrier, moving with alarming speed. Yet, Jiang Zhe was even faster. He shot forth, becoming a fleeting shadow. The ground and walls bore witness to 2 afterimages. And even before the lethal grid had completed its 5-meter shift, Jiang Zhe had already emerged at the opposite end. Success. The laser corridor has been deactivated. The notifications chimed. The laser array lay utterly destroyed. A smirk of disdain crossed Jiang Zhe's face as he did not even glance back. He donned his black trench coat once more, exuding an air of formidable confidence as he approached the golden chest. The trio at the starting point stood frozen in shock. They had confirmed it. This man in black was indeed Jiang Zhe. My goodness. He is Jiang Zhe. He must be the god of Jiang. We are saved. This is wonderful. Thank you, god of Jiang. 3 individuals, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted towards the finish line, tears of joy streaming down their faces. With his back turned to them, Jiang Zhe waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Do not entrust your lives to chance. One day, you too shall achieve greatness. Their response was immediate, especially upon confirming his identity as Jiang Zhe. The trio was overcome with gratitude, simultaneously chanting, "Yes, the great Jiang Zhe." At that moment, an announcement echoed across the globe. Congratulations to the Plaza Master, Jiang Zhe, for successfully deciphering a laser death maze. As a reward, you have received a random exceptional design blueprint. With this proclamation, the world erupted in excitement. The author expresses gratitude to Qing Shi for their bubble milk tea, to Zhatian Bang, Eggs God of Cars for their likes, to user Xiao Gugu for their support, and to Not a Dime for their appreciation, as well as to Jiang Zhou Air, Bao Huang, Jin Huang, Chu Huang, and the beloved Guizi's Lu Ren for their generous contributions. Chapter 74, Golden Treasure Chest. 2 exceptional items, combat power of 10,000, Asylum. Upon receiving the announcement, players worldwide were abuzz with curiosity. What had transpired? What exactly was a laser death maze? Hadn't someone previously stumbled into one on the global channel? There was also that perilous level above the abyss, fraught with danger. Hours later, the avatars of those few unfortunate souls had turned gray, signaling their demise. Was it truly that perilous? How had Jiang Zhe managed to unravel the laser maze? In a seemingly impossible situation, he had emerged victorious, while everyone else perished. I can assure you, just moments ago, my 3 companions were bracing themselves for death. Yet Jiang Zhe, the Great, deciphered the maze in under 5 minutes. I can personally attest to his extraordinary prowess. My goodness, how terrifying, how astonishing. I wish I could be unexpectedly rescued by the god Jiang. Sob sob. This was the first global announcement triggered by a novice player. highlighting Jiang Zhe's triumph over the laser maze and his timely rescue of 3 individuals. Truly, he deserves the title of the world's best. Few discussed the reward of exceptional blueprints, as the laser passage was undeniably perilous. Currently, any player encountering a laser maze faced certain death, without exception. Yet Jiang Zhe had survived, and in doing so, had saved his 3 companions. This was an exhilarating surprise for ordinary players, akin to the arrival of a savior. Countless players re-evaluated their perceptions of both the world and Jiang Zhe. Not all levels were guaranteed death traps, at least, not in Jiang Zhe's eyes. As the announcement gained traction, numerous players inundated Jiang Zhe with private messages, inquiring about his methods. Some offered exorbitant sums for information, all of which he declined. Others speculated that Jiang Zhe would replace his gear with exceptional equipment, and many were already preparing to purchase the perfect gear he might discard. Jiang Zhe took note of those with a strong desire to buy. Additionally, familiar friends, including Su Cheng and others, sent their congratulations. After completing all of this, Jiang Zhe approached the treasure chest to open it. System notification, Power Crystal 2. System notification, Constitution Crystal 2. System notification, Agility Crystal I. System notification, Spirit Crystal I. System notification, Intermediate Spirit Potion I. System notification, 10 gold bars, 4 crystals. A vial of potion, and a random exquisite design blueprint bestowed by a world announcement. An intermediate spirit potion? This was the first time he had obtained it. Jiang Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. He learned all of it. Jiang Zhe absorbed the knowledge, and the random blueprint transformed into data, seeping into his mind. System notification. Successfully learned random blueprint. System notification. Exquisite clothing blueprint learned successfully. Overall, this opening was quite favorable. Jiang Zhe understood that earlier. He could craft 2 pieces from the clothing blueprint, just as with the weapon blueprints, 1 ranged and 1 melee. The clothing consisted of 1 outer garment and 1 inner layer, effectively doubling his combat prowess. He opened the crafting list and selected the styles, a white short-sleeve crane robe and a black knee-length trench coat. Exquisite white shirt, fabric 2210, dye 115, power crystal 14, constitution crystal 34, spirit crystal 24, addable, biological scale 11. Exquisite black trench coat, fabric 2210, dye 115, power crystal 14, constitution crystal 34, spirit crystal 24, addable, biological scale 11. The crystals were currently insufficient, and he only possessed 1 biological scale. Jiang Zhe recalled that he had numerous fragments on him, ample to craft both garments. He chose to synthesize. System notification, power crystal 6, constitution crystal 5, spirit crystal 6, system notification, power fragment 24, constitution fragment 20, spirit fragment 24. He selected the materials and added the biological scale to the trench coat design, confirming the crafting process. System notification, exquisite white shirt I. System notification, exquisite black trench coat I. A brand new exquisite garment emerged before him, radiating hues of gold and black. He examined the attributes. Item, white shirt level, exquisite attack, attack power 20 attributes, power 20, constitution 20, spirit 20, attachment, indestructible special, gold, note, shatters, no additional attributes. Inflicts shatter effect on any enemy, combat power, 200 item, trench coat, level, exquisite attack, attack power 20 attributes, power 30, constitution 30, spirit 30, attachment, never wears out. Indestructible special, dark, note, all attributes 10, already added, combat power, 201 in gold, 1 in dark. Jiang Zhe remembered that his short-sleeve crane robe had always been a novice outfit. With this, his combat power was likely to surge tremendously. He refrained from donning them immediately and exchanged 10 biscuits at the trading hall for 100 blue and green crystals to enhance the 2 garments. 5 minutes later, he successfully elevated the attributes of both garments by 5. Upon completion of the enhancement, Jiang Zhe eagerly removed his current gear and adorned himself with the exquisite set. Vitality, strength, and spirit have experienced a remarkable enhancement. Indeed, I feel significantly more powerful. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhe downed an intermediate mental potion. System notification, spirit 10, checking personal information. Name, Jiang Zhe. Age, 24, strength, 244, constitution, 234 agility, 179 spirit, 194 health. Your current condition is excellent. With no injuries, battle power, 10, 640. With strength at its peak and spirit nearing 200, agility has regrettably diminished. His battle power has successfully surpassed 10,000. A development Jiang Zhe found quite unexpected. Seller, Jiang Zhe. For sale, perfect black over-the-knee coat. Requirements, attribute fragments or attribute crystals. Quantity, fragments x12. Crystals, x3. Message, just a little secret. This is the coat I wore to conquer the laser-killing array. No need for me to elaborate on its effects, right? Listing it for sale. As for the message, it was merely a gimmick. He was currently left with only a single fragment. If he did not devise a way to acquire more fragments, he wouldn't even be able to forge exceptional equipment next time. Jiang Zhe sipped a bottle of cola and proceeded to the next room. Upon entering, he found it utterly barren, devoid of any supplies. Jiang Zhe summoned Xiao Pai and continued to scan the surroundings. One room caught his attention. Left door, empty. Right door, a wooden treasure chest, with some basic supplies scattered on the ground. Back door, 2 fake silver treasure chests, with 2 venomous snakes lurking behind them. Front door, unfortunate luck. This is a large psychiatric hospital, mostly filled with the insane. A psychiatric hospital? Jiang Zhe squinted. Just earlier, it seemed he had picked up a lost director's scalpel. If he were to present the scalpel to the capricious head of the psychiatric hospital, he might receive a reward? Then it seems the psychiatric hospital it is. Jiang Zhe approached and opened the door. Meanwhile, in the World Channel, Jiang Zhe has listed the coat, but it is rather expensive. Will anyone buy it? This coat is no ordinary garment. It accompanied the great Jiang through the laser-killing array. I believe it merits this price. Being a bit pricey is of no consequence. I feel it is worth it. Even though Arthur's offerings are considerably cheaper than Jiang's, he is only second. Jiang is undeniably first. There is no comparison. Are you all just Jiang Zhe's hired supporters? At a price 15 times higher, only a fool would buy it. Haha, upstairs is absurd. This is a battle achievement coat. I'm buying it. The clothing worn by the world's #1. Wouldn't that be impressive? Enough with the coat discussions. Jiang Zhe has surpassed 10,000 battle power. What? 10,000 battle power? Indeed, he has reached 10,000. The equipment leaderboard indicates he has crafted an exceptional coat. Arthur is just over 5,000, while Jiang has reached 10,000. Incredible. Thank you very much. Arthur, can you surpass Jiang Zhe? Arthur Allen, I can definitely surpass him. 10,000 is merely a trivial number. Su Cheng, haha. Arthur, what do you mean by that? Please clarify. Song Yang, haha. Arthur. At this stage, many individuals have come to understand the significance of shards and crystals. Consequently, the elevated prices set by Jiang Zhe deterred some potential buyers. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhe's considerable reputation ensured that his humanoid dolls, washing machines, and exquisite trench coats were all sold out. However, such fame comes with its drawbacks. As one is constantly under scrutiny, Jiang Zhe had barely surpassed the 10,000 combat power mark when he was once again discovered by countless players. Chapter 75, The Terrifying Asylum. No entry for the non-human. Premium potions, system notification. All washing machines have been sold out. System notification. Humanoid dolls, system notification. The perfect black trench coat has been sold. System notification. Intelligent crystal block 4. Power shard 2, physique shard 1. System notification. Power crystal 1, physique crystal 1. Agility crystal 1. Jiang Zhe was preparing to open the door. With the washing machines, dolls, and trench coats all sold, he recognized that equipment is essential for enhancing combat power. However, the washing machines and dolls were not deemed necessary by many, resulting in a significant decrease in buyers. Still, some players seeking to improve their lives opted to purchase the washing machines and dolls, knowing they could later resell them if they grew weary. Jiang Zhe stepped into the asylum. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of an abandoned mental hospital, surrounded by withered vines and ancient trees, with crows cawing ominously. The data-laden sky above was shrouded in dark clouds, and a chilling wind swept through the air. From the 3rd floor, the sounds of maniacal laughter and hysterical screams echoed, a rather unsettling ambience indeed. Jiang Zhe circled the premises of the asylum, which spanned approximately 4,000 meters and consisted of 4 floors. Arriving at the entrance, he stepped into the 1st floor. The flickering orange chandelier illuminated the space, while a dozen patients in red attire brushed past him as though he were invisible. A patient fantasizing about being Hemingway. A patient believing himself to be God. Jesus. A decrepit man imagining himself as a little girl. A patient convinced of being a successful author earning a monthly income beyond 10,000. As these notifications appeared, Jiang Zhe felt a shiver run down his spine. This was his first visit to a mental hospital, and it was starkly different from his preconceived notions. Without lingering, he traversed the corridor, finding no doctors or staff on the 1st floor, only scattered patients. Ascending to the 2nd floor, darkness enveloped him, carrying a scent of blood. The area was desolate, devoid of any useful supplies. He pressed onto the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor corridor, he encountered a cacophony of anguished screams and witnessed numerous patients frantically clawing at their faces. Some patients drooled upon seeing Jiang Zhe. 5 middle-aged doctors, wearing blue masks and white coats, were seen lifting a male patient towards the 4th floor. Frowning, Jiang Zhe followed closely behind. Upon arriving on the 4th floor, the lights shone brightly, revealing a plethora of basic supplies and materials scattered across the floor. With little time to gather them, Jiang Zhe stealthily trailed the middle-aged doctors to the door of room 405. Peering through the crack in the door, He caught sight of two black, a group of doctors clad in white coats suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and hastily halted the surgery. A young doctor with golden hair approached Jiang Zhe, removing his blue mask. "Are you an adventurer or a monster?" he inquired with a smile, lifting the iron gate without displaying any anger at Jiang Zhe's feat of smashing through it. The head psychiatrist and chief physician, a being that is both human and monster, retaining a semblance of humanity, yet prone to extreme shifts in temperament. His strength is formidable, and it is advisable to approach him with caution. A prompt appeared. "I apologize for intruding. I am an adventurer." Jiang Zhe noted the cautionary prompt and gazed inside. On the operating table lay a patient with an open skull. An intern, middle-aged, both human and monster, possessing minimal strength. An intern, female, both human and monster, possessing minimal strength. A humanoid psychiatric patient, a pure monster, subjected to experimentation by the doctors. With a sweeping glance, Jiang Zhe comprehended that the psychiatric patients within the hospital were not human, and only these few doctors were of mixed nature. As he prepared to draw the surgical knife to continue his explanation, a throng of doctors approached, their diverse ethnicities converging. "Dr. Robert, do not trust him. He is surely a monster. I just saw him lurking around our hospital," one exclaimed. "I haven't encountered such a powerful specimen in ages. That surgical knife he brought must be tempting. I was once here scavenging for supplies, only to be transformed into a monster by the chief physician. Are you planning to join us, young man?" A group of deranged doctors laughed as they gradually encircled him. Jiang Zhe scanned them and noted that all were hybrids of human and monster. One remark caught his attention. This group had once been players, turned into monsters by the capricious chief physician. The chief physician, arms crossed, scrutinized Jiang Zhe without uttering a word, as he did not believe Jiang Zhe was an adventurer. "Do you take pride in becoming monsters?" Jiang Zhe stepped back and swiftly drew a revolver, conjuring an illusory dark revolver with a flourish. Upon sighting the revolver, the doctors immediately halted, some recognizing its significance. "A revolver beyond perfection? Surely you jest. How could we harm an adventurer? Don't take it seriously, we're just joking." The doctors who had initially intended to perform a lobotomy on Jiang Zhe changed their expressions upon seeing the exquisite revolver. An extraordinary dark revolver? The chief physician's curiosity was piqued for a moment. "Very well. I am convinced you are indeed an adventurer. So what is your purpose here?" "I have come to return your lost surgical knife." "Is it the bloodstained surgical knife?" The chief physician's eyes lit up at the mention of the knife. "That is indeed it." Jiang Zhe produced the surgical knife, holding it delicately in his palm. Recognizing the knife, Dr. Robert's eyes widened in excitement. It was indeed the authentic surgical knife. As he reached out to claim it, Jiang Zhe swiftly retracted his hand. "Bring something to exchange." The prompt indicated that the chief physician was unpredictable, thus it would be unwise to relinquish the surgical knife without assurance. Should the reward be lacking, it would be a grave mistake. "Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's tone, the attending physician expressed doubt. "We can give it a try?" Jiang Zhe's lips curled into a slight smile, unfazed by the skepticism. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, the group of doctors once again closed in. The air was thick with an inexplicable tension for a brief moment. After a minute, the silence was broken. "You certainly possess great audacity. I shall exchange this with you." In the physician's hand appeared a thumb-sized vial of black liquid. Concentrated agent synthesized from the extraction of mesenchymal stem cells of 100 monsters. Healing agent. A notification appeared. Jiang Zhe took the enhancer, inspecting it closely. Healing agent. A concoction painstakingly refined from the skulls of 100 monsters by the attending physician, granting the user formidable self-healing abilities, confirming it was non-toxic and harmless, and also bestowing remarkable regenerative powers. What a splendid item. Jiang Zhe accepted the vial and handed the scalpel to Dr. Robert. System notification, lost scalpel 1, system notification, healing agent 1. With a beaming smile, Robert accepted the scalpel. However, the moment he grasped it, an invisible force enveloped it. Its form suddenly hesitated, and with a sinister grin, it declared, "I can hardly contain my desire to perform a craniotomy on you." The next instant, it transformed into a human visage, struggling to scream, "Run. I can't hold on any longer." Its expression twisted grotesquely. "Warning. Danger. Extreme danger. The attending physician is on the verge of transformation. Below a combat power of 100,000, certain death awaits." A series of notifications flashed before Jiang Zhe's eyes, causing his heart to tremble. Chapter 76. Healing Ability. Yeast. Six-sided annihilation. Jiang Zhe understood that the monster's consciousness was about to reclaim Robert. He dared not linger, swiftly departing the scene. Upon reaching the end of the fourth corridor, he gathered various supplies strewn across the ground. 2 attribute fragments, some copper pieces, iron blocks, wood, water, and biscuits. He sprinted back downstairs with his last breath. Terrifying roars erupted from the psychiatric hospital, accompanied by the sounds of crumbling walls and the anguished cries of monstrous patients. At this juncture, What transpired within the hospital was no longer of concern to Jiang Zhe. He arrived at the center, predicting the outcomes at the surrounding doors. Forward door, scattered supplies on the ground, no danger present. Left door, encounter a formidable toy doll with extreme illusions. Behind it lies a golden treasure chest. Right door, an infinitely long abyssal road, leading to inevitable exhaustion and demise. Back door, a pitch-black room, where countless unfamiliar supplies are scattered across the floor. A group of combined mechanical puppets requires utmost stealth upon entry. Jiang Zhe contemplated for a moment before decisively choosing the rear room. Confronting a toy doll with extreme illusions seemed less advantageous than seizing the rare resources in the darkened chamber. Seizing the moment, Jiang Zhe dashed towards the back door. Retrieving the healing agent. Facing the pitch-black liquid, tainted with impurities, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. However, spurred by his healing abilities, Jiang Zhe drank it all in one gulp. A system prompt appeared, healing potion 1. Bitter. A metallic taste lingered. Jiang Zhe discarded the bottle. Experiencing no particularly distinct sensations, merely a subtle feeling, neither painful nor itchy. Instead, he felt as if reborn. As though the dim psychiatric hospital before him had been infused with a radiant luminescence, rendering everything clearer. A system message indicated, all attributes increased by 10 points. To verify its efficacy, Jiang Zhe summoned Xiao Pai, extending his palm towards him. Yay, yay, yay. Xiao Pai leaped up, and, in perfect synchrony, high-fived Jiang Zhe. Not quite a high-five, Jiang Zhe thought, his expression darkening. Unleash your most powerful strike, and concentrate the lightning towards my palm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Pai took a few steps back, incredulous. Boss, have you been infected with madness? No, just strike. Then I shall. Xiao Pai gathered electricity, concentrating it in his right hand. A hissing sound erupted as a serpent-like stream of pure white electricity struck Jiang Zhe's palm. Due to its concentrated nature, this strike was formidable. A dark spot formed in his palm, penetrating a mere centimeter deep. Moments later, the palm that had been struck remarkably healed back to its original state, leaving only a small charred circle. Truly, the healing ability was impressive. Jiang Zhe felt a surge of joy, realizing it was infinitely more potent than the basic coagulation capsules. This endeavor had been worthwhile. Rising, he prepared to open the door when a message from Helena arrived. Jiang Zhe, I have gathered all the fragments. Last time, I owed you 3 pieces. How shall I return them? The trading hall designated the transaction with her, specifying a piece of basic material. Upon reading the message, Jiang Zhe was not surprised to find that the specified item was a piece of leather. Okay. He closed the private chat interface and made his way to the trading hall, exchanging a piece of leather for 3 strength fragments. A system prompt confirmed, strength fragments 3. He opened the door and entered. The room was modestly sized, barely qualifying as a medium warehouse. Sounds of shifting puppet bones echoed within. As he listened, Jiang Zhe peered through the dim glow of his mask. 10 meters away stood a silver mechanical puppet, reminiscent of a marionette. Its body stood upright, its head bobbing up and down, its 2 red eyes flickering on and off, as if in an unactivated state. A notification appeared. Human-shaped mechanical puppets, immensely strong, capable of detecting intruders' locations through sound. Exercise caution to avoid being ensnared by them. As long as I remain silent, I should be fine, Jiang Zhe thought. Disregarding the warning and instructing Xiao Pai not to move recklessly, he preferred taking the initiative. Utilizing the faint light from his mask, he surveyed the room again, confirming there were only 4 mechanical puppets present. Taking advantage of their momentary inattention, he could easily dispatch all 4. Jiang Zhe crept forward stealthily. Uncertain if his revolver would be effective, he decided to use his knife. Just 2 meters away, the mechanical puppet suddenly lifted its head, its red eyes locking onto Jiang Zhe. For mechanical figures, their arms positioned in an embrace, advanced towards Jiang Zhe, gripping his Tang Dao firmly. Jiang Zhe unleashed a fierce counterattack. Clang! The blade of the Tang Dao sliced through the metallic heads of the 4 figures, causing 2 of the heads to tumble to the ground. Not fully vanquishing his foes, Jiang Zhe executed a backflip to retreat. The remaining 2 figures, undeterred, quickened their pace, closing in on him. Once a safe distance was established, Jiang Zhe moved forward to strike again. Clang! The 2 metallic heads rolled across the ground. Bowing his head, he observed the mechanical heads and bodies, finally feeling secure enough to collect the spoils. Dismantling the figures yielded. System notification, Iron 160, system notification, Copper 160, system notification, Silver 40, Gold 40. Just to be cautious, Jiang Zhe circled the room, finding no further mechanical figures before gathering the resources. After his exploration, he confirmed the system's claim. He had uncovered an array of unfamiliar materials. Among them was a sack of flour weighing 100 pounds. Regrettably, the flour had aged and turned yellow, and its taste was rather disappointing. Fortunately, he also found a pound of yeast. By mixing the yeast with the flour, adding a small amount of water and flavoring, and steaming it in a rice cooker, he could create sweet steamed buns. They would surely attract buyers, especially after a diet of compressed biscuits. The arrival of steamed buns would likely incite a frenzy. Additionally, he discovered 5 kilograms of mustard seeds and various basic materials, including pigments, leather, and fabric. Interestingly, mustard seeds were not fruits, but possessed a unique sweet salty flavor, making them perfect accompaniments for the steamed buns. Even if Jiang Zhe did not fancy them, he could sell them for substantial resources and fragments. Finally, he found 1 kilogram of wheat seeds, the essential ingredient for an array of baked goods, buns, rolls, dumplings, noodles, cakes, and more. System notification, flour 100, system notification, yeast 1, system notification, mustard seeds 5, system notification, wheat seeds 10. Wheat and rice could be cultivated continuously, ensuring a steady supply of rice and flour in the future. Jiang Zhe beamed with joy. Calling upon Xiao Pai, he approached the center to continue his predictions. Forward door, extreme flame desert, briefly experienced the sensation of being on Mars before meeting a fiery demise. Left door, rotating cubes, the entire room spins at high speed, hurling hundreds of players into molecular disarray. Right door, two-dimensional world, darkness encroaches upon purity, two-dimensional players flee in panic from the shadows. Upward door, a projection of a golden treasure chest, guarded by a formidable monster preying on players. Those lacking a combat power of 100,000 are advised against entry. Downward door, frigid ice plains, stepping here results in instant shattering into fragments. Backward door, dark chamber, where a quantum angel statue awaits players in a room 3,000 meters long. The angel intermittently scatters resources, luring players to blink and subsequently teleport, leading to their demise. At the end lies an enticing golden treasure chest. 6 sides of peril. Which room should one choose? The author expresses gratitude to Jia Tianbang Zue Fan Shun for the likes, milk tea, to Wu Meng for the milk tea, blade, and electricity, to Xianshuelin, Li De Li Mu Lu for a cup of milk tea, to Jia Tianbang Lao Zhu Chao Shun for the double likes and electricity, to user 44592289 for a love letter, to 101 for the likes, to Jian 42 likes, to user 10951357 for the like, and to Bing Tang Kualuya for 3 instances of electricity. Chapter 77. A critical choice, selling flour, extraordinary goods. Jiang Zhe found himself deep in thought. For rooms, each certain to lead to death, only 2 choices remained. 1. Flee into the dark alongside players from the two-dimensional world. 2. Confront a quantum angel in a fierce contest, requiring a sprint of 3,000 meters without blinking. Jiang Zhe understood that entering the two-dimensional realm as a 3-dimensional being might render him a mere paper figure or allow him to observe the two-dimensional world from a godlike perspective. The uncertainties of venturing into the two-dimensional realm were simply too numerous. Abandon that option. He could only choose the quantum statue room. With the dim glow of his mask, he would proceed without blinking, coupled with the gold attribute of his white shirt, shatter. Perhaps it was worth a try. But first, he would have lunch. Rising, Jiang Zhe retrieved his personal cube and took out his rice cooker. He began by grilling leviathan meat and beef. Next, he mixed 10 pounds of flour with water, added yeast, and sprinkled in some sweetener. Finally, he kneaded the mixture into a rough shape, dividing it into portions to place in the rice cooker. Observing that the flour had turned yellow, he decided to test the texture before determining the selling price. The rice cooker was quite efficient, operating without needing to be plugged in. While the buns steamed, Jiang Zhe purchased black soil and sowed his newly acquired wheat seeds in the warehouse, applying a growth agent. Wheat sprout. Growth cycle has been reduced to 3.5 days. 15 minutes later, steam wafted from the rice cooker. He opened it to a delightful aroma. On the dining table were the buns, even the skin of which was hard to swallow. However, for hungry players, the buns would likely be more appetizing than biscuits. Selling them to players should attract some buyers. Jiang Zhe opened the regional channel. It's lunchtime, I'm so hungry. Does anyone have food to spare? I can trade materials. I'm hungry too. Just have materials, no biscuits. Didn't Jiang Zhe say to come to the regional channel for trades? Why is no one exchanging? There are too many traders. As soon as a few players with small warehouses show up, they get scared off. In the channel, very few were trading goods. Despite it being the 4th day, water and biscuits remained scarce. Numerous fragments, materials, and blueprints were offered for food. Occasionally, a few well-stocked warehouse players would propose trades, but as soon as they spoke up, they were overwhelmed by the crowd, leaving them hesitant to engage. After observing the situation, Jiang Zhe concluded it would be best to sell everything. He calculated the selling price of his supplies in his mind. I have 90 pounds of flour and 80 buns. All for sale. 1 pound of flour can be exchanged for 30 basic materials, copper, iron, tin, while rare materials require only half of that for the same exchange. A pound of flour, which yields 8 fist-sized steamed buns, can be traded for 2 fragments. 4 pounds of flour can be exchanged for a single crystal. It is important to note that while the texture of the buns may not be remarkable, They are undoubtedly far more aromatic than the biscuits you are accustomed to. Once this information was disseminated, the chat channel was instantly inundated with activity. Wow, Jiang Zhe has actually made an appearance. In our lifetime. It is indeed a rare occasion to witness Jiang Zhe stepping into the limelight. 100 pounds of flour, yielding 80 buns. Such is the bounty of a true expert. I kneel before Jiang Zhe, as the resources he distributes are typically in the range of dozens or hundreds. Countless players became agitated. After all, most are only trading one or two at a time, while there exists a multitude who are struggling to afford their next meal. Upon observing Jiang Zhe, it was evident he was trading in dozens or hundreds. Truly, this is the prowess of the world's best. Jiang Zhe, I possess unique resources. May I trade for others? Wei Chang interjected. Messages from the top 10 domestic rankings receive a pin notification for several seconds. Wei Chang, ranking 4th domestically, is a newly prominent player, second only to Su Cheng and Song Yang. Upon seeing the pin notice, Jiang Zhe recognized this individual. He was a high-level player who had appeared on the quiz leaderboard yesterday. Everyone, please be patient. Wei Chang, I will message you privately shortly. Jiang Zhe proceeded to list all his flour and buns for trade in the regional channel, priced according to the value of 1 pound of flour. As soon as the listing went live, a flood of information regarding the flour was instantly broadcast to players across the world channel. Thick-skinned crab. Jiang Zhe is secretly selling supplies. Why can't I purchase them? Damn, I see a gray icon. I cannot buy it. What is going on? The trading channels are divided into world trade and regional trade, and it is evident that Jiang Zhe is selling his resources locally. How unfair. Jiang Zhe, you are biased. Woe is me. I, too, wish to enjoy steamed buns. Not only Jiang Zhe, but also Arthur, Elizabeth, Su Cheng, and Song Ying are all selling in the regional channel. Naturally, good items are prioritized for their own channels. Woe is me. I wish to be in the same regional channel as Jiang Zhe. The world channel erupted in excitement. Jiang Zhe, however, paid no heed to the private messages flooding in from the world channel. He opened the regional channel and proceeded to list his offerings. The listing is live. For every bun, one must have water to drink. So he also listed 20 bottles of water, dividing it into 100 portions. Jiang Zhe, having experienced the plight of choking on a bun without water, understood the necessity of hydration. As soon as the information was released, within 30 seconds, the flour and buns were sold out. The buns were simply too rare for them. Even some of the top-ranking players could not resist purchasing a few buns for a change in flavor. System notification, flour 1, bun 4. System notification, flour 10. Bun 40. System notification, iron block 600, copper block 300, silver block 40, gold block 50. System notification, strength fragment 20, constitution fragment 30, agility fragment 24, spirit fragment 24. Four-dimensional fragment 20. A series of notifications flooded in as players noted Jiang Zhe's considerate sale of water. Countless ordinary players were moved to tears. As age takes its toll, tears flow uncontrollably. The considerate Jiang Zhe had even provided water. I am utterly enamored. Oh, how delicious the steamed buns are. Are you all wolves? Just as I was about to make a change, they disappeared. It seems I shall go hungry today. My apologies. Brother, slow hands can be deadly. 10 minutes later. The channel calmed down. Wei Chang sent a message. Jiang Zhe opened it to find a young man, 24 years old, possessing a resolute appearance and a striking demeanor. According to players in the channel, he was originally a young instructor from a mysterious special forces unit in Xia country, a paragon of both intellect and martial prowess. His trajectory was initially on an upward path, but fortune appeared to have eluded him, crossing paths with the foresight of Jiang Zhe. Had it not been for the emergence of Su Cheng and Song Ying, Wei Chang might have contended for the title of the world's #1 against Arthur. Wei Chang, Master Jiang Zhe, I have a small exquisite item that you might find useful. He sent a screenshot of the item. You call this a small exquisite item? Jiang Zhe focused intently, suddenly invigorated. The item Wei Chang had sent was indeed something that even Jiang Zhe found alluring. Chapter 78. The Analysis Chip, Quantum Angel. A game of mutual strategy. What Wei Chang sent was a sea blue chip, about the size of a fingertip. Item, Analysis Chip. Usage, implant into the body. Purpose, analyze enemies. Are you certain you want to trade this with me? Or are you merely jesting? The analysis chip was indeed what Jiang Zhe currently required, yet even he considered it a treasure. Was this fellow truly willing to sell it? I wouldn't dare deceive Master Jiang. I obtained 2 of these from a special treasure chest. Wei Chang hastily replied, not wanting to appear negligent. Then what do you desire? Jiang Zhe inquired. I would like an exceptional pistol weapon. Wei Chang continued. If Master Jiang desires a premium, that can be arranged. Crafting an exceptional weapon is a mere trifle for you, yet a monumental task for me. Very well, no need for a premium. Send me the following raw materials, and I will take the chip. Jiang Zhe responded. He agreed because the rarity of the chip was indeed of greater value to Jiang Zhe than an exceptional weapon, coupled with a respect for military personnel. Yes, thank you very much, Master Jiang Zhe. The other party sent the materials designated for Jiang Zhe. System notification, analysis chip X1. Subsequently, Jiang Zhe crafted a weapon styled after the Desert Eagle. Confirm transaction. Transaction completed. He opened the detailed functions of the chip. Analysis chip. Implant into the body. Upon contact with blood, you will gain the additional ability to analyze life. Jiang Zhe took a Tang Dao and made a deep cut on his left wrist, pressing the chip into the wound. The wound healed quickly. The analysis chip immediately transformed into visible strands of light blue data that flowed through his veins into Jiang Zhe's eyes. Jiang Zhe blinked, feeling only a slight itch in his eyes. Then, a small light blue prompt box appeared before him. Table. A wooden table. Meat. A piece of flesh from the deep-sea leviathan. Jiang Zhe shifted his gaze to Xiao Pai. Mouse tribe. Electric mouse. Ability. Strong electric power. Red spot. Stored electricity. Tail. Discharge electricity. Weakness. Mouse trap. Evaluation. Appears harmless, yet is exceedingly dangerous. However, its greatest fear is the mouse trap. A light blue prompt descended. Is this a weakness analysis chip? Jiang Zhe was quite surprised. He realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Although the analysis chip is not as convenient as predicting the future, it is undoubtedly a powerful auxiliary tool. Once inside, there should be a reaction time, allowing him to instantly discern the weaknesses of the quantum angel. Maintaining focus at a distance of 3,000 meters without blinking might be challenging. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhe resolved to give it a try. He was uncertain whether the quantum angel would appear directly in front of him or beside him. If it appeared beside him, he would need Xiao Pai's gaze to lock onto it. Understood? Do not blink. Jiang Zhe instructed. Understood, boss. 2 torches, 1 for each of us, mouse. Finally, he placed Xiao Pai on his shoulder. They entered the room. Darkness enveloped them. The light emitted by the torches illuminated only 50 meters ahead. The initially visible area was devoid of anything. In an instant, a gray angel statue eerily appeared before them. It was astonishingly swift. Jiang Zhe was momentarily taken aback. The angel statue appeared menacing, with a pair of gray-white wings on its back. Danger, danger, extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous. If you do not swiftly distance yourself, you will face assimilation, becoming another quantum angel or be sent back to a previous time node. A golden prompt emerged. Immediately following, a light blue prompt appeared once more. Angel, quantum angel. Ability, quantum lock, time travel, assimilation, quantum lock. When observed, the entity does not exist. Only the statue appears. Time travel sends the toucher back in time. Assimilation, direct gaze exceeding 5 minutes will cause the observer to transform into another angel statue. Food, time, body, immune to all. Weakness, being observed. Evaluation, a Zhou origin organism from the cosmos. The most perfect organism in history cannot be killed. After reading the evaluation, Jiang Zhe felt a sense of shock. Cosmic origin organisms? Indestructible? Could it be that organisms originate from the cosmos? There was no time for sarcasm. Only through a mirror could the angel perceive itself, thereby restricting its movement. However, soon, the mirrored angel would transform into a second quantum angel, allowing the first angel to regain its freedom. Note, staring at a biological entity for 5 minutes results in assimilation. An angel gazing at a mirror will cause the mirror to shatter in 3 seconds, and it will emerge from within. As a precaution, Jiang Zhe used 10 pieces of silver to create a 2-meter-high mirror. System prompt. Mirror 1, silver blocks 10 boss. Can I blink now? I feel an immense power behind me, so strong. Xiao Pai trembled uncontrollably. Yes, let us grab the treasure and leave. Jiang Zhe quickened his pace. They had only taken a few steps. A fragment manifested at the bottom of his eye. He merely felt a sudden flash of light beneath his eyelids. Instinctively, he inclined his head to investigate further. In that fleeting moment, he realized it was the quantum angel enticing him to lower his gaze. Such cunning. Jiang Zhe fixed his gaze upon the angel, squatting down to collect the fragment. System prompt. Power fragment 1. The angel was not to be underestimated. Jiang Zhe had no choice but to circle around the angel, facing it while jogging towards the finish line, his back turned to the end. He could not move too swiftly. Should the flames flicker and obscure his vision, it would be a futile endeavor. 10 seconds later, the ground reflected light once more. Is this the same trick? You cannot deceive me again. Jiang Zhe stared intently, bending low to retrieve it. System prompt. Power crystal 1. 20 seconds later. How delightful. 2 more fragments appeared on the ground. He scooped them up with his foot. System prompt. Constitution fragment 1. Agility fragment 1. This was Jiang Zhe's most precarious yet rewarding endeavor in collecting fragments. He dashed onward, observing and gathering as he went. 3 minutes later, he had amassed 15 attribute fragments, for strength, for constitution, 2 agility, and 5 precision. He understood that the angel was desperately attempting to divert his attention to seize an opportunity. Ultimately, it was in vain. Nevertheless, this endeavor had allowed Jiang Zhe to collect a plethora of fragments. As he approached within 300 meters of the finish line, Jiang Zhe's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He could hardly contain himself. I am about to blink, little pie, do not move. Just hold your gaze for half a second. No problem, boss. Jiang Zhe swiftly turned around and forcefully blinked. Boss, little pie suddenly shouted, collapsing against his shoulder. Jiang Zhe immediately spun back. What an abrupt turn of events. The angel, originally 50 meters away, had mysteriously appeared just half a meter from him. Danger, danger, extremely dangerous. Beware, it may send you back 100 years. The sudden appearance of the angel ignited a surge of anger within Jiang Zhe. He could not fight. He could only flee, a most frustrating predicament. Once he confirmed that little pie was merely dazed, he felt at ease putting him back into the cube. So, are you truly invincible? It is not a matter of disbelief. Jiang Zhe unsheathed his blade and swung it fiercely a dozen times, each strike landing upon the angel's neck, shattering it into shards. Target has been afflicted with a shattering effect, yet little damage was inflicted. 2 seconds later, the angel returned to its original state, its expression now more ferocious. Target unscathed, the prompt appeared. Jiang Zhe sheathed his blade. Not even freedom is attainable. You may not be able to bear the term ultimate. Though Jiang Zhe was temporarily powerless, he could not afford to lose his momentum. In his mind, every creature must possess 1 or 2 weaknesses, thus they are destined to perish. Even if it is a perfect being. He then crafted another torch, one in each hand, accelerating his pace. Soon, he finally reached the finish line. Confirming that the golden treasure chest posed no danger, he crouched down to open it. Just then, the flames before him flickered unexpectedly and extinguished. The author wishes to express gratitude. Thank you, Chao Shun, for the urging talisman. Thank you, Wu Ming, for the double likes. Grateful for the generous double likes from the esteemed Jia Gonghao, and appreciative of everyone's dedication to the cause of love. Chapter 79, Toothpaste Blueprint, Spotted Pig, Holographic Projection. The quantum angel materialized from 50 meters away, wrapping its arms around Jiang Zhe's neck in a tight embrace. Fortuitously, the faint glow of the mask proved effective, preventing the angel's arms from making contact with Jiang Zhe's skin. Had they touched him, he would have been transported back to any location in 1911. He merely felt a trickle of sand slip from the corner of his eye and wiped it away with his hand. Angel's warning. You have made eye contact with the angel for 4 minutes and 40 seconds. In 20 seconds, you will transform into a quantum angel. Depart swiftly. The alert pulsed. Assimilation had commenced. There was no time to waste. He slowly crouched down, ensuring he did not touch the angel at any point, and retreated to the golden treasure chest. Opening the chest, he received System Alert, Power Crystal X1. Constitution Crystal X1, System Alert, Gold Bars X10, System Alert, Toothpaste Design Blueprint X1, System Alert, Flamethrower Design Blueprint X1. He collected everything without pausing to examine the details. Hastily retreating to the door. Opening the door to the scorching desert region, a spotted pig roams the sands. Players must not linger in the desert for more than 10 minutes, lest they become sun-scorched skeletons. The spotted pig's habitat contains a silver treasure chest. Without a moment's thought, Jiang Zhe opened the door and backed away from the quantum angel. Just as he exited, a pure white energy entity, the quantum angel, collided violently in the dark environment, seemingly expressing its frustration. Even such a terrifying creature as the angel appeared unsettled. In the scorching desert, Jiang Zhe felt no fear. As soon as he stepped through the door, sweat poured down his face. The blazing sun cast an air of anxiety. The surrounding rocks emitted wisps of white smoke. He promptly shed his jacket and hat. On a brown rocky outcrop 100 meters away lay a lazily sprawled adult-sized spotted boar, remarkably enduring the extreme heat. Thankfully, he hadn't summoned his pet, or it might have been scorched to a crisp. The analysis chip revealed the pig possessed the ability, Charge. The name alone indicated its formidable impact. However, to Jiang Zhe, it posed little danger. The true value lay in the pork, which, after enduring the relentless heat, would be exceptionally tender and delectable. Not far into his approach, the spotted pig suddenly sprang to its feet and leaped towards Jiang Zhe. Despite its bulk, it moved swiftly. Should those sharp tusks make contact, he would likely be gored and torn apart. Jiang Zhe swiftly drew his revolver and fired in a cross pattern. 2 black lines struck true, piercing the pig's brain. With a pained grunt, the pig collapsed. Jiang Zhe stepped forward to confirm its demise and collected the carcass. System Alert, Spotted Boar Meat X30. System Alert, Boar Blood X20. Tusks X2. The tusks held no particular significance, serving merely as materials for crafting superior weapons. Jiang Zhe considered selling them, having no further use. The sun parched his throat, prompting him to hastily drink from a bottle of cola as he ran towards the rocky outcrop. He swiftly seized the silver treasure chest, not pausing to examine it. Standing atop the mountain, he shielded his eyes from the sun to survey his surroundings. Only the left appeared safe, utterly devoid of danger. Summoning all his strength, he sprinted towards the left. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Zhe opened the door, setting down the silver chest. The heat was unbearable, an inhospitable place indeed. Breathing heavily, his throat felt as if scorched by molten lava. He downed 10 bottles of water before finding relief. Had there been any alternative, he would never have ventured into the scorching desert. Crouching down, he opened the chest. A warning appeared. Caution, the interior, long exposed to the relentless sun, emanates a scorching heat that can inflict burns. Exercise extreme caution. Jiang Zhe positioned himself behind the chest, wielding a tang knife to slice open the lid. Upon opening it, he swiftly distanced himself from the chest as heat surged forth, rippling the air with its intensity. Inhaling such air without a capsule would likely prove fatal. 3 minutes later, a notification emerged. Residual warmth no longer poses a threat to you. Jiang Zhe approached, distinctly sensing the lingering heat, yet it was manageable. He collected the items: System Notification, Constitution Fragment 1, System Notification, Agility Fragment 1, System Notification, High-Tech Smart Air Conditioning Design Blueprint 1, System Notification, Excellent Mask Design Blueprint 1. He gathered the items and diligently studied the blueprints he had just acquired. First, he glanced at the excellent mask design. While its quality was commendable, its attributes were exceedingly singular and unbalanced, far inferior to the Death Soldier mask adorning his face. The mask either augmented strength or agility, but it paled in comparison to the explosive attributes of his other perfect gear. Jiang Zhe found these attributes unimpressive. The high-tech smart air conditioning unit was designed for installation within a private cube. In the event of encountering a room as sweltering as the previous one, where he had limited openings available, it would surely be a considerable inconvenience. Thus, he could opt to remain in the cube overnight until the next day when he could open the door. He particularly valued the toothpaste, as certain daily necessities were exceedingly rare in the cube realm, items such as toilet paper, toothpaste, and shower gel. He examined the details. High-tech smart air conditioner, smart crystal 52, silver block 3020, iron 91030, copper 61030, mental fragment 292. The compressor within the air conditioner had been entirely replaced by mental fragments. Toothpaste, any attribute fragment 01. Green crystal 242, flamethrower, alloy 020, iron 91020, dimensional fragment 241, strength fragment 312, fuel, motor oil. Capacity of 5L per fill. All items held great utility for Jiang Zhe. With the addition of the dimensional fragments, he had diminished the original backpack-size flamethrower to a handgun size, remarkably practical. Jiang Zhe took a moment to recuperate, not rushing to create anything just yet. Opting to wait until he had exhausted his door-opening opportunities for the day, he moved to the center of the cube to predict his next move. Opening a door downward would surely lead to death, while the left and right options offered only basic supplies. Opening the door behind you reveals a silver treasure chest, devoid of danger. Opening the door in front of you will present a holographic projection capable of resolving most of your issues, though the likelihood of encountering it is exceedingly low. Though the treasure chest was enticing, the probability of encountering the holographic projection was far too minimal. For Jiang Zhe, information held paramount importance. There would be numerous opportunities in the future to unlock the silver treasure chests. Thus, it was all a matter of holographic projection. Before departing, Jiang Zhe summoned a glimpse of Xiao Pai, ensuring that no residual effects lingered in the angel room before proceeding to the next chamber. Upon entering, he found himself enveloped in a bright and transparent space, radiating an extraordinary luminosity. The surroundings were a pristine white, resembling a scene from a science fiction narrative. 20 meters ahead of Jiang Zhe loomed a 10-meter-high data platform. A spherical mass of energy emitted a soft blue luminescence that swept towards Jiang Zhe's mind, seemingly extracting his memories. Subsequently, the energy morphed into the likeness of Jiang Zhe's father. His father, Jiang Tian, a 53-year-old life sciences researcher, stood at 175 centimeters. With a slightly plump physique, an elegant demeanor, silver-framed glasses, and a white lab coat. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Zhe was taken aback, nearly believing his father had come to visit. It quickly dawned on him that what lay before him was merely a holographic projection. It was important to note that in this world, as of now, there had been no appearance of the elderly or children. The oldest inhabitant was merely 55 years of age. Greetings, human. I am an intelligence, the holographic projection stated with a refined smile. Please allow me to take the form of someone closest to you. Feel free to pose any inquiries. Simply cast the attribute fragments into the air as a fee for your questions. Each human may only ask me 3 questions. The holographic projection spoke in impeccable summer language. Jiang Zhe retrieved 3 power fragments and, adhering to the projection's instructions, threw all the fragments into the air. They hovered momentarily before transforming into a streak of light that darted into the projection's forehead. Hello, you may now begin your questioning. Jiang Zhe inquired directly. The system claims this world is a 4-dimensional creation. Is it artificial? Indeed not. The response was swift. It was reasonable to consider how humanity could possibly fabricate such a realm. The last time I encountered a lost scalpel, I entrusted it to the director of a psychiatric hospital in exchange for a vial of healing potion. Will there still be such extraordinary items in this world? His foremost concern was strength. Only with true power could one survive. There will always be such items. The analysis chip you perceive, or the so-called weakness analyzer, is precisely what the sellers acquired through obtaining special items. Jiang Zhe narrowed his eyes, beginning to grasp the concept. He merely required special items. However, an air of worry enveloped him. He questioned the projection on how to extend the duration of future predictions. Would it provide answers? After all, predicting the future seemed to be a closely guarded secret. He had always taken the matter of future prediction to heart, having privately experimented with countless methods to no avail. The prediction durations in each chamber had proven utterly ineffective when faced with peril. Once the prediction approached 10 seconds, his mind would succumb to intense dizziness. A most unpleasant sensation. Should he continue to overexert his mind, it was likely he would collapse during combat, inviting disaster. Such a rare opportunity to engage with an intelligent projection could not be squandered. Jiang Zhe resolutely demanded, "How can I extend the duration of future predictions? It requires time." The projection responded without hesitation, displaying no signs of interruption or doubt, answering with remarkable fluidity. After the inquiries were complete and the allotted questions exhausted, both the holographic projection and the platform vanished into thin air. The pristine white room transforms into a mundane cubic decor. Does it require time? What kind of time? Energy, or the flow of time itself? For now, I cannot fathom it. Never mind. On to the next chamber. Upon reaching the center, I continue to predict. The front and back sides pose danger, while the top and bottom appear unworthy of exploration. Only the left and right remain. Opening the left door, one encounters a silver treasure chest, containing fairly decent supplies. Opening the right door reveals an abandoned scientific laboratory, housing an iron chest. Silver treasure chest, pass. Since Jiang Zhe's graduation, it has been a long time since he encountered a laboratory. Merely the presence of a lab, along with some valuable items, makes it worth the venture. He opens the door. The immaculate research laboratory greets him. Jiang Zhe strides towards the iron chest situated on the central table. The prompt assures that all is safe, encouraging him to open the chest. System prompt, fragment of power X1, system prompt, four-dimensional crystal X1, system prompt, leather X20, system prompt, iron block X10, system prompt, chip key X1, a shard, a crystal, and two basic materials. The haul is not particularly impressive. However, the chip key captures Jiang Zhe's attention. It is a small white chip, roughly the size of a thumb. Chip key, a key crafted from a special crystal, designed to unlock a certain door. A golden prompt appears, followed by a blue one. Item, chip key. Attributes, memory chip, resistant to extreme environments. Evaluation, special item, may prove useful. Upon seeing the words special item, Jiang Zhe cannot contain his excitement. The last special item, a scalpel, granted him the ability to heal. If all goes well, there might be some treasures behind a certain door. Of course, danger is inevitable. He secures his findings and proceeds to open another door. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Zhe opens two more doors, yielding no rewards. He glances at his wristband. There are still two opportunities to open doors today. Opening the front door. What a coincidence. That player from the fourth dimension is still engaged in a fierce battle with a monster possessing Schrodinger's cat, neither side gaining the upper hand. Upon seeing the prompt, Jiang Zhe cannot help but chuckle. Truly a remarkable individual. Has it been 3 days? With all the exquisite treasures lying around, what good is fighting that bug-like monster? Or is it that the fourth dimension lacks Schrodinger's cat? Jiang Zhe muses. He continues to predict. Among the next 4 doors, 2 are fraught with peril, leaving him with no choice but to opt for the right. Proceeding right leads to the apocalyptic data city, where famished zombies wander the streets in scattered groups. With a silver treasure chest situated in the middle of the road, let us explore the city of zombies. Jiang Zhe opens the door and steps inside. This is a dilapidated city, a forsaken road. The sky is a murky yellow, with blood crows soaring above. 200 meters away, for gaunt, skeletal beings are mindlessly gathered around the treasure chest. Their eyes roll back, skin pallid, bodies decaying, and their tattered clothing stained with blood. Biological, infected. Evaluation, brain death caused by an unknown virus, possessing an accelerated metabolism and remarkable vitality, exhibiting considerable strength and speed. A hint dropped. Jiang Zhe raised an eyebrow. Both speed and strength were formidable. The 4 zombies seemed to have caught the scent of living flesh. Instantly, they turned, shrieking. Each hunched over like a cheetah, their limbs sprawled on the ground, sprinting towards Jiang Zhe with astonishing speed. Such swiftness. Jiang Zhe hastily drew his gun, firing in a cross pattern. Due to the distance, he only struck one, yet the hit zombie demonstrated incredible resilience. It rose again, continuing the fight. In less than 10 seconds, the 4 zombies were almost upon him. Thankfully, Jiang Zhe had little inclination to use his firearm any longer. He crouched and drew his blade. moving with remarkable speed to clash with the four zombies. At the moment of contact, there was no doubt, for heads rolled onto the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The dismembered zombies, with their decayed teeth rattling, lay motionless. Sheathing his blade, he remarked, "After all, you are not alive." He then approached the box. System notification, -3. System notification, Pulse 2. System notification, design blueprint for exceptional pants 1. An exceptional pants design blueprint appeared. Just what Jiang Zhe needed to replace his light blue shorts. He decided to learn it. Opening the crafting interface, he selected the style, Western casual pants. He combined some fragments into crystals, inserted all the materials, and crafted directly. System notification, exceptional black casual pants 1. System notification, fabric 10, dye 5, power crystal 4. Constitution crystal 4, agility crystal 4. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhe took out the enhancement machine and upgraded the pants to level 5. Only then did he click to view the detailed description of the equipment. Item, casual Western pants level, exceptional, attack power 20 attributes, strength 25, constitution 25. Agility 35, affix, never wears out, special affix. Wind, note, agility 10, comes with air conditioning effect. Combat power, 200 air conditioning. Jiang Zhe curiously donned the casual pants, feeling as if he were enveloped in a refreshing spring breeze. A wave of coolness seemed to sweep beneath him, providing exceptional stretch. Quite satisfactory. Jiang Zhe was immensely pleased. He then turned to the regional channel and sent a message. Is anyone interested in perfect shorts? Light blue with a crane robe, selling for 6 random fragments. The message quickly rose to the top. Countless players flooded the chat. What? 6 pieces? So few? Do you have 6 pieces up there? Woe is me. I don't have any. Oh my god. Has the master crafted another exceptional pair of pants? Thanks a lot. A big shot is indeed a big shot. I'm short of 6 fragments. Who can help me buy them? Are you reliable up there? I have 1 piece. I have 1 too. Perfect. I have 2 pieces. Let us buy them first. Perfect pants are rare. At worst, we can take turns wearing them. Just so you know, I'm not picky. Players pooled their resources. And in no time, the perfect pants were snatched away. It is worth noting that the majority of individuals are attired in ordinary attire, with a select few donning commendable garments, while only a handful achieve excellence in their ensemble. To attain perfection in one's attire, even on this 5th day, no more than 40 individuals can afford such luxury. Presently, Jiang Zhe is offering perfection, and countless ordinary players are clamoring for it with fervor. He designated the trousers for trade to a particular player. System notification, 2 physique fragments, 2 agility fragments, 2 spirit fragments. After the sale, the foreign player expressed gratitude. Subsequently, a multitude of players began to privately message Jiang Zhe, seeking to purchase perfection. Everyone, please be patient. I may have other items for sale soon. The author wishes to express gratitude to Kara for the delightful milk tea and numerous affectionate gestures. And 2, a good name is not what you wish to give for the generous support.